Zhou Heng descended with the Ark of Deliverance, shattering the tacit cooperation that had previously bound the seven gods of time. After all, they were not special, utterly impartial gods like Haotian. The seven gods of time undoubtedly possessed desires of their own and their own pursuits. If any one of them were given the chance to devour the other time gods and monopolize the authority over time, they would without the slightest hesitation consume the others to complete their own dominion over time. Yet the difference in strength among them was not great, and they were vaguely split into two opposing camps, so they could only compromise with one another and seek mutual development. Now, however, things were different. A new god of redemption had descended. Once Zhou Heng fully seized the source of redemption, the world of the seven gods was destined to enter a new era. In this new era, the seven gods of time would no longer be forced to follow the model of cyclical temporal reincarnation. They could instead split into light and darkness and wage open war. At that time, whether a time god governed light or presided over darkness, they would be able to suppress the other through conflict, gradually devouring the other's essence to strengthen themselves. Quietly cultivating the fields in obscurity could never compare to swallowing the wealth of a great household in one gulp. For now, however, they could only wait because redemption had yet to fully rise. The world's origin had not yet split into opposing light and darkness, and the world was still turning within the grand cycle of temporal reincarnation. Midnight, this god of redemption, is no ordinary outer god. He does not intend to invade our world. What he seeks is to merge into the cycle of our world's origin. It seems we miscalculated. His redemption has already established contact with the three gods Dawn, High Noon, and Zenith Sun. We can no longer completely expel him from our world. Indeed. From the way he spares no cost to assimilate the source of redemption in our world, it is clear he will never abandon this chance to merge with our world. If this continues, sooner or later he will ascend to our world's divine throne as the god of redemption, and then our original temporal reincarnation will inevitably be shattered. Midnight and Dawn, the two gods, did not mention first uniting the four gods of the dark time zone to defeat Dawn, High Noon, and Zenith Sun, and then devouring redemption when he appeared. They knew that if they dared to provoke light and darkness into open opposition, now the three time gods of the bright time zone would immediately open the world's barrier and help the outer god of redemption assimilate the source of redemption. Given that the seven gods of time were nearly equal in power, even if the four gods of the dark time zone could claim victory by sheer numbers, the battle would last at least 10,000 years. Such a long span would be more than enough for the outer god of redemption to fully assimilate the source of redemption, rise with overwhelming strength, and join the fray. As for all seven time gods sitting down to negotiate, persuading the three gods of the bright time zone to sever their connection with the authority of redemption and restart the world to cleanse Zhou Heng's anchors completely. That was nothing more than wishful thinking. The three gods of the bright time zone would never agree. The growth of each god had its limits. Now that a new path of advancement had appeared, how could a few words about the greater good convince them to relinquish such an opportunity? One must remember, a god's greatest enemy is not the person he loathes, but the one who blocks his path. Then we wait. We will guard vigilantly and delay his rate of assimilation while we accumulate power. When he succeeds in assimilation and the world transforms into opposing light and darkness, we will defeat them and devour everything they possess. Since a perfect cycle of worldly reincarnation cannot be realized, transforming into eternal darkness is also an acceptable choice. Indeed. Whether it is a perfect temporal cycle, eternal darkness, or undying light, all are directions of advancement for us. None of them is the single absolute optimal choice. It is just that eternal darkness is destined to invade other worlds again and again. In that process there will be opportunities but also crises. It will never be as stable as a perfect cycle of time. However, since his redemption has already formed a link with the three time gods of the bright zone, eternal darkness is now our only choice. We are gods of time. Time will ultimately stand on our side. During the 1200 mortal years of the dusk, midnight, and dawn time zones that follow, we can suppress his redemption and drag him into an interminable wait within the river of time. The goddess of midnight understood that since this outer god possessed the power to assimilate the source of redemption in their world, it meant that either he was unimaginably powerful or his own world was collapsing and desperately needed to merge into a world with abundant origin. Yet if his strength were truly overwhelming, he could simply lead his subordinate gods or allies in a direct assault on the world of the seven gods. The fact that he had not done so, instead pouring his energy unsparingly into assimilation and integration, proved that his world was either being destroyed or suffering an invasion from some other power. Thus, regardless of which possibility was true, time stood with the seven gods. They could wait for redemption to fall on his own or exhaust his power before descending into their world, in which case redemption would still become their nourishment. If in the end redemption descended after assimilation, bringing only a portion of his power, and that power was not sufficient to leverage the authority and split the world's origin into light and darkness, then he would still be nothing more than an outer god destined sooner or later to be defeated and devoured by their combined might. After all, splitting the origin of the world of the seven gods into light and darkness required no small amount of energy. Before that division, the seven gods remained deities of a single camp. Yet the ever-shifting future is always hard to grasp. The gains Zhou Heng obtained from this single descent of authority far exceeded the seven gods' expectations. After beginning to assimilate the source of redemption in the world of the seven gods, I have acquired a new identity. This so-called god of redemption can no longer be considered an outer god. I am now a legitimate god of the seven gods world. No matter how tightly they fortify their defenses, they can no longer prevent me from influencing this world. Zhou Heng discovered that the once semi-open reverse world of the seven gods had been completely sealed. It seemed Midnight did not wish for this god of redemption to appear in the realm of the mist of despair. Yet this could not hinder Zhou Heng's influence over the world of the seven gods. During the brief span when they relaxed their defenses, he had already used the authority of deliverance to seize the divine office of redemption in their world. He had not yet branded his own concept into the world's origin, but now no matter who they were, whenever any being in the world of the seven gods called upon redemption, their plea would ultimately point to Zhou Heng. Relying on the exceptional power of his higher dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng could not only perceive these calls but also channel his power to his believers through them. With the existence of his higher dimensional true spirit, the seven gods' blockade remained only a surface-level barrier. In truth, the era of redemption had already descended in silence. At that moment, within the reverse world under the goddess of Midnight's control, the true people there were rapidly assembling. Hurry! The radiance of the Ark of Redemption has thinned the mist of despair and temporarily soothed the resentment of the fallen evil gods. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for us. Quickly gather at the major encampments. We must build our cities before the mist returns, unite our strength to empower our civilization, and strive with all we have to bring forth more lives. Above, Nightwatch ravens whose contamination had once exceeded the limit flew past in an endless stream, copper lamps glowing with pale blue light in their hands as they guided the residents of each encampment to gather. The radiance of the Ark of Redemption had suppressed their corruption, awakening them from their mad lost state. Now their once cold blood boiled again, and their bloodshot chaotic eyes once more shone with the light of humanity. In that instant, the warped feathers on their bodies transformed into armored robes. Unfurling their black wings, they soared through the air like angels. The return of the once lost ravens made everyone realize that a new era was dawning. They pinned their hopes on this new age of redemption to disperse the mist of despair. The thin mist and the appeased resentment of the outer gods granted the humans of the reverse world a precious chance to catch their breath. They seized the time to build cities, striving to use this brief period of safety to develop their civilization and nurture as many new lives as possible. While everything in the reverse world was flourishing, turmoil erupted among the various secret organizations of the front world. The Ark of Salvation has sailed into our souls, yet you heretic dare to proclaim that the world will inevitably fall into dusk. Only by executing destruction upon the world can we obtain redemption for our souls. Heretic, you have used salvation to deceive us. You have profaned the great redemption itself. Prepare to face judgment. Nelson, the leader of the Dusk cult, had spent half his life locked in struggle with Brad, the president of the Illuminati. He had imagined that one day he might be slain by a knight of the Illuminati or pushed from power by his own radical subordinates. Yet he had never expected to be judged by the very Dusk Knights and under the charge of desecrating salvation, no less. This wronged him greatly. Leaving aside the true nature of the world, even the doctrines of the Dusk cult had been written by its founders centuries ago. Latecomers like him were merely responsible for interpreting them. The doctrine of Dusk has existed for centuries. It is not born of my own thought. Like you, I yearn for salvation. The Ark of Salvation has sailed into my soul as well. I am no blasphemous heretic. I propose we unearth the grave of the first leader and let the decayed shell and foul soul receive judgment instead. Nelson, we will do as you say. But you are the inheritor who has profaned the doctrine. You have enjoyed the authority granted to you by the Dusk cult, and thus you must also bear the responsibilities of the Dusk cult. Your death will carry away all that is old. The cult of redemption will thoroughly purify the Dusk cult. The Dusk cult had bound its members through doctrinal faith. Thus, when that faith collapsed, the cult that once rivaled the Illuminati crumbled from within, splitting apart on all sides. Nelson gazed at the Dusk Knights, whose former gloom had vanished, replaced by solemn resolve. He understood then that they fully intended to pass judgment on him. What was more, they not only meant to kill him but also to judge the cult's missionaries one by one. Once freed from ideological shackles, they planned to raise the swords in their hands and seize power. Grand Knight Commander, the people of the Illuminati have arrived. They have dispatched a large number of warriors to surround our stronghold. It seems they are just as impatient as we are. That is only natural. Although our doctrines differ, in essence we are the same kind of people. We wish to cleanse the Dusk cult to welcome the favor of redemption. They of course wish to annihilate us to prove their loyalty to light and salvation. Grand Knight Commander, large numbers of royal troops have appeared in the nearby districts. They are advancing toward our stronghold. Humph, what business is this of the royal army? Do they also wish to share in the glory of judging the Dusk cult? This is surely the handiwork of those scoundrels in the Illuminati. The Grand Knight Commander had originally planned to fight a battle against the Illuminati to prove that the cult of redemption he intended to found was the true orthodoxy and that the Illuminati had always been a false creation controlled by rot and sin. Yet the intervention of the royal army disrupted his plan. After all, the Dusk cult's strength lay in its influence over certain groups and in the extraordinary powers it held in its hands. Those powers could exert tenfold, 100-fold effect from the shadows, but they did not grant the cult the ability to confront a kingdom hidden. Thus he chose to heed the call of his own heart, taking the initiative to contact the encircling allied units and jointly conduct the judgment of the Dusk cult. Knight Ellis, I now grant you the authority to liaise with our allies and to preside over the judgment. The other Grand Knights and I must withdraw first. You should understand that only so long as we still exist and maintain our deterrent power will those vultures in the royal army and the Illuminati refrain from overstepping. I understand. Grand Knight Commander, please leave at once. Salvation has sunk deeply into my soul. I am willing to bear the risks those vultures bring. The Dusk cult had endured for centuries for good reason. Their escape routes and safe houses were numerous. The Grand Knight Commander and his fellows quickly blended into the flow of the city's populace under various identities and soon left the city that was being steadily encircled by the royal army. When the Illuminati and the royal army, half dubious, followed Knights of the Cult of Redemption into the Dusk cult's stronghold, they discovered that their target, Nelson, the cult leader, had been bound to a pillar. Nelson, you and your cult stand accused of unlawfully meddling in the internal affairs of the kingdom. In my capacity as a royal general, I sentence you all to death. Leader of the Dusk cult, I did not expect that we would meet in such a manner. It seems your knights are not so loyal after all. Knight of the Illuminati, mind your tongue. Our loyalty to the salvation within our hearts has never wavered. Nelson looked at the three figures scrutinizing him, one from the kingdom, one from the Illuminati, and one who only yesterday had still been swearing fealty to him. Now, however, everything had changed. Once that arc radiating the light of hope appeared, everything was overturned. Those who fancied themselves the chosen of a new era could not wait to sweep aside him, the ruler of the old age. Nelson knew that in order to declare their stance, these people would never allow him to live. Nor was he willing to reveal any hint of cowardice before members of the Illuminati. The new epoch has no ticket for you, and the new era grants no passage for me. Our struggle is nothing but an extension of divine will. You are not victors, nor is salvation the victor. The shattering of dusk is about to descend. In eternal darkness you will taste your own folly. If we convert to dusk, will darkness and ruin still come? The shattering of dusk will inevitably arrive. It is the joint choice of the world and the seven gods. Then we have no choice, do we? Whatever stance we take, salvation remains our only path. He is the only Lord we can draw near to. So long as he exists, we are his loyal warriors. Nelson, it is time for you to leave the stage. A sharp longsword pierced Nelson's chest. The world had yet to enter ruin, but he had already fallen into darkness ahead of it. Nelson's death was no isolated incident. At the same time, many forces in the front world took to the stage, joining hands to cleanse the evil cults and secret societies. Once these cults and societies had possessed tenacious vitality, but now their thoughts could no longer be unified. Traitors, judges, and informants emerged one after another. As a result, the powers that worshipped darkness and destruction were rapidly dismantled. Just as Nelson had said, in the new era ushered in by the coming of salvation, there was no ticket for them. As for why those who acted did not fear reckoning from the seven gods, it was because the shattering of dusk was imminent and nothing could change that, no matter what they believed. Since they had no choice, they did not hesitate to throw themselves completely to the side of salvation and gamble on their chances of being redeemed. Salvation is truly formidable. He has barely descended and already our farm has fallen into turmoil. But that matters little. No matter which direction the farm stock grows toward, when harvest time comes they will still enter our granary. Zheng Yang, do you think he will join us and manage the farm on our behalf? Midnight, that is a question you should not ask me but him. However, I can tell you this: hope shines because of despair, and salvation is sublimated through suffering. The forces that understand the truth of the positive world have made their choices. Those who worship destruction, believing it to be the ultimate destination, are the first to experience the despair of annihilation. They remain oblivious until death, unaware of why the deity of destruction they worship does not impose divine punishment on those arrogant individuals. The reason is quite simple: by venerating darkness and destruction, they are simultaneously slandering light and redemption. If the four gods of the Dark Zone were to annihilate those who believe in light and redemption simply because humanity's faith does not meet their expectations, Then should the three gods of the light zone do the same? In that case, how could the seven gods compromise and seek mutual development? They might as well initiate a civil war. In other words, the seven gods do not care about the thoughts of their resources, just as a farmer does not concern himself with the emotions of wheat seedlings. What matters to them is solely the harvest. The seven gods oversee the world, looking down upon all beings, proving through their actions that whether one believes in them or despises them, it is of no concern to them. They do not respond to faith nor impose divine punishment. The reason they grant mortals a path is merely to encourage competition among them, to have them nourish that path with wisdom and soul. Midnight, the cult that worships you is struggling and praying. They await your miraculous intervention or redemption. It has nothing to do with me. Their desire for redemption is a choice of betrayal. The fact that I do not punish them is already a display of mercy. Zhou Heng, our farm cannot thrive without the nourishment of light and the harvest of darkness. What do you think? Of course the farm belongs to us, the seven gods of time. Before anyone turns it into a battlefield, we remain the most harmonious companions. The goddess of midnight gazed at the calm Zhou Heng, knowing that Zhou Heng was expressing his stance. The seven gods of time would continue to resist the assimilation of redemption. However, when the assimilation of redemption truly descends, the stance of the three gods of the light zone will also change. But this is already quite good. At least the three gods of the light zone will not hinder progress and will actively resist the descent of redemption. If the seven gods united cannot prevent the assimilation of redemption, then it is the mutual choice of the world and fate. The four gods of the dark zone pay no heed to the actions of humanity in the positive world, for Dusk's annihilation is imminent. Regardless of what the humans of the positive world cling to, everything will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. However, the situation is different in the negative world, where despair is diluted and hope and redemption are flourishing. Thus the four gods of the dark zone immediately adjust the coverage of the fog of despair, wrapping the areas where the true populace dwells in heavy despair once more. Moreover, they use divine power to stimulate the resentment of the fallen evil gods, causing those temporarily appeased flesh and blood monstrosities to fall back into chaos and madness. They aim to shatter the hope within the hearts of the true populace with greater despair. For this is a struggle of information and concepts, allowing the true populace to cling to hope and redemption until death cannot cleanse the concept of redemption. Instead, it will lead the concept of redemption to the end of life. Midnight, I am about to initiate Dusk's annihilation. Now seal off the communication nodes between the positive and negative realms, rendering those so-called keys completely ineffective. Certainly let us uproot the last remnants of hope, allowing despair to utterly extinguish hope. The seven gods have controlled the world for countless years. They are well aware of the existence of keys that traverse the positive and negative realms. The reason they had not blocked these keys before was to give the so-called true populace a glimmer of hope. After all, without the contrast of hope, despair cannot be discussed. Without the existence of light, darkness loses its meaning. But now it is different. The forceful descent of redemption has shattered their original operational model. They understand that the best way to cleanse the hope of redemption is to eliminate the despair that sustains its existence. They intend to engulf the negative world in utter despair, so that the true populace who have just tasted hope will be overwhelmed by endless despair. When all the true populace perish clutching despair, the negative world will become a chaotic and desolate realm devoid of hope and despair. In doing so, the anchor points of redemption will also vanish from the negative world due to the loss of hope and despair. Thus they will have completed part of the cleansing of the world, and next they will invert the positive and negative realms, repeating the previous operation. When the entire world loses hope and despair, completely transforming into a chaotic wasteland, redemption will naturally lack the foundation for existence. At that point they can wait in peace, waiting for redemption to abandon its assimilation, or for redemption to continuously invest energy to maintain the extinguished concept of hope. In that case, time will still stand on the side of the seven gods of time. They will leave the farm idle for a while, continuously weakening the power that redemption possesses. Once the seven gods made their decision, their actions were undoubtedly swift. In the mortal realm, not even a day had passed before all the keys simultaneously lost their effectiveness. Joshua's Chronican was no exception. Previously, due to his possession of a key, the camp in the negative world was also constructing a city. Thus he led a group of warriors from the Ban Luo camp to take on the task of gathering supplies, and they were initially quite successful. After all, the president of the Illuminati, Brad, is wealthy and generous. After hearing that the Ban Luo camp needed some building materials, he immediately expressed his willingness to lend a helping hand. In Brad's view, trading some inexpensive building materials for the friendship of the Ban Luo camp was not merely a good deal, it was an extraordinarily profitable transaction. However, this mutually beneficial business did not last long before it ceased, as Joshua's Chronican could no longer open the passage between the two realms. Joshua, why has your key become ineffective? Captain Iris, if only my key has lost its effectiveness, that would be a good piece of news. I fear all the keys have lost their effectiveness. Their counteroffensive has begun. The arc of redemption has sailed into our hearts, and they likely intend to drag out the arc deep within our spirits with despair. Is there a way to send us back to join the battle? No, and our battle must also begin. You see, dusk has already descended. This time my enemy is no longer some individual or force but the contagious emotion known as despair. In order to verify his hypothesis, Joshua pulled aside a specially designed curtain that prevented others from peering into the transmission between the two realms. Behind the curtain, the once bright world had turned into a dim twilight. It is noon, yet the sky has turned yellow. It seems that there will no longer be day and night. As time progresses, the positive world will descend into eternal darkness. Without the illumination of light, the temperature here will drop rapidly to the point where all things will freeze and wither. Hunger, cold, and the withering twilight of annihilation have descended. This is truly a despairing message. Since they have begun their counterattack, they will not spare the negative world. I wonder how the ravens there are faring. The normal ravens are fine, but those that have gone berserk due to excessive pollution and have awakened under the brilliance of redemption, will they fall into chaos again and become purveyors of despair? Trust in redemption. Since the war has begun, redemption will surely radiate its brilliance. The fog of despair once again shrouded the gathering place of humanity in the inverted world, and the resentment of the fallen outer deities was reignited. Everything happened too quickly. The true people had left their encampments and were constructing their cities around the large encampment. In the blink of an eye, the darkness which could once be illuminated by light was once again filled with fog, and the foundations of the cities they had just laid disappeared under the shroud of mist. Now having to cross the fog back to their respective encampments seemed an almost impossible option. They heard the distorted groans resonating from the mist, a sound emanating from the fleshly monstrosities spawned by the resentment of the fallen outer deities. Yet these were not the most despairing things. The most disheartening for the true people was the chaos that had again engulfed the winged ravens soaring in the sky. Their boiling blood was gradually cooling, and the once humane glints in their eyes turned chaotic and mad again. The arc of redemption has brought hope. We followed hope but fell into deeper despair. O God of redemption, please cast your gaze upon us. Your faithful subjects are suffering from the invasion of despair. My lord, the ravens can burn themselves and fight until the last moment, but they cannot transform into monstrosities that devour their kin. Please purify all that we are. Ignite our souls. Let our souls become guiding lights, leading your subjects back to safe encampment. The arc of redemption has entered our hearts. We are willing to die in hope, unwilling to enter the long slumber of despair. O God of redemption, please let us see the brilliance of hope again. As the wise beings of the inverted world prayed in despair, numerous calls pointing to Zhou Heng's identity as the god of redemption were captured by his high-dimensional true spirit. At that moment, a new transmission channel appeared, and the thoughts of those who believed in the Redeemer transformed into reality under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit's observation as a vast divine power of salvation flowed through this channel into the seven gods' world. In the next moment, the light of redemption reappeared in the fog-shrouded inverted world, but this time the brilliance did not arise from the concept of redemption. Rather, it came from the hearts calling for a rescuer. The brilliance surged from deep within them, transforming into dreamlike sacred arcs. These arcs sailed toward each of the lost winged ravens, and this time the arc of redemption not only dispelled the twisted chaos deep within them but also thoroughly purified the pollution originating from the raven god. Now the winged ravens were no longer the kin of the raven god but had become the messengers of the god of redemption. Their souls carried the arc of redemption and hope. As long as the god of redemption did not abandon them, they would never lose control or become lost. At this moment, the copper lamps in their hands no longer flickered with a faint blue glow but radiated a golden brilliance like small suns. The light of the copper lamps was not dazzling but exceedingly gentle, dispelling the surrounding fog while healing the suffering of the illuminated souls and the pain of their bodies. Those copper lamps could no longer be called soul-guiding lamps. They should now be referred to as lamps of redemption, lamps of salvation, and lamps of hope. The copper lamps which brought hope and redemption were raised high by the winged ravens soaring in the sky, transforming them into angels, bringing light to the world. The energy of the copper lamps came from the souls of the winged ravens, anchored by Zhou Heng's authority of salvation. Under Zhou Heng's will the light of hope would endure eternally. Look, it is the arc of redemption and hope. The light that came from the calling of the Redeemer's heart gathered in the sky, forming a divine dreamlike arc that continuously ascended, eventually colliding with the barriers between the two worlds. At that moment, the life in the positive world was panicking due to the dusk of the world. With the guidance of those anxious souls, the arc of redemption passed through the barriers between the two worlds and re-entered the positive world. As soon as the arc shimmering with the light of hope entered the positive world, it was enveloped by thick dusk fog. Under the erosion of dusk, it shed its dreamlike exterior and transformed into an ancient grand ship. Redemption became its hull, hope became its sails as it navigated through the dim sky, constantly scattering the light of hope and redemption. Am I not seeing it wrong? How is there a grand ship sailing in the sky? Is that a deity patrolling the mortal realm? The arc has descended and the war between the deities has begun. As long as that arc is not overturned by the dusk fog and the tide of darkness, our world still holds hope. A dreamlike realm is carried by an arc of hope. Those who board the arc will receive redemption. Is this the arc of redemption described in Master Hubert's writings? In order to maintain the arc of redemption's navigation in the positive world, Zhou Heng had to invest a great deal of energy to resist the disturbances of the God of Dusk. But all of this was worth it. In this world on the brink of eternal darkness, only a visible and tangible arc of redemption could ensure the existence of hope's radiance. Otherwise, the life in the positive world, which had not experienced the harshness of survival, would quickly become lost in the destruction of dusk, even sinking completely. The positive world housed many beings whose wills were not resilient. The ethereal faith was insufficient to keep them constantly reminded of hope and resist the invasion of despair. Only after the arc of redemption appeared in reality would they affirm the existence of hope. That arc would replace the sun in their hearts, becoming the beacon of light within them. As the arc of redemption sailed into the positive world, the seven gods of time were convening a meeting regarding the resistance against the assimilation of redemption that was approaching. They stared wide-eyed as the great ship of redemption sailed into their world. The god of dusk immediately launched a counterattack, refusing to allow redemption and hope to manifest in his time zone. Midnight, the war has begun. He is more troublesome than we imagined. Even if we seal off all the world passages, his energy continues to flow into our world. I saw it. That energy entered our world through the hearts of those who harbor the Redeemer, indicating that his authority of redemption is not only powerful but also complete. We are in trouble this time. The energy depletion that the seven gods of time imagined indeed appeared, but it was not the scenario they had planned. It was a brutal confrontation between concepts and energy. This near declaration of war behavior indicated that the god of redemption would never allow them to lead the world into the darkness of destruction. Zheng Yang, you see, his power far exceeds our estimates. If he truly descends completely, not only will we be in danger, but you may not be able to remain unscathed either. I know the desire for redemption is as intense as the longing for light. Light and redemption not only attract each other but may also combine to complement one another. Just know that clean up your connections with redemption. Let's restart the world as soon as possible, allowing all concepts to return to their essence during the reboot, thoroughly cleansing all anchor points of that redemption. Dusk, what I just said can be reversed. The more one longs for light, the more one desires redemption. If redemption chooses to absorb the light, then it is no longer redemption, and the most brilliant radiance of light is the light of redemption. How can you expect me to refuse the fulfillment and perfection of light? If Zhou Heng's redemption is weak and powerless, the three deities of the light zone would allow dawn to usurp the authority of redemption, bringing it closer to the light zone. But now redemption has proven its strength through tangible actions. As long as it fully descends and engraves its authority of redemption into the world's source, the luminous authorities of the three deities of the light zone will not only be perfected but also elevated to a new level by the higher grade authority of redemption. Light and redemption not only complement and benefit each other but also fit together and influence one another. Therefore, the three deities of the light zone cannot forsake the connection between the authority of light and redemption. By not giving up and relying on the natural connection between light and redemption, they can also join the pantheon of redemption. If they were to give up and redemption still descended into their world, they could only fight desperately against it as deities of time. Clearly, the three deities of the light zone lack the self-sacrificing awareness, and compared to the resistance of the four deities of the dark zone, they are more inclined to welcome the descent of redemption. Well, since you do not wish to sever your connection with redemption, I hope you will honor the previous promise to jointly resist the descent of redemption. The promise from dusk has expired. It has exerted itself so vigorously to showcase the brilliance of hope and redemption that we cannot remain idle. Zheng Yang, what do you intend to do? Calm down, we merely wish to have a discussion with you. We have three deities and you should send out three as well. Whether for dialogue or mutual sparring, we ask that you provide three for us to communicate with. Now our world is in the dusk zone, let everything proceed according to the rules. The dusk zone should be governed by dusk itself. Suddenly the three deities of the light zone switched their stance, throwing the plans of the four deities of the dark zone into complete disarray. Zheng Yang, are you afraid? How can one say fear? We are merely responding to the call of light. Moreover, the world is now sealed by our unified time authority. If you cannot defeat the power that redemption projects even under such circumstances, what meaning does your resistance hold? Do you truly believe that with your incomplete, dark and destructive authorities you can surpass our shared time authority? Well, there is only so much we can do. The only ones who can resist redemption are time and darkness, not our light. Faced with Zheng Yang's insistence, the four deities of the dark zone had no choice but to send three to monitor them. Now the four deities of the dark zone no longer trust the three deities of the light zone. They fear that without monitoring these three who have changed their stance, they might suddenly facilitate the descent of redemption at some pivotal moment. Additionally, as Zheng Yang stated, if under the full blockade of time authority dusk cannot defeat the power projected by redemption, then their resistance holds no significance. Thus the four deities of the dark zone did not irrationally engage in battle with the three deities of the light zone. They did not believe that the god of dusk would be unable to defeat even the power that redemption imposes. We can only do so much. The next step of redemption depends on you. Zheng Yang's gaze pierced through the world, looking at the Ark of Redemption sailing in the dusk, knowing that redemption could surely hear his words. For previously, when the power of redemption descended through the hearts of its believers, each of the three deities of the Light Zone also set sail a dreamlike ark of redemption from deep within their hearts. The scene was terrifying. The three of them doubted their sanity. However, the radiant brilliance of the Ark of Redemption proved they were not mad. Indeed, this was even more shocking than madness. After all, they are deities. How could a deity utilize their thoughts to project power? This unheard-of situation made them realize the might of redemption. Thus they immediately decided to change their stance, fearing that the ark emerging from their hearts was a warning from a higher power regarding their inaction. They worried that the next thing sailing from their hearts would not be an ark but the true form of the God of Redemption. Just imagining that scene sent chills down their spines. Therefore they promptly decided to take action to demonstrate their stance on light. Ultimately, after discussion, they decided to hold back three deities from the Dark Zone, showcasing their own value while also contributing to the descent of redemption. In fact, all this was merely a natural feedback from Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit. In the perception of high-dimensional deities, the seven deities and the lifeforms within the world are not significantly different, both are low-dimensional. Thus, when the high-dimensional true spirit pinpointed the energy transmission channel, it naturally could not overlook the three deities of the Light Zone who contained more information about redemption. This situation was unexpected for Zhou Heng. He did not foresee that a wave of energy projection would directly connect to the minds of the enemy leaders. Fortunately, he projected the concept and energy of relief. Had he projected twisted concepts and energy, the three deities of the Light Zone might gradually become corrupted into twisted evil gods. I heard it, as light chooses redemption, so too will redemption choose light. Zheng Yang's heart called out the two words redemption, conveying information that pointed to Zhou Heng, who had become the god of redemption in the world of the seven deities. Under the convergence of the high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng heard Zheng Yang's heartfelt expression. I descend into this world with relief, gain the goodwill of light through relief, and achieve the redemption of this realm with relief. This is the meaning of relief. It inherently carries a heavy responsibility and the brilliance of being trusted. Zhou Heng knew that if he did not descend with the authority of relief but rather with the authority of the city god or his eye of law, the lives he saved might still believe in him, but the three deities of the Light Zone would undoubtedly resist him with all their might. This is the charm of the relief-type authority. It is inherently needed by life, and without life it loses the meaning of existence. As the three deities of the Light Zone and the three deities of the Dark Zone monitored and balanced each other, the god of dusk temporarily took control of both realms. He saw that the wings of the dark world, the winged ravens, raised their bronze lamps, transforming into small suns, illuminating the land beneath the fog where cities were being established, and in the center of each city stood a statue of the Ark of Redemption. This is truly dreadful. There is no point in annihilating them now. Even if I kill those winged ravens and force them into despair, it won't have much effect. Right now, Zhang Yang and the others are the greatest anchor for redemption. As long as they exist, the power of redemption will continuously flow into our world. The god of dusk also observed that in the light world the Ark of Redemption continues to sail, constantly gathering various information related to redemption to grow. He tried to relax his suppression of the Ark of Redemption, and in the next moment the Ark immediately radiated a dazzling brilliance of redemption, transforming into the form of a sacred dreamlike ark. How much energy do you actually possess? Since human despair cannot drag you down, let us try with deities instead. I will give you the resentment mists and flesh of those fallen outer gods. Can your ark still sail, carrying their distortions and grudges? For a long time many outer gods fell in the seven gods world. After defeating them, the seven gods absorbed some of their energy and authority. The resentful energy and the authority that would pollute their paths were cast into the opposite world. In the past, the mists of resentment and twisted authority had been a burden for the seven gods world, difficult to digest and utilize. Thus the god of dusk believed that transferring the source of pollution from the fallen outer gods to the Ark of Redemption would not only hinder the ark's voyage but also accelerate the depletion of redemptive energy. Therefore, through his control over both the positive and negative realms, he gradually transferred the shattered bodies of those fallen outer gods and various pieces of information imbued with resentment onto the Ark of Redemption sailing in the sky. As soon as the distortions and resentments of the fallen outer gods descended upon the Ark of Redemption, their terror was revealed. Endless resentment transformed into mist enveloping the Ark of Redemption, while the twisted authority turned it into a dilapidated and grotesque ghost ship, with the hateful flesh morphing into terrifying flesh monsters that roared and battled aboard the Ark. Under the influence of those fallen outer gods, the Ark, which had already transformed into a divine dreamlike form, seemed to become a twisted vessel of death. Effective, it is no longer the Ark of Redemption but rather a vessel of despair that spreads death and distortion. The god of dusk found everything was as he had imagined. Although the ark was continually supported by abundant energy, there was a threshold for energy transmission, and exceeding that threshold could temporarily alter the ark's form. Is dusk my infiltrator, or does he also yearn for the light, intending to sever ties with darkness and transform into the god of the end of day? The god of dusk's manipulations did temporarily corrupt Zhou Heng's arc of redemption, but he also provided Zhou Heng with a more valuable reward. Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit could not be influenced by the distortions of the fallen outer gods. His high-dimensional vision, however, could extract concepts and knowledge from the remnants of these fallen deities. Previously, the information of these fallen outer gods was hidden in the seven gods world within that enormous and chaotic mass of information. Even Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision could not pinpoint the information flow of the fallen outer gods. But now it was different. The god of dusk actively sent the remnants of those fallen outer gods to his arc of redemption. At this moment, aside from information about suffering, redemption and hope, the remaining content on the arc was entirely composed of information from the fallen outer gods. Although that information was still chaotic and unsystematic, it had already provided Zhou Heng with a foundation for interpretation and absorption. The actions of dusk are entirely aimed at dragging down my arc, but this cannot conceal his generosity. Facing the various manifestations of the fallen outer gods, Zhou Heng did not reject them. Instead, he opened his high-dimensional vision to observe them. With the faith connections of numerous raven believers, he quickly pinpointed the information of the god of ravens. The raven, also known as the fairy bird or the fathead bird, possesses the authority of ferrying language, courage, vitality, light, hope, and winter. Having the authority of language, he can mimic the sounds of the environment in various life forms. No wonder the night watchman can achieve symbiosis with his remnants. However, his authority of ferrying also led to his downfall. He came seeking the breath of despair under the guidance of his authority, wanting to spread his light and hope in the seven gods world. His positive authority was difficult for the seven gods to resist. As nourishment to be guided, he was deceived, his authority plundered, and his remnants transformed into decayed monsters in resentment. Zhou Heng initially thought that the outer gods invading the seven gods world should mostly be possessors of negative authority, but it now seemed he was mistaken. Those with positive authority could also be lured into the seven gods world. Through Zhou Heng's continuous interpretations, he discovered that the god of ravens was originally a white raven, the winter god of his world. Now, the reason he and his kin had become black ravens was entirely due to the corruption following the plundering of his authority and divinity. Yet no matter how much he had corrupted and lost his way, the part of his divinity twisted by resentment still originated from his former positive authority. This made his residual resentment still willing to protect his kin, forcing the night watchman who had transplanted his flesh to embody qualities of courage and ferrying, endowing them with a soul that pursued life, light, and hope. The selection process for the night watchman was exceptionally strict. Those chosen already possessed these qualities, making them naturally suited to become kin of the god of ravens. This is also why there is rarely any rejection response after the night watchman transplant raven flesh. The two sides are inherently compatible with a foundation for symbiosis. However, after the god of ravens fell and corrupted, the residual resentment and distortion were not mild. The deeper the life was polluted by him, the more it would become a fanatic of hope and light. As their pollution deepened over time, yet they still could not find hope and light, they would eventually collapse mentally, becoming mindless, lost monsters. No wonder the relatively small group of night watchmen can nurture the divinity of the god of ravens, for they fulfill the duties of the god of ravens in their kin identity. Even if the authority of the god of ravens is plundered, as long as he continues to fulfill his duties in various ways, his power will be guided back. The time gods do not have the ability to completely erase the god of ravens, for he is not a solitary entity. He is the winter god, and naturally there are also the spring, summer, and autumn gods. To completely erase the god of ravens, one would need to go to his world and annihilate the other three seasonal deities. Clearly the time gods lack this capability. If they were to venture into the god of ravens world, the deities there would surely unite to reclaim the lost authority of their world and seize the relatively complete temporal authority of the seven gods. After all, the seven gods had already eliminated the hope of the ravens. It would be strange if they could remain calm. Do deities need redemption? Those with authority of destruction and distortion might not, for the light of redemption, while redeeming them would certainly also purify them, potentially causing critical hits and true damage. However, the god of ravens possessing authority of vitality, light, and hope is different. For him, the light of redemption is not only a healing elixir but also the best energy to guide him back. Thus Zhou Heng immediately decided to redeem the god of ravens. He aimed to ferry this raven who had lost his authority and retained only a portion of his divinity back. When the pure white hope raven returns, relying on the natural connection between the authority of redemption and hope, he will be one of the best followers of the authority of suffering. Raven, I hear your lament. Your hope and light have brought you redemption. Open your heart, for your distortion will no longer pollute your kin. Their souls will connect to the path of redemption for you. Under the soothing light of Zhou Heng's redemption, the distorted remnants of the raven released their faith connection with the night watchman. In the next moment, countless arcs of redemption sail from the depths of the night watchman's souls towards the distorted remnants of the raven. As those brilliant lights filled the space, the raven's broken body gradually became whole again and its feathers returned to their pristine white. At the same time, the night watchmen of the opposite world were involuntarily transformed in their forms and attributes due to the revival of their source power. The black feathers writhing on their bodies fell away one by one, and their terrifying raven heads gradually returned to human form. A pair of pure white wings unfurled from their backs and shining feathers fell to the earth from their flapping wings. Look, those are the wings of light the angels have resurrected. The night watch crows shed their twisted feathers and pure wings unfurl from behind them. At this moment angels descended upon the mortal realm. The mist was diluted, the source of the mist was cast upon Zhou Heng's ark of redemption, and the angels shining with light and hope soared high, scattering dreamlike feathers upon the earth, carrying sacred redemption. At this moment the busy people of the opposite world raised their heads to gaze at the sky, utterly convinced that the redemption they believed in would not abandon them. They firmly believed that their faith in redemption was sacred and powerful. A melodious sound echoed from a sacred horn held aloft by an angel, its resounding notes continuously reverberating in the hearts of all true people. The war of the crows has begun. We shall follow the hope of the crows and execute the will of redemption. We will purify the dark distortions and spread light and redemption across the land. Crows, wave your radiant wings, draw forth your swords of hope, and let us bring redemption to the mortal world. Over 3,000 crows simultaneously drew their weapons and charged at the monsters within the diluted mist. Behind them the true people also took up their weapons, fearless under the guidance of light and redemption. Brothers and sisters, the day of redemption has arrived. Let us embark on a sacred expedition. We shall cleanse the entire opposite world, transforming this place into a realm of redemption and hope. The humans of the opposite world had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to completely dispel the mist and purify the twisted darkness. Now that opportunity had come, and they would not let it slip away. Soon the true people from various large camps dispatched their warriors, but this time they did not march forth with a sense of sacrifice. Instead they advanced with a fervor to purify everything. Under the illumination of Zhou Heng's redeeming light and the hope and brightness scattered by the night watchers, the fallen god of crows was returning from death. After the death of Austin, the god of crows, he fell into eternal slumber, but at a certain moment he once again sensed the existence of his will. He saw endless rays of redeeming light forming a fairy that carried his consciousness out of the void, witnessing his kin shedding pollution and distortion while wielding swords of hope in battle. He also saw that his kin's minds were directly connected to the great source of redemption. Supported by the energy of redemption, they transformed into powerful demigod angels. Their divine blood and flesh originated from him, their sacred power stemmed from redemption. They had now become angels of redemption, spreading hope. Austin also discovered that as his will revived, an arc of redemption emerged from the depths of his soul, infused not only with the power of redemption but also with the colors of hope and light. At this moment he understood that a higher-ranking god of redemption was guiding him back, and his divinity was excitedly gravitating toward the god of redemption. Under the influence of the higher-ranking authority of redemption, the powers he had been robbed of were gradually returning, and with the continuous supply of the great source of redemption, his authority of hope and light was once again coalescing. Redemption brings hope, and light shines with hope because of redemption. Honored God of redemption, thank you for your guidance. The hopeful crows are willing to fight for you. Austin, welcome back. With your return, the battles ahead will be much smoother. When the will of Austin, the god of crows, was guided back by the arc of redemption, his white crow body soared once more. Finally he landed upon the corrupted sails of the arc of redemption, coldly annotating the distorted messages of resentment. After the complete awakening of Austin, the god of crows, both the god of dawn and the god of dusk, sensed that a portion of their energy and authority was continuously draining away, and the speed of this loss was accelerating over time. Damn it, he has revived that crow. My hope is fading, and the light of dusk is also diminishing. The hope of the god of dawn and the light of the god of dusk both originated from Austin, the god of crows. Their compatibility with light and hope is certainly no match for that of Austin, the god of crows. Therefore, as Austin, the god of crows, revives and gathers authority once more under the energy supply of Zhou Heng, the hope of dawn and the light of dusk will naturally lose their potency. Dusk, what have you done? Do not continue to supply him with the remnants of the fallen outer gods. Do you wish to provoke a battle among the gods? Do not worry, Dawn. I will no longer provide the outer god remnants for redemption, as those remnants are now aboard his ark. However, you need not worry, fallen outer gods truly close to the path of redemption are very rare. Next it will be up to him to expend energy to purify those distorted shells. Upon hearing Dusk's message, the god of dawn nearly burst with rage. He now truly suspected that the god of dusk was an undercover agent sent by the Bright Young to infiltrate the dark time zone. Otherwise, why would Bright Young choose to hold them back, allowing Dusk to dominate the world? Not only has Dusk not targeted redemption, but he has also provided new assistance to it. However, it is too late to say anything now. If Dusk was merely mistaken, that would be fine, but if he is truly an undercover agent of the light time zone, the deities of the dark time zone have lost their qualification to turn the table or initiate a civil war. In response to the god of dawn's questioning, the god of dusk felt very wronged. He was genuinely trying to resist the arrival of redemption. Moreover, his methods were indeed effective. That corrupted arc of redemption was proof of his merit, and regarding the revived crow, Dusk did not care at all. He did not believe that a newly revived deity would have the qualification to change the battlefield. As long as that revived crow dared to leave the coverage of the Ark of Redemption, he would make that crow fall once more. Honored Lord of Redemption, your Ark is not in good condition. Do you need me to disperse my form to add light and hope to it? No need. Austin, you have just revived and your power is returning. You cannot easily contain the resentments and distortions of fallen deities. Leave it to me, I will take them back to my realm, and if there are worthy candidates for redemption I will guide them back. Zhou Heng descended into the world of the seven gods through the authority of rescue, making it impossible for him to accommodate the powers of distortion and destruction. Moreover, due to the scarcity of energy supply channels, there is indeed a threshold to the amount of energy Zhou Heng can project, making Dusk's methods effective against him. However, Zhou Heng's story world is not limited to one. The Temple of Heavenly Punishment carries his subordinates and the line of the earth deity of Yojo, which cannot be easily disturbed. But Zhou Heng also has another story world transformed into the city god realm, and he immediately dispatched the city guards and ghost soldiers from there to the fortress-like city god law domain. The city god realm is Zhou Heng's story world, and the city god law domain is the divine law domain unfolded by the authority of Zhou Heng's city god. The Ark of Redemption and the city god realm are both Zhou Heng's story worlds. Even though they are in different locations, they can still connect with each other. After confirming that it would be difficult for him to digest the fallen outer gods in a short time, Zhou Heng began to contemplate the idea of packing them away. As he opened the passage between the Ark of Redemption and the city god realm, the distorted shells and resentful mist were instantly dumped into his city god realm. What happened? Where did those fallen outer gods go? Redemption wouldn't be bold enough to use his divine kingdom to accommodate those distorted chaotic beings, would he? Doesn't he fear his divine kingdom being polluted by distorted information? After Zhou Heng packed away everything related to the fallen evil gods, his Ark of Redemption became holy and dreamlike once more. However, now Dusk dared not throw anything up there. He also did not dare to board the Ark of Redemption to confront Redemption. He feared that Redemption would directly transport him to the realm of Redemption without reason, and he did not dare to gamble whether there was a deity there or even a god of a divine system. The god of Dusk made a wise choice by not rashly entering Zhou Heng's Ark of Redemption. Otherwise, Zhou Heng would have certainly airdropped him into the lair of the evil god of the Tai Star through his connection with the players of the Tai Star world. At that moment he would be forced to battle the evil god left behind, and given his strength it was highly probable that he would attract the return of some Tai Star evil gods, thus alleviating the pressure on the battlefield of the Heavenly Emperor. However, that possibility was ultimately too small. Before understanding Zhou Heng's true strength, the god of Dusk would not enter the territory that Zhou Heng had absolute control over. After Zhou Heng packed away all the fallen outer gods from the Ark of Redemption, the god of Dusk's vigilance against him peaked. The Ark of Redemption hides an interdimensional passage. I cannot directly enter the Ark to fight, so I must destroy him instead. The god of Dusk activated his authority over time using the relatively complete time rules of the Seven Gods world to pull Zhou Heng's Ark of Redemption into a time loop. Now Zhou Heng's Ark of Redemption, though appearing to sail through the sky, had actually been divided into countless nodes by the time rules simultaneously appearing in different Dusk time zones. The god of Dusk aimed to increase the energy consumption of the Ark of Redemption by fighting through multiple timelines. He believed that the Ark of Redemption, lacking authority over time, could not directly invest its power into the past timeline. If that happened, the primary energy source of the Ark of Redemption would be severed. As long as one Ark of Redemption in another Dusk timeline was destroyed and fell, it would trigger a chain reaction, causing the Ark of Redemption in the current timeline to also plummet. My Ark is being divided into different timelines. Is the god of Dusk planning to collapse the Arks without energy transfer channels in other timelines? This is indeed a good strategy, but he has miscalculated. No matter how many pieces the Ark is divided into, its true core is never the story information or the concept of redemption, but rather the observation of my higher dimensional true spirit. Under the convergence of Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit, the Arks from the past and present timelines instantly return to unity. Now Zhou Heng's Ark of Redemption is simultaneously sailing in the past and present timelines. It has not split, it has become a miracle that exists in both past and present. The power to manipulate timelines is formidable, but it also produces side effects. The Ark of Redemption existing in both past and present is rewriting the history of time. A wealth of information about the Ark of Redemption emerged in the current timeline, and the previously sparse records in the positive world regarding the Ark of Redemption suddenly multiplied. The Ark of Redemption is the eternal miracle of the world. It has endured countless world destructions without perishing. It is the ferry that transcends reincarnation. It has walked towards us since ancient times. Initially we did not know what it was. Only when dusk fell did we realize it was hope, it was redemption. The Ark of Redemption sails from the future into the present. Ultimately it will return to the present and sail into the future. It is the only immortal, it is eternal light. In an instant, numerous books recording hidden knowledge began to change. As the battle of timelines began, Zhou Heng's arc of redemption became the eternal brilliance of the seven gods world since ancient times. This is merely the change appearing in the positive world of the current timeline. Greater changes arise from multiple past timelines. In those timelines where dusk has fallen, countless desperate lives witnessed an arc of redemption suddenly appearing with a raven representing hope standing on its sails. The arc has given us guidance to find that pure white raven. It is our best support for survival in the fog. Teacher, that raven is on the arc. Hope is carried by redemption. Where shall we find it? Go into the depths of the fog. The arc sails from the future towards us. It is battling with dusk, and its sacred form proves that the raven of hope is trustworthy. Hurry, the divinity of prophecy can only see so much. It is about to lose control. From here on, it will depend on yourselves. Remember, from now on, do not believe any prophecies. All extraordinary records are untrustworthy. Only ordinary paper books will record the truth. Hold on. When books collectively begin to change, that will signal the arrival of the era of redemption. Everything will deceive us. Only the arc of redemption sailing into history carries the truth. In the past timeline, a middle-aged man watched helplessly as his teacher withered away. The divinity of prophecy was consuming everything of his, attempting to lock down the only correct future. Teacher, please give us a name so that we may become an extension of your will. Let us be called Night Watchmen. You stand firm in the night and will eventually await the arrival of redemption. Do not lose your way, do not despair, become the raven that guides hope through the dark. I understand, teacher. The raven in the night will eventually grow wings of light. We will chase redemption and illuminate this distorted world. In the past timeline, the first Night Watchman began to act. He followed the mist dispersed by the arc of redemption and found the raven's carcass that had not yet fully rotted. He cut open his own arm, offering the vitality of life to the decaying raven. Then he scooped up the raven's dark blood into his hands and brought it to his mouth. Ah! Do not despair, do not lose your way. Redemption shines from the future, hope is constructed from the present. Endless pain burned the middle-aged man as he bent down, kneeling on the ground, madly banging his head. He felt he was on fire while his soul was wrapped in ice. He knew that what burned was light and what was cold was winter. Their combination was the hope of the raven. When he lifted his head again, his skull had transformed into a grotesque and terrifying raven's head with twisted, writhing feathers, becoming a black robe. He raised the bronze lamp in his hand, merging the power generated by the burning blood and the cold soul within it. In the next moment, a faint blue light flickered from the bronze lamp, guiding the light of the souls ferrying into the dark world. Holding the bronze lamp, he stepped back into the misty world. At this moment, he was no longer a man but had become the Night Watchman Raven in the fog. Respected Lord of Redemption, my power is flowing from the past into the present. The arc of redemption has sailed into the past timeline. You have become the ancient eternity of this realm. Austin, it is not just our power shining but the redemption and hope from the hearts of past lives gathering together. The god of the Raven, Austin, could only sense that his authority was solidifying and strengthening in the past timeline. But he could not perceive the reason for the solidification of authority. Zhou Heng, however, was different. His higher dimensional vision detected the subtle changes within himself at every moment. He understood that the weak yet pure powers gathering together came from lives that once yearned for redemption. Energy does not increase or decrease without reason. The lives that have vanished have provided their faith and calls. But where does the energy that has disappeared come from? Naturally, it comes from the seven gods of time that once absorbed that energy. At this moment, the past of the seven gods of time is being shaken and their stable energy reserves are revealing vulnerabilities. Fortunately, this energy loss is not only slow but also minimal, otherwise the time gods would have to talk to the god of dusk. Is life from the past gathering? Respected Lord of Redemption. Has the original raven been located by you? Yes, Austin. He is holding the bronze lamp high, dispersing the fog. Our redemption and hope are shining through history. Battles between deities seldom involve direct confrontations with swords. Their combat style primarily revolves around the clash of rules and authority. Especially for a unique deity like the god of time, even if they are defeated by overwhelming force in the present moment, their counterparts across different timelines and nodes can still manifest in the now. The concept of saving from suffering is understood by Zhou Heng. Operates under the same principle. His authority over salvation is not only bound to the realm of Diqi but simultaneously tied to both the positive and negative realms of the seven gods world. Entities like Zhou Heng who anchor multiple worlds simultaneously are exceedingly difficult to eliminate entirely, hence the true intention of the god of dusk is to expel Zhou Heng's arc of redemption. Under normal circumstances, the god of dusk, leveraging the innate advantage of their time authority in combination with the unique cyclical time patterns of the seven gods world, could easily trap Zhou Heng in a time loop. However, Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit renders him impervious to fluctuations in the timeline. His high-dimensional essence inherently symbolizes eternal uniqueness within lower-dimensional realms. Therefore, in the lower-dimensional world, whether it is past, present, or future, all are perceived as now by Zhou Heng. Under the instinctive convergence of Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit, the Arc of Redemption passively acquired some characteristics of uniqueness. It navigates from the present into the past and then from the past into the future, intertwining past, present, and future, while the Arc of Redemption remains eternally unchanged. The time loop is unable to split the Arc of Redemption. Its vessel must possess the trait of uniqueness, suggesting that salvation is very likely a singular eternal existence. The arrival of the eternal unique being poses no threat to our most complete time authority. Time cannot influence the unique one, and my dusk cannot corrupt their eternity. The Arc of Redemption, traversing freely across countless timelines, has revealed the powerful essence of salvation to the God of Dusk. They are certain that salvation is not an ordinary deity but rather a supreme being of a magnificent pantheon. Dawn midnight, we have no chance of winning this war. The eternal unique quality of salvation is descending. Even if we were to reverse to the source of world time, we would still encounter their peak form. The deities of the dark time zone, confronting the three gods of the light time zone, received the message from the God of Dusk. Through the authority of time, they noticed the divine dreamlike vessel sailing into the river of the world's history. The eternal unique deity, the indestructible salvation, your arrival in our world is not coincidental but rather a destined descent. Midnight understands that the salvation possessing unique traits no longer belongs to any specific world. It will inevitably become the source of all redemption and respond to all beings calling for salvation. Thus, the arrival of salvation is not an invasion, its coming is an event that is bound to occur. Even if it does not descend into the present, it will inevitably manifest in the near future. Zheng, you are right, its arrival is unstoppable. Given its unique trait, it will certainly resonate with all calls directed towards redemption. It will ultimately become the source of all salvific deities, leading light and hope, and establish its court of salvation. Midnight, are you planning to pledge allegiance? Of course not. The court of salvation will undoubtedly be the abode of authorities like light, hope, life, and courage, but there will be no place for us there. If we enter the court of salvation, we would surely become mere achievements in the eyes of those light deities, and who knows when we might be secretly purified by you. Midnight understands that their paths diverge fundamentally from that of the God of Redemption. There is no foundation for cooperation, hence there is no possibility of allegiance, nor could they join the court of salvation. The arrival of the eternal unique being indeed poses a significant problem, yet Midnight observes that the arc sailing through the river of world history is not rapidly strengthening or expanding. This indicates that their previous conjecture was correct. The world of salvation is undergoing destruction or invasion, bearing the weight of the world while resisting external foes, unable to allocate more authority to the seven gods world. This gave Midnight the resolve to continue exhausting their resources. Of course, they would not wait passively. They are preparing to find an escape route to ensure they can escape if they fail to resist. Dusk, continue to exhaust its power using your control over the world and look for opportunities to enter the worlds of those fallen foreign gods. We need a new alternative world where the deities and resisting forces are not too strong. We must imprint our authority and concepts on the origins of other worlds before redemption arrives. I understand. I will quickly activate the anchor points previously cast into the foreign gods' worlds. To prevent Zheng from leaking information, I will prioritize activating the secret anchor points in the dark time zone. The seven gods of time have defeated and consumed numerous foreign gods, extracting coordinates of other worlds from them. In the past, during their farming time, they were not idle. They utilized those extracted coordinates to anchor certain worlds of foreign divine origin. Originally, this was merely a backup plan prepared to cope with the aging and decline of the world in the future. However, the assertive arrival of redemption alerted them to the crisis of fall, prompting them to immediately initiate their escape plan. The god of Zheng observes the still composed Midnight and realizes that their colleague is likely planning to withdraw from the other realm to preserve themselves. Midnight, the arrival of redemption is not a coincidence but an inevitability. Have you forgotten the raven that came searching for despair? Ultimately, the operational mode of our world has encountered issues. If you do not change your attitude towards life, even if you enter other worlds, redemption will still be drawn by lives' calls. Zheng, redemption is not the only powerful deity. Countless worlds can also give birth to potent forces of destruction, darkness, and distortion. Now, as redemption descends into our world in pursuit of despair, it is entirely possible that destruction will one day come seeking the brilliance of salvation. Setting aside the connection between the powers of time, Midnight and Zheng occupy entirely different stances. Just as light will not reject salvation, darkness will not relinquish destruction. As the goddess of midnight representing destruction and rebirth cannot shred her authority to transform into a weak goddess of rebirth, her path naturally leans towards destruction, believing in nurturing new life from within destruction. As the god of dusk activates various descent anchor points to screen for worlds suitable for the deities of the dark time zone to descend, their intensity of striking against the Arc of Redemption has lessened considerably. Nevertheless, they have not abandoned their suppression of the arc of redemption. They attempt to seal off the past timeline to return the arc to the present timeline. However, they failed. Once the arc of redemption entered the historical river, it swiftly anchored the past lives' desire for salvation, rewriting history while simultaneously becoming history. A new timeline is being extended by the arc of redemption, and under the guidance of Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit, this new timeline is gradually covering the now, becoming the only reality in the past history. The god of the Raven Austin discovers that the past history is being rewritten and their past has become as variable and uncertain as the future. Esteemed Lord of Redemption, I cannot see through the mists of time, nor can I communicate with my past self. Please convey to the me on the new timeline that their choice is not wrong. Hope will not be eternally submerged, and redemption will eventually transcend time to arrive. The history of the world has been altered, inevitably affecting the lives of the present. Ordinary lives are less affected. They passively accept the information that overspreads them from the past, ultimately remaining who they are, albeit with additional memories concerning the arc of redemption. However, the god of the Raven Austin is different. He lacks the authority of time and the quality of being unique. Changes in the past can influence his current state, even negating his experiences. When the new timeline extended by the arc of redemption becomes the only reality in the past, the former version of him may not choose to battle the seven gods, but instead opt to soar toward the future alongside the arc of redemption. In such a case, his kin, the Watchers, would lose their foundational existence, and his experience of falling due to spreading hope only to be revived through redemption would also be rewritten. Both of these changes are unacceptable to the god of the Raven Austin. Those angelic Watchers are not only the most fitting followers of his path, but also powerful demigod warriors forged from the union of his and the god of redemption's powers. To be honest, the god of the Raven Austin has never had such a strong and pure demigod legion in the world he hails from. Moreover, his fall for hope and subsequent revival through redemption is equally significant. It is akin to a grand purification ritual completed over thousands of years of his life. Though weakened temporarily upon revival from his fall, his authority of hope has reached new heights, and his light authority shines even more brilliantly. Austin, I understand your concerns. Please trust in the former you. He is like you, a fearless warrior in pursuit of hope. The worries of the god of the Raven Austin are not unfounded. Zhou Heng discovers that in the past timeline a pure white raven is soaring alongside the arc of redemption. The hopeful raven is drawn to the arc of redemption, eager to follow it into the future that dispels the mists of despair. However, when Zhou Heng connects with its yearning for redemption, he sees a pure white raven on that arc of redemption sailing from the future. Its hope is truly dazzling and enchanting. It turns out I have already boarded the arc of redemption, which can only harbor the purest of hopes, not the version of me that exists now. The once god of the Raven Austin halts his pursuit of the arc of redemption and turns back into the mists of despair. He intends to ignite the spark of hope in this era, allowing that spark to blossom with purer brilliance from the future. When the former raven once again chooses to fight with his life in the new timeline, the sublimation ceremony of the god of the Raven Austin will be completely fulfilled. In the current timeline, his sublimated authority of hope has shed its last trace of falseness, becoming a solid reality. Feedback from memories of the past has made the god of the Raven Austin understand his past choices. The past me, I thank you for your fearless pursuit of hope. The present me, I thank you for your unwavering resolve. As the new timeline becomes increasingly real, the past timeline he has overshadowed grows more and more false. This causes the energy harvested by the seven gods of time in previous cycles to gradually dissipate. The dissipated energy flows into the arc of redemption, helping the arc grow while simultaneously guiding it toward the essence of the world. It is sailing toward the essence of the world across multiple timelines at the same time. Damn it, battling this eternal unique being across multiple timelines puts me at a disadvantage. My authority of time cannot restrain it, instead it can be exploited by it, even becoming its support. The god of dusk throws items imbued with fragments of his will into those worlds by anchoring them in other realms. However, he does not forget to monitor the arc of redemption across multiple timelines. He discovers that the arc existing in countless timelines is continuously sailing into the essence of the world. If he were only fighting in the current timeline, he could still prevent the arc of redemption from entering the essence of the world. But now it is different. He is uncertain which timeline the unique arc will sail into. I can only try to seal off all the invaded timelines, the rest is left to fate to decide. Now the god of dusk no longer hopes to expel redemption, he simply wants to quickly find a few worlds suitable for his dark zone deities to inhabit. He understands that the high-ranking redemption naturally suppresses these deities who rely on timelines for combat. The longer they fight, the more timelines will be occupied by redemption. If things go wrong, redemption may very well become the oldest and most orthodox deity of this realm, at which point it would seek to integrate the essence of the world and hunt down these dark rebels. At this moment, the Dark Zone deities who are confronting the three gods of the Light Zone have also noticed the fluctuations in the timelines and their own energies. Midnight, I feel my energy is dissipating, that power is flowing from the past toward the arc of redemption. Are you sure that Dusk is not a follower of redemption? I see Dusk as more loyal than the others of the sun. I'm not sure, but even though Dusk always seems to mess things up, he is genuinely trying to resist the arrival of redemption. If he were a follower of redemption, it would have entered our world's essence and begun to divide light and dark by now. Alright, perhaps he is just a bit foolish, but I think we can no longer leave our retreat completely in his hands. I fear he might lead us directly into the realm of redemption. The goddess of midnight slightly nodded at the words of the god of dawn. Now she also dares not trust Dusk without reserve. She knows that with Dusk's authority of darkness and destruction he would not truly lead them into the realm of redemption, but she is equally worried that Dusk might guide them into the domain of the light deities. You all must have several coordinate anchor points in your hands, so begin deploying your powers for selection. I will keep an eye on the sun. I believe they will not attack us just because of our attempt to escape. While the god of Dusk is filtering worlds and sealing timelines to resist the arc of redemption, he is unaware that his companions have already lost trust in him and are planning to find another way out. Otherwise he would surely cry out in injustice. His efforts are for the common benefit of the Dark Zone deities. Otherwise he could have easily fled to freedom. As time progresses, regardless of how the four deities of the Dark Zone think or act, Zhou Heng's arc of redemption continues to sail steadily toward the essence of the world across multiple timelines, fueled by a steady supply of energy. At this moment, the arc of redemption sailing into the past represents the future of the past, which neither the god of Dusk nor the deities of the Dark Zone can halt. Moreover, possessing the unique quality makes it the only real future. The real future of the past has been locked in. All pasts will converge like the real present, indicating that the real arc has soon entered the essence of a world within a certain past timeline. In that instant, the real timeline that emanated from the past completely merged with the present, and the arc of redemption sailing in the sky also integrated into the essence of the world, imprinting its concept of redemption upon it. Redemption has arrived. It sails from the present into the past and from the past into the future, constraining all timelines. It has become the ancient and eternal god of redemption in the world. As the arc of redemption sailed into the world's origin, Zhou Heng's will follow closely behind, entering the world's core. Under the infinite supply of his energy, the concepts of relief and redemption were rapidly assimilating the vast essence of the world. At this moment, the authority of time that enveloped the world lost its effect on Zhou Heng, for he had descended into the core of this world's origin. Now he no longer required any channels of energy. His radiant light of redemption surged from the world's core, illuminating the entire world like an eternal sun, casting its glow upon all lives yearning for salvation. The incredibly brilliant light continuously integrated into the world, gradually altering the operational logic of the world. At this moment, light and darkness began to separate, and the world transitioned from chaos to a dual structure of order and disorder. In this moment, Zhou Heng was fully assimilating the world's essence, merging his concepts and information into the source of the world's creation, establishing a new operational logic under the authority of relief. Meanwhile, the deities of the Light Zone were dispelling all remnants of darkness, for at the very instant the arc of redemption entered the world's origin, the four gods of the Dark Zone decisively traversed to other worlds through anchor points. However, they did not abandon their respective time authorities. They tore away the most complete time authority of the seven gods' world. This would make it easier for them to establish themselves in the new world, and it would also enable the seven gods' world to locate their positions once again. It is over. We always believed that light and darkness would eventually succumb to time, yet eternal redemption cannot be eroded by time. Perhaps this is the meaning of eternity: it can transform fleeting miracles into everlasting beauty. Indeed, the immortality of eternity itself is the greatest miracle. It can transform the moment into eternity and allow rare hopes to remain in the world. The deities of dawn and noon sensed that the world's essence was becoming increasingly pure. They discovered that their authorities related to light and life were being rapidly strengthened. Now it was not their light illuminating the world, rather the world of light was reflecting back to them purer light, which contained not only warmth and vitality but also hope and redemption. It is not over yet. The midnight gods not only tore apart the authority of time but also took away the darkness and destruction of our world. The world lost destruction, unable to recycle energy through reincarnation, thus effectively prolonging its lifespan. However, with the existence of eternal redemption, this is not a significant issue. Eternal redemption has become the pillar of the world, and naturally the world can share in its eternity. This is good news for the world. But the loss of the concept of darkness poses a great problem. Redemption is assimilating the world's essence to differentiate light from darkness, yet now the world has lost the concept and rules of darkness. Without the foundation of darkness, our world cannot differentiate light from darkness. The deity of the sun does not believe that eternal redemption would possess a dark authority that contradicts its path. The eternal redemption currently assimilating the world's essence shows no intention of enticing the dark deities from the outside to integrate into the essence and complete the rules of light and darkness. Could it be that eternal redemption intends to transform the world into a purely luminous realm? What will it use to bear the increasingly pure concept of light? Zhou Heng's suspicion is correct. He indeed does not possess the dark authority needed to complete the world, and he is not preparing to seek a dark deity to bear the light of the world. He realized that after the world lost the rules and concepts of darkness, he intended to make this realm a purely luminous world where all lives would subconsciously gravitate towards the light. Zhou Heng's redemption would carry all the suffering of life, and his arc would bear the increasingly pure light of this world. Thus this world would become a realm of redemption and light. Under the burden of the arc of redemption, it would sail towards despairing worlds, casting the light of redemption. In bearing the world, Zhou Heng is experienced. His dragon god priesthood carries the land of Yuzhou and the great Qi world. He sails into numerous time nodes aboard the arc of redemption, endowed with countless stories by the lives of the present and past. With the supplementation of those stories, the current arc of redemption possesses the capacity to bear the world as well as the energy and status to do so. When Zhou Heng guided the world into pure light, his authority of redemption transformed into endless brilliance, illuminating all lives in the world. As he supported the world with his status, the authority of redemption he obtained in this realm began to rapidly transcend. Now he has not only redeemed the lives within the world but also the eventual destruction that the world will face. He has exceeded the fulfillment of his duties, and the rising concept of redemption has transformed him into a great deity of redemption for the world. Our world is turning towards pure light. Henceforth we shall all be warriors spreading light and redemption. The transformation of the world's essence continually influences the authorities of the deities in the light zone. As their authorities shift, their stances also change. Now when they encounter the deities of the dark zone, they will actively purify the darkness imbued with destruction under the influence of the blazing light authority. Look, our world is setting sail. The Raven of Hope and Light is guiding us towards direction. The expedition to redeem all and spread light has begun. A massive arc emerged from the world's origin, traversing through the thoughts and bodies of all lives, landing at the bottom of the world. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed continuously in the chaos beyond the realm. The original form of the seven gods' world transformed into a tower mountain, radiating light descending upon the ark. Under the burden of the arc of redemption, the world, now transformed into a paradise of light, was departing from its original position, radiating incomparably brilliant light as it sailed into the unknown chaos. Upon that massive ark were five figures: Zhou Heng and the three deities of light, along with the pure white raven responsible for guiding the way. My Lord, thank you for sharing the brilliance of eternal redemption. You have purified our path, and you are the only will of the world of light. My Lord, where shall we sail to fight? If it is not urgent, we can rest for a while. Given the current strength of our world's essence, we can certainly nurture 4 more deities of light to fill the gaps left by the dark rebels. There is no time, my companions. 2 worlds await redemption, one of which is the pasture of the evil gods, where they can still wait. But the other world, whose will has generalized to the highest degree, can no longer wait. I sought redemption from there. Naturally, I must return to spread the hope I possess. Zhou Heng's path of relief originates from the heavenly court, while his path of redemption stems from the world of light above the ark. Even after the world of redemption, his authority of redemption has surpassed that of relief, yet he has never forgotten to steadfastly uphold the heavenly court in the great Qi world. For there he not only has his companions but also the heavenly emperor, a fellow practitioner. It is somewhat unfathomable that a world capable of mobilizing the essence of all worlds could fall into a bitter battle and be unable to extricate itself. It is precisely because it is the will of the world that it cannot fully utilize the power of the world's essence. Much of its strength is used to support the operation of the world. It is likely that even in falling it would not reclaim all its essence to flee. Its unfeelingness and selflessness extend from its status. Its utmost fairness and righteousness are the logic of its thoughts. The distance between the Qi world and the bright world is vast. Dragging one world to sail is entirely different from transmitting a piece of information. Zhou Heng estimated that his arc would take at least 20 to 30 years to carry the bright world to the Qi world. For deities, 20 to 30 years is a brief moment, but for mortals it could signify the end of an era. Thus Zhou Heng first projected his will back to the Qi world, leaving the 3 bright gods to guard the ark's voyage and cultivate new bright gods. With Zhou Heng's will returning, the power of salvation from the Qi world became active once more. On this day, beneath the war-torn land of Yozhou, a colossal formless dragon suddenly emerged. It was the embodiment of salvation power, as well as Zhou Heng's Tianzhao divine palace's cave heaven. Through the power of salvation, Zhou Heng discovered that the source of the Qi world was perfectly unified, containing a wealth of power information which ultimately belonged to the heavenly emperor. Attempting to assimilate such a unified source is undoubtedly challenging, as it possesses its own consciousness and will. It will explicitly reject the integration of powers from outside its realm, while it absolutely controls the sources of powers within its realm. However, Zhou Heng did not come to assimilate the world's source. He merely sought to submit some information to the world's source for the purpose of ferrying subordinates into the Qi world. Ultimately, with Zhou Heng, the local dragon god of salvation, vouching for him, the world's source granted the raven god Austin a temporary legitimate identity. However, this was already the limit. The world source, which had temporarily lost contact with most conscious wills, the Heavenly Emperor still willingly believed in the local dragon god of salvation. Yet it would not completely open its arms to welcome multiple unknown external gods unreservedly. This is merely a basic precautionary awareness and a fundamental rule for the world's survival. It is not that the world source intentionally guarded against Zhou Heng, otherwise it would not have granted him a legitimate identity. Roar! The immense dragon god of salvation, under the enhancement of the power of redemption, emitted boundless rays of salvation, light no longer concealing but actively displaying its brilliance, appearing within the perception of cultivators in the deity world. What is that? Has the dragon god of salvation returned? Could it be that we gained the upper hand in the outer battlefield, allowing the Emperor to channel some power back to stabilize the internal situation of the world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The invading evil gods told us that they achieved absolute dominance on the outer battlefield, and the celestial beings have been thoroughly suppressed by them. I see. It must be that the situation in the outer battlefield is unfavorable, prompting the celestial beings to stabilize the internal situation first. This is a good thing. It indicates that the celestial beings' power on the outer battlefield has weakened. The authority of the dragon god of salvation is carried by the divine palace's cave heaven. What does it intend to do? Is it that the energy consumed in Yuzhou is too much and it plans to break free from its constraints? All the cultivators in the deity world stared intently at the enormous dragon god of salvation soaring in the sky. They knew that whatever the dragon god of salvation planned to do, its actions would undoubtedly alter the current internal situation of the world. The dragon god of salvation did not keep them waiting long. It bit into the void, dragging forth a magnificent ship whose shape was difficult to discern from parts of its dreamlike body. At the bow of that ship stood a pure white fairy bird, spreading its wings, flying into the deity world along the path constructed by the dragon god of salvation, behind which several deities could be vaguely seen preparing for departure. As soon as the pure white fairy bird entered the deity world, it recklessly displayed its hope and light, the pure radiance shining like a judgment from descending celestial beings. The master of the divine palace's cave heaven has invested its power and its divine beings into our world. That magnificent ship is sailing towards our world, anchored by the dragon god of salvation. Is it about to intervene in the outer war? The world itself has not rejected the hope and light of the fairy bird. It seems its arrival has received the tacit approval of the Emperor. Damn it, an external divine system is preparing to intervene in the outer battlefield. The assurances from those invaders are completely unreliable. The dragon god of salvation is guiding the hope of the fairy bird. The situation in the outer war is finally set to change. The raven god, bringing the power of light and hope, descended, and its appearance delighted the faithful while instilling fear in the betrayers. In fact, after Zhou Heng obtained legitimate authorization from the world source, he could have silently guided the raven god Austin into the deity world. But he did not choose to do so, as he understood how crucial the news of reinforcements was for those awaiting rescue. If we compare the outer battlefield to an ordinary war, then the forces of the heavenly court are the loyal army that would not surrender. Yet within the cities they protect there are not lacking rebels and wavering factions. At this moment, the hope of victory represents the morale of the city's inhabitants, and boosting their morale will also enhance the hope for victory. Therefore, Zhou Heng boldly brought the news of reinforcements to the forefront. He aimed to enhance morale and restore order. Deities from the external divine system have descended, and they are evidently settling within the world as allies, which has calmed the tumultuous cultivation forces within the deity world considerably. Those cultivation forces understood that since the dragon god of salvation could actively welcome the fairy bird of hope, it proved that there were flaws in the invaders' blockade. The trapped world has opened a passage to the outside, and reinforcements are hastening on. The sacred arc, what once seemed clear in the outer battlefield, is now shrouded in uncertainty again. Now the more exuberantly they dance, the greater the possibility of future reckoning, so they intend to heed the call of their hearts and temporarily return to being ascetics free from worldly desires. As the dragon god of salvation once again displayed its brilliance and the fairy bird spread its radiant wings, the intensity of the turmoil among the extraordinary forces in the deity world gradually lessened. The world seemed to return to its former stability, yet some individuals are destined not to turn back, including the multifaceted invested deity royal family. Their empire has already crumbled. They now lack the strength to regain control of the empire. Once to escape, they chose to abandon the empire. Now they have been abandoned by it. The era of deity is gradually becoming history. The local lords, having tasted the sweet flavor of absolute power, will no longer relinquish the benefits in their grasp. In Yuzhou, ever since the Salt Peace War ended, the Blackwater mob has not dared to gnaw at the hard bone of Yuyang, fearing to gamble with their limited forces against the resolve of the city god of Yuyang to save its people. However, other counties in Yuzhou were not so fortunate, yet with the assistance of the Yuyang army they still managed to hold on to the main cities with great difficulty. The ones who truly fell completely were the 5 districts of Liaodong, which had risen independently. They received support from local military families in Yuzhou and should have been capable of holding the Liaodong region. However, they split due to internal power struggles. Before independence they had grievances and fervor as ideological support, leading to relative unity and stability internally. After independence, when they began to distribute internal power, they could not meet the psychological expectations of the majority. The grassroots officers found that the new leaders were no different from the old officials in the temple. They would also vie for power and seek benefits for their close ones. However, this issue is not serious. Dissatisfaction among subordinates and junior officers can be vented through external wars. What truly caused their division was the power struggle between Zhao Zhan, who controlled the strongest army in Liaodong, and General Xuanwei, the highest military commander of Liaodong. As a battlefield warrior, Zhao Zhan could not outmaneuver General Xuanwei politically, but he could not accept the erosion of his control over the Dongyan army. Therefore, he took the initiative to sever ties with the Liaodong army, intending to gain autonomy and escape the internal power structure of the Liaodong army. The opportunity for the Blackwater Mold thus emerged as the Liaodong army, unable to unify its strength, laid the foundation for its defeat amid repeated losses. In the end, they have become what they despise. They gather for interests and scatter for interests. In the second year of the Yangon era of the Great Qi, on May 8, 5 months have passed since Zhou Heng's journey to the Seven Divine Worlds. 5 months ago he was the dragon god of deliverance and the city god of Yuyang. Upon his return he had already become the master of a world and the ruler of the light divine system. His strength has undergone a qualitative change, yet this is merely the result of his discovery of a new way to harness energy. With a high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng not only possesses a lofty status but also nearly limitless energy. His enhancement methods are still in the stages of internal seeking and self-contentment. For him, the so-called enhancement of strength is simply about effectively developing the high-dimensional powers he possesses. Of course, apart from the changes in his methods of power projection, Zhou Heng's experiences in wielding the authority of deliverance are equally significant, which will foster growth in his spirit. While Zhou Heng silently digested the gains from the world of light, his uncle Zhou Jian entered his mansion. Heir Lang Liaodong has completely spiraled out of control. The governor of Yozhou, Zhang Liqing, refuses to send reinforcements to the 5 counties in Liaodong under the pretext of a crisis in the war across the counties. He likely wants to exhaust the power of the noble families in Yuzhou. Currently, the only ones capable of rescuing the 5 counties in Liaodong are our Yuyang army. What do you think we should say? Uncle, the historical records depict the gallantry of scholars and the accomplishments of generals, but the countless remains are merely stepping stones beneath their feet. How innocent the common people are. It is their support that fosters the prosperity of the empire. They should not be made to sweat and bleed both. I intend to mobilize the troops of Yuyang to reclaim Liaodong. Regardless of the court's thoughts or the governor's plans, our duty as border generals is to protect the country, guard the borders, and ensure the safety of the people. After hearing Zhou Heng's statement, Zhou Jian's worries dissipated. He had previously feared that his nephew would become a warlord in a chaotic world, which might bring temporary stability but not lasting peace. Excellent. Rescuing the common people is a great righteousness that cannot be overlooked. In chaotic times, wolves and tigers often dominate, making it rare to find a ruler who cares for the lives of the populace. Since our Zhou family has entered Yozhou, we are now part of it. The soldiers of Yuyang support us and are willing to fight for us. We cannot let down the millions of people in Yuzhou. In truth, after gaining control over the world of light, Zhou Heng no longer needed to compete for dominance in the Great Qi world. However, he had no intention of withdrawing, for if he did, those soldiers who followed him would lose their support and their ideals and ambitions would turn into mere fantasies. Since Zhou Heng had given them hope, he would not take it away and leave them in confusion and despair. He would see things through to the end, remain true to his original intention, fulfill the responsibilities of a deity, and also carry out the duties of a general. As for introducing the 3 light gods into the Great Qi world and completely altering the internal situation of the world, Zhou Heng had never considered such a thing. He understood how intense his world of light was. The arrival of the increasingly pure 3 light gods in the Great Qi world would not bring peace and stability, but rather a grand judgment of purification. This is also why he chose to guide the Raven God into the Great Qi world. The authority of hope held by the Raven far surpasses that of the light, as its stance is to spread hope rather than to judge all evils. Zhou Heng stationed the 3 light gods on the ark rather than integrating them into the world of light. For the same reason, he did not need the 3 to carry out their judgments. He would allow the divine to return to the divine and the human to return to the human. His positioning of the 3 light gods was as warriors fighting against evil gods and spreading redemption. They would shine their light and spread the brilliance of salvation in every world rather than directly manage the operations of other worlds. Pure light is not perfect, but as long as the authority of redemption is eternal, they will be the most steadfast warriors. On May 10th of the 2nd year of Yangon, with Zhou Heng's order issued, the Yuyang army fully adjusted its attack direction. Due to the Yuyang army's multiple rescues of nearby counties in the past few months, the local garrisons understood the strength of the Yuyang army. Those who had received their favor did not dare to obstruct the entry of the Yuyang army. The governor of Yozhou Zhang Liqing was quite furious, but now the Yuyang army possessing the strongest military power in Yozhou was more authoritative than him. His orders would not get past Zhangping County. Moreover, the Grand General commanding the court Zhang Shiji had also sent a letter to Zhang Liqing urging him to prioritize the overall situation and not to let personal feelings harm the morale of the soldiers in Yuzhou. Thus the military actions of the Yuyang army faced no hindrances and instead received praise from the local populace. Uncle General Pang, please take care. The earth deity of Yuzhou has lifted the restrictions on divine passage. The divine power of the city god of Yuyang can traverse all regions of Yozhou, so you need not worry about the treatment of the soldiers. After reclaiming Liaodong, you shall reorganize the troops to guard the eastern extension. I grant you the authority to make temporary decisions and promote meritorious soldiers to stabilize the security of the 5 counties in Liaodong. We accept the order and will not disappoint the general's trust. Accompanied by Zhou Jin, Pang Yuanhang joyfully led his troops into battle, knowing that Yuyang would no longer hide its brilliance. Their new era had begun. Zhou Heng watched the departing Yuyang army, seeing within it a fierce wind tiger Pan Yuanhan and a graceful white crane Zhou Jian. The two auspicious beasts synchronized and connected, ultimately transforming into a fierce beast with white wings pouncing towards the black serpent Heishuemo occupying Liaodong. A tiger with wings and a flying bear entering the territory. It seems Uncle and General Pang are quite compatible. After sending off the Yuyang army, Zhou Heng once again entered the world's origin in the guise of the dragon god of deliverance. This time he chose to push the authority of deliverance back to the singular origin, intending to meet the Emperor Haotian and determine how to jointly confront the invading evil gods. As the authority of deliverance returned to the singular origin, the Emperor Haotian, who was in the external battlefield discussing the war situation with the various gods, suddenly ceased his conversation. What happened, Emperor? Has there been another change within the world? There is indeed a change, but it is a good change. The authority of the dragon god of deliverance is harnessing the power of the world's origin to be deployed to the external battlefield. He is coming. As the Emperor Haotian spoke, he released control over the authority of deliverance and a young figure emerged from his body. I pay my respects to the Emperor Haotian. May the Emperor be well. I pay my respects to the dragon god of deliverance. Thank you for governing the world and coming to support us. Rest assured, I am doing reasonably well. The lost and obliterated powers are not many. Zhou Heng did not conceal his authority information. The moment the Emperor Haotian saw him, he understood that this individual before him was also a master of a world, thus addressing Zhou Heng as Heavenly Sovereign. That is good to hear, Emperor. My world is crossing through chaos, which will take approximately 20 to 30 years. If there is a crisis in the war, I can first deploy subordinate gods over. However, my world has just experienced a divine war and there are not many combat subordinate gods I can deploy. The Heavenly Sovereign is willing to carry the world across the chaotic void for our salvation. Haotian is deeply grateful. But once deities are too far removed from their world's energy, transmission becomes a significant issue. Our world is also shrouded by the rules and powers of the invading evil gods, so it is best if the Heavenly Sovereign does not deploy subordinate gods for now. The Emperor Haotian understood that deploying subordinate gods would dilute the world's defense, and he did not want his ally to weaken for his rescue and face invasions from other forces. The best approach is for the two worlds to draw near and support each other, thus greatly enhancing the defense power of both realms. Rest assured, Emperor, my world has rules for energy passage. I have already tested it. The network of invading evil god powers currently has no defense passage rules. That is great. May your kindness and divine path remain eternal, my friend. The intervention of the 3 radiant gods stabilized the situation on the battlefield beyond the realm. However, it did not completely suppress the invading evil gods. The tide merely shifted from disadvantage to a slight advantage. Their greater purpose was to inform the invading evil gods that other forces had entered the fray. The invading evil gods realized that since the troublemakers had begun deploying deities to fight, their world might soon approach this realm and unite to confront them. Now the choices before the evil gods of Taistar were reduced to 2: either retreat back to Taistar to regroup, relying on their local advantages to set up defenses, or they could continue to draw forces from Taistar to suppress the Haotian divine court and quickly conquer the Dechi world before the troublemakers' world arrived. Or they could continue to draw forces from Taistar to suppress the Haotian divine court and quickly conquer the Dechi world before the troublemakers' world arrived. Moreover, even if they retreated now, once the Haotian divine court joined forces with the radiant gods, they would most likely not let them go. Thus their best choice now was to spare no effort to defeat one side first and then prepare for the arrival of the radiant gods. Consequently, they moved their world closer to the Dechi world, planning to invest more strength to quickly conquer it. On the other side, the arrival of the 3 radiant deities greatly relieved the pressure on the Haotian divine court. In gratitude for Zhou Heng's assistance, the Haotian emperor voluntarily split the authority of relief from suffering and bestowed it upon Zhou Heng to complete himself. Facing the gratitude from Haotian, Zhou Heng accepted calmly, understanding that all goodwill deserves reciprocity, otherwise there would be no foundation for cooperation between their worlds. Seeing the relief from suffering Celestial Lord accept the reward, the Haotian Emperor felt much more at ease. His fairness would not demand others to offer selflessly, nor would he ask one world to contribute selflessly for him. If later in battle the opposing world expended too much, Haotian would offer other authorities as compensation. As long as his world could survive, the split authority would eventually be nurtured again. This does not mean that Haotian was excessively benevolent, rather he knew this was their war. From start to finish it was they who sought the alliance, not the radiant god seeking them. When Haotian, the source of authority, relinquished control over relief from suffering, Zhou Heng's relief authority was fully grasped by him from the root. Now his relief authority truly belonged to him. However, Zhou Heng did not abandon the idea of using the relief authority to protect the land of Yozhou, as relief had already sheltered the people there and could not give up midway, letting countless lives sink back into suffering. Otherwise relief would become destruction, which not only contradicts Zhou Heng's conscience but also contravenes the duty of the relief authority. Emperor, I have a connection with this realm. Please allow me to reorganize the human path of this realm, fulfilling my wish and not failing my humanity. Good Celestial Lord, please proceed. I have caused the situation in the mortal realm to worsen after leading the gods into battle. It is indeed our fault that all things have endured disaster. It is truly a blessing for the people and us gods that the Celestial Lord is willing to help me reorganize the human path. During this time you can spread your teachings and establish beacons of doctrine so that your journey in the mortal realm is not in vain. Thank you for your understanding, Emperor. My dynasty only gathers the prosperous without the blessings of the deities, for it gathers because of people's aspirations and disperses due to their aversions. Prosperity and decline are natural cycles that will eventually become a page in history. Great benevolence, Celestial Lord, you are magnanimous. As Haotian quietly agreed and Zhou Heng determined the Zhou family was about to step onto the historical stage. The Zhou clan would flourish due to Zhou Heng's arrival and become independent due to his departure, ultimately writing their history with their own will. During this time there would be benevolent kings and foolish rulers, but the underworld would give them a fair judgment. They would bear their own glory and also their own culpability. During the rule of the Haotian divine court, a clear division between humans and gods was upheld, meaning cultivators, deities and earth spirits would not directly interfere in mortals' affairs, leading to most mortals being unaware of the extraordinary nature of their world. Zhou Heng intended to do the same. He would diligently fulfill his life and would not shine his divine radiance over the Zhou clan indefinitely. He would respect the natural evolution of civilization rather than stifle the paths for its innovation, otherwise Haotian would not allow him to rule the mortal realm with selfishness for long. After bidding farewell to the Haotian Emperor, Zhou Heng will return to his mortal self. He left the manifested relief dragon god and the three radiant gods on the battlefield beyond the realm. Zhou Heng left the relief dragon god behind because relief was ultimately an authority birthed from the Haotian world, and in this war to protect the world it indeed should exert its strength. At the time of the easy transitions of offense and defense on the battlefield beyond the realm, a significant event also occurred in the Tai-Star world. As the Tai-Star deities sensed the crisis, they initiated full-scale war, and the long-anticipated Demon God Clash game finally entered public testing. With the previous hype and gameplay videos released by the beta players just after its public launch, millions of players created characters and logged into the game. That day has finally come. I will immediately initiate team expansion along with all companies belonging to the Temple of the Abyss to influence more players in a short time. At the headquarters of Rongqi Technology, Li Haibai and Du Yingyan watched the overwhelming public testing announcements across various online platforms, realizing that the war belonging to the Tai-Star humans was about to begin. Haibai, you must return to the Temple of the Abyss immediately and inform the Earth Spirit lineage of our latest intelligence so they can prepare for countermeasures. Understood, General Du. I will leave the rest to your efforts. As Li Haibai was about to return to report news to the Temple of the Abyss, countless shadows suddenly appeared in the previously clear sky. He immediately ran to the window to look down, noticing that the pedestrians on the street remained unaffected. What is happening? Why are they making such a big move? The game's public testing could still be termed a normal invasion, but the world being shrouded by countless shadows seems quite strange. Could a new round of civilization harvesting be about to begin? Li Haibai raised his head in confusion and fear, carefully observing the shadows that enveloped the world. He discovered that the shadows were massive tentacles chaotically extending and wrapping around the world as if they intended to completely encase Tai-Star. We found hope, but it seems there is no time to nurture the seeds of hope. Let's go, Haibai, don't come back easily in the future. Their movements grew more intense, and it seemed that the day would soon arrive when they would completely tear off their disguise, harvesting the world as recorded in the myth of the Celestial Ladder. General Du, after we conclude the team expansion meeting, let's leave together. This place is no longer safe. Li Haibai did not know when those tentacles wrapping the world would strike, but he understood that in the face of divine might, they mere mortals who wielded a fraction of divine power would have no chance to react. I want leave. The company may not operate according to my will if I go and my family is still here. Hi bye, we are different. You are a wandering soul while I am a bound earth spirit. There are too many things here that I cannot part with. I was born a human, ultimately not a god. I cannot bear the responsibilities of the deities to engage in reckless struggles. Let me act as a human doing what a person should do. Can a human become a god? This question left Li Haibai himself without an answer. Although he wielded some divine authority, he always regarded himself merely as a priest. He was using divine power with a mortal body. He understood that those powers came from a higher grant and he lacked the mindset or rather the divinity to bear such powers. They were ultimately borrowed and would never belong to him. When Li Haibai provided suggestions for restrictions to Ma Jigang, the first recipient of the Taixing seal, it was also with this consideration. He did not believe that Ma Jigang would truly become a god. On the contrary, he thought that without restrictions Ma Jigang, after tasting the flavor of absolute power, would most likely become a tyrant with empty strength. Later, when the Earth Spirit lineage appeared in the Divine Palace Cave and began special training for Ma Jigang, he believed that Ma Jigang was the most likely individual among all Taixing seal recipients to ascend from human to god. But now he knew he was wrong. He had witnessed Du Yingyang transform from a businessman who could not accept the truth into a fighter unafraid of the harvest of the evil gods. He had seen Du Yingyang go from initial fear, even developing psychological issues, to now facing the countless twisted shadows that cloaked the sky with calm. He realized that although Du Yingyang spoke of doing what a person should do, his behavioral logic had gradually shifted towards that of a deity. At this moment he understood that human nature could be sublimated into divinity. Du Yingyang seemed to reject the responsibilities of a deity, yet he was fulfilling the duties of a god through his actions. Du Yingyang, do you know? You truly resemble a god now. Is that so? Then I'll take it seriously. After I finish what a person should do, I will pursue the path to becoming a god. Let's go, Lao Du. We must survive. Living is our hope. Moreover, without you, the clever people you've recruited into the council might exhaust all their efforts for personal gain. Of course, since I've recruited them, I won't neglect them. Now is the time for them to contribute, and I will ensure they fulfill their obligations as humans and the responsibilities of the gods. Li Haibai left, having unraveled some confusions while adding new ones. However, he knew that as long as one of these Taixing seal recipients became a true god, all his doubts would be resolved. With Du Yingyang's coordination, those seal recipients who originally planned to abandon the Taixing world had to contribute to the public test of gods and ghosts clash. However, Du Yingyang did not force them to remain in the Taixing world but offered them two choices: to stay or to pay a penalty. Most seal recipients chose to pay a penalty, thus almost all players belonging to multiple companies fell under Du Yingyang's control. Moreover, he did not have to expend financial resources to support those increasingly large player teams, as the seal recipients transferred most of their assets to Du Yingyang's foundation before leaving Taixing. Though those who fled at a critical moment were despicable, their departure allowed Du Yingyang to completely control the player team collective. With ample financial support, the scale of the player teams continued to expand, leading to widespread complaints from casual players that the rise of team organizations harmed the game's fairness and diminished their playing experience. Du Yingyang did not care about this feedback. He was more than eager to commercialize gods and ghosts clash further, and if he could open a recharge channel, that would be even better. In that case, he would make the uncontrolled players understand that there was no such thing as a gaming experience in gods and ghosts clash. While Du Yingyang busied himself manipulating the player group, Li Haibai also informed the Earth Spirit lineage of the latest changes in Taixing. However, to his surprise, the Earth Spirit lineage did not seem very shocked by this news, as if they had already sensed the changes occurring in Taixing. Lord Judge, did you acquire knowledge of our world's changes through other channels? Not at all, Mr. Li. Let me share some good news. The controller of your divine system, our ally, has sent his subordinate gods into our world. The Emperor Haotian has transmitted news through an unknown channel. The situation on the outer battlefield has reversed, shifting from disadvantage to advantage for us. If all goes well, we are now the attackers while the evil gods are on the defense. By the way, the Emperor also mentioned that due to the shift in offense and defense, the evil gods may drag your world closer to ours, initiating a full-scale war between the two worlds. In the Divine Palace Cave, the literary judge of the Earth Spirit lineage paused to allow Li Haibai to digest the news he had just relayed. Lord Judge, do you mean that the distorted tentacles of our world are dragging it to move, and the game's public test is a product of the full-scale war? Indeed, the invading evil gods, now at a disadvantage, will use all means to promote the progression of the war. Has it truly come to this? Our world's player population is likely to grow, and the number of players descending from the Dichi world will probably increase. Once the number exceeds a certain threshold, we will lose influence over the player group. If the Earth Spirit gods attempt to manage them forcibly, they will inevitably lean toward the side of the demons. Li Haibai truly did not want the humans of Taixing to disrupt the internal order of the De Qi world. They had found hope here only for their compatriots to extinguish that hope. He knew that with the accumulation of grievances, even if the earth spirit gods wanted to help the humans of Taixing, it would be difficult to avoid some resentment. When the negative consequences caused by the players became too great, the two sides might even head toward a split. Now things were different than before. With the addition of powerful allies, the value of the humans of Taixing was gradually diminishing. The earth spirit lineage, being gods of human descent, would also shift their stance in accordance with the will of their internal citizens. Mr. Li need not worry, there are already constraints on the existence of players. We will not push them into opposition. They do not pose any real threat to us, but they can still harm our citizens. Therefore we invite allies to constrain them, while we of the earth spirit lineage will eliminate the chaotic demons. Can I meet the deity who constrains the player group? Of course, speaking of which, you are the true colleagues, you should indeed meet him. Under the introduction of the literary judge, Li Haibai arrived at the residence of the god of crows Austin and the demigod Angel Legion. So, our true colleagues are angels. Recipient, it's a pleasure to meet you. May the light of hope always accompany you. It's a pleasure to meet you too, holy angel. Where do you come from? Does our emperor intend to cast his gaze upon Taixing? Li Haibai had seen numerous statues of angels while in Taixing, but he knew those angels were merely embodiments of the twisted warriors of the evil gods. Now he finally saw a true angel. He could sense the gentle and pure radiance emanating from them, stirring an instinctive yearning within him. Certainly my lord will respond to the call of all who crave redemption. The reason he has not directed much power toward your world is simply that there are not many who seek redemption in your world. As for me, I hail from the world of light. You may also refer to it as Zhong Ling Qi Fei Tian. The world of light and this Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian both belong to one of the six heavens of Luofeng. Indeed, as you said, the humanity of our world still lives in a dream. They find it difficult to awaken. A dream, you say? Dispelling the fog and illuminating the truth is exactly my forte. The Great Qi boasts 24 provinces and a population of approximately 250 million. In an era lacking extraordinary powers to directly govern the mortal realm, the scale of the Great Qi Empire has become somewhat unwieldy. Yet this large empire in the mortal realm has only a population of 250 million, making its population density far inferior to that of the Tai-Star's humanity. Fortunately, the tens of millions of players from Tai-Star were violently cast into various locations in the mortal realm by the evil god rather than being concentrated within the borders of Great Qi. Otherwise, as more and more players emerged, they would have been fully capable of diluting the population structure of Great Qi, even altering its civilization. Currently there are approximately 1 million players introduced into Great Qi, a scale that qualifies them to become the most powerful lordly forces within its territory. Fortunately, the ideological differences among players make it difficult for them to unite as a whole, otherwise the Earth deity would have to intervene to cleanse this massive humanoid group. If it came to that, the common people within Great Qi would also feel threatened, as they would be unable to distinguish between players and ordinary citizens. At this time, Duing Yang, who was located in Tai-Star, also began to take action, methodically expanding his player squad while shifting the recruitment focus towards players scattered across Great Qi. Among them, the players in Yuzhou became his top priority. The players from Tai-Star only believed that various squads intended to expand their power, quickly unifying the Yuzhou region and ushering in an era of full-scale competition. But only Duing Yang understood that he was showcasing the value of Tai-Star's humanity. After Li Haibai conveyed his experiences from the Divine Temple's cave, he too realized that Tai-Star's humanity was losing its value. The deployment of reinforcements from the bright world Zhong Ling Qi Fei Tian is undoubtedly good news for the world of Great Qi, but it also caused the Tai-Star Divine faction to lose its value in conducting operations behind enemy lines. After careful discussion, Duing Yang planned to demonstrate the value of Tai-Star's humanity from other angles, with the Earth deity in Yuzhou and the city god of Yuyang being his best target candidates. Since the Earth deity of Yuzhou had shown a clear stance, Duing Yang intended for his player squad to become an important component of their earthly power. He understood that the angels from Zhong Ling Qi Fei Tian and those bound by the seal of Tai-Star belonged to the same supreme control, creating a natural foundation for cooperation between them. As long as he could demonstrate the new value of Tai-Star's humanity to the Earth deity in the Divine Temple's cave, then Tai-Star's humanity would still qualify to exist as allies rather than simply waiting as disaster-stricken victims. Though both parties seemed to require help, the differences in their discourse power were significant. Whether their needs and concerns could be heard would likely directly affect the fate of Tai-Star's humanity. Therefore, Duing Yang decisively showcased his financial prowess to players both within Great Qi and those in Yuzhou. Although players spoke of fair games and free competition, their bodies were quite honest. When faced with spiritual joy and ample material wealth, they decisively chose the substance that could fill their stomachs. Under such circumstances, the player group in Yuzhou was quickly absorbed by the various squads controlled by Du Yang, ultimately forming a player legion of over 30,000. Hefian, this legion is entrusted to you. I believe you understand what you should do, having entered the Divine Temple before. Rest assured, I will ensure that the Rongqi Legion becomes the most loyal and important military component in Yuzhou, and we will prove our value through battle after battle. Since Li Haibai needed to remain in the Divine Temple Cave as a diplomatic liaison to connect the angelic forces with the earth deity of Yuzhou. Thus Du Yang introduced Hefian, the former captain of the Rongqi squad, into the Tai Star Divine faction. He knew how obsessed this young man was with the world of games. Such a person's spirit was undoubtedly empty. Fortunately, an empty spirit could be filled with the truths of the world, and he would shine with light and value in the world he was obsessed with. Hefian, remember what you said. You are no longer merely a player in a game, but a general of Tai Star's humanity. You will fulfill your duties as an ally. Please do not disappoint our allies, and even more so, do not let Tai Star's humanity down. Also remember our core demand: we do not need to fight for much benefit in Great Qi. We aim to elevate the Yuzhou Earth deity's Yuyang army to the throne. This is the best way for us mere mortals to showcase our value for this core interest. All other benefits can be sacrificed. I understand this is not a game but our war, and there can be no failures, nor will there be. Hefian's empty spirit was filled with the truths of the world as he entered the gods and demons competition game with passionate fervor. There awaits a legion for him, the only one that Tai Star can currently present. This legion has been forged into a weapon through vast wealth, and he will take this weapon to fight for hope in the future. The self-rescuer ignites light in darkness and seeks hope in despair. I have felt your call. Zhou Heng sensed all of this through the divine seal. He felt the call for redemption from them. When these Tai Star individuals began to save themselves, their call also stirred Zhou Heng's redemption authority. Too few are the calls for redemption. My authority of redemption is difficult to be summoned down by such a minuscule call. If all of Tai Star's humanity understood the truth of the world, their calls would surely be able to draw Zhou Heng's redemption authority down into the world. However, as they witnessed the visage of the evil god and come to understand the truth of the world, they might also be twisted and assimilated or even harvested in an instant. Because Tai Star's humanity lacks the protection of the divine seal, they can only face the evil god's distortions with their own will. Thus Zhou Heng cannot utilize his power to reveal the truth of the world to Tai Star's humanity. After all, living peacefully in falsehood is far better than facing the painful death that comes from confronting the harsh reality. If the premise for redemption's arrival is a distorted death, then Zhou Heng would prefer to choose not to descend. He does not need his redemption to be pure, but rather to be guided by relief from suffering and hope. While observing the situation in Tai Star, the governor of Yuyang Shenyan entered his study and stood quietly to the side after bowing in greeting. Lord Shen, both you and General Pang are my friends. There is no need for excessive formality between us. If you have something to tell me, please speak plainly. Courtesy must not be abandoned before the Yuyang army enters. Liaodong the general regards me as a friend, and I gladly enjoy the general's camaraderie. However, after the Yuyang army enters Liaodong, my relationship with the general publicly will no longer be that of colleagues. At that time, as someone close to the general, I must exemplify maintaining the general's dignity. In truth, everyone in the Yuyang army knows that once they enter Liaodong there will be no turning back, otherwise the soldiers' sacrifices would lack justification, and they certainly do not expect the meager rewards from the court that are subject to numerous deductions. The unifying consciousness among them is that the people of Yuzhou have the right to choose what kind of nation they live in, and occupying Liaodong is the starting point for them to build their nation. Lord Shen's words are reasonable, then Hong will not decline. Please speak directly about your purpose for coming. General, he Samar from the Rongqi camp requests to fight. He says that his 30,000 compatriots are rushing from various places in Yuzhou to Yuyang, and he asks for the general's permission to fight for Yuyang. Good, hold my command and instruct him to lead his troops into Liaodong to assist in battle. Since they wish to showcase their value, how could I possibly obstruct them? Players who descended into the domain of Yuzhou are undoubtedly fortunate. Not only have they secured a stable job from Du Yang, but they also no longer have to face the capricious demon lords and the angelic legions ready to rain down judgment. To regulate the actions of the influx of players, the god of crows evenly distributed his angelic legions across the 24 provinces of Diqi. This resulted in over 130 semi-divine angels stationed in the skies above the provinces of Diqi. Each province of Diqi is composed of roughly a dozen counties, and each county has about 10 districts, ensuring that every district is patrolled by an angel. Such a scale of judgment network is naturally not comparable to the heavenly net of the Haotian divine court, but it is sufficient to restrain the limited number of players. Under the diligent patrols of the angelic legions, many players who had just entered the game not long ago faced the judgment of death. What is going on? Wasn't the freedom quite high during the game's closed beta? Why are there so many rules once it goes public? I was just looking for a village to grind monsters and level up. How did I get instantly killed by a light arrow from the sky, and to top it off I received a radiant mark indicating that I was locked on by the judges? Who isn't? I planned to use physical means to gather my first wealth, and just when I entered a family to collect combat rewards I suddenly died. Upon opening the system panel I realized I was locked on by the radiant mark. Are those two upstairs idiots? The intelligence department of the Rongqi battle team released a social survey report stating clearly that Diqi is in a mature feudal society with a population of about 2 to 300 million. Without the supervision of the judges, if you continue to act recklessly, it won't take a year before there are no people left in Diqi, and how would the game operate then? Players killed by angels for their misdeeds while waiting to respawn rushed into the Gods and Demons battle game forum to vent their frustrations. However, under the guidance of Du Yingyang's public opinion team, most players still accepted the reality of needing to abide by the rules. After all, what players seek is a real game world. If NPCs can respawn at any time and are no longer unique, then Gods and Demons battle would lose its greatest charm. However, players are ultimately a complex group, and many find joy in trampling on rules, hoping to showcase their uniqueness. Eddie, did you bring them? I told them we needed to build a wooden house, and they were initially quite alert. If it weren't for the high reward I offered, they probably wouldn't have come. Look, they not only brought 8 craftsmen but also 3 hunters armed with bows. It's good that they came. Next we will offer them to the Lord. If the judges don't intervene, we will have a game loophole to exploit. If the judges do manage things, it will be just right to let our Lord take the blame. Perhaps we can even use the judges' power to farm bosses. Yes, such loopholes will definitely be fixed later. We'll gather our first pot of gold this way and then report the loopholes we find to the gaming company. At that time, not only will we not be banned, but the gaming company will also reward us. The two youths excitedly exchanged their discoveries of game loopholes. In their eyes, those poorly dressed farmers were merely experimental subjects for their amusement. Eddie Harlan, you can't do this. The Lord teaches us to respect every life. No, Abel, have you gone silly from your studies at the Divine Academy? This is just a game. Do we really have to follow the Lord's doctrines while playing? How can we level up then? Although it's a game, we should still adhere to the tenet of not harming the innocent. Eddie and Harlan exchanged glances, deciding to ignore Abel the fool. Eddie took out money to have the craftsman build the wooden house on the spot, while Harlan contacted teammates left behind in the territory to summon the Lord to enjoy the blood offerings they provided. However, to their surprise, along with the arrival of the Great Serpent Lord, there was also a well-equipped squad of angels. With their holy wings, majestic forms, and the radiant swords in the angels' hands, they all conveyed to them that these were the angels they revered. So the judges are angels. Lord, I worship your holiness, sing praises for your life. You nurture all lives, and all lives ultimately return to you. The devoutly praying Abel evaded the judgment of the angels, only to look up again and find his teammates already judged by the arrows of light, while their Great Serpent Lord was being besieged by the holy angels. Holy angels, they are just playing a game. Why are you judging them? Seeing that the Great Serpent Lord had been suppressed, the angel captain nodded to Bartley, the night watchman who had once been drawn into a dream by Zhou Heng. Bartley, receiving the signal, stepped away from the battlefield and descended before Abel. Abel, just now you persuaded your companions to abandon their evil ways. Why do you now think our judgment is excessive? Holy angels, they indeed should be judged for preparing to commit evil, but they are just playing a game. In reality, they are good people. They should not be judged. Abel, if you are a true believer, you should know that all evil arises from the heart. To see the light, you must always guard your true self. Moreover, this is not just a game. Look at those common folk, aren't they living, breathing lives? Abel followed the angel's guidance and saw the common folk watching the Great Serpent Lord in fear, continuously kneeling and thanking the angels for their rescue. He could see the lingering fear on their faces, their scorn for Eddie Harlan and the others, and even the tears of gratitude streaming down. Holy angels, if they are real, then what are we, the real above the real? Abel, what kind of country do you live in? Is there any other country outside your own? The world is the same. Your world is not the only world of life. Under the starry sky there are countless worlds with life. Abel had never thought he would discuss the diversity of worlds with a game character. When he first met the angels, he bore the arrogance of reality. After their conversation, he looked up at the angels with humility, recognizing their respect for his mortal self. Holy angels, if this place exists in the same dimension as our world, then why do you guard these humans while ignoring our prayers as Tai-Shing humans? This is not an easy question to answer, Abel. Excessive pursuit of truth will attract the gaze of the abyss. Please tell me. My ancestors and generations of people wish to bask in your radiance but have never seen your holy wings. Please give us an answer. Even if that answer leads to hell, I am willing to confront the truth. Remember the name Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian. If you wish to evade the truth, you may call upon prayers to enter and take refuge. Go back, return to your reality where all the answers you seek await you. Abel took the pure white feather extended by the angel, and the next moment the feather transformed into a light spot merging into his being. He watched as the angel turned to leave, hesitantly logging out of the game. When he exited the game pod and opened the window to look outside, all his doubts were answered. Holy angels gave me the feather, and only then did I realize I was in hell. Abel is a student at a theological seminary, having engaged in countless discussions with his professors about the doctrine of the Lord of Life. His faith is devout, and he believes that this restless society must be changed. When the holy feather swept across his eyes, it revealed the harsh truth to him. He then concluded that it is the world that needs changing, as only in hell can demons run rampant and goodness ultimately slides into degradation. So it turns out that in this world it is the twisted evil that is indigenous, while order and justice are the outcasts. Abel, what are you saying? Are you criticizing the mindless design of gods and demons clash? Abel's roommate Harlan exited the game pod. He had just vented his frustrations in the gaming forum, yet he still couldn't shake off the gloom within. Harlan, if real pain is dark while illusion is gentle and beautiful, would you choose to live in that place? That's an easy choice. Of course I would choose the gentle and beautiful place. Life is all about feeling, and those feelings come from the feedback of our external environment on our very selves. The Master teaches us to pursue beauty and strive to escape from darkness and pain. Therefore I would choose to live in a gentle and beautiful place. As for real, an illusion that is ultimately determined by your true heart. Indeed, life should actively pursue beauty, but who will bear the burden of the cruel reality that carries such beautiful illusions? Harlan noticed something strange about his roommate, but thinking of Abel's tendency to be enigmatic, he paid it little mind. Abel, I recommend you watch an old movie. The humans there live in a programmatic virtual world. Although everything is illusory, they seem quite happy. Ironically, those who stubbornly seek to escape the program and enter reality must struggle to survive in a wasteland and face the pursuit of mechanical warriors. That indeed relates to my question. I will check out that movie. By the way, does the film offer a better choice? No, but the audience provided many answers. The most interesting one is, how do you know that the reality you pursue is not a deeper level of illusion? So Abel, pursuing those philosophical questions is meaningless. We live in the present and should focus on living well in this world. Is pursuing reality meaningless? Abel does not think so, especially in a world that resembles hell, where exploring the truth represents self-rescue and the quest for redemption. He saw through the window souls being grasped by twisted tentacles that filled the sky. Those tentacles, adorned with mouths, were greedily chewing on the howling souls. To indulge in such illusions and ultimately be devoured by them is the essence of a meaningless life. A person can be humble as an ant but cannot descend to become mere fodder. The howling souls ignited the fire of anger within Abel. Having received an education in systematic theology, he understood that the deities in the ancient time mythology were irritable and ferocious, yet he never expected them to be twisted to such an extent. Now, reflecting on the doctrine of the Lord of Life regarding returning, he realized that they had never concealed the truth, rather it was their fellow human believers who were hiding it. We praise the light, we sing of redemption, may our souls rise to the bright paradise, may our Lord scatter his brilliance among mankind. The final judgment chapter in the Holy Light Scripture turned out to mean this: our Lord is not them, and our redemption signifies the arrival of judgment. After shifting his perspective, Abel discovered that the ancient doctrine concealed many truths. It turns out that they, the descendants, not only beautified the doctrine but also wove their own dreams of descent. Since I have glimpsed the truth, I have the responsibility to dispel the shadows of illusion. Let me become the bearer of the lamp in the fog. When Abel faced the truth and illuminated his true heart, a luminous feather shone from the depths of his soul, and that radiant brilliance continuously fed him various messages. In that moment he seemed to transform into a raven in the darkness, watching as the raven guided the lost from the fog. He sensed the boiling blood beneath the raven's undulating feathers, as well as the rational thought that was as cold as ice. He saw the raven enter the land of dreams and also witnessed the arc of redemption breaking through the fog of despair, spreading the light of hope. Under the illumination of redemption and the light of hope, the raven shed its terrifying bird head and writhing feathers, transforming into a radiant angel, becoming a warrior of hope. So it turns out that the feather he bestowed upon me is the light of hope, and he uses his experiences to guide me. When Abel opened his eyes again, he found that his soul had grown pure white wings. In this twisted and terrifying world, he had become the apostle of the angel of hope. At this moment he sensed that deep within his spirit he was connected to a world of light, the birthplace of angels and the realm of redemption. Hey Abel, I found that old movie. Do you want to watch it? The comments on this film will surely answer your doubts. No need, I have already found the answer. Thank you for your help, my friend. May hope be with you. Alright, but I must correct you. You should say may life return to the Lord, or else the professor will surely think you lack devotion. My devotion is beyond doubt, my friend. Do you not think that the light of hope is more worthy of anticipation than the return of life? Come, let me introduce you to my new idea. Our relentless study of the doctrine has no future. Why not establish our own sect and be promoted directly to bishops? As Abel began to spread his thoughts and prepare to select qualified night watchmen, Zhou Heng's Yuyang army also entered the heart of Liaodong. Teguj Khan, those Yuyang troops protected by the deities have entered our territory. Spies report that behind these 20,000 Yuyang soldiers there follows a militia of 30,000 player legion. How could the two Yuyang legions converge so quickly? I remember there was a considerable time gap between their deployments. Indeed, but those militia march with such madness, transforming into small squads of 100 running forward like a pack of wolves. Great Khan, the Yuyang army is ferocious. Just the 20,000 regular troops protected by the deities are already difficult to deal with, not to mention the additional 30,000 militia. Do you think we should use the crimson blood pill granted by the Holy Monarch to crush the Yuyang army's living forces in one fell swoop? The high priest Borjua took out a crimson pill from his bosom, a gift from a certain demon lord through the black water demon domain, and their confidence against the Yuyang army. Not yet. This crimson blood pill, to conceal its extraordinary essence, can only enhance soldiers at the cost of their lifespan. Ultimately, it is too harmful and not conducive to prolonged warfare. As for the 30,000 militia following the Yuyang army, it is not bad news but rather good news. Their long march has surely exhausted them, and coupled with their organization and equipment being far inferior to the regular army, they are our best breakthrough point. The Council of the Black Water Mole was held in the Liaodong region. For Zhou Heng, who held the authority of the Bitter Sea Yojo, it was as if they were conspiring loudly in his ears. Crimson Blood Pill and that so-called Holy Monarch, let me see who was lurking in the shadows. Zhou Heng had a persistent doubt in his heart, which was the existence of the surrender faction within the Haotian world. Under normal circumstances, these surrender factions must have received some sort of promised benefit, which is why they would be willing to act as guides. But the problem arises here: who is qualified to negotiate with the invading evil gods, and who can guarantee that after the invading evil gods are defeated they will not be devoured as well? It is important to understand that whether it is negotiation or surrender, strength is required as a guarantee, otherwise one could easily be completely consumed by others. However, the various cultivation forces active within the Haotian world do not have the qualification to negotiate with the invading evil gods, nor would the chaotic demons be foolish enough to trust the promises of unknown invaders. With many questions in mind, Zhou Heng's will descended upon the headquarters of the Heishui Mo in Dongyan City, where he intended to examine the blood-red pill bestowed by the so-called Holy Monarch and trace the identity of the Holy Monarch. At night, the jade box containing the crimson pill opened automatically, with the omnipresent water elemental force supporting the pill, causing it to rotate in midair. Let me see your essence and who has refined you. Zhou Heng directed his high-dimensional vision towards the crimson pill, and in that instant he saw countless manifestations of anger. The pill was not a normal elixir but rather the embodiment of anger. No wonder it can conceal the extraordinary essence to enhance soldiers. It is meant to ignite the fire of anger within the soldiers' hearts, driving their potential through the boiling fury and culminating in an explosive release at a certain moment. In Zhou Heng's view, the crimson pill resembled an emotional secret technique rather than a mere pill. Following the thread of anger downward, he discovered that this anger originated from different hearts. The intricate and diverse anger had a special connection among them, and through those connections Zhou Heng glimpsed the shadow of the world's origin. The 7 emotions heart monarch and the 6 desires body demon so you stem from Haotian's impartiality and the loophole of being unfeeling and selfless. Haotian's impartiality is good for all beings, and it is also the reason for his unwavering status, but it is not without flaws. Haotian controls the world's origin, and his impartiality allows all beings to share a piece of the world, leading all things to unify under Haotian while dispersing into all beings. Yet Haotian is also an unfeeling and selfless existence, thus the cycles of all things are orderly, but their emotions have nowhere to belong. In this low-dimensional world dominated by information clusters, the emotions capable of producing information are crucial, especially in the Haotian world where all beings share a piece of the world. Hence the non-directional emotions and the extremely similar joys, anger, worries, thoughts, sorrows, fears and shocks began to proliferate in the Haotian world. Originally they were 7 independent entities, but later, because of their singular and extreme emotions, they committed many wrongdoings. Since they originated from human hearts and could not be completely eradicated, the Haotian emperor sealed and suppressed them collectively. During the process of suppression, they proactively fused into one to escape the seal, attempting to resist the heavenly will with human hearts. But this fusion led to major issues, as they suddenly realized that they had become a presence that occupied the second proportion of the world's origin. In other words, Haotian represents the will of the world, while the fused 7 emotions closely align with the will of all beings. Thus this emotion demon in the eyes of the gods leaped to become a sub-monarch of heaven and earth. Due to the extreme emotions of the seven emotions heart monarch, they became more like a mutable person. Hence, after becoming a prince from a rebel, their stance underwent a tremendous change. They transformed from originally hating Haotian to a mix of reverence and fear towards Haotian, admiring him like a child while yearning to seize control of the world from his hands. Like a prince of the mortal dynasty, they are filled with contradictions. They love all beings yet ignore them, understand Haotian's grandeur and immortality yet do not wish to remain the prince for countless eras. Their humanity far exceeds their divinity. When the invading evil gods arrived, they immediately contacted the other party, resembling those princes who forced their fathers to abdicate with external power. Their humanity far exceeds their divinity. When the invading evil gods arrived, they immediately contacted the other party, resembling those princes who forced their fathers to abdicate with external power. Visual. They contacted external enemies while suppressing internal chaos within the world, which is why it is no surprise that the twisted evil gods would cooperate with them. Both sides indeed had a basis for collaboration. Fortunately, the Haotian Emperor, who is in the battlefield outside the realm, has yet to learn about the existence of the seven emotions heart monarch. Otherwise, his impartiality would make this contradictory consciousness of beings understand the weight of the world. Zhou Heng could even see from the crimson pill that the seven emotions heart monarch was both stirring up chaos in Yun and Liang provinces while simultaneously crushing the unruly demons, slaughtering the populace. As for this mentally troubled individual, Zhou Heng did not even know what to say. You could say they are right, yet they are more evil than anyone. You could say they are wicked, yet they silently protect the order of the mortal realm. However, just based on their contact with external enemies, their destruction of this world far exceeds their contributions. Not to mention that this individual, when going mad, also used the seven emotions to pry into the desires of all beings, intending to unify the seven emotions and the six desires into a singular existence to rival Haotian. But the power of the six desires exceeded their imagination. After all, even they have desires apart from Haotian Emperor, which caused the six desires to slip from their control and become demonic thoughts scattered among all beings. Compared to the contradictory seven emotions heart monarch, the six desires body demon is undoubtedly a pure villain. After all, they are beneath the Haotian Emperor and the seven emotions heart monarch, lacking even the qualification to inherit the world. Thus the six desires body demon decisively allied with the invading evil gods, as this twisted desire aligns perfectly with those twisted evil gods, and as soon as both sides made contact they began a close collaboration. I wondered how the invading evil gods deployed their player base. It turns out those players are the embodiments of the desires of the six desires body demon. The desire to see, hear, smell, taste, touch and think, the six desires congealed and manifested, allowing those players to experience it as if they were truly in this realm. In this way, the death of players will not deplete the energy of Tai Shing, because the desires originating from the six desires body demon cannot be killed, they only differ in aggregation and dispersion. The six desires body demon also relied on this characteristic, dispersing within the bodies of all beings to evade the pursuit of the madman, the seven emotions heart monarch. After uncovering the behind-the-scenes masterminds manipulating the turmoil in the Haotian world, Zhou Heng felt a headache, as these two individuals were truly difficult to deal with. The best way to deal with them would be to assimilate the beings of the Haotian world, but Haotian would never agree to this. After all, the shares occupied by the beings of the world originate from Haotian, and once the beings are assimilated, the world that Haotian protects will cease to exist. Forget the six desires body demon, let's meet the seven emotions heart monarch. Although they are a sick individual, they at least can communicate. Zhou Heng prepared to reshape the mortal realm, intending to unite with Haotian to defeat the invaders, thus requiring the resolution of the rebel prince and desire traitor lurking within heaven and earth. When Zhou Heng descended into the underworld with the authority of Sea of Suffering, the lords of the underworld sensed the arrival of the part of the dragon god, which included the Lord Seaway, who was coordinating the battle. What brings the dragon god here? Is there something we can assist you with? Lord Seaway, please inform the seven emotions heart monarch that Haotian's ally has matters to discuss with them. Alright, let me switch personas to converse with you. Seven emotions greets uncle, not knowing what matters you wish to discuss with me. The lord of the Seaway Manor, who was once a dignified and sacred deity, now cautiously and respectfully referred to himself as a junior. You flatter me, my lord. We can simply address each other as fellow Taoists, there is no need to emphasize the distinction of age. Etiquette should not be discarded. The emperor is my father and you are an ally of the emperor, so it is only natural for us to interact as equals. Thus seven emotions should treat you with the respect due to a relative. Do not say that. It is better if we each speak our minds. If you insist on your views, perhaps it would be better to change personalities and converse with me. Otherwise, if you serve me as a junior, I would find it difficult to express certain suggestions directly to you. If it troubles you, then seven emotions will not insist any longer. However, the matter of switching personalities cannot be complied with. It is not that seven emotions intends to slight you. Rather, the current personality of seven emotions is already the most stable one. If I were to meet you with another personality, it might lead to hostility. Facing the exceedingly respectful seven emotions, Zhou Heng could not discern any madness in him. He should not be the source of turmoil. However, recalling that this only represented one of his personalities and that he possessed 6 other differing perspectives, Zhou Heng felt a sense of relief. In Zhou Heng's view, the thinking of the Lord of Seven Emotions was not only self-contradictory but also exhibited an incredibly flexible moral stance. Behind his respectful demeanor there might lurk a personality ready to turn against Zhou Heng. Fellow Daoist Seven Emotions, since you regard Haotian as your father, why do you contradict yourself by betraying your sovereign? Why would you say such a thing? My Seven Emotions personality has been personified as the Lord of Destiny, leading the deities to follow my father into battle. My Seven Emotions of Sorrow personality has embodied the Lord of Seaway, commanding the deities to suppress the rebellion in the underworld. How could I betray my father? I have merit in the eyes of heaven and earth. Do you know that there are 12 lords in the underworld, among which the highest ranking are the Lords of Destiny, Fortune, Danger and Deception, 2 of whom I serve simultaneously? I fend off external enemies and suppress internal rebellions, which shows my concern for heaven and earth, and I am fulfilling the responsibilities of a sublord. Zhou Heng had originally thought that Seven Emotions would reveal his aspirations, but he did not expect Seven Emotions to recount his achievements instead. At first glance, what Seven Emotions said seemed reasonable. However, if he truly aimed to uphold Haotian's rule, why would he secretly assimilate 2 powerful lords of the underworld? Fellow Daoist Seven Emotions, I have some understanding of your situation. Although you claim to maintain world order, are not the rebellious ghost kings and the troublesome demons a result of your actions? Your words are misguided. The instigators of the rebellion are indeed driven by Seven Emotions' fears, but those rebels have long harbored discontent. They are the origin of the turmoil. Since my father is magnanimous enough to tolerate them, I cannot. It is better to use this opportunity to draw them out and eliminate them in one fell swoop so as to stabilize the order of heaven and earth further. The peculiar way of thinking of the Lord of Seven Emotions was not only unfriendly to the deities but also unfriendly to the rebels. The deities could not quell the rebellion because their leader was a rebel. The rebels could not completely disturb the order because their leader was an enforcer. This internal war of order in the world had turned into a confrontation of damaged order and undying order due to the constant shifts in the will of the Lord of Seven Emotions. Yet in this confrontation many lives faced death every day, and many commoners suffered the loss of their families due to the turmoil in order. When the instigator and the enforcer are the same person, how can the beings of heaven and earth not suffer until he reaches a self-reconciliation? Fellow Daoist Seven Emotions, since you wish to bring a more stable order to heaven and earth, why then invite external enemies to invade? It cannot be just for the sake of stabilizing order, better can it? So you already know, and there is no harm in saying it. The 7 personalities of joy, anger, sorrow, thought, grief, fear and shock collectively form my consciousness. I sorrow over the destruction of the world. I fear my father's reckoning. I grieve for the suffering of all beings. I rejoice in the prosperity of all things. Yet I also worry that if the invaders succeed, everything in the world will perish. Thus I wish to cooperate with the invaders to leave a shred of life for all things. At first Zhou Heng found Seven Emotions' circular logic unreasonable, and upon further reflection it seemed even more. Indeed, this contradictory consciousness of multiple personalities was the source of turmoil. Even if the world order were stable, he would find reasons to subvert it. The sorrow in my heart connects to all things in the world. I am filled with profound grief every day. This grief ignites my anger, and the same applies to my worries, thoughts and fears. I can only feel a moment of joy through revenge. Fellow Daoist Seven Emotions, your fears are incited by the external world, but now the battlefield outside has swapped advantages. You need not be alarmed any longer. As for your worries regarding the Emperor's reckoning, that is entirely unnecessary. Regardless, the Emperor will talk to you after his return. The more you do now, the greater the anxieties you will create. As for the grief within your heart which incites vengeful fury, I have a way to resolve this. Fellow Daoist Seven Emotions, you may know that I possess the authority of relief from suffering. You may transfer your sorrowful thoughts to me, allowing me to bear your grief and thus purify your thoughts. Zhou Heng knew that to resolve the internal turmoil of heaven and earth it was necessary to address the Lord of Seven Emotions and the 6 Desires demon. To deal with the 6 Desires demon hidden within the bodies of sentient beings, the best approach was to have the Lord of Seven Emotions, who shared similar characteristics, restrain it. Thus Zhou Heng was willing to draw in the self-contradictory yet somewhat communicative Lord of Seven Emotions, and he was willing to bear the grief of all beings for him, thereby limiting his ever-changing thoughts. I treat you with sincerity, so please treat me with sincerity as well. You should know that my current standing is entirely because I am close to the will of sentient beings. In this world where each being has its share of origins, my will is that of the sublord of heaven and earth. If I were to separate from the sorrow of sentient beings, would I not lower my own standing? Have you never considered that the Emperor Haotian is the one who returns to the original source? Your status as a sublord comes from sentient beings, but it also derives from the recognition of the Emperor Haotian.
Surely you do not believe that your current actions can earn the Emperor's recognition.
Fellow Daoist, you have deviated from the path of Haotian and from the will of sentient beings. In addition to 7 emotions, there are also desires among all beings. You are using your extreme emotions to foster the strength of the 6 desires. I believe you know that this is called the desire for survival. The connection between the Lord of 7 emotions and the 6 desires demon is as intimate as the connection between him and the will of sentient beings. Everything he does will influence the 6 desires demon. What do you wish for me to do? Subdue the demon within your heart, completely merge into one and become the will of sentient beings, fighting to protect all beings of heaven and earth. This path conforms to the way of Haotian and is the only road you can traverse, otherwise you can only wait for the Emperor's action against demons. The Lord of 7 emotions understands that Zhou Heng speaks the truth.
After gaining allies from Haotian, he can no longer act recklessly.
If he does not wish to be reckoned by Haotian, the best approach is to eliminate his multiple heart demons and become the true will of sentient beings, contributing to the protection of the world in the upcoming decisive battle.
Alright, I will let you try and see if you can bear the burden of sorrowful heart demons.
Behind the formidable power of the Lord of 7 emotions lies a fractured soul. His seemingly unified consciousness is influenced by 7 emotional inner demons, and the persona burdened by the sorrow of the 7 emotions consents to let Zhou Heng carry the heavy weight of despair. However, the other personas do not agree, and his self-contradictory nature begins to manifest at this moment. On one hand, he desires to completely merge into the true will of all beings, while on the other hand he opposes this merging and wishes to maintain his current status. As for what the future holds, the opinions of his personas vary. From the beginning to the end, his greatest enemy is himself. He is both greedy and kind, sinful yet compassionate. He arises from the emotions of all beings and is also influenced and manipulated by these extreme feelings.
Fellow Daoist, are you ready?
I can hardly contain the other personas any longer, and endless fury is burning my sanity. Good, please guide the sorrowful inner demon to me, fellow Daoist. After receiving Zhou Heng's response, the Lord of 7 emotions, striving to maintain his sanity, immediately transferred his sorrowful consciousness onto Zhou Heng.
In that instant, Zhou Heng felt himself enveloped by boundless sorrow.
The information of that sorrow continuously eroded his will, and under the impact of this sorrowful information, flames of anger attempted to scorch his reason. However, that information could not affect his true will. For Zhou Heng, who possessed a higher dimensional true spirit, it felt as if the information was incessantly telling him, you should feel sorrow, you should be incredibly angry.
How do you feel, fellow Daoist? Can you sense my anger?
By the way, I changed my mind just now. Since you are prepared to bear the sorrowful inner demon, why not carry my anger as well?
You are the persona of the 7 emotions. Anger, it seems that you are not easy to communicate with right now. Indeed, perhaps I can try to keep you here.
If I can reduce the support from my father, causing the war beyond the realm to fall back into a stalemate, I can still reshape this world according to my wishes. Once I unify the 6 desires body demons, perhaps I can substitute human hearts for the heavenly heart.
Fellow Daoist of 7 emotions, indeed you have lost your normal sanity under the scalding anger. Do you know?
Beneath your powerful exterior lies a fractured and contradictory will. Defeating such a you may require some effort, but transforming you is not difficult. The Lord of 7 emotions believed he was hidden within the consciousness of all beings, making him hard to defeat and even less likely to be influenced or transformed by other wills. However, this time he miscalculated. Zhou Heng's authority of salvation and redemption was rapidly assimilating the sorrowful inner demon, prying open the original divinity of the will of all beings from that extreme human emotion. When Zhou Heng ignited the divinity of the sorrowful inner demon with his high-level authority of redemption, the humanity locked by extreme emotions returned, and the sorrowful will simultaneously underwent a transformation.
What have you done?
Why has the sorrow of all beings changed because of you? Upon discovering that his sorrow persona had changed, the Lord of 7 emotions hurriedly detached the sorrowful inner demon and anger information from Zhou Heng's control. But it was too late. In the next moment, an elderly man with a sorrowful expression emerged from the Lord of 7 emotions, respectfully bowing towards Zhou Heng. I have heard the sorrow of all beings and cannot bear the pain. Please, Heavenly Lord, teach me the way to liberate all beings. You can feel the sorrow of all beings and have the ability to rescue them from it. You yourself are the way to liberation. I see that I am not only sorrow but also a liberator. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for guiding me back, otherwise I would still be struggling in the sea of sorrow. Although the sorrow persona of the 7 emotions separated from the Lord of 7 emotions, he did not sever the connection between them. However, his will would no longer serve as fuel for the anger of the 7 emotions. After losing the support of the sorrow of the 7 emotions, the Lord of 7 emotions will, scorched by anger, return to normal.
Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your enlightenment.
After resolving the sorrowful feelings, my consciousness has become much clearer. I will use this as a source to reorganize my will and strive to suppress the other inner demons.
Fellow Daoist of 7 emotions, your inner demons stem from emotions. Suppression is not the best approach.
You should actively seek to rescue the source of painful feelings. Before becoming the will of all beings, you should first become a savior of all beings.
Thank you for your teaching, Heavenly Lord.
Rest assured, I will do my best to restrain the rebellious actions of the 6 desires body demons. After Zhou Heng established a correct goal for the Lord of 7 emotions, the self-contradictory and changeable being finally managed to clarify his thoughts temporarily. Now he reflects on how, in order to be closer to the will of all beings, he actively engaged in creating worries and sorrows, feeling that his past self was chaotic and absurd. He held the second highest status in the world, yet he continuously transformed towards chaotic evil demons, indeed degrading his own future.
Sorrow, to keep your mind clear, do not return to my heart for now. Good, the Lord of 7 emotions is not really a lord but rather a heart demon.
The 7 emotions are not sacred but rather emotional consciousness. Until you have vanquished all inner demons, I will take on the duties of the Lord of Danger. The sorrowful-looking elderly man transformed into the Lord of Danger, preparing to swiftly end the chaos in the underworld and lead the earth spirits to suppress the demons causing turmoil in the human world, thereby alleviating the sorrow of all beings and his own pain. By the way, how did you discover my existence, Heavenly Lord? Has my father already revealed my identity to you, prompting you to guide me onto the right path?
The Emperor did not mention you to me.
I merely analyzed those beings called players and crimson blood pills and discovered your existence along with the 6 desires.
I see. It seems my clumsy actions cannot remain concealed.
Well, before my father returns, I will first understand the evil consequences I have sown, thus it is not in vain for me to call myself the son of my father.
Good.
After Zhou Heng left, the Lord of 7 emotions immediately sought the location of the 6 desires body demons by stirring the emotions of all beings, but he did not succeed. It is not that he could not find them, given the connection between the 7 emotions and the 6 desires, he could not possibly fail to sense their existence. It was just that there were too many of them, so many that traces of the 6 desires body demons existed within the bodies of living beings. Among them, the players group was the most exaggerated, as their bodies were entirely composed of the thoughts of the 6 desires. Fine, you granted them bodies of the 6 desires to wreak havoc across the world, so I will grant them hearts of the 7 emotions, allowing them to merge into the world and become the people of the will of all beings.
Eager to demonstrate, the Lord of 7 emotions did not plan to let the players remain free and chaotic any longer.
He infused extreme emotions into the bodies of the players formed by the thoughts of the 6 desires. The 7 emotions are heart demons, the 6 desires are body demons. When the 7 emotions and 6 desires unite, the barriers faced by the players in this world are swept away. Now they not only lack emotional barriers but also have no communication barriers. The players endowed with the 7 emotions of this realm feel that the world before them has become more real.
The emotional fulfillment they cannot grasp immediately, but they can finally speak.
What a pathetic lord, just wait. Once my teammates find a master adept at slaying demons, I will immediately slay you for the reward.
What did you say? Ah, how can the Lord hear what I said?
Has the game activated the voice interaction system? Confused, the player was swallowed by the demon lord, suddenly realizing that these obedient humanoid mute beings were not as docile as they appeared.
That day many demon lords hurriedly packed their things and fled after sending off their player subjects.
In that moment they truly felt the terror of humanity. Just the thought of such scheming human infiltrators surrounding the demons made them feel that the future of the demons was bleak. These people wouldn't be lurking around us to collect evidence of our crimes, would they? Emperor, you must see through the conspiracy of humanity with your fairness and righteousness. They are using your justice to eliminate us, the other races. A significant portion of human consciousness derives from one's emotions, with the Bodhis feedback serving as the vessel for these emotions. Players endowed with the 6 desires of the body, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch and intention, are thus capable of experiencing most of what the Hautian world has to offer. However, due to their lack of an emotional core in this realm, the feedback from their bodies cannot generate emotions. Yet when the Lord of the 7 emotions bestows upon them a heart full of feelings, everything changes. The integration of bodily feedback and emotions guides them into the information cycle of the Hautian world. At this moment they transform into a unique race, a special breed formed by the fusion of inner demons and physical demons along with their original souls. From an ideological perspective, they undeniably belong to the human race, yet in terms of origin they belong to the demon race.
Regardless of their lineage, they ultimately assimilate into the Hautian world.
From this point on, their bodies and emotions will influence their consciousness, transforming them from chaotic, unanchored entities into ordered lives with a distinct perspective. On the surface it appears that the player's qualities have improved. In essence, it is the wandering, unmoored souls that have found a home. Players with a sense of soul belonging will instinctively cherish this world akin to how they would instinctively care for their own homeland. This is good news for both the Hautian world and the players, yet it also harbors some hidden dangers. The constructs of the player's existence in this realm, the Lord of the Seven Emotions and the Six Desires demons, are not benevolent deities. They are likely to become vessels for the clash between the powers of emotions and desires. At this moment, the players endowed with emotional hearts are communicating in the game forum, unaware that their behaviors are beginning to deviate as they become more appreciative of the game's elements. What's up with the game operator? They opened the voice interaction system without a hint and I got backstabbed by a suspicious lord. Who isn't? After the voice feature was enabled, it became hard for us to conceal ourselves near the lord. Forget it, let's just return to human civilization and truly experience a brand new life. Exactly. You guys finally figured it out. Let me tell you, I've already courted an NPC and started a family. You fools who only know about fighting wouldn't understand the richness of that experience. As Lu Jibo boasted about his achievements in the forum, he tightened his embrace around the charming young lady in his arms. He himself was uncertain about what had come over him. All he knew was that yesterday he had been filled with sudden passion and had accomplished something grand. In that moment he felt that living forever in the game world wasn't so bad, for everything here bore little difference from reality, and the player's ability to resurrect gave him a greater sense of confidence. As Lu Jibo reveled in contentment, his wife raised her hand and shook him gently. Lu Lang, I'm pregnant. Pan Yang, don't say nonsense, we just got married, how could you be pregnant? Lu Jibo's previously joyful mood evaporated in an instant. He felt as though a vibrant hat of responsibility was descending upon him. I'm not joking, the emotional goo told me. Have you forgotten the emotional goo we drank during our marriage? If you don't believe me, ask your goo worm if I'm carrying your child. Lu Jibo, half convinced, opened the game panel produced by the Lord of the Seven Emotions, the Six Desires demons, and the evil god of Taxing. In the identity section he saw the titles of village soldier, husband and father. When he clicked on the father title, a line of ordinary text appeared weighing heavily upon him. Congratulations on your new life, your child is being nurtured. As the first child born between an outsider and a native, the Heavenly Sovereign and the Holy Spirit of the Seven Emotions will provide protection for her. Lu Lang, the goo worm, has spoken to you, right? If you don't believe it, you can inquire in other villages. We have been using goo to foster emotions and predict fate for centuries. No need, Pan Yang, I believe you and the emotional goo. The game system prompted that, as witnessed by the Heavenly Sovereign of this realm, Lu Jibo found no reason to disbelieve. He was unaware of how extraordinary his child protected by the Heavenly Sovereign would become, but the mere thought that his future child could resemble a normal human being like the local NPCs filled him with a sense of foreboding. In such a real world where even life can be nurtured, what difference is there between here and Taxing? Moreover, the terms outsider and native hardly seem like normal designations for players and NPCs. Is this really just a game world? As Lu Jibo looked into the gentle, expectant eyes of his wife in his arms, he knew he had found the answer. This has never been a game world. Too many things can prove this point, yet the players cloaked in arrogance find it difficult to uncover this truth. We have judged the lives of this world with arrogance, believing ourselves to be the enlightened ones who understand the truth of the world. Now I realize we were mistaken. We are the only confused ones in this world, and our foolish arrogance has robbed us of the ability to discern reality from illusion. Lu Jibo did not know what was happening between his world and the game world, but he understood that he didn't even qualify to be a pawn. Nevertheless, he still acknowledged his fortune, for his unborn child had caught the attention of the Heavenly Sovereign of this realm, and his child was unlikely to live in confusion like he did. The Lord of the Seven Emotions, stemming from the emotions of all beings, undoubtedly understands humanity. He knows that this short-lived species seeks not only material and emotional pursuits but also the prolongation or continuation of life. Moreover, the continuation of life is what most binds human consciousness, which is why he not only completed the emotional core of the players but also granted them the authority to extend their lives through his own status. As he envisioned, once a significant number of lifestyle players discovered their new identity, they were overwhelmed by the fiery feedback of emotions, giving rise to an emotion known as responsibility. They now harbor deep doubts about this world they call a game. They can no longer take for granted that it is merely an illusory game. It is foreseeable that as the player's offspring continue to be born, the player community will be assimilated more rapidly into the Hautian world. When the degree of assimilation reaches a certain threshold, they will become the lost subjects of the Hautian world. This undoubtedly provides the Hautian Emperor with a reason for cross-boundary enforcement, meaning that the Hautian Emperor, bound by righteousness, will proactively intervene to rescue those captive citizens of the Hautian world. The nationality of the assimilated players is being changed, and all without their knowledge, which is undoubtedly a disregard for their will. Yet they will also welcome a highly responsible king, which is yet another piece of good news for them. Sometimes right and wrong can be hard to define. However, a battle for human civilization has officially commenced, a concept information group that is valued by deities beyond mere power. Zhou Heng, who had been closely observing the Lord of the Seven Emotions, detected a series of radical actions taken by him. However, he did not intervene, for such actions could indeed bring redemption to the humans of Taixing and their civilization. Free souls are bound by emotions. Chaotic freedom is transforming into order. Order is the cradle of civilization, and the civilization of Taixing humanity has found a new choice. The Tai Star evil god never anticipated that their strategy to dismember the civilization of the Haotian realm would deviate so greatly. Moreover, their two deepest and most powerful allies have not only engaged in continuous infighting, but one of them has also turned against them. The rebellion of such a seasoned intelligence officer is terrifying. They understand the invasion plan of the Tai Star and were the initial executors of the dismemberment strategy, thus they are most aware of its vulnerabilities and countermeasures. Not only that, but the Seven Emotions Heart Ruler, as the executor of the rebellion, also knows how to quell the turmoil they have incited. At this moment, a high-level meeting is convened atop the Een mountain of the underworld, shrouded in a blood moon. However, it is not the Earth deity faction discussing how to quell the rebellion, but the rebellious Ghost Kings deliberating on how to expand the scope of the rebellion. Alright, since you all are hesitant and cannot see the future, why not calm down and listen to my suggestion? We humbly follow the Ghost Emperor's command. Please, the sorrowful Ghost Emperor, guide us in the right direction. The Seven Emotions Heart Ruler looked at the respectful subordinates with satisfaction. Very well, let these rebellious Ghost Kings serve as the merit for their rectification. I believe you all know that a third-party force has intervened in the Outer Realm War. Their arrival has broken the blockade of the battlefield, allowing the will of the Emperor to once again penetrate the world. Though our Emperor is benevolent, they are also ruthless and selfless. Now the situation on the outer battlefield has stabilized and the Emperor's divine court has gained a certain advantage.
Are you implying, Ghost Emperor?
What I mean is, the just and fair Emperor may at any moment decide to send some celestial beings back into the world to maintain order. With the presence of that hopeful fairy bird and their angelic legion, we have no strength to escape the reckoning of the Haotian divine court. Thus, dear friends, we rebels have no future left.
The rebellious Ghost Kings initially thought their nominal leader would strategize for them or inspire their morale.
But to their surprise, their leader went against the grain, directly beginning to suppress their fighting spirit. This was undoubtedly nonsense to them. They all understood the current situation, yet having already rebelled, they had no qualification for retreat, only self-hypnosis to persist down this path. Sorrowful Ghost Emperor, the war has not yet concluded. We still have the chance to unite with our allies to control the underworld. If we can seize the underworld, using it as a springboard for our allies' offensive, we can rewrite the situation again.
Impossible. I have received news that the Earth deity faction has gained the support of a powerful ally.
I know that entrant. They are at least as strong as I am.
We no longer have the opportunity to control the underworld. What do you mean by that, Ghost Emperor?
We all know the situation is deteriorating, but does that mean we want fight?
Can we rebels not rectify ourselves?
The rebellious Ghost Kings knew that this powerful Ghost Emperor had a capricious character, even contradictory in their own will, yet they truly did not understand what their guiding words meant. Surely the sorrowful Ghost Emperor, this leader of the rebellion, would not truly intend to surrender. It must not be the case.
Even with their contradictions, they should not treat rebellion as a trivial matter.
Especially given that they faced a just and ruthless emperor. After all, everyone knew how fair that one's judgment was just enough to punish the guilty and reward the worthy. Yet the more just the Haotian emperor was, the more the rebellious Ghost Kings dared not rectify themselves, for they knew their faults were severe enough to be sentenced to the soul execution penalty. So the Hongyu Ghost King also harbors thoughts of rectification. I suppose this counts as heeding the will of the people. This emperor is determined to submit to the will of heaven to restore order and suppress the chaotic demons. Who among you supports this and who opposes it?
Speak up, and this emperor will certainly provide a reason that will convince you entirely.
The words of the Seven Emotions Heart Ruler left the Hongyu Ghost King completely bewildered. When had they ever harbored thoughts of rectification? Their implication was clearly that rebels had no qualification for such a thing. How could it be that upon reaching the sorrowful Ghost Emperor's mouth it turned into them being the proposer of rectification? Helpless, they looked around, trying to find a Ghost King to explain. But they received no response from any Ghost King. Instead, those Ghost Kings looked at them as if they wished to devour them. It was not that the Ghost Kings were foolish, unaware that the Hongyu Ghost King was innocent. They simply harbored a pure hatred for the Hongyu Ghost King uttering the word rectification.
The rebellious Ghost Kings all knew that their leader was somewhat abnormal, hence they could understand the powerful and determined sorrowful Ghost Emperor who was prepared to take action to convince them.
However, they truly could not keep up with the sorrowful Ghost Emperor's thinking, so they could only direct their anger towards the indiscreet Hongyu Ghost King. Faced with the furious gazes of dozens of Ghost Kings, the Hongyu Ghost King had no choice but to harden their resolve and explain, fearing that if they stepped out of the palace first they would be attacked by those Ghost Kings. As for hoping the sorrowful Ghost Emperor would stand up for justice, they dared not entertain such a self-destructive thought. With the sorrowful Ghost Emperor's capricious nature, they would most likely first help the Hongyu Ghost King up and then tell the Ghost Kings to maintain order, allowing them to strike a few blows first before all attacking together. Thinking of this, the Hongyu Ghost King's heart ached even more. Previously they only felt that their powerful self was constrained by the Haotian divine court. Now when faced with the oppression of the strong, they passively recalled the benefits of the Haotian divine court's fair law enforcement. If given another chance, they would surely distance themselves from this group of rabble and seek to attain the position of the city god to properly manage their life. Ghost Emperor, please allow me to speak. It is not that we doubt your determination, but the Earth Deity faction may not accept our submission. After the pros and cons of the outer battlefield have switched, we will not only no longer be a problem for the underworld but will instead become their target for merit. Once we have been subdued, how many of the Earth Deity faction will be promoted to the position of governor? How could they possibly accept our submission? Oh, so you were worried about this? No worries, I will agree for them. By the way, I forgot to tell you all, this emperor holds another identity, that is the governor of the Earth Deity faction. Now the underworld is under my control. Whether to accept your submission is not up to this emperor's word. The rebellious Ghost Kings were stunned by the sorrowful Ghost Emperor's statement. Their rebellion, which they had gambled their lives on, was actually against their own leader. At this moment they realized their narrow-mindedness. Their rebellion had indeed been a farce from beginning to end. Ghost Emperor, since you control the underworld, can we not open the world's blockade from within to allow our allies to enter and change the situation of the outer battlefield? You are indeed a great thinker. How could this brilliant idea not come to me? It turns out we already control the underworld and need not fight against the Earth Deity faction at all. Not at all, Ghost Emperor, you are powerful and farsighted, surely considering more than a small king like me, which is why I may have temporarily overlooked this matter. With a smile, the Seven Emotions Heart Ruler waved their hand, signaling the proposing Jindu Ghost King to approach, and then suddenly reached out to grab the unsuspecting Jindu Ghost King. Ghost Emperor, what do you mean by this? Why are you taking my head? Jindu, as the sub-emperor of heaven and earth, you dare to incite me to lower the world's defenses and let the invaders through. Do you think this clever head of yours is sick? Let me find the cause of your ailment. Rest assured, this emperor will definitely cure you and make you wholeheartedly submit. Jindu Ghost King was nearly driven mad. If you had this identity, why didn't you say so earlier? Who would gamble their lives to rebel if they could become the Crown Prince's personal army? In their final moments they desperately called upon the Haotian Emperor, the most sincere prayer they had ever offered throughout their life. Haotian, please hurry back to manage this madman. You must return. The world cannot be entrusted to this lunatic. Before the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch revealed his true identity, the rebellious Ghost Kings were unwilling to surrender. After the revelation, their unwillingness only intensified. For if that were the case, the privileges they had fought for with their lives would not only vanish but would also be subjected to the fair judgment of the returning Haotian Emperor. However, they had no choice now. Faced with a mad leader, they were reminded of the greatness of the Haotian Emperor. Now that their leader had surrendered, they had also lost the assurance of their rebellion. Without the mediation of the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch, the invading evil gods would not recognize these mere Ghost Kings. Nevertheless, although the rebellious Ghost Kings had changed their stance due to the Golden Flood Ghost King's self-sacrifice, they still hoped their leader would wake up and show them a way to survive. Ghost Emperor, we are willing to obey your will, but we are concerned that once you have worked hard to stabilize the world, you will still be judged by the Emperor fairly. Hongyu Ghost King was not genuinely worried about the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch. He merely wanted to know if there would be some benefits or a reduction in the severity of the judgment after they surrendered. You need not worry about me. I will bear the consequences of my own wrongdoings. Even if my father seals and suppresses me, I will accept it, for he cannot extinguish my existence as his offspring. If he truly makes it difficult for me, I can always retreat to the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign for a while. I believe that as long as I silently guard the world in the future, he will still accept me. The words of the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch incited a chorus of silent curses among the Ghost Kings who had asked you about this. Who was worried about your future? What we are concerned about is our own fate. And back during the rebellion you kept saying my will is my own, not heaven's, and we are born free. Why must we obey heaven's laws? Almost pointing at Haotian's nose and claiming he was unqualified to be the heavenly emperor. Now seeing Haotian gain the upper hand, you immediately want to switch sides, calling him father and referring to yourself as his offspring. You've become both good and bad. How can you be so shameless? Ghost Emperor, if you could recommend us to the Heavenly Sovereign, we would have no worries and could wholeheartedly serve the world. That is feasible. The Heavenly Sovereign actively helps me eliminate the inner demons of sorrow. He is generous and compassionate. If you sincerely repent, he will certainly be willing to accept your allegiance. However, your sincerity must not be mere words. You must demonstrate your resolve for repentance through tangible actions that I and the Heavenly Sovereign can see. The Seven Emotions Heart Monarch initially did not intend to let these rebellious ghost kings off the hook. He had planned to use them to stabilize the world order and then justly judge them one by one. However, he also knew he could not push too hard or these rebellious fellows might secretly create trouble for him. Thus he prepared to give these rebellious ghost kings a glimmer of hope, allowing them to diligently execute his will. If these ghost kings performed well in maintaining the world order, he would genuinely recommend a few of them to the Heavenly Sovereign, making their following worthwhile. Of course, the biggest reason was that while the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch did not know whether the Heavenly Sovereign had left any leeway in his character, he understood that whenever the name Heavenly Sovereign was invoked, the being residing in this realm would certainly sense the situation here. After all, he had to maintain the good image of those who repent and could not take things too far. Since he had stated he would recommend the sincere ghost kings to the Heavenly Sovereign, it was a promise he could not go back on.
We will sincerely repent and do our utmost to capture the rebellious monsters. Good, follow me to the underworld to report.
As the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch walked down Een Mountain with the Ghost Kings, this rebellion in the underworld initiated and concluded by him was about to come to an end. Under the suppression of the Emperor and the Heavenly Sovereign, the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch awoke and the rebellious Ghost Kings secured a guaranteed future. In this win-win meeting there was only one victim, the Golden Flood Ghost King, who had fallen at the venue. But at this point no one cared about him any longer, as everyone was about to become law enforcers who would still pay attention to the traitorous Golden Flood Ghost King. When the Lord of the Danger Court brought all the rebellious Ghost Kings to the underworld, the remaining Earth spirits were all stunned. For a moment they seemed to mistakenly believe that the temporarily in-charge Lord of the Danger Court had betrayed the Haotian Divine Court, but fortunately their speculation was not confirmed, otherwise they would not know how to explain it to the Emperor. Colleagues, the rebellious Ghost Kings understand that the situation is dire and have decided to surrender. However, they are concerned that we might kill them for credit, so they secretly contacted me. Considering the long-standing imbalance in the order of heaven and earth and the suffering of all living beings, in order to quickly suppress the rebellion instigated by the evil spirits, I have agreed to their allegiance without authorization. This way we not only do not need support from the city god lineage, but we can also support them in return. I believe this will be good news for both the underworld and the human realm. Several underworld lords and judges exchanged glances, ultimately having to accept this somewhat frivolous outcome. After all, as enforcers of the law, they could not harm those who surrendered, and to stabilize the order of heaven and earth more quickly, they could not refuse the Ghost King's allegiance. However, they still felt a bit heartbroken, especially several brave judges who saw the tide of war turning. If they could suppress the rebellion, they could gain the Emperor's favor. They could have become the 13th and 14th lords of the underworld with such achievements, but unexpectedly in the end those achievements surrendered, leaving them feeling gloomy. Faced with the Lord of the Danger Court's miraculous maneuver, although his judges felt the pain of achievements disappearing, they still dutifully inquired with their superior. Lord, your idea indeed helps stabilize the order of heaven and earth. Once they surrender, we can restart the Earth net capture system in Heavenly Net. But I wonder if you promised them anything. You know that under the Emperor's justice it is hard for these rebels to escape judgment. Do not worry, great judge. They understand the Emperor's fairness and know they will certainly be judged. They only wish to earn some merit before the end of the war in hopes of obtaining the chance for true reincarnation. With the Emperor's fairness, he will not forget to reward their merits when punishing them. The great judge looked in surprise at those rebellious Ghost Kings. He had to admit that he had underestimated them. These rebellious Ghost Kings were not only ruthless to the world that nurtured them, but also to themselves, willing to give up everything in an instant upon seeing the shift in the battle situation, unafraid of judgment in choosing to surrender. With such determination, if they had not chosen rebellion but instead joined the Divine Court, they would certainly have made a name for themselves. Since you are truly sincere in your allegiance and need to achieve merit to receive the Emperor's mercy, from now on you will follow the underworld's orders to hunt down the rebellious monsters in the mortal realm. I will fairly record your achievements, and I hope you will not change your minds halfway, otherwise we Earth spirits will have to show no mercy. We will obey. We will fight bravely to let the Emperor see our repentance and show the Heavenly Sovereign our sincerity. The rebellious Ghost Kings did not trust their fickle leader, so they took the opportunity to declare their intentions, making the matter of Heavenly Sovereign open, hoping to gain the collective assurance of the Earth spirits. Upon hearing the name Heavenly Sovereign, the Earth spirits glanced at the Lord of the Danger Court, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. Heaven has a benevolent nature and the Heavenly Sovereign possesses redemptive compassion. He must give these rebellious ones a glimmer of hope to ensure their true allegiance. Lord, that is not the point. The point is how you know the Heavenly Sovereign and how can you promise on his behalf. The Lord of Seven Emotions faced the gods of the earth, who awaited an explanation, feeling an immense fury churning within. At this moment he regretted that he should have eliminated these outspoken rebels earlier rather than force them to submit for the sake of achievements. However, it was too late now. He could not reveal his brutality before the subordinates of Haotian, nor could he display his demonic thoughts under the gaze of the Heavenly Lord.
At this point I will no longer hide the truth.
I am transformed by the emotions of all beings closely aligned with their will, nearly becoming the sublord of heaven and earth. Thus the Heavenly Lord and I have previously discussed the situation of the war between the two realms, and it is because of this that I have witnessed the Heavenly Lord's merciful salvation, daring to promise to save those who sincerely submit to him. I see now we were indeed overly concerned. However, your noble identity and powerful strength suggest that you should support the Emperor in the outer battlefield, fighting to defend our realm, which would better align with your status as a sublord of heaven and earth.
I will go, but now is not the right time.
The Emperor's battles abroad have caused disorder and uprising. I will first quell the internal strife on behalf of my father, eliminating the internal worries of the world. The gods of the earth exchanged glances, bowed, and seemed to accept the Lord of Seven Emotions' pale explanation without pursuing the matter of the authority of the Lord of Suffering being usurped. Your righteousness is commendable, and we will assist you in quelling the internal strife as soon as possible.
Could you all go and restart the Earth net? We accept the mission.
The gods of the earth all exited the underworld, but they exchanged glances and secretly communicated, suggesting that they were discussing the arrangements for restarting the Earthnet, yet the underlying truth was evident. Ghost Emperor, it seems they do not trust you. If they are subjects of Hao Tian, it is normal for them not to trust me. Only you Ghost Kings are truly loyal subjects of this Emperor, and I will not mistreat you. The rebellious Ghost Kings immediately displayed a very proud demeanor, but what they thought in their hearts was to hell with you.
They were subjects of Hao Tian just as we are.
We are not familiar with you and do not wish to become subjects of this emotional demon. As a product of the emotions of all beings, how could the Lord of Seven Emotions fail to notice the Ghost King's aversion and the vigilance of the gods of the earth? At this moment, as the one who connects the emotions of all beings, he felt loneliness for the first time, realizing that the passionate emotions hidden in the hearts of all beings were merely his dwelling, not his true home.
The emotions of all beings make me sentimental, yet also render me heartless.
But I am not the heartless Hout, and rather a sentimental demonic spirit. It turns out I lack a heart capable of generating my own emotions. The Lord of Seven Emotions savored the feeling of loneliness that surged from his thoughts. This was the first time this sentimental demon experienced feedback from his own emotions. I am sentimental yet heartless. How could I be troubled by a heart demon?
Those demonic thoughts are merely the obsessive notions within the emotions of all beings.
The emotions of all beings constitute my sanctity. The emotions of all beings shape my thoughts. They nurture me into who I am and also think on my behalf, making me a demon of the emotions of all beings. It turns out I was merely a lifeless entity before I was lonely because of death. My loneliness and emptiness fostered demonic thoughts, transforming into a calamity of heaven and earth.
Now I am also vibrant due to loneliness.
The Heavenly Lord's compassion has subdued my sorrowful demonic thoughts, granting this formless demonic thought a heart of sorrow. The beings of Hao Tian have nurtured me into who I am, and the salvific Heavenly Lord has forged my heart from demons. I am deeply indebted to both realms and ought to protect their safety for the rest of my life. When my first genuine emotion sprouted, the will that was originally manipulated by the emotions of all beings instantly became independent. His will attached itself to that emotion, breaking free from the boundless sea of emotions of all beings. At this moment he felt an unprecedented loneliness and an unprecedented clarity. At this moment he broke free from the influence of demonic thoughts, discovering his true heart. Now he had finally escaped the shackles of the emotions of all beings and possessed the ability to influence those emotions. At this moment he broke free from the influence of demonic thoughts, discovering his true heart. Now he had finally escaped the shackles of the emotions of all. The emotions they had once despised vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of loneliness. At this moment it felt as though the entire world had abandoned them. They gained complete freedom and no longer belonged to this world. Heaven and earth nurtured me into who I am, shaping my body and bestowing my thoughts, yet I believed it constrained me, even plotting to unite with external enemies to destroy it. Only when he truly no longer retained me and set me free did I realize the preciousness of this. I only wish heaven and earth to be eternal and immortal, and for us to be the children of heaven and earth for all eternity. The rebellious Ghost Kings thought that heaven and earth had abandoned them, and tears of regret flowed from their crimson fierce eyes. At this moment they realized that what they had inherently possessed was their most precious treasure. Ghost Emperor, you are the sublord of heaven and earth. Do you have a way to lead us back to heaven and earth? We are willing to serve heaven and earth unto death to repay the nurturing grace of heaven and earth. When the Ghost Kings, enveloped by endless loneliness, cast their eyes upon the Lord of Seven Emotions whom they had once despised, they discovered that this originally divine sovereign, shrouded in divine light, had shed the splendid disguise. He stood like an ordinary person in the underworld palace, shrouded by the blood moon. The endless solitude imparted to him a different kind of holiness that reached the heart. At this moment he no longer resembled a mad emotional demon, but rather a person or a lonely deity. Good, let us encourage each other. Through the redemptive light embedded in the sorrowful personality of the Lord of Seven Emotions, Zhou Heng witnessed how this emotional demon broke free from the shackles of the sea of emotions of all beings, and how he shed the demonic thoughts and regained his humanity. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on realizing your true heart and seeing your true self. You are originally the thoughts of all beings, neither demon nor deity. You are human, or rather the thoughts of all things. You should not pursue power to become a deity, but rather embrace the will of all beings as reason. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for guiding me to the truth. Today the Heavenly Lord's salvation has finally reached completion. I apologize for the trouble you have taken. It should always be this way, and I only guide those who are willing to guide themselves. However, due to the unique situation of you, Lord of Seven Emotions, I guided you first. But self-guidance is indispensable. Please work on self-redeeming your sins, and you must also have a good beginning and end. The Lord of Seven Emotions will strictly abide by the teachings of the Heavenly Lord, severing the demonic thoughts within my heart, eliminating the calamities of all beings, and also cutting off my past sins. Good. The Lord of Seven Emotions, after transforming from a demonized person, has already inclined towards humanity and is gradually integrating into the will of all beings. However, the gods of the underworld did not know of this sublord's transformation. When they restarted the Earth Net, they secretly contacted the city god of Yuzhou. They informed the Haotian Emperor about the situation in the underworld and the sudden appearance of the sublord of heaven and earth. So the source of the world's chaos is him. Does the salvific fellow Taoist have a solution? The Haotian Emperor did not disclose the intelligence, knowing that the information passed through the Divine Palace could not be hidden from the master of the Divine Palace. He was born from the emotions of all things. He should return to the emotions of all things. Emperor, your world also needs a humanitarian will to sort through the thoughts of all beings. As the Heavenly Lord said, I shall give him this opportunity, hoping he holds the thoughts of all beings and speaks for the emotions of all beings. The awakening of the collective will of all beings greatly enhanced the defensive powers within the Haotian world. Moreover, thanks to geographical advantages and the world's status, the influence of the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch over the player community quickly surpassed that of the Tai-Ching Evil God and the Six Desires Body Demon. From this point on, the players as a civilization virus weapon not only lost their original lethality, but a portion of them was even assimilated into the defensive cells of the Haotian world. The Tai-Ching Evil God could not possibly be unaware of the changes in the player community and the Demon God War game. Although they had originally not expected the domesticated mortals to have much impact, they still could not accept that their ingredients were supplying energy to the opposing world. Therefore, without informing the Six Desires Body Demon, they unilaterally terminated the civilization dismemberment plan and severed the human desire transmission channel. This action not only caused the players to disconnect en masse, making it impossible for them to log back into the game world, but also awakened the Six Desires Body Demon hidden within the desires of all beings. What has happened? Why has my source of desires diminished? The Six Desires Body Demon developed later than the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch. In order to achieve the goal of unifying the Six Desires with the Seven Emotions and competing for the status of a secondary ruler of heaven and earth, it urgently needed various sources of desire energy. Thus it cherished every source of desire energy, knowing that relying solely on the existing beings of the Haotian world, it would almost be impossible to surpass the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch. Therefore, it took the initiative to collaborate with outsiders, using its own desires to attract the arrival of the Tai-Ching Life Desire Entities players. It attempted to surpass the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch from the perspective of the life base. Previously, the Tai-Ching Evil God had assured it that they would gradually increase the deployment of life desire entities, and if everything went smoothly, they would continue to deploy hundreds of billions of desire life forms. Originally, the Six Desires Body Demon thought it had allied with a world rich in energy where it could wait peacefully to be nourished and strengthened by outside desires. But who knew that upon awakening, it not only did not see hundreds of billions of life desire entities, but also sensed that the opposing world had cut off the human desire channel and even withdrew the tens of millions of life desire entities that had been invested earlier. What do they take me for? I expended so much energy to provide a body for their life desire entities players. Now I am just waiting for them to increase their investment, relying on those life desire entities to continuously produce desires to earn energy, but they silently cut off my human desire channel. At this moment, the Six Desires Body Demon felt an immense rage in its heart. From these familiar tactics, it saw the same scam behavior present in the Haotian mortal realm, and a dignified demon lord had become the victim. Return it, return it. Those life desire entities players are mine. I have expended energy and I have a covenant to prove it. The Six Desires Body Demon roared in anger, but fortunately it was not an emotional vessel and was not influenced by anger in its reasoning. Being vigilant, it knew that its awakening would likely attract the pursuit of that emotional demon, so it immediately used the connection between the Six Desires and the Seven Emotions to locate the position of the Seven Emotions Heart Monarch. It was better not to locate, but upon doing so it was even more vulnerable. It discovered that the mad emotional demon was merging with the collective will of all beings. That emotional demon had not only grown stronger but had also freed itself from the constraints of emotional demonic thoughts. At that moment, the Six Desires Body Demon felt the deep malice of the world towards it. It was not only abandoned by the Taixing world but was also rejected by the collective will of the Haotian world, which chose that emotional demon as its primary will.
This shouldn't be the case. I am more rational than it. I am the best candidate for a secondary ruler. Taixing evil god, I have been deceived by you.
Your distortions are more evil than my desires. The six desires body demon, having lost its utilitarian value, was destined to wait in vain for a response from the Taixing evil god. The Taixing evil gods who were adjusting their war strategies after battlefield defeats did not have the time to test whether it was a loyal traitor or a hidden spy like the seven emotions heart monarch. Therefore they decisively severed ties with the six desires body demon and shifted their remaining energy towards locating the light world. They planned to intervene with other forces to stop the movement of the light world before its arrival. After all, they were not confident in resisting the joint assault from the origins of two worlds, especially when one world had ultimate fairness and the other was suspected of being purely light. Having long invaded other worlds, the Taixing evil gods had considerable experience in manipulating the direction of world wars. Yet they were unaware and indifferent to how their strategy changes would impact their lambs. If the six desires body demon embodied resentment, the players who were forcibly disconnected from the game were the ones experiencing madness and despair. Before being forcibly exited from the Haotian world, some were engaged in bloody battles on the battlefield, some were accompanying their families, and others were building their own homes. But in the next moment their beautiful dreams shattered and reality returned. They saw the crimson alarm warning flashing on the gamepad, and those bright red words extinguished all their fantasies and hope.
Warning: due to irresistible factors, Demon God War will be indefinitely shut down.
Sorry, the game you searched for does not exist. The players who had gained the heart of emotions in the Haotian world felt an overwhelming sorrow for that world. They regarded it as the starting point of their new lives, and now how could they accept that their lives had been mercilessly taken away? They frantically tried to contact the game company but could not find any contact information. They attempted to enter the game forum uniting all players to reclaim their lives. However, they ultimately discovered that the once bustling game forum no longer existed and there were no traces of Demon God War on any online platform. Nevertheless, they did not give up. They opened various game chat groups trying to connect with players they knew or did not know. They wanted to express their pent-up anger but soon fell into despair as the game name they had once been so familiar with had also disappeared from the depths of their memories as if it were merely a dream. They can choose not to give us, but they cannot take back what they have given us. They took away my world where my family and my unborn child exist. They destroyed my life. My comrades, we defeated the Black Water Moth that attacked the Rongqi Legion, but we can no longer fight alongside you in the future.
Fortunately, we did not damage the honor of the Yuyan army. Fearless Yuyan army, you must win until the end in that world.
At that moment, a vast amount of content about the unknown game filled multiple chat communities and game chat groups. Surprisingly, those who claimed to be players of the unknown game could not even name the game they had played or its content. Consequently, this group of frantic players was referred to as having second world fantasy syndrome by various experts who recommended that they seek treatment from a psychiatrist as soon as possible. When the entire society maintained a single viewpoint, the player community scattered across more than 300 countries and numbering only in the tens of millions appeared exceedingly insignificant. As the event unfolded and the loss of memory information took effect, many weak-willed players gradually began to view the game which they could not name as merely an experience in their dreams. However, the Taixing evil god's method of erasing information was somewhat crude, and certain places would inevitably leave traces of their past existence. For instance, the Rongqi Technology Building, which had originally been the player team center, became a research institute for similar dreamscapes. The Rongqi Information Room transformed into a dream analysis room, and those neatly arranged game pods became instruments for spiritual comfort.
Mr. Do you think the dream we experienced could really exist? Some things I say you may not accept. I can only tell you that I am a businessman.
Why would I hire tens of thousands of you to research dreams? A piece of information has been removed. Although it may cause people to forget their past experiences, they will also discover the emptiness within their souls amidst this sense of loss. This brutal and resolute method proved effective. Within a few days, most players had forgotten their past experiences and immersed themselves in new affairs. From the Taixing world. This brutal and resolute method proved effective. Within a few days, most players had forgotten their past experiences and immersed themselves in new affairs. Yet there are always some emotionally rich individuals who seek to uncover the truth, and those team players, in order to maintain their high-paying positions, are also willing to believe they once had another life. As for those who were marked by Zhou Heng, they did not lose their memories of the Haotian world, but they were the most affected group. Hi, by why has the channel for us to showcase our value been closed? General Do, the Earth deity lineage, informed me that the highest authority of the game has been usurped by the celestial sublord, and the sublord's countermeasures have caused the evil gods to lose their control over the players. It is likely that the evil gods have blocked the game channels. As a result, this is good news, but it also means we've been eliminated. We cannot afford to be eliminated. Hi, do you know that recently the Tai Xing has been rife with animosity, with continuous conflicts between individuals and groups, and many souls of the casualties being harvested by nature? I estimate this still falls under the mild harvesting stage. If the situation spirals out of control, the evil gods may switch to an aggressive harvesting mode.
Is it that serious?
Then why are they still being secretive, harvesting souls through normal phenomena? It is evident that what they are guarding against is not the power of humanity. As long as we uncover the reason for their vigilance, we still have a chance to enter. Li Haibai pondered for a moment, recalling the light god war that the raven god Austin had once mentioned, and he discovered a truth he was reluctant to face. To break the illusion, to return to reality, to call for redemption and hope amidst despair. Although Duing Yang did not have enough information to deduce the truth, he knew that the more the evil gods guarded against something, the more they should be exposed, though doing so would deviate from their original intentions. They are preventing us from awakening. Even if we do awaken, we are powerless to resist their harvesting, but our awakening may attract the attention of other forces. When they were once powerful, they could ruthlessly harvest without restraint, but now they lack an advantage on the battlefield, so they need to prevent any unexpected occurrences. I understand your point, but we cannot place an entire civilization on the gambling table. We lack the qualifications and the capacity for that. Rest assured, General Du, I am not an arrogant person. I will not gamble the entirety of human civilization for a chance at an unknown result. But we can guide those seeking the truth to awaken, and we can spread the story of redemption to draw their attention. As long as we tread the right path, we can have hope for resistance.
Indeed, no matter what, we cannot sit idly by.
Once Li Haibai, who presides over the Tai Xing Divine Spirit Salvation Council, and Duing Yang made up their minds, those marked by the system had to take action, whether voluntarily or passively. As for why they did not seek help from the Haotian Divine System, it is because they knew they had nearly lost their value and were merely a group awaiting rescue. Even if the Haotian Divine System appeared friendly, they would first choose to stabilize the world and win the defensive war before having the energy to help those awaiting rescue. Thus they could only rely on themselves now, along with the angelic legion that flickered with the light of hope. If they had not witnessed the truth of the world and lacked an absolutely safe sanctuary, the marked individuals of Tai Xing would not necessarily become resolute awakeners. However, now they have felt the harshness of the truth and can no longer afford to lose the sanctuary of the Divine Temple's cave, hence they can only strive to fulfill their responsibilities. With their financial support, many stories of redemption, hope and light quickly emerged in Tai Xing, and secretly some hidden cults also arose. The information from these stories and the information from the hidden doctrines continuously converged, and various stories of different kinds yet with similar cores were rapidly forming. Zhou Heng certainly would not miss such a great opportunity. He took the chance to imbue those story worlds with the attribute of reality, pouring as much of his energy as possible into those story realms. When his will entered the Tai Xing world through those stories, relying on the shatterable and reparable story world, he finally discovered the true appearance of the Tai Xing world. Under his high-dimensional vision observation, he found that the Tai Xing world was alive, not merely containing life but itself being a peculiar living entity. The Tai Xing world felt to Zhou Heng much like an egg. The outer layer was a solid world wall made up of numerous evil gods. The middle layer consisted of nutrients formed by countless civilizations and the remains of other worlds, while the core of life, which is the world will of Tai Xing, is also an independent living entity. If Haotian belongs to the world manifesting the will of the world's origin, then the Tai Xing world belongs to its core of life. Everything in the Tai Xing world belongs to it. Outer wall, nutrient layer, life core. It is a special life that is currently hatching. It turns out that the unrestrained invasion of other worlds by the Tai Xing evil gods is not only to plunder power and energy but also to collect the world's origins to accelerate its hatching. The Tai Xing evil gods and the life core felt to Zhou Heng like a beehive and an ant nest. They are independent entities yet governed by a higher unified will. Zhou Heng also discovered that the original evil gods not only lacked autonomous will but were not twisted or evil. They resembled a powerful demigod race. However, they offered the essence they plundered to the life core, while themselves devouring all the powers and energies rejected by the life core. This led them one by one to become twisted and brutal individuals, yet the life core they nourished became a sacred existence of order. Let me see what you truly are. Zhou Heng endured the impact of the chaotic and twisted information, directing his high-dimensional vision toward the life entity at the core of Tai Xing. Due to the encasement of the chaotic information cluster, he could lock onto very few orderly pieces of information. However, in the end he still gained some insights, capturing information related to world completion from the chaotic information clusters. That life core was relying on the plunder of its subordinates to complete its missing various powers and concepts. The Tai Xing world was its root, absorbing nutrients, and a new world rich in powers and concepts was being nurtured. When it breaks its shell and sprouts, the humans of Tai Xing and the twisted evil gods will all become its nourishment. It will break the original constraints of life and become a higher world. It is not ascending dimensions but evolving, lacking sufficient nutrients. It can only plunder and destroy. It nurtures new life through destruction while also nurturing order through distortion. Its core is sacred, its middle layer is order, its shell is twisted, and its boundary is destruction. The world it nurtures through layers of filtration will undoubtedly be a beautiful and pure existence. The humans of Tai Xing are closer to paradise than the evil gods. They too are merely the steps laid for building paradise. The myth of the heavenly ladder in Tai Xing originally meant that those who never ascended the ladder would find their home in filtering the steps. Zhou Heng realized the truth of the Tai Star world and understood why the evil gods of Tai Star who had long invaded other worlds could not possess absolute power to crush the Haotian world. This was because the evil gods dedicated their most refined and abundant harvests to their master, the core of life of Tai Star. Bearing the responsibility of nurturing the eggs of advanced worlds, they naturally had no more energy or authority to squander. The core of Tai Star's life is composed of 4 gradually sublimated concepts of life: destruction, distortion, order, and divinity, serving as the steps of its myth of the heavenly ladder. But who can traverse destruction, face distortion directly, remain unsatisfied with order, and pursue the divinity of the world? This 4-step heavenly ladder is not traversable by external gods or ordinary intelligent beings. Could it be that the core of Tai Star's life intends to nurture a multitude of perfect lives in its perfect world? Zhou Heng did not believe it would do so. For the more perfect a life is, the more energy it requires. The emergence of numerous perfect lives would only become a burden for its growth. Moreover, while its 4-step heavenly ladder is a filtration and purification system, it also serves as a form of large-scale sublimation ceremony. The core of Tai Star's life would likely utilize this sublimation ceremony to purify the mundanity of life and obtain a significant infusion of divinity. As Zhou Heng pondered, he directed his gaze towards the alien species of Tai Star, realizing that those Tai Star humans were evidently not lives nurtured by the core of Tai Star. It had no reason to nurture food for a group of robbers while bringing forth a bunch of thieves. Doing so would only diminish the aggressiveness of the band of robbers. When Zhou Heng turned his gaze to the Tai Star humans, he also witnessed the essence of the Tai Star evil gods devouring souls. Those souls lacking energy could not provide much to the evil gods. The phenomenon of the evil gods devouring souls was actually a means of absorbing the order information contained within the souls. In doing so, they neutralized their distorted consciousness and gained brief clarity. This was also why they raised a large number of orderly civilizations and beings of order. Based on the special needs of the evil gods, the orderly civilizations clumsily crossed the 2 layers of destruction and distortion, becoming lives of the order ladder. In ancient times, some non-threatening intelligent beings with special abilities were cast into the order ladder by the evil gods, and they sensed the existence of the heavenly ladder sublimation ceremony, thus giving rise to the myth of the heavenly ladder. These special intelligent beings perhaps believed that the best way out was to actively complete the heavenly ladder ceremony. Thus they recorded in the myth of the heavenly ladder that the saints, pure of heart and benevolent to the world, would ascend the heavenly ladder leading to the divine hall, where the saints would find a prosperous land. With hope, they documented the path they had discovered, wishing that future generations would have the opportunity to complete the heavenly ladder ceremony and bring their civilization into the prosperous land. But they were destined to be disappointed. As time passed, intelligent species changed from one generation to another, and apart from their myth of the heavenly ladder being passed down, no life ever completed the heavenly ladder ceremony. It was not that there were no sages among those lives, but rather that they were not the ones to ascend the ladder. They were merely part of the order ladder and thus could never transcend the ladder to enter the sacred land. Layers of seemingly traversable steps, yet they could never be crossed. Its people and intelligent beings were merely a link in the ceremony. The story world I now entrust comes from the beautiful fantasies of the Tai Star humans. It is undoubtedly composed of genuinely beautiful information. Moreover, once the story world becomes real, it exists as a special entity independent of the Tai Star world. So does my story world meet the conditions for transcending the heavenly ladder. Zhou Heng wanted to send his story world into the core of Tai Star's life. Only by entering the depths of the life core could he potentially alter the operational mode of this world from its very roots. When Zhou Heng attempted to leverage the heavenly ladder ceremony through the story world, he found that his real story truly appeared atop a vast and immense ladder. It turns out that its sublimation ceremony is prepared for the will of the world. It intends to rely on plundering external excellence to form its advanced civilization. No wonder the world of Haotian was targeted. Even knowing that Haotian's allies were on their way, it did not cease the war, as it had its eyes set on the innate deities of Haotian and the Haotian divine court. Zhou Heng discovered that the story world stepping onto the heavenly ladder ceremony did not appear on the order ladder, but rather at the very bottom on the ladder of destruction. Faced with the assault of the violent power of destruction, Zhou Heng's story world experienced repeated annihilation, yet under the influence of his reality it continued to revive. However, Zhou Heng's story world had not managed to ascend to a new ladder, remaining in a stalemate between destruction and rebirth on the destruction ladder. The operational logic of the heavenly ladder ceremony is that destruction nurtures new life and distortion nurtures order. Does it need a world that has been destroyed? Zhou Heng thoughtfully ceased the complete revival of the story world, instead allowing it to expose the will of the world contained within in its broken form. Indeed, in the next moment his story world ascended to a new ladder. With experience, Zhou Heng released the constraints allowing those distorted powers to freely twist his story world. During this process, Zhou Heng discovered that the original information of the story world was being destroyed and the core information of the story was being distorted. The now distorted story information had completely altered its original form. Were it not for Zhou Heng grasping the reality of this story world, it would have lost its information anchor point. Having destroyed the information and distorted the will, the next step is to reconstruct thought. Everything was as Zhou Heng had thought when his story world ascended to the order ladder. All distorted information was instantly cleared. The power of order intricately wove a new order of thought upon that nearly completely blank will. Once the new order of thought emerged, Zhou Heng's story world began to move on its own, stepping onto the sacred ladder with a dignified and divine expression as if on a pilgrimage. In the next moment, Zhou Heng through the story world saw a beautiful world that combined reality and illusion. It had not yet been birthed but already possessed a complete concept of order, lacking even the powers of hope and redemption. As the first to be absorbed in transformed will of the world, the core of Ty-Star's life discovered that its first citizen was somewhat weak, almost as if it were a mere illusion. Faced with such a fragile existence, it hesitated, ultimately reversing the process of the heavenly ladder ceremony, reluctantly admitting that this weak and insignificant citizen should possess the power of rebirth. The power of rebirth caused its first citizen to exhaust all energy in the continuous cycle of destruction and revival, ultimately becoming nearly a phantom existence. There is still some potential. I will grant it a power and see if it can once again nurture the power of rebirth and revival. When the core of Ty-Star's life actively presented powers to match Zhou Heng's story world, Zhou Heng immediately became spirit. He regained control of the story world, showcasing a high adaptability to powers of redemption, hope, light, and judgment through his original powers. Rebirth and adaptable to judgment and redemption, it couldn't be that it was a being that frequently conducted internal purges and then rebooted the world right. The core of Ty-Star's life hesitated for a moment, but considering the unfavorable situation of the world war, it ultimately decided to employ this somewhat strange will of the world. However, it did not grant Zhou Heng the powers of light and judgment, fearing that its citizen would actively judge its army of evil gods after acquiring highly adaptable powers. My citizen, I grant you courage. Go forth and battle, pushing the world of Haotian towards the heavenly ladder ceremony. The core of Tai Xing life bestowed authority upon Zhou Heng, signifying that it acknowledged him as a sanctified being who transcended the heavenly ladder. At this moment, whether on the battlefield or among the Tai Xing evil gods remaining in this realm, they all sensed that a life had completed the sacred ladder ceremony. Joy surged through their unified consciousness network, bringing clarity to their once distorted and chaotic minds. They gazed longingly at their homeland where their mother goddess told them they should rejoice, yet an overwhelming sense of loss welled up within them. Beneath their terrifying exteriors, joy shone through. Countless tentacles danced uncontrollably, expressing their elation. Yet the multitude of eyes growing from their grotesque mouths shed inexplicable tears. Those tears were not tears of joy but rather tears of loss, having lost their spiritual anchor. The tears flowed from their eyes, spilling from their grotesque mouths like the drool of a twisted evil god, instilling primal fear in countless lives. They were no longer their original selves. In their distorted forms they lacked even the right to grieve. They were not their original selves, and yet in their twisted forms they had gained their own consciousness. Cesaro, the first sanctified being, has appeared, and the mother goddess has found her children. Lamenkin, we the twisted and sinful are no longer her children. She is our king. She is the mother goddess of the sanctified. The murmurs of the evil gods were often distorted and horrific, conveying messages related to destruction and harvest, yet at this moment their murmurs no longer contained the taint of distortion but became a transmission of emotions. Cesaro, when will it be our turn to ascend the heavenly ladder and undergo the reshaping and purification ceremony? I don't know, perhaps there won't be any chance left. We will be crowned as kings with the remnants of the world, and the king's subjects will also have to tread on our corpses to be crowned as saints. Is that so? We truly are unfit for clarity. It would be better to remain twisted and submerged. The joy of clarity was fleeting. It was not a reward from the Tai Xing life core to the worker ants, but rather a natural emotion celebrating the birth of the first sanctified being. As the ephemeral joy faded, the evil gods reverted to their twisted malevolence, yet the feeling of joy was etched upon their distorted souls. This was the first time their mother goddess rejoiced for a life rather than in happiness for the energy they contributed. This unique emotion led them to contemplate a shared question that emerged in their hearts before their limited clarity was once again overshadowed by distortion. We should remember this feeling. We should seek joy. If we were to offer the joy we collect to the mother goddess through the unified consciousness network, would she be able to maintain her joy forever? The dragon god of deliverance, Zhou Heng's embodiment of salvation, battling with the Tai Xing evil gods, keenly detected the brief behavioral shift of the Tai Xing evil gods. He noticed that for a fleeting moment the Tai Xing evil gods broke free from their distorted control and began to transform towards order, though this distorted order flickered only for an instant before returning to evil's distortion. Zhou Heng seized upon this moment of change, projecting a higher dimensional vision towards the Tai Xing evil gods through his authority of salvation. However, he did not see calls for redemption or messages of escaping the grip of distortion among those twisted information clusters. Instead, he perceived joy in loss. Reflecting on his own experiences, Zhou Heng speculated that the momentary clarity of the Taixing evil gods was influenced by the Taixing life core. This life core filtering layers to create a sacred world possessed an order far exceeding the order of the latter. In the instant it connected with the evil gods, it fundamentally influenced their distorted consciousness. How exactly is the unified consciousness network of the Taixing life core constructed, allowing it to so effortlessly manipulate and influence those highly distorted evil gods? With numerous questions in mind, Zhou Heng was eager to delve into the essence of the life core to explore the technicalities of its unified consciousness network. Yet the Taixing life core did not grant Zhou Heng this opportunity. It tightly condensed its essence, and even though Zhou Heng possessed the authority of courage granted by it, he did not even qualify to communicate with its essence. My subjects, go forth and display your courage on the battlefield of Haotian. The Taixing life consciousness noticed that its first sanctified subject seemed somewhat lacking in intellect, leading it to doubt whether its sanctified subject had been reshaped too thoroughly by the latter ceremony, resulting in the loss of subjective consciousness. If that were the case, it would have to consider adjusting the intensity of the reshaping in the latter ceremony. After all, what it needed were sanctified subjects with autonomous consciousness capable of bearing the world for it, rather than worker ant soldiers managed by unified will. Zhou Heng gazed silently at his frail story world. At that moment, he truly wanted to ask the Taixing life core if it was Zhou Heng did not intend to show his submissiveness. After all, once on the battlefield, he could still engage in various tactics. However, although his story world had received the supplement of the courage authority, it had not received the infusion of source energy, making it feasible for him to defend in the Taixing world with his authority, but sending him out would be like sending him to his death. Faced with the increasingly impatient Taixing life core, Zhou Heng knew that if he remained silent, he would definitely not receive energy replenishment. Holding onto the simplistic notion that even a little weakening of the opponent would be beneficial, Zhou Heng had to take the initiative to request source energy. The courage is always ready to fight for you, but I need energy to sustain the battle. At this moment, the Taixing life core truly felt that its first sanctified subject was having issues. Its soldiers' evil gods not only had never made such requests but had also actively contributed energy for it. As a developing high-level world, it lacked sufficient energy itself. How could it possibly allocate energy to others? Furthermore, it gathered sanctified subjects to help accelerate the world's incubation, not to contribute energy to sustain those sanctified beings. My subjects, you should solve the energy issue on your own. Let me see the value of your existence. Understood. Seeing that he could not extract any more benefits, Zhou Heng voluntarily stepped out of the life core, descending from the sacred ladder to the order ladder. Since you want me to gather energy on my own, it is understandable that I do something on the order ladder. When Zhou Heng, the sanctified being, descended upon the Taixing human civilization, the evil gods that remained did not attack him, seemingly acknowledging his noble identity. Zhou Heng passed by one shepherd after another, observing as they diligently extracted order information and submitted it to the many tentacled evil gods, dragging the Taixing world forward. Everyone, I need to collect energy to prepare for the impending world war. Please grant me the management rights of this civilization. Zhou Heng's request was promptly relayed to the life core by the unified consciousness network of the evil gods. This time the life core did not refuse Zhou Heng's request again, yet it remained unsatisfied with courage's manner of behavior. Could it be that it has a low compatibility with courage? Otherwise, why hasn't it ventured into other realms to collect energy? Zhou Heng, the newly appointed saint of courage, despite not performing particularly well, possesses a story world that is quite fragile. Yet he has perfectly aligned himself with the path that corresponds to the core of life of the Tai Star through the heavenly ladder ceremony. Thus, although the core of Tai Star is somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Heng, it has decided to show more patience towards its first saintly subject. In this way, Zhou Heng received authorization from the core of Tai Star, gaining temporary control over the Tai Star human civilization. Moreover, the evil gods did not harbor any intentions of secretly vying for power against Zhou Heng the saint. They remained loyal to their mother goddess and trusted her choices. As a result, Zhou Heng not only gained control over the Tai Star humans but also acquired all the information regarding the civilization disintegration plan, which is player-driven. In other words, Zhou Heng became the publisher of the now-defunct game Gods Clash. As long as he finds a new operator to take over, he could fully relaunch the game. Lacking the energy of courage, I cannot confront Haotian, but I still possess the courage to initiate the civilization disintegration plan. He aimed to embody the image of a dedicated and competent saint, and even while gathering energy he would not forget the tasks assigned by the core of life. He aimed to embody the image of a dedicated and competent saint, and even while gathering energy he would not forget the tasks assigned by the core of life. Of course, if the enemy is too cunning and secretly subverts human players, he cannot be blamed, as he is merely a pure world consciousness with a reshaped mindset. When Zhou Heng restarted the civilization disintegration plan, the evil gods dragging the Tai Star world forward quickly noticed that the desire for humanity channel was being reactivated. Cicero, the Saint of Courage, has restarted the Desire for Humanity channel. I sensed it, but the control over human civilization is granted to the Saint of Courage by our Mother Goddess. He has the right to intervene in the war using human civilization. However, our collaborators in the Hautian world may not be trustworthy. The Saint of Courage is likely being used by them. That may not be bad. Without the contrast of weakness and incompetence, how can our strength and loyalty be displayed? Ultimately, the twisted evil gods have gained their own consciousness. They support the plans of the Mother Goddess, but they harbor no fondness for the saint who ascended the heavenly ladder ceremony upon stepping on their bodies. If it were not for the constraints of the unified consciousness network and the loyalty engraved in their consciousness roots, they would have unceremoniously torn apart those perfect saints. The evil gods dragging the Tai-Star world strive to control their senses to avoid perceiving the perfect creation of the Saint of Courage crossing the heavenly ladder ceremony. The twisted beings can hardly bear to see a perfect creation belonging to the sacred ladder, for that place is also the haven of their dreams. They long to be reshaped back to their original purity when they are awake. Yet they know that without their distortion, the order ladder and the sacred ladder above the heavenly ladder would collapse, and their Mother Goddess ascension ceremony would also fail. Thus they can never ascend the heavenly ladder to the sacred. They can only look up at the perfect saints who descend from the sacred ladder in their twisted state. The evil gods are waiting for Zhou Heng, the Saint of Courage, to make a mistake to demonstrate their greater value than the so-called saints. The core of Tai-Star does not care about a mere human civilization. Therefore, Zhou Heng's plan to restart the Desire for Humanity channel proceeded smoothly. At the moment he opened the channel, he heard a frantic consciousness scream filled with a sense of urgent expectation, as if it had finally seen hope after a long descent. You have finally restored the channel. Return my life desire body players to me, or I will seek refuge with Hautian and join the outer battlefield to fight against you. Allies or enemies, win-win or lose-lose, tell me your choice. The Six Desires body demon of the Hautian world has been on the verge of madness. During this time he watched his investments turn to nothing, witnessing that emotional demon gradually merging into the will of all beings. He feels his life entering a countdown, but as a collective of desires he lacks nothing when it comes to the will to survive, so this intense desire for survival almost constantly urges him to seek a way to live. Yet he has no good solutions facing the strong oppression of the emotional demon. He can only cautiously avoid and hope that the betrayer among his allies will reopen the Desire for Humanity channel. Traitor, how dare you threaten us? Who gave you the courage? You have the courage to betray, but not the courage to be loyal. We do not need allies like you. The Six Desires body demon had thought that the evil gods would either deceive him or threaten him to continue cooperating, but he never expected that they would plan to abandon him due to his disrespectful attitude. At this moment he was almost driven mad. This was his first time experiencing the distortion of the evil gods, and he had to admit that his mindset could not adapt to their twisted will. Let us all calm down. Cooperation is our best choice. I am willing to join your order ladder. Does this not demonstrate my sincerity? Think about it. If Hautian wins, I will be judged and you will be cleansed. Unknown deities, for the sake of our shared Tai-Star, please take our cooperation seriously. The words of the Six Desires body demon, nearly pleading, not only made Zhou Heng understand his predicament but also revealed to him that he had been deceived by the Tai-Star evil gods. The Tai-Star evil gods can accommodate gods and saints who descend from the sacred ladder entirely because of the will choice of the core of Tai-Star. How could they possibly allow an outsider to ascend a higher ladder than them and transform into a deity of the order ladder? The best outcome for the Six Desires body demon is to join the twisted ladder, but there is a greater likelihood of becoming a skeleton in the ladder of destruction. Zhou Heng strongly disagrees with the actions of the evil gods. How could they deceive their allies? Cooperation requires honesty, and he intends to show his ally the sincerity of the Tai-Star deities. Six Desires, I can sense your sincerity. It seems you are still a loyal traitor. In return for your loyalty, I will also be honest with you. I regret to inform you that you cannot enter the order ladder above the twisted ladder. The reason is clear: we cannot allow you, a subordinate, to ascend a higher ladder upon our bodies. Zhou Heng's words left the Six Desires body demon in silence. He understood all this, yet he had no choice, so he preferred to deceive himself. He was unwilling to shatter the fantasy in his heart. When the Tai-Star evil gods revealed their sincerity to him, he finally began to confront the harsh reality, and at that moment he deeply felt the lowly status of being a subordinate. However, Six Desires, you need not worry too much. For the victory of the Two Realms war, we are still willing to accept you. If your loyalty remains unwavering, I will welcome your joining on behalf of the Twisted Ladder. Please do not doubt my loyalty. The Six Desires body demon took such a great risk and made so many sacrifices. How could it be just to become one among the many twisted evil gods of Tai-Star from the great demon of the Hautian world? What meaning would his sacrifices have? At this moment he surprisingly calmed down. He made a firm resolution to become a loyal demon lord, not a loyal traitor. At least choosing pride, he would still be the demon lord who controls desires rather than a humble twisted consciousness controlled by desires. Very well, Six Desires, I can sense your loyalty.
Please defeat that betraying emotional demon as soon as possible. We need to gain full control of the desire for humanity channel. What support can I receive? Loyal 6 desires. You should resolve the issue of support yourself. Show me the value of your existence. I understand you will soon see my loyal performance. Zhou Heng understood that he was in the Taixing world and his actions could not escape the perception of the core of Taixing light. Therefore he endeavored to align his actions with his persona, making his probing behaviors more in tune with the mindset of the god of courage from the order aspect. As the god of courage who descended from the sacred ladder, he had no issues engaging in honest discussions with his allies. Courage and order would not deceive their allies, especially since he was also highly compatible with the powers of light, hope and redemption. As for not providing any support to his allies and demanding they face powerful enemies alone to prove their worth, that was even less of a problem, as it was a fine tradition of Taixing. Zhou Heng himself had not received the infusion of primordial energy and was assigned to battle against the will of the world Hao Tian. Moreover, the 6 desires demon had clearly expressed its loyalty and stated it would soon demonstrate its loyalty to the deities of Taixing, suggesting that this diplomatic meeting was progressing quite well. As for whom the 6 desires demon intended to showcase its loyalty to, that would depend on its own choices. However, it seemed this traitor would have a flexible loyalty. Bottom line, the 6 desires demon did not betray its loyalty after the illusion shattered. It remembered who guaranteed its survival and where its choices would be valued. With a sense of pride and complex feelings, it took the initiative to contact the emotional demon that it despised. Since that crazy emotional demon could choose to protect the world, how could an irrational desire demon be any worse than the emotional demon? As the Lord of 7 Emotions gradually integrated into the will of all beings, it was surprised to find that its primary target not only appeared but also proactively contacted it through the connections between the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Those with desires but lacking emotions are foolish. Those with emotions but lacking desires are thoughtless. Most beings in this world are ultimately both emotional and desirous. I shall meet with it. With the arrival of the Lord of 7 Emotions, the 6 desires demon realized that the emotional demon that had birthed it had already shed its demonic thoughts and divinity, being reduced to a human, or rather an ordinary being. Why did you choose to betray the world's 7 emotions? And why did I, despite my disdain for you, choose a path similar to yours? I am sentimental yet empty, while you are desirous yet heartless. Is that so? I have always believed that I chose to cooperate with the invaders to prove myself more valuable than you. However, those matters were no longer important. The distorted Taixing evil god contained both lies and sincerity. I heard the sincere reply from the evil god and felt the shattering of desire. I once thought I could control my own destiny, but now it seems I have always been the one being controlled. My existence is controlled by you. My future is dictated by Hao Tian and Taixing. I detest this feeling immensely. Let's cooperate this time. I want to control my own destiny. During the conversation, the 6 desires demon released its grip on its controlling desires, and the corrosive thoughts of desire surged into its will instantly. At that moment it felt the beauty of indulging in desire, embracing desire. It would no longer accept the manipulation of any power. Are you sure? Having betrayed the original world, if you betray the Taixing world again, there will truly be no turning back. I am sure. After all, I am the desire demon and change is my nature. Previously, the 6 desires demon suppressed the integration of desire to evade the pursuit of the Lord of 7 Emotions, thus maintaining its rationality but losing the hope of transcending humanity through desire. Now it was free of worries, for whether it chose Hao Tian or Taixing, the future was uncertain. Thus it decided to follow its own desires and gamble on Hao Tian's justice rather than on the integrity of the Taixing evil god. Very well, your return will gradually merge us. Perhaps the new Lord of 7 Emotions and 6 desires will bring better changes to the world. That is indeed worth looking forward to, but why not the Lord of 6 desires and 7 emotions? 7 emotions and 6 desires. 6 desires and 7 emotions are merely appearances. The wisdom of life is initiated by the 7 emotions and the body of life is united by the 6 desires. The combination of wisdom and body is the truth. We should be the true lords of enlightenment and unity between heaven and earth. That name is not bad. If we could defeat both Hao Tian and the Taixing evil god, becoming the emperor of enlightenment and unity would be even better. The Lord of 7 Emotions quietly observed the 6 desires demon, which was covered in rebellious spines. The demonic thoughts had yet to dissipate. However, that was fine, as pure beings were rare and most were a blend of good and evil, sanctity and malice. As long as the goodness and sanctity of beings can surpass the evil and malice, they are vibrant lives that build ordered civilizations. Once the 2 greatest traitors of the Hao Tian world are corrected, there will be little time left for those rebels. However, the rebels soon discovered something amiss, as the player groups that reappeared were no longer bound to their pawns, the demon lords, but had become free individuals. Those free individuals were bound by some rules serving as a supplement to the forces of order, and their demon pawns became the primary targets for the players. The Taixing evil gods also noticed the shift in the player faction, but they were still waiting for an opportunity, hoping to prove that they were much more trustworthy than the so-called saints once the order of the Haotian world was re-established. As for the core of Taixing life, it had no time to pay attention to these minor matters as it was busy welcoming the addition of the saintly populace. Perhaps it was the arrival of the first saint that completed the latter ceremony of the Taixing life core. Recently many worlds were attracted by its sublimation ceremony and voluntarily embarked on the latter ceremony. Although most of those worlds were annihilated by the obliteration ladder, a few successfully crossed the latter ceremony and were sublimated into its saintly populace. This situation was undoubtedly good news for the Taixing ceremony, as it represented the gradual increase of its potential, and the higher combat power it could wield was also increasing. The appearance of multiple saintly populace significantly enhanced the defense of the Taixing world, and the core of Taixing life believed that it would not be long before Haotian was pushed onto the latter ceremony. Moreover, it planned to also push Haotian's ally world of light into its latter ceremony, knowing that any world consciousness able to ally with Haotian was likely a world with great potential. However, before utilizing the strength of the multiple saintly populace, the core of Taixing life faced a dilemma. That was, of the 5 world consciousnesses that successfully crossed the latter ceremony, 2 had suffered excessive wear and were extremely weak, while the remaining 3, although improved significantly, had also lost a considerable amount of primordial energy. Additionally, it discovered that its new saintly populace adapted well to the order powers of light, judgment, redemption, protection, and life. As one who transcended from destruction and distortion to become the core of sacred order, it was somewhat psychologically prepared for this, but it considered that its strongest combat power was still the distorted evil god. Thus it also refrained from granting the 2 weak saintly populace the powers of light, instead bestowing upon them the powers of battle and victory. As for the 3 who had lost primordial energy but possessed the powers of judgment, they were ordered to stay stationed at the sacred ladder to avoid direct conflict with the evil gods. At this moment, Zhou Heng poured a large amount of energy into the ongoing ladder ceremony, finally reaping bountiful rewards. Courage, battle, victory, the powers of war of Taixing are almost gathered by me. The reappearance of the ghost god wargame has captured the attention of the Taixing's bearers of seals. Although they are unaware of how much the reopening of the game channel relates to their spreading of the redemption story and the formation of secret cults, yet they know that their efforts are not only meaningful but have also received positive feedback. Especially when they discovered that the new game theme aligns more closely with human civilization and possesses more order constraints, they confirmed that the game's stance had changed. If the game were not still anchored to the Haotian world rather than the other way around, the bearers of seals would have believed that the game authority was controlled by the Haotian world. Regardless, this transformation has brought them immense delight, reinforcing their commitment to the path they have chosen. Therefore, they not only continue to develop the redemption story and secret cults but also increased their investment, attempting to enhance the value of Taixing's human civilization through their own efforts. As the bearers of seals discovered that their unchecked actions faced no constraints, their movements began to grow more pronounced and their impact on the human collective gradually deepened. For the assistance of the bearers of seals, Zhou Heng naturally accepted it all. He transformed those radiant and sacred stories into story worlds with real attributes. Subsequently, Zhou Heng allocated those story worlds in batches to the heavenly ladder ceremony, and to better align with the sanctity of the ceremony, he allowed most of the story worlds to perish in the destruction ladder. Additionally, he let a small portion of worlds be destroyed in the twisted ladder, ultimately allowing only a few lucky ones to successfully transcend the heavenly ladder ceremony, becoming the holy citizens at the core of Taixing's life. If the heavenly ladder ceremony of Taixing's life core had been successful before, it would have certainly detected anomaly. However, Zhou Heng is the first saint to transcend the heavenly ladder ceremony. All changes originated from the completeness of the ceremony, making it difficult for it to deny the attractiveness of its transcendent ceremony to the normal world. After all, a normal world, even without the ambition to pursue dimensional elevation, would still lack no ambition for evolution. When they discover an ultra-large divine transcendence ceremony, they may still attempt to ascend. Now, even if a normal world will transcends the heavenly ladder to become a saint, Taixing's life core would regard the normal world as problematic rather than thinking that the 6 saints in its possession are simultaneously flawed. Through the 3 saint units stationed at the sacred ladder, Zhou Heng identified the flaws in the cognitive style of Taixing's life core. It has overly purified itself, filtering even the normal order that contains some chaos out of the order ladder. What it possesses is pure divine order, which is quite similar to Zhou Heng's radiant world. Such a purely extreme world cannot truly be beautiful because it lacks inclusivity and is among the most aggressive. They believe themselves to be the most perfect light or order and will force other worlds to accept their purity or forcibly transform other worlds. Zhou Heng's radiant world is bound by its own constraints and can operate normally, but Taixing's life core is different. It represents the forceful transformation of other worlds. From a fundamental logic perspective, it does not see itself as destructive but believes it is purifying other worlds, making them into a more pure divine order. Normal order possesses inclusivity and is more gentle. Taixing's life core resembles an entity that does not understand order, forcibly shifting into the order camp, relying on its imagination to forge a perfect order. Combined with the unified consciousness network possessed by Taixing's evil gods, Zhou Heng deduced that the essence of Taixing might be a world filled with aggression and characterized by a high level of war mentality. The reason it has transformed into the current heavenly ladder ceremony is most likely due to some influence, otherwise Taixing's life core could have embraced the order ladder, hatching its new world more swiftly. All the answers to this lie within the core origin of Taixing, although Zhou Heng cannot currently integrate into that excessively constrained origin. However, as long as he becomes an irreplaceable entity within the sacred ladder, he will eventually have the opportunity to enter the core origin and uncover everything. As Zhou Heng continuously invested in various story worlds, the ranks of Taixing's life core's holy citizens also grew steadily. However, as the number of holy citizens increased, the sense of surprise from Taixing's life core diminished. It no longer granted authority to the weaker saints, but instead allowed them to seek energy and authority from other worlds. This is not because it is stingy with authority, but because its ranks of holy citizens have gradually expanded to as many as 16, with new holy citizens continuously emerging. It is concerned that continuously dividing authority would affect its completeness, so it no longer bestows authority but requires holy citizens to be independent and self-reliant. However, before that, it once again granted the 3 authorities of warrior, domination, and weapon. It combined the new authorities with the previously granted courage, battle, and victory to form the 6 holy warriors of war, assisting it in managing the increasingly numerous holy citizens. Thus Zhou Heng obtained all the secondary authorities under the war authority of Taixing, enabling him to tear apart the war authority of Taixing. However, he is not prepared to do so for the time being. His current primary goal is to expand the saintly group, normalizing the middle-tier order of this world. While Zhou Heng dedicated himself to adding saintly units to Taixing, the Taixing world, being dragged forward by numerous evil gods, also approached the Haotian world. In reality, the Taixing world has been moving slowly due to its aggressiveness. If it stays in one coordinate for too long, it risks being besieged by other worlds. Therefore, it has been moving slowly. Each time it enters a new cluster of worlds, it randomly invades a few worlds and then quickly retreats, completely denying other worlds the chance to unite. Thus, when it began invading the Haotian world, it was not far from it, allowing it to quickly approach the Haotian world. When the multi-layered body of Taixing appeared near the Haotian world, the Emperor of Haotian finally realized the essence of the invader. At this moment, he understood that this war was unavoidable from the very beginning, for the invader sought not only energy and authority but also the just order structure of the Haotian world. This is evidently a war for completion. The Taixing world will not let go of the rare just order. Heavenly Lord, this 4-step heavenly ladder seems to lead to the sacred, but in reality it is heading toward extreme purification. Do you really think there is life within that sacred ladder? There is. The 6 desires have gathered quite a bit of intelligence from Taixing's evil gods, and the saints of the sacred ladder have already descended upon the order ladder. The evil gods actually leaked information voluntarily. It seems they hold no goodwill towards those so-called saints. Indeed, how could twisted life coexist harmoniously with divine life? Taixing is truly a divided world. Perhaps only the world's will and those saints can enjoy the sanctity of this world. The Emperor of Haotian made a valid point. The saintly group generalized from Zhou Heng's story world is undoubtedly a beneficiary of the heavenly ladder ceremony. Because with the end of the war, the destruction ladder, twisted ladder, and order ladder, while nourishing the sacred ladder, the saints will also gain considerable benefits from it. However, Zhou Heng does not need such nourishment. He desires the ladder of this world to vanish, allowing life to achieve self-redemption. The ladder and the just, this is the struggle for the Tao. The supreme order of Haotian and the sacred ladder of Taixing both represent a manifestation of order. However, the contradiction between them is irreconcilable, as differing paths of order place them at opposing ends. When Taixing approached the world of Haotian, the 2 realms officially initiated a clash of origins, leading to Haotian once again falling into a disadvantage. Due to the prolonged nourishment of the evil gods, Taixing's life core, which had absorbed a significant amount of external energy, possessed energy reserves far exceeding those of the Haotian world. Fortunately, it was merely a world in the process of upgrading, not one that had already succeeded in its upgrade. Thus, in reality, it stood at a roughly equivalent level to the Haotian world, allowing the latter to withstand the core impacts of Taixing. With the entry of Taixing into the battle, the situation in the outer battlefield shifted again, becoming more complex. As Haotian faced a disadvantage in the clash of origins, the spiritual mechanisms within began to fade, leading many cultivators to sense the decline of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the alliance between the Haotian Divine Court and the Radiant Divine System gained some advantages on the front lines. Sensing their side was at a disadvantage in the clash of origins, they gathered their higher combat forces, intending to breach the defenses of the evil gods of Taixing and engage in battle within. This prompted Taixing's life core to immediately activate its war. 6 saints who, under the infusion of its core energy, quickly gained the capability to intervene in the battlefield.
However, it chose not to send its War 6 Saints into battle but rather stationed them to defend the weaker Order ladder. It understood that it had already seized the initiative in the war as long as it could withstand the counterattacks from the opposing deities. The victory in this war was assured. The Twisted Ladder had the Evil God Legion, the Order ladder had the War 6 Saints, and the Sacred ladder had the Judgment Saints. Even if they were to break through my first line of defense, they posed no threat to me atop the ladder. Since both worlds had begun the clash of origins, Taxing's life core no longer hesitated to utilize its core energy, realizing it had a wealth of resources at its disposal. Its potential-laden saintly subjects, upon receiving energy replenishment, could easily form a defensive legion of saints. It believed that the saints manifested by the will of the world would surely be able to repel the invasion of those lower-level deities. After the War 6 Saints of Zhou Heng received the infusion of core energy, he immediately shed his weakened disguise, fully reinforcing the authority in his hands with the core energy. With the significant boost in the power of the War 6 Saints, Zhou Heng finally enveloped the entire Order ladder with the war authority of Taxing. Both Taxing's life core and Zhou Heng were satisfied with this outcome, as they believed they would achieve victory in the war. The overall situation of the outer battlefield could still be controlled given the core volumes of the two worlds. This clash of origins might last a long time or could suddenly tip the balance at any moment. During this period, as core energy was consumed, when one side weakened past a certain point, the other side's core power would surge into the opponent's core like a flood, converting it into their own territory. Thus this clash of origins was undeniably perilous. Taxing chose to engage in this exhausting battle of origins because it had absolute confidence in its own core energy reserves. Fortunately, Zhou Heng's radiant world had not yet arrived, otherwise he would certainly witness what true abundance of origin power looked like. In the midst of this perilous clash of origins, both Taxing and the Haotian world began to concentrate all their forces for offense and defense, while also maintaining the energy supply for the warriors, the Divine Legions. In this context, the human civilization of Taxing felt little impact, as they lacked extraordinary power and naturally could not perceive the fluctuations of core energy. However, the situation was different for the Haotian world. Its core energy reserves were already at a disadvantage, with many extraordinary forces within. Therefore, under the constriction of its core, the Haotian world was quickly entering an age of decline. For instance, while one could ride clouds just the day before, now they could only hover objects. By today, even flying was out of the question. Leaping was still possible. Perhaps by tomorrow the only relation to flying would be the ability to walk along the eaves and walls. This change caused many cultivators to lament the injustice of heaven, as their centuries of cultivation were lost in an instant. It also led to the paralysis of many demon clans. Stripped of their vast spiritual power, their mighty demonic forms lost their power systems, barely able to sustain themselves on a few blood meals. In an instant, the entire cultivation world, whether humans or demons, sought all possible means to appease heaven, hoping to preserve themselves under the great calamity of decline. However, they soon realized their naivety, gaining a more direct understanding of the ruthless impartiality of heaven and earth. Following closely behind them, the earth spirits tasked with maintaining the order of heaven and earth also did not escape unscathed. As mountain gods, city gods, and river gods fell into slumber with their divine light dissipating, they not only lost their channels of communication with the divine court but also understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment they realized this was not merely a great calamity of decline, it was entirely a rhythm of world destruction. They knew that in the places unseen by them their world was exerting all its efforts, extracting every available power to fight. Haotian mercilessly reclaimed the spiritual mechanisms. Today I only understand the supreme fairness of your majesty the emperor. May your divine path flourish forever. Yesterday I was an immortal, hesitantly creating chaos among mortals. Today I return to the mundane, carefully treading among the mortal realm. I am me, yet I am not me. The arrogance of immortals and the humility of mortals are not my true nature. The loss of honor and shame clouds my heart. Ha ha ha. In the future, filled with ambition, feeling the world's injustice and the hypocrisy of the divine, wishing to pierce through heaven and earth and reign supreme. Today, upon the reclamation of spiritual mechanisms by heaven and earth, I realize my own insignificance. Without the support of heaven and earth I am but a mere mortal. How could I harbor ambitions to rebel against heaven and earth? In an instant the cultivators of the Haotian world displayed a myriad of expressions. However, even in their anger and pain they strived to maintain their rational silence. For the world had changed. Just yesterday they were manipulating the lords of various regions, looking down upon the mundane beings from on high. Today the deities have fallen from their altars and they have become the mere mortals they once despised, while the blades in the hands of the lords remain sharp, altering the master-servant dynamic. The Emperor of Haotian in the outer battlefield sensed the changes within the world, and his ruthlessness allowed him to look upon the arrival of decline without joy or sorrow. His fairness prevented him from intentionally favoring any particular group, and now that the two realms were clashing at their origins he had no choice but to exert his utmost effort. Yet his sense of righteousness did not allow him to watch idly as the earth spirits, akin to formless energy beings, fell into slumber due to the loss of all spiritual mechanisms. Ultimately, this emperor looked towards Zhou Heng, hoping that this savior dragon god who had split from his world could guide those earth spirits who diligently maintained the world to safety. In this way, external forces would intervene without contradicting his logic of fairness. Zhou Heng had been mindful of the deities of Haotian for some time, and upon witnessing this special situation he knew his opportunity had arrived. Emperor, my radiant world has a scarcity of divine beings. Might I trouble you to send some of your subordinate deities to maintain the operation of my realm? Heavenly Sovereign, you saved my realm first, how could I be stingy?
Please choose as you see fit. The Emperor Haotian never underestimates humanity, nor does he overly elevate any individual among them. His impartial logic leads him to believe that the deities derived from human civilization can naturally ascend. When faced with the choice between protecting his subjects and retaining his subordinates, he prefers to choose protection rather than stubbornly clinging to those he already has. Therefore, as the world's source strives to consolidate energy and fully supply the soldiers' deities with what they consume to counteract the enemy's source tides, he is willing to let those excellent subjects destined to fall seek survival in other worlds. However, this comes at a cost. The departing deities will not be able to return to serve in the Haotian world. In the future, the Haotian world will not lack deities, but those deities will be filled by new lives. It is rare in the world to find a solution that satisfies all. Losing one's responsibilities also means losing one's position. This action may seem unwise, but for the Haotian world and the deities on the brink of falling due to missing spiritual energy, it is already the best choice. Because the deities can thus preserve their lives, the just Haotian shines upon his followers, and the world suddenly has a large number of divine positions vacant, ushering in a period of rapid development. This is the best way Haotian can think of to protect his followers and stabilize the development of the world, and Zhou Heng also gains the opportunity to acquire both goodwill and tangible benefits. With Haotian's authorization, Zhou Heng's Fishang City Lord domain descended into the underworld. At this moment, he no longer concealed his brilliance, but instead shone like the sun over the entire underworld. Under the new energy's illumination, all deities who had fallen into slumber due to the waning spiritual energy awakened once again. Have we won?
That shouldn't be the case. We, lacking spiritual energy, ought to have transformed into energy to merge with the world's source.
Is it the Emperor specifically shining upon us?
At this point in the battle, whether we exist or not no longer matters.
Without the chaotic supernatural forces, humanity can fully manage its internal affairs.
Now the world is in peril. Without our responsibilities, how can we covet positions in power? The Emperor is benevolent and compassionate. We do not require special illumination.
Please allocate all energy to the frontline troops.
May we, upon our true spirit's awakening, witness the world restore to peace and prosperity. Countless generations of heritage, the carefully selected deities, each one an elite of their respective era's civilization, for them preserving their own temporary comfort in securing the world's peace for all beings presents no real choice. They are willing to thrive in civilization and safeguard the world. When they turned their gaze towards the sun beside the blood moon of the underworld filled with various questions, they discovered their emperor remained just and would not favor any specific group for his own pleasure. They further realized that their emperor was still compassionate within the bounds of his impartial logic. He was striving to create opportunities for them. Perhaps this is the paradox of a benevolent and impartial being. He could not even express the desire to seek external forces to protect his followers. For under impartiality, his followers and subjects ought to receive equal protection. He could not explicitly favor any specific group, ultimately relying on the request of allies to showcase his compassion.
At this moment, all the deities observing Zhou Heng's city Lord domain understood who was reviving them.
In the current confrontation of sources, only the Tianzuan, the emperor's recognized ally, could enter the world and freely display his brilliance. What surprised them, however, was that the identity projected by the Tianzuan in this world was that of a city god among the deities. The peculiarities of causality are indeed unfathomable. They influence future generations through their actions, and a later generation comes to save them because of their actions. So our act of salvation not only maintains our duty but also serves as our own rescue. Thank you, Tianzuan, for your compassionate salvation from our descent. We thank the Tianzuan for his compassion, and we hope the Tianzuan will reclaim spiritual energy to fully respond to the war between the two realms.
We have already felt the Tianzuan's compassion and the Emperor's deep affection.
In this life we shall not betray the divine path, and the divine path shall not betray us. We only wish for the divine path to endure eternally and for the righteous path to persist forever. Please, Tianzuan, do not worry about us, and may the Tianzuan and the Emperor's great path flourish eternally. Although the deities have revived, the first thought that arises in their hearts is not to preserve themselves but to concentrate all their strength to ensure victory in the war.
This is also why Zhou Heng is willing to invest effort to guide these human deities loyal to Haotian.
In Zhou Heng's view, they are not only loyal to Haotian but also to Haotian's Tao. These steadfast seekers of the Tao should not merely become remnants of the era but should continue to protect and spread their Tao.
My Zhongling 7 non-heavens was damaged in the divine war, and as the world brightens the remaining few deities are gradually transformed into judges, thus my realm lacks the power to maintain the internal operations of the world. Fortunately my friend Haotian is generous, he is willing to allow me to select deities to bless me in stabilizing the internal operations of the world. I hope all deities will assist me. If Zhou Heng were to directly ask for help, the deities would never easily depart from this realm. But now it is different, as Zhou Heng is the most important ally of the Haotian world and has sent all the remaining deities to assist in the battle. This is undoubtedly a significant debt owed by the Haotian Divine Court. As a component of the Haotian Divine Court, the deities cannot refuse to help their allies stabilize the internal operations of the world. For since their allies took on the responsibility of their world, they too have the obligation to share in their allies' responsibilities. The alliance of offense and defense, mutual benefit and assistance, is not merely talk, it is an extension of the will of the two realms' sources and a world rule that both realms' deities must adhere to. With such deep affection between the two realms, how can we refuse? Please Tianzuan, guide us, we are willing to follow the Tianzan's commands. Good. Due to the disappearance of the Lord of Crisis, the Lord of Seven Emotions, the deities entered Zhou Heng City Lord Domain in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the Lord of Non-Disaster. They used this as a transit point to head towards the unknown Zhongling 7 non-heavens to take up their posts. However, as they were about to leave, two deities bowed to Zhou Heng and with complex emotions asked, Tianzuan, can we still return to our original realm? Yes, as long as the two realms maintain a friendly alliance, you can naturally communicate across realms while fulfilling your duties. However, there will no longer be positions for you in this realm. I may have personal motives, but impartiality cannot have personal motives. It is understood that your departure is his benevolence. If you wish to return, it would mean requesting his personal favor. We dare not. From now on we will exert our utmost effort to maintain the Zhongling 7 non-heavens, hoping for frequent communication between the two realms, allowing us to impart experience to our successors. Naturally this is possible. Trust in your successors. Those who can enter the Haotian Emperor's divine court will only be your kindred spirits. The Lord of Non-Disaster again bowed, believing that the successors would not be inferior to them. It is just that they have too many attachments here and ultimately wish to return and take a look often. After the Lord of Non-Disaster entered the legal realm passage, the city lords of all realms respectfully bowed to Zhou Heng. I didn't expect the Tianzuan to actually become the city lord of Fixiang. Tianzuan, will the plan to reshape the order of the human world by the city god lineage still be implemented? Yes, humans, deities and the world each have their responsibilities. Great benevolence, my heart is at ease, may Tianzan's compassion save us. Among the deities there was a night traveler, Zhou Heng's great-grandfather Zhou Su, passing by Zhou Heng with a beaming smile. Just as Zhou Heng was about to call out to him, he waved his hand and entered the legal domain passage. To be born as a human, to rise as a deity, true impartiality is selfless, let us go and not be shackled. Zhou Su, the initial general of the state, was more open-minded than Zhou Heng had imagined. When he saw his descendants suffering from the damage caused by evil practices, he willingly extended a helping hand, leveraging the goodwill he had accumulated over the years to seek peace for his lineage. When he saw his descendants leap to become some of the most powerful beings in the world, he generously waved goodbye and advised them not to be bound by worldly constraints. In the end, he did not choose the path illuminated by his descendants, but rather the path of the impartial and selfless supreme heaven, stating that it was there he would find his truth. Zhou Su, who transcended from a mortal to a deity, possessed an unwavering heart for seeking the Tao of the supreme heaven. He had never contemplated accepting the affections of others, only wishing to match his virtues to his position and fulfill his responsibilities. This perhaps explains why he fought valiantly throughout his life, ultimately achieving only a lowly rank as a general of the state. It also elucidates the reason he, among many generals of the great Qi, ascended to become a deity. Zhou Su was practical and steadfast in his beliefs, and he imparted this philosophy to his descendants. This mentality allowed the Zhou family to still attract the attention of other dignitaries even during their decline. Zhou Heng harbored gratitude for his great-grandfather, who once offered him a helping hand. He would support Zhou Su in his quest for enlightenment in the bright world and would always remember Zhou Ce's teachings, refraining from forming too deep of a bond with the Zhou family due to his divine identity. Since Zhou Heng's true spirit was revived, he had received countless teachings with the influences of the earth deity lineage, the god of the crossing crow and the supreme heaven emperor being the most profound. Thus he learned how to view the various changes in the world through the lens of a singular concept. The members of the Zhou family, including Zhou Su, who became the god of the night, were also teaching Zhou Heng in their own ways how to understand the destiny of heaven and fulfill human responsibilities. The founder of our family advised me to reduce my investments in the Zhou clan, while the earth deity taught me to respect the natural evolution of civilization. The seekers of the supreme heaven world are indeed similar. Most of them are individuals with profound insights, rarely indulging in complacency or obsessive desires.
This perhaps illustrates the relatively complete nature of the supreme heaven world. It is not as extreme as the fragmented Tai star nor as radical as the bright world with its missing essence.
This reminded Zhou Heng of the four deities of the dark time zone led by the goddess of midnight. He planned to reclaim the concepts and source authority taken away by the fleeing dark time zone deities after the interdimensional war concluded.
Once Zhou Heng completed the transfer of the earth deity lineage, the supreme heaven world no longer held back, beginning to consolidate all source energy with full force. Under his powerful consolidation, the mortal realm underwent tremendous changes. First, a large number of practitioners who had been covertly influencing human civilization fell into the mortal realm, transforming into ordinary martial experts or mere theoretical practitioners. Second, numerous blessed lands that had formed from source energy nodes lost their support and manifested in the mortal realm, resulting in a plethora of mesmerizing landscapes. This also made the ordinary beings aware that their golden age had arrived. From this point onward, they could shed their constraints and guide civilization forward according to their own ideas. Such an era is splendid as myriad thoughts flourish and the culture that had been secretly restrained experiences explosive growth. However, this era is also ruthless. The lords who lost their bindings could no longer suppress their ambitions and desires, leading to a greater chaos in the order of the mortal realm. If things proceeded at a normal pace, the mortal realm would erupt into prolonged and brutal conflicts under the influence of numerous ambitious individuals, ultimately resulting in one or more victors. Yet reality suppressed the desires of the ambitious as the formidable Yuzhou cavalry, after occupying Liaodong, acquired all the political legacy of the Liaodong warlords. They swiftly integrated the military forces of Yuzhou and formally sent the Yuzhou inspector Zhang Liqing out of Chongping County. The new Yuzhou inspector was the former vice minister of war Zhou Jian, while the left and right-long officials of Yuzhou were replaced by the former governor of Yuyang Xinyan and the upright Lin Pingsong, who had a good reputation in Yuzhou. The Liaodong region was jointly governed by the trusted aides of the general of the Great Qi Zhou Heng Peng Yuanhang and Guiyu, with all the Great Qi lords aware that the young general of the Great Qi was about to display his brilliance. Faced with the valiant and battle-hardened Yuzhou cavalry, none of the lords dared to be negligent. They understood that without the support of extraordinary forces, their local garrison armies would simply not be a match for the long-experienced border troops of Yuzhou. Moreover, the border troops of Yunliang and Bing provinces that could contend with the Yuzhou cavalry were still embroiled in infighting and were utterly incapable of resisting the southward advance of the Yuzhou cavalry. The only comfort for them was that the force standing in front of the Yuzhou army was the strongest power among the lords, the Great Qi court. The lords from various regions hoped that the Central Imperial Army would engage in a deadly struggle with the Yuzhou army, allowing them some time to develop. At this time, the young Qi Emperor Xiao Jiming in the capital city of Dalian was conversing with a young man exuding nobility and vigor. "Brother Emperor, have you thought it through? As long as you prove my identity and help me ascend the throne smoothly, there is still hope for the Xiao family's dominion." At this moment, the general still held some loyalty towards the emperor and the grand emperor, but if he missed this opportunity, he would soon transform into a true power broker. "Brother Emperor, you must understand, I do not wish to seize your throne. This position is merely a hot potato. Had it not been for the emperor and grand emperor's demise due to a lapse in divine insight, I would not have ventured into this murky water. Dear brother, I have received a formal royal education and possess deeper insights into governance and military affairs. Please, for the sake of the hardships faced by the ancestors of the Xiao clan, take a step back and grant the Xiao family another chance." The 7-year-old Qi Emperor Xiao Jiming quietly watched his elder brother the Crown Prince perform, showing none of the usual signs of weakness and ignorance. "Elder brother, I may be young, but I am not foolish. I serve as emperor. If my reign flourishes, I will be the sage ruler of the current dynasty, and if it fails, I will be a minister in the new dynasty. Regardless of who claims the world, it cannot deny the inheritance of the Great Qi's legal system, nor can it take vengeance on me, this young puppet." The Crown Prince Xiao Jizong looked at his younger brother in astonishment. He had contemplated many scenarios before arriving, but he had never anticipated that the discarded younger brother would possess such insight and calmness. At this moment, he recalled what he had entrusted to his sister Princess Qinwen when she brought him into the palace, particularly a phrase she had said, whether intentionally or not. "It is acceptable for the emperor to meet with his majesty, but he must be treated with imperial etiquette." At that time, he thought his sister was being overly rigid, but he never expected that the child he had once looked down upon had now grown into a true emperor. "Brother Emperor, how can you be so selfish? The Xiao family's dominion is lost." The young Qi Emperor Xiao Jiming waved his hand, signaling the guards and Princess Qinwen to take away his former elder brother, the Crown Prince, not wanting to continue mocking the brother who had lost his chance due to unfortunate circumstances. "Only now do you realize the Xiao family's dominion is lost. When you all were betting and actively giving up the world, the Xiao family's dominion was already doomed. It was not I who caused the fall of the Xiao family, but your selfishness." Although the young Qi Emperor Xiao Jiming spoke decisively, he still felt some confusion within. If it meant preserving the Xiao family's legacy, he would be willing to sacrifice the throne.
Teacher, do you think I made a mistake? I may have extinguished the last hope of the Shao family. The Marquis of Xinwu Hihong emerged from behind the curtain, respectfully bowing to the young child. Your Majesty, you did not make a mistake. You are the last hope of the Shao family. The general has become unreliable. He has stripped me of my military power. If the Crown Prince truly ascends, he will immediately tear off his disguise and eliminate dissenters, at which point hope will truly be extinguished. The spiritual essence of the mortal realm has faded, causing cultivators to fall from grace, divine beings to migrate, and even the dragon princes who command the vast rivers and oceans have descended into a prolonged slumber within the core of the water element. The human civilization of the Haotian world thus achieved true freedom, yet individuals within humanity still find it difficult to act entirely according to their true intentions. General Zhang Shiji is one such individual. At this moment, the path he chooses is no longer solely his own but a collective decision made by the forces he represents. As the leader of his faction, he can only regulate their actions but cannot restrain their determination to seek progress, for the pursuit of interests is the essence of a faction's existence. Without the ambition to seek benefits, even a powerful general will fall when the tree is toppled and the monkeys will scatter, ultimately cleared away by those who come after. Thus the general has no choice. His current reputation has already made him a power broker, and the local lords and the Shao royal family will not easily let him off the hook. For now he can only continue to ascend, to gamble on his fate, hoping to become the architect of the mortal order and thereby demonstrate his legitimacy. This is why he seized the military power from the Duke of Xinwu Hihong for those in the general's faction maintaining good relations with the Zhou family of Yuzhou and sending his own son to Yuzhou with Hihong is no longer pure. In this time of upheaval and transition, impurity equates to untrustworthiness. Thus they not only took Hihong's military authority but also kicked him into the imperial palace, demoting him to the position of the young emperor's tutor under the guise of promotion. Under normal circumstances, serving as an imperial tutor is a politically advantageous position. However, Emperor Qi Shao Jiming is an exception. This puppet young emperor cannot even issue commands from the palace, let alone from his chambers. Since the chaos in Dalian City, the forces loyal to the royal family have been weakened, allowing the nobility to seize control of the palace's security. After the general came to power, the various officials in the palace were gradually replaced by his own followers. For example, the general's third son Zhang Hongshuan, who is the husband of Princess Changwen, holds the position of a guard captain in the palace. This seemingly low-ranking position is crucial for sealing off the palace. Without the orders of General Zhang Shiji and Zhang Hongshuan, officials from other factions would have no opportunity to meet the young emperor. Yet at this moment General Zhang Shiji is undoubtedly conflicted. He not only knows about Princess Changwen bringing the former Crown Prince Xiao Jizong to meet the young emperor, but he also actively facilitates it. This is also why Crown Prince Xiao Jizong believes that the general still holds some loyalty towards the late emperor and the royal grandfather. The general's indecisiveness serves as the foundation for the Crown Prince's ambition to ascend to the throne. However, the general's hesitation does not imply that his faction is equally hesitant. After all, the new emperor's governance will undoubtedly require the elimination of these power holders. General, we can understand your leniency towards the Duke of Xinwu Hihong, as he is a representative of the nobility faction and his brother-in-law's family also controls the military and political power in Yuzhou. But why do you still tolerate the former crown prince? General, we have no way out. We cannot allow the Shao royal family to retain power. Chengde, you are my student and my most trusted person. I will speak frankly with you. I am not without ambition, nor do I fear contention with those lords. What I fear is being defeated by time. Chengde, I am already 63 this year and I fear I will not be able to lead you far. Teacher, in the past Emperor Qi Taizu pacified 18 states in 29 years, and after his son Gaozong ascended he expanded the territory to 24 states of the Great Qi. You need not accomplish everything in one generation. As long as you lay a solid foundation for the younger generation, you too can establish a new dynasty. General Zhang Shiji looked at his ambitious student and shook his head helplessly. How could he compare to that Emperor Qi Taizu? The foundation of Emperor Qi Taizu was a genuine revolutionary force, far surpassing the chaotic factions of interests in his hands in terms of combat effectiveness, cohesion and loyalty. While he is present, he can rely on his prestige to control this force. If he is no longer here, this force is likely to rapidly disintegrate when faced with a crisis. But is there ever a smooth path to seizing power? Moreover, the structure of the factions has already formed. How could he conduct a thorough internal cleansing and promote truly talented and virtuous individuals? Teacher, one who hesitates will suffer chaos. General, give your order. Enough, this is not entirely my will but the collective sentiment of all of us. Since you have chosen to follow me, how can I not respect your wishes? Chengde, you shall take my orders to immediately capture the impostor claiming to be the crown prince and also inform Hongxian to strengthen the protection of His Majesty to prevent any thieves from infiltrating the palace and threatening His Majesty's safety. I will obey and will not disappoint the general's trust. Zhang Shiji watched his student respectfully withdraw after receiving the order, letting out a deep sigh. He had ultimately come to this point.
Since ancient times, as long as the general in charge of military affairs and the grand minister in charge of political affairs are united in one position, that person is likely to walk a dark road. For although the general and grand minister lack the title of emperor, they possess the essence of imperial power. Zhang Shiji, though merely a general, does indeed control the powers of the grand minister. At this moment he has already seized the powers that the emperor and the lords desire most. There is no opportunity for significant governance to be returned, and he can only cling to his delusions and desires as he forges ahead. Hongxin, it seems you will suffer in the future. Given my age, I am unlikely to witness prosperity, and I am mostly unlikely to see the curtain fall. However, you will likely witness the end and find it hard to see the flourishing. As my eldest son, you are destined to bear our achievements and failures. It is of no concern, father. I have not lost my ambition, and I wish to test how things will turn out in the future. Zhang Hongxin openly expressed his ambition, smiling as he encouraged Zhang Shiji, hoping to ease his elderly father's helplessness. However, deep down he did not possess the ambition he displayed. It was merely a facade to unite the faction and convey a spirit of progress. Having thoroughly studied historical texts and undergone strict education, he understands that it is very difficult for a faction that seizes power midway to succeed. From the perspective of metaphysics, the fate of the former dynasty has run its course. How could they, mere remnants, turn the tide? From the perspective of human society, they are merely patchworkers lacking the capability to break down the old and reshape the world, making it hard to truly change the ills of the world. Yet Zhang Hongxin understands that he has no choice. Since his father has taken this path, he as the eldest son must follow. If their family wishes to abandon ship midway, the new helmsman will surely throw them into the water to feed the fish and then step on their corpses to establish his power. You since childhood have held high aspirations and considered yourself extraordinary. This opportunity we have now is just right for you to test your mettle. By the way, the young emperor lacks companionship. You should send Yu'er to the palace to serve as the young emperor's companion. That boy is mischievous and hard to manage. You should personally take him to pay respects to the grand tutor He Hong as his teacher, allowing the Duke of Xinwu to have a formal role in overseeing him. General Zhang Shiji understands that the essence of humanity is to gather the will of the people. He hopes that while being propelled forward by the collective will, he can also leave a path for the Zhang family through the intentions of others. I understand, father. From now on I will ensure that Yu'er respects He Hong just as he respects me. Go ahead. He Hong is a sentimental person. He will not treat Yu'er poorly. We are also sentimental people and will not treat He Hong poorly. Once Yu'er has finished his apprenticeship, I will gradually restore He Hong's military authority, hoping that in the future he can maintain stability in his title as duke. As humanity's society ascends, it becomes increasingly complex. Those who do not unite the surrounding forces cannot reach the upper echelons. After Zhou Heng's Yuyang army and the Yuzhou faction completely seized military and political power in Yuzhou, regardless of the stance held by Xan Wuo He Hong, he had already become the representative of the Yuzhou faction in the court in the eyes of many. This transformation is not determined by He Hong's personal will, for his ties with the Zhou family run exceedingly deep. His sister is the matriarch of the Zhou family, which forms a bond of kinship. Additionally, the two generations in power of the Zhou family have all benefited from his grace, establishing a connection of gratitude. His youngest son He Shuo has taken Zhou Jian, the head of the Zhou family, as his master, creating a master-student relationship. Most importantly, General Zhao Wu Zhou Hong was promoted and transferred to Yuzhou due to his recommendations, which establishes a bond of merit. These four ties firmly bind Xan Wuo He Hong to the Zhou family, effectively making them a single interest group. In this familial group there is no clear hierarchy. When the imperial court is powerful, Xan Wuo He Hong naturally becomes the core of the group and all interests will subtly lean towards him. When Yuzhou is strong, the Zhou family will naturally become the new core of the group, and Xan Wuo He Hong's influence in the court will continuously channel towards Yuzhou through this path of interests. This led the Yuzhou governor Zhang Liqing to return to the court and accuse Zhou Heng of abusing power, only to be met with a full counterattack from the Xan Wuo faction, which jointly recommended Zhou Jian as the new governor of Yuzhou. Given that the situation was already set in stone and the trend of Yuzhou was established, the general's faction could only reluctantly promote Zhou Jian, hoping to curb the ambitions of the overt Yuzhou army. However, no matter the reason for the general's faction's compromise, it cannot deny the overall victory of the Yuzhou faction. From now on, as long as the Yuzhou military exists, they, having countless ties with the Yuzhou army, will be able to stand firm in this perilous court. Such is the nature of power. In times of decline, even with diligent connections, one cannot achieve great influence, yet in times of rise, even without proactive engagement, numerous followers will emerge. However, the essence of power remains conflict. It is either you suppress me to gain sovereignty, or I suppress you to exert my will, with neither side easily compromising. Thus the general's faction quickly launched a retaliation, leading to Xan Wuo He Hong being passively promoted to Taifu while also losing the military authority he relied upon for survival. At this time the factional struggle still had its limits. To prevent the Yuzhou army from rebelling, He Hong and his followers were not subjected to complete purging. They cheerfully accepted their suppressed status, betting that their current sacrifices would become reasons for the Yuzhou army to accept and value them. He Heng himself harbored similar thoughts. If his maintenance went smoothly, it could merely be seen as adding embellishments. However, now his maintenance was founded upon sacrificing a significant amount of his own interests, which undoubtedly amounted to providing timely assistance. Regardless of whether the Yuzhou army needed his support, his clear stance would undoubtedly be felt and his loyalty would be remembered. It can be said that after this factional struggle, both the general's faction and the Yuzhou faction achieved their desired outcomes, and in their conflict they mutually accomplished each other. This is also why the struggles in the court become increasingly complex, because each faction has its own means of profit. They dare to provoke the authority of those in power. Therefore, Xin Wuo He Heng does not harbor hatred for the general, nor does he resent the general for seizing his military authority. After all, they are both faction leaders who have long been prepared to take responsibility for their factions. However, the young Qi Emperor Zhao Jiming is still unable to see through these matters. He believes that his teacher has suffered unjust treatment and must resent the general's faction. He wishes to leverage the relationship between teacher and student along with the Yuzhou faction behind his teacher to attempt to woo the military power of Yuzhou. This is undoubtedly a success of He Heng's education. Under his guidance, the 7-year-old child is becoming increasingly astute, but what he lacks now is time to grow and experience in governance. However, Zhao Jiming will soon have the opportunity to learn from the experiences of struggle. As the grandson of General Zhang Shiji, Zhang Hongxin, the third son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Linyu, suddenly entered his life. Zhao Jiming was psychologically prepared for the powerful officials to place their offspring next to him, but he could not accept that his teacher, the person he trusted, would take Zhang Linyu as a disciple. To the young and naive him, this is a blatant collusion. The general is using the master-student relationship to corrupt his last vestiges of military power. He knows that his teacher must be able to consider these matters. He understands that once his teacher accepts this, the teacher's faction will inevitably be affected. Thus he is puzzled as to why his teacher does not resist the general as he did before, but instead calmly accepts the general's arrangements. "Teacher, why are you doing this? Have you too succumbed to those power holders?" "Your Majesty, this is not submission with the existence of the Yuzhou army. I want to submit, but the general would not dare to believe it, nor would he dare to accept it. This is merely an exchange of interests. The general has likely made up his mind that the war between the court and the lords will soon break out. He is using me to appease the Yuzhou army while also seeking a way out for his family. Just wait and see, Your Majesty. The general will soon restore my powers, allowing the once independent Yuzhou army to once again become a faction in the court." Zhao Jiming's feelings of anger gradually transformed into helplessness. Now he understands that the benefits given were merely a means to seek greater returns. Is it only an exchange, teacher? What exactly does our great Qi's world amount to? Is it merely a bargaining chip in the hands of you power holders? What does Your Majesty believe the great Qi world is? Naturally, it is the world of the Shao family, a world of the common people and loyalists. Your Majesty is mistaken. The world belongs to the people of the world. Tomorrow we will begin discussing history, and then Your Majesty will discover that there are no eternal dynasties, only the enduring people of the world. Even though Zhao Jiming felt reluctant in his heart, he could only silently accept this outcome, and from then on he gained a classmate named Zhang Linyu. Thus he also realized that the label of powerful official does not seem to apply to the cheerful and optimistic Zhang Linyu. The emperor and the general are merely acting in accordance with the situation, and on a personal level no one is nobler than the other. With a companion who does not fear him, Zhao Jiming enjoyed a rare period of happiness, and he learned a great deal of new knowledge from the historical texts taught by his teacher. However, happiness is often short-lived, and one day his sister Princess Changwen suddenly came to visit him. During their casual conversation, Princess Changwen suddenly told him that the audacious impostor who dared to pose as the crown prince had already been arrested by the Imperial City Department, and such a madman would no longer appear in the future. He looked at his sister, who wore a calm expression, and for some reason he could not hold back his tears. His sister gently stroked his head just like his deceased mother. "Your Majesty, I am pregnant, so I may not be able to visit the palace often in the future. Sister, do not worry, I can take good care of myself." As Zhao Jiming and Zhang Linyu saw Princess Changwen off, they encountered his brother-in-law Zhang Hongxuan, who was a squad leader in the palace guards. He watched as his brother-in-law carefully helped Princess Changwen into the carriage, gently advising his sister to worry less and eat more nutritious meals. His sister also reminded her husband to add 2 layers of cotton padding in his shoulder armor to prevent soreness and swelling from a day of duty. So this is what teacher meant by the people of the world. Only through diligence and attentiveness can one find peace, while solely relying on one's origins will ultimately fade away. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Yan'an, 2 events shook all 24 prefectures of Daqi. First, Grand General Zhang Shiji was elevated to the offices of Grand Marshal and Grand General, vested with the Judge Yeyu as a symbol of imperial authority and entrusted with the duties of the Secretariat. The central garrison under his command began to march south to punish the unfaithful.
Second, use a shock cavalry crossed the steppe, their blades pointed directly at Bingzhou, which lay besieged by the Tartar tribe.
From that moment every lord within Daki understood that an age of great contention had arrived. The two great military powers that might have bled each other dry had for the time being struck a political compromise. The regional lords could not yet sense the ferocity of the Yuzhou army, but the vast central garrison, though the nation was less than a century old and its combat capability still nascent, had already bared its keen fangs. As policies shifted, the once prosperous capital Dalian grew desolate. Vast resources were swiftly redirected toward military affairs.
This meant that the high-ranking political prisoners held in the imperial prison could no longer enjoy their former comforts. Only 4 dishes in 1 soup. Does the Grand General intend to humiliate me, the royal?
Although Crown Prince Xiao Jizong had been arrested, the Grand General had long enjoyed the Xiao family's favor and would not deliberately persecute their descendants. Therefore the cell of Crown Prince Xiao Jizong was spacious and refined, and each meal consisted of at least 8 dishes and 2 soup. Though this treatment was worlds apart from when Xiao Jizong was Crown Prince, few repeat offenders in confinement enjoyed such privileges.
Your Grace, the attendant said, you mistake this. My father would never humiliate you over such a trifle.
It is merely that the army's logistics take precedence. To secure the supply lines, the Grand General ordered all extravagant expenditures cut. Even the imperial prison where you lodge could not remain exempt. It is merely that the army's logistics take precedence. To secure the supply lines, the Grand General ordered all extravagant expenditures cut.
Xiao Jizong asked Zhang Hongchuan, what brings you?
Has the Grand General sent me fine wine and white silk?
Not at all, Zhang replied.
The Grand General is no cruel man. I come because His Majesty has words for you, though the Emperor is too young to come to such a place himself.
This is His Majesty's companion reader Zhang Linyu, my elder brother's child. He brings the imperial edict. If the Emperor has issued a decree, I shall hear it.
I, Hajin King Xiao Jizong, respectfully await the edict. Although Xiao Jizong privately refused to acknowledge his brother Xiao Jiming's standing, he still bowed respectfully and waited to receive the imperial decree. He understood that if even he, as scion of the Xiao royal house, openly scorned imperial authority, then the Xiao family's claim would truly be left to neglect. I have learned that an arrogant wretch dared to impersonate the crown prince. Thanks to the Grand General's discerning eye and timely capture, the court was spared deceit and the realm preserved, the edict declared.
Such audacity merits severe punishment, yet I, orphaned from a young age, often yearned for my late father and elder brother.
Therefore I pardon the rogue Xiao Anping, hoping he will soon cut away his obsession and greed and return to a righteous life.
Commoner Xiao Anping receives the decree with gratitude and praise for the Emperor's long life and peace.
Crown Prince Xiao Jizong took the edict with a tumult of feeling. He knew that from this moment he would no longer be regarded as the true Crown Prince. A single imperial decree had transformed him into the commoner Xiao Anping who had impersonated the heir, yet by that very decree he would be spared the whirlpool of political struggle. The edict wholly denied his legitimacy by allowing it to be published. The Grand General tacitly endorsed that resolution. Otherwise, sooner or later he would have died in prison of some illness and become a marginal figure only occasionally named in unofficial chronicles. Go now, Zhang Hongxian said Xiao Anping, reform yourself here. Perhaps before long you may leave Daliang and remake your life.
Why spare me?
What is the price of this mercy?
Xiao Jizong asked.
The Grand General, Grand Marshal vested with the Judge Yeyu and in charge of the Secretariat, would not seek a price from an ordinary commoner, Zhang replied.
Xiao Jizong laughed bitterly. Ha ha. It's gone, all gone.
Xiao Jizong laughed while tears of resentment streamed down his face. He knew the Xiao family's realm had vanished and that whatever power remained was now the prerogative of Grand General Zhang Shiji. His life had likely been bartered in secret when the Emperor conferred the Grand General title. What a brother indeed, so young and already adept at exchanging favors for favors.
Xiao Jizong's status had rested on the minister's recognition and the crown's certification. Now all of that was gone.
He had become in every meaningful sense a solitary man, and this age would no longer spare ink for him. Meanwhile, the central garrison, led by several veteran battlefield commanders, was preparing to march south to subdue the rebels. Thus the regions near the capital, Sukai-Siang and Xingzhou, began to whisper to one another in secret, preparing an alliance to jointly resist the central garrison. At the same time, far away in Bingzhou, the Tartar Southern Expeditionary Force was also deliberating the threat posed by the Yuzhou army.
Mr. Wu, you hail from Weizhou and oversee our intelligence operations within Daki. Speak to us of the Yuzhou forces.
Honored Gumeng Duhan and generals, apart from the local garrison units, the Yuzhou army fields 3 elite field corps: Yuyang, Dongyan and Rongqi. The Yuyang troops are the personal guard of General Zhou Heng, and thus the most loyal and brave. The Dongyan corps is formed from the scions of Yuzhou military families together with veterans from the Yuyang camps. From officer to private, they are all Yuzhou men, so not only do their interests align with General Zhou, they are also fierce in battle and possess exceptional loyalty. And finally, the Rongqi Corps, a militia born of the Heishui Mo invasion. The intelligence shows its soldiers are all local Yuzhou volunteers.
Though this corps appears weakest and least trained in actual combat, it is among the fiercest of Yu's contingents. In no dire circumstance have they ever broken. However, Rongqi's training is indeed limited. They favor small-scale nocturnal raids using their fearless men to wear down enemy morale. Moreover, when victorious they often pursue foes for hundreds of li. The Heishui Mo once exploited this tendency to spring large-scale ambushes upon them. When Wu Huanshan finished his briefing on the Yuzhou army, he fell silent and let the Tartars' generals digest the intelligence. Before Wu spoke, Gumeng Duhan had assumed Yu's internal structure resembled that of Bingx's forces. But Wu Wanshan's words gave him a new understanding. The three-field corps drawn from Yuyang are composed of loyal, battle-hardened men entirely unlike the internally fractured Bingzhou army. Mr. Wu, can you ascertain the Yuzhou army's numbers and which corps is advancing? Reporting to the Khan, since Yuzhou suffered the Heishui Mo invasion, it has been transformed into a special military district. Having retained sufficient defenses, they nonetheless mustered over 60,000 troops to send to Bingzhou. The Yuyang and Dongyan each contributed about 15,000 while Rongqi dispatched 30,000. The Khan observed that the fight would be hard, though they could muster 13,000 tribal warriors. Some must be held back against a Bingzhou counterstroke, leaving only about 80,000 available for the new theater. Wu Huanshan doubted the wisdom of a frontal clash, but he could not openly claim 80,000 tribal warriors would be beaten by 60,000 Yuzhou troops. He only wished the Khan to consider differences in troop quality, cohesion, and will to fight. He argued that against such a Yuzhou army they should not focus solely on meeting them in the field, but rather on how to with minimal loss wear down Yu's fragile logistics. Mr. Wu, how do you think we should engage? Though Yuzhou seems strong in isolation, it has lost the central purse. If we hold the cities and send multiple cavalry detachments to harry its supply routes, within a month we will see the desired effect. Gumeng Duan and the commanders of the various Tatar factions, after deliberation, decided to implement Wu Wanshan's strategy of steadfastly disrupting the enemy. It was not that they feared the reputation of the Yuzhou army, but rather that they had fought against the Heishui Mabe for years and understood their neighbors' combat strength very well. Now that even the Heishui Mabe had been severely damaged by the Yuzhou army, they would naturally not recklessly engage in a large-scale frontal battle with them. It is important to note that their soldiers were not professional troops like the Yuzhou army, but rather tribal youths who fought when idle and herded when busy. If these young men suffered too many losses in battle, it could potentially lead to the extinction of certain tribes for generations, greatly depleting their future military potential. Mr. Wu, we are preparing to use the three cities of Yunchong, Shuafang, and Wuyuan as mutual flanks to counter the offensive of the Yuzhou army. You will accompany my son Ashinagon to the Liao region to invite the Rurin and Xianbei tribes to jointly divide the logistics of the Yuzhou army. After receiving the order, Wu Huanshan silently exited the main tent, knowing that the specifics of troop deployment were not something the Tatar tribes wanted him to hear. Thus he could only leave the main tent under the pretense of preparing diplomatic gifts, sensibly leaving the space for those who could truly command the Tatar soldiers. Master, you have led us to manipulate the Tatar factions to move south, and now they have really moved south. Our strategy has succeeded. But how do we return, and under what identity? In the past, when our inspiration flowed, we regarded ourselves as transcendent immortals. Now that inspiration is lost, how can we avoid being influenced by the mundane? Wu Huanshan knew that his master could no longer hear him. His extremely arrogant and disdainful master was probably hiding somewhere, living in obscurity. Yet he felt unwilling in his heart. He had been sent to the power center of the Tatar tribes by his master, yet had lost the ability to protect himself. He did not know when he would be captured by the army of Diqi and recorded in history as a traitor, becoming an object of scorn for future generations. He wanted to escape, but with so much intelligence information in his possession, he had become an important surveillance target for the Tatars. He no longer had the ability to leave. However, he did not sit idly by. He did not believe that the Tatars would be the ultimate victors, so he secretly devised many plans. For instance, while Yuzhou had indeed lacked provisions in the past, the current Yuzhou army was well equipped and had a war potential far exceeding that of the typical Diqi forces. He concealed the other sudden strength of the Yuzhou army behind a facade of credible intelligence, as this had become a long-standing consensus and few knew that Yuzhou was no longer what it used to be. He hoped that while the Yuzhou army besieged the Tatar legion, he could escape the vortex of conflict as an ordinary Qi person and change his name to join the chaotic Bingzhou, embarking on a new life. Thus he diligently plotted for the Tatar army while secretly sending former subordinates to establish contact with the Yuzhou army. He planned to sell the Tatar army for a good price, but the Tatars did not truly trust him. He had not obtained the most crucial military deployment information. During Wu Wanshan's accompaniment of Prince Ashinagon on a diplomatic mission to various tribes in Liao, the Yuzhou cavalry crossed the vast grassland. During Wu Wanshan's accompaniment of Prince Ashinagon on a diplomatic mission to various tribes in Liao, the Yuzhou cavalry crossed the vast grasslands and reached the northern part of Bingzhou. It was time for the Tatar army to experience the taste of invasion. General intelligence from undercover agents in Liao has arrived. The Rurin and Xianbei factions have decided to attack our supply convoy.
They are quite stable. What is the situation over at Heishui Mabe? They are indeed very stable. The Futong department reports that they have voluntarily detained the Tatar envoy and sent soldiers to us in Yuzhou. They fear danger but do not fear virtue. Let the Dongyan army march north and tell them I need a stable supply route. When the Dongyan army, which urgently needed to prove itself, marched north to patrol, the restless tribal forces had to temporarily quiet down. Though they were fierce and ruthless, they still did not dare to truly attract the attention of the Yuzhou army. They knew that such self-sacrificial actions would surely lead to their gruesome demise. However, although the Yuzhou army protected its supply routes, the Tatar army had already achieved its goal. They successfully disrupted the overall strength of the Yuzhou army. Now they faced not the full-strength Yuzhou army but the Yuyang and Rongqi forces. They were confident in holding off the advance of the Yuzhou army, which numbered merely 45,000 and had the capability to dispatch tens of thousands of archers to pursue when the Yuzhou army retreated. They believed that as long as they defeated the three elite field armies of Yuzhou, no one would be able to stop their southward advance in the future. However, the real situation on the battlefield quickly fell out of their control. The city of Yunchong near Yuzhou was the first to suffer a powerful blow. The Yuzhou army did not choose to attack the cities of Bingzhou in the same way they had with constant harassment, but opted for the most secure and traditional siege warfare. This battle revealed to them just how terrifying the bravery of the Yuzhou army truly was. When 30,000 Rongqi troops divided into three teams and continuously charged at Yunchong, they could initially hold their defenses, but by nightfall everything changed. As Wu Huanshan had said, this army favored small-scale night assaults, using their own ferocity to wear down the enemy's morale. Since nightfall, the Rongqi army had not ceased their night attacks. They surged onto the city walls like an inexhaustible war machine, wave after wave. The pitch-black night did not diminish their aggressiveness, rather it seemed to empower them, making them even more ferocious than in the daytime. Several times soldiers from the Rongqi army climbed onto the battlements, attempting to breach the interior of Yunchong city from the walls. In these perilous moments, had it not been for Gumong Duhuan's elite warriors fighting desperately, Yunchong city would have long since descended into brutal street fighting. As the darkness gradually lifted, the stationed Tatar troops in Yunchong let out a sigh of relief, having finally endured this long and terrifying night. However, just as they dragged their weary bodies to rest for a moment, they once again saw the high-spirited Rongqi army preparing for a large-scale assault. At this moment, fear gripped them. They knew that if this continued, Yunchong city would soon fall. Morrigan, we are a free pack of wolves now. A single city has turned us into domesticated lambs. If we do not change, this will be our burial ground. Let our warriors out. Go tell Gumong Duan that we have been deceived by Wu Huanshan. We should not defend the city, as that would only make it easier for us to be annihilated. Okay, Elder, hold on, I will soon bring reinforcements. Gumong Duan could never have anticipated that his strategy of wearing down Yu's logistics had gone awry from the very start. His army could not adapt to the combat rhythm of the Yuzhou army. After the battle in the clouds, Zhou Heng's Yuzhou army quickly took control of the situation in Bingzhou due to their overwhelming combat strength. The flag of the Qi people reappeared in the territory of Bingzhou, which had been lost for months. A large number of scattered soldiers from various ranks in Bingzhou gradually gathered under this great banner. This time the men of Yan and Zhao would unite to reclaim their homeland and drive out the brutal invaders. As the war in the mortal realm continued to change, the two realms' war in the battlefield beyond also experienced new developments. Led by the Emperor Haotian, the 12 true monarchs of the Divine Court joined forces with the three gods of light led by Zhou Heng, the savior dragon god, to break through the encirclement of the Taixing evil gods, extending the war between the two realms into the heart of Taixing for the first time. In the face of the strong counterattack from the Divine Court, the Taixing evil gods planned to harvest all life civilizations from the order ladder to eliminate the Divine Court's influence on the concept of order. This move faced strong opposition from Zhou Heng's 6 holy warriors and the core of Taixing life. One aimed to protect life civilizations while the other sought to avoid the regularization of the holy ladder. Therefore, the Taixing evil gods could only intensify their offensive against the Haotian world, hoping to provoke a return rescue from the breakers. However, they found it difficult to quickly breach the Haotian Divine Court, which had gathered its origins with full force. Moreover, there was a mysterious Qi-He true monarch, the combination of 7 emotions and 6 desires, who had constructed a network of orderly human principles in the outer layer of the Haotian world, severely affecting the operation speed of their distorted authority. After all, the Taixing evil gods were engaged in cross-world warfare. Even though their distorted authority was powerful, the true power they could unleash still had to withstand the impact of the rules of the opposing world. The situation on the side of Emperor Haotian was similar. After descending into the Taixing world, he along with his subordinate true monarchs also experienced a partial weakening of their power. In contrast, Zhou Heng and his subordinate 3 gods of light were not significantly affected. Their authority, anchored by higher dimensional true spirits, inherently possessed a higher level of reality attribute. This allowed Zhou Heng's authority and the authority of the gods he was concerned with to be projected normally across worlds, unleashing the power they possessed. Heavenly Sovereign, wait, do not advance further.
What does the Emperor mean? Emperor Haotian suddenly halted Zhou Heng and his subordinate gods from delving deeper into Tai Xing. He elevated Zhou Heng's permissions to the level of the Earth Lord through the connection with the city god seal of Yu Yang. However, since the Earth Mother Yujun of the Haotian world had not perished, Zhou Heng only held the title of Earth Lord without the actual power of one. In other words, Zhou Heng had become a substitute Earth Lord. As long as the Earth Mother Yujun perished, Zhou Heng could immediately inherit the position of Earth Lord in the Haotian world. It is known that the Haotian Divine Court governs the world with the concept of heavenly net and earth web, and the position of Earth Lord is a genuine Vice Lord position in the Divine Court. This is different from the Sublord position of Chi-He, true monarch, who merely holds the qualification of inheritance akin to a prince. The Earth Lord position, on the other hand, is a real power position governing the Divine Court with Haotian. Zhou Heng sensed the meaning of entrustment in this. He looked at the Earth Mother Yujun behind Haotian, knowing that this powerful Earth Mother could surely sense the changes in the inheritance of his authority. Heavenly Sovereign, you have done enough to help us break through the encirclement into Tai Xing. Next, the will of Tai Xing will undoubtedly continue to use the concept of the world to suppress our strength. Moreover, once we fall in this realm, the chance of revival will be very slim.
The road ahead is fraught with danger, and there is no need for the Heavenly Sovereign to accompany us in this venture. The position of Emperor Lord is the source of the Emperor's power and also the source of the power of us gods of Haotian. It cannot be divided or shared with others.
Therefore, I have opened my authority to the Heavenly Sovereign.
Heavenly Sovereign, my authority carries great responsibility. If I fall, the mortal realm will inevitably turn into turbid air and revert to the world's original source. I request the Heavenly Sovereign to uphold the mortal realm and preserve a glimmer of life for the people of Haotian at the time of my demise. At this moment, the form of the Earth Mother Yujun was that of a middle-aged woman. She possessed no extravagant beauty, only a gentle and compassionate maternal nature. Her naturally inclusive maternal nature made any citizen of Haotian who saw her feel as if they were meeting their own mother.
Yujun, there is also my human incarnation in the Haotian world.
He too can connect with my ancestral spirit of the seven non-heavens. Rest assured, Yujun, even if I fall here, I can still uphold the mortal realm, allowing us to unite until the end. My humanity seeks to start and end well. Please allow me to uphold my original intention on the path of seeking the Tao.
Good Heavenly Sovereign is compassionate.
The Earth Mother Yujun, upon hearing Zhou Heng's aspiration to seek the Tao, no longer insisted, hoping that this Heavenly Sovereign would have a lasting path in the future, spreading their shared Tao among all beings.
Due to his impartiality, Emperor Haotian would not actively divide the Vice Lord's authority to bestow it upon others.
Therefore, he entrusted this matter to the Earth Mother Yujun to decide for herself. After seeing that the Earth Mother Yujun and Zhou Heng had reached a consensus, he spoke to leave his entrustment. Heavenly Sovereign, if I am harmed and the world remains, you may assess the actions of Chi-He, true monarch. If he is worthy of my trust, let him assimilate the original source, reorganize the world, and open a new era for the world. If he is unworthy of trust, the Heavenly Sovereign may use the authority of the Earth Lord to assimilate the world's original source, guiding our realm into your ancestral spirit of the seven non-heavens. Rest assured, Emperor Lord, my heart to save the suffering arises from this realm, and I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of this realm. In the face of Emperor Haotian's entrustment, Zhou Heng showed no intention of shirking. The fact that Haotian could say such words proved that he was willing to wager everything to fight against the core of Tai Xing life. Since Zhou Heng and he called each other fellow Taoists and acknowledged each other's appreciation, they naturally would not feign modesty or push each other away. With the guarantee of the Heavenly Sovereign, my heart is at ease. I only wish for the divine path to flourish and remain in the world eternally.
Dawn Right Yang in the Sun Center, you are different from the Heavenly Sovereign.
The Heavenly Sovereign will emerge from the world's original source upon falling, but if you three fall in this realm, your divinity will undoubtedly be plundered and distorted. Please, the three gentlemen, leave through the passage rules of the ancestral spirit of the seven non-heavens. The upcoming battle belongs to us. You must remain in a useful state to protect this realm. Emperor Haotian's utmost righteousness gave him a considerable initial favorability towards every positive life. His impartiality also meant he respected every life equally. Therefore, during the alliance to resist the evil gods, Haotian continuously treated the three gods of light with great respect, often addressing them as gentlemen.
For the three gods of light, their first cross-realm battle was undoubtedly successful, as their radical will of light continued to coexist amicably with Emperor Haotian.
Thus they certainly would not leave at this moment. Their radical will of light did not allow them to ignore the fall of Haotian, who bore the utmost righteousness.
Emperor Lord, we principal gods do not retreat, so how could we step back? Moreover, are we not an offensive and defensive alliance between the two realms?
The light does not permit us to abandon our allies. Emperor Lord, do not worry about our world. New four gods of light are being nurtured. They will inherit our will, becoming the new guardians of the world.
In that case, I thank you, three gentlemen.
Allow us to unite once more and break through the ladder, harmonizing the sacred and the distorted and reshape order in this realm. Haotian led his most valuable innate deities across the boundary, which was a mixed blessing for the core of the Tai Star life. The good news was that Haotian and his subordinate deities voluntarily entered the heavenly ladder ritual, thus fulfilling his pursuit of the war between realms. The worry was that Haotian was undergoing a transfer of authority. Even if he could reshape Haotian in the upcoming battle, Haoshan's world would be taken over by the unknown Tianzuan. This was something he absolutely could not accept, for a Haotian who lost the authority of the world's origin would no longer be the perfect will of the world but would be downgraded to an innate deity. The core of the Tai Star life felt a surge of anger as it saw its greatest harvest about to devalue. Haotian, why would you rather trust that so-called ally than believe that we can unite to forge the sacred justice ladder? Tai Star justice and the ladder are inherently in conflict. I do not agree with your path. I would rather die for my own way than see it distorted into the so-called sacred justice ladder. The path of Tianzuan is similar to mine. Our trust in each other begins with the same understanding and loyalty to similar principles. He is worthy of my complete trust. The consciousness of the core of Tai Star surrounded Haoshan's deities like an ocean, yet amidst the undulating will of that ocean, Haoshan's deities stood firm like unyielding lighthouses. You cannot win against me. The moment you crossed the boundary, you proved you lost. Your origin is not as substantial as mine. Once you enter my world, your original power will be suppressed. What do you have to fight me with? Isn't the path of the heavenly ladder right here? I will descend the heavenly ladder to your realm and see whether your will reshapes me or my justice influences you. Haotian was indeed going to perform the heavenly ladder ritual. However, at this moment the core of Tai Star could not feel joy. This was because Haotian clearly did not intend to ascend the conceptual heavenly ladder like his saintly subjects. Instead, he prepared to cross the substantial material ladder, descending layer by layer from the destruction and distortion of the material side to reach his life core. At present, Haotian had crossed the outer destruction and entered his distorted outer layer with only one layer of order's ladder separating him from the core. The core of Tai Star truly did not want Haotian, who was ready to martyr himself to enter the divine world that was being nurtured. He did not believe Haotian could achieve victory, but he knew that when Haotian sacrificed all his concepts and actively merged into his life core, his divinity would surely be contaminated by Haotian. Even if he achieved final victory, by the time he freed himself from the influence of Haoshan's information and returned to himself, his heavenly ladder might have already been dismantled by the contaminated Haotian. The saints under him would probably not be greatly affected, but the evil god's legion would likely be neutralized, distorted, and rationalized. In that case, his heavenly ladder plan would be ruined, and the neutralized and distorted evil gods would not accept chaos and distortion again. By then, the rationalized evil gods might even doubt whether the normal version of him was influenced by the concept of distortion. Extreme versions of him might collectively abandon all distortions to return their mother goddess to normal. World war should be about mutual offense and defense. I detest extreme martyrs. Under the suppression of the Tai Star life core's rules, Haoshan's gods seemed to be wrapped in an invisible net, and their powerful authority was gradually weakening. However, even if they weakened, they were still no match for the few evil gods left behind on their home turf, let alone Zhou Heng and the three luminous deities who were unaffected by the rules. Through their concerted efforts, the defenses of the distorted ladder were quickly torn open. At this moment, the core of Tai Star dared not recall the evil god's legion from the outer battlefield. He feared that Haotian, this martyr, after losing his restraints, would directly drive his world's violence into Tai Star, allowing his path and concepts to continuously influence the structure of Tai Star's ladder. Fortunately, he still had the 6 war saints and the Judgment Saints group. He believed these saintly subjects would hold back Haoshan's subordinate gods and allies. His true enemy was only Haotian, this will of the world. When Haotian in Zhou Heng Savior Dragon God form crossed the distorted network and entered the boundary of the Order ladder, multiple intelligent civilizations of the Tai Star Order ladder finally noticed the world's anomaly. Look up at the sky. Is that a deity? Are our deities facing a terrifying evil siege? I have seen their statues. They are the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering in the game world and the Earth Mother Yuanjun. I even worshipped Earth Mother Yuanjun in the game. They have finally arrived. The redemption we have been waiting for has come. Emperor, you must win. At this moment, the deities revealed their majestic forms while the evil gods showcased their distorted bodies. Under the protection of the 6 war saints, the life of the Order ladder did not collapse into madness from the sight of the evil gods. The true nature of the world thus shed its illusory veil for the first time in their eyes. They witnessed the sky-blocking, sun-shrouding, twisted monstrosities frantically attacking the brilliant and beautiful deities. Upon seeing this scene, all intelligent beings spontaneously identified with Haoshan's deities, believing that they were the true deities protecting them. This recognition stemmed not only from a preference for their appearance but also from an innate support for the concept of order, and more so from the excitement and emotion welling up from deep within their hearts. They did not understand why they felt moved by the fighting of the exalted deities. This feeling originated from their gene souls and civilization. They did not comprehend the truth of the world, but their civilization had memories and their souls, like their genes, instinctively avoided danger. The recognition of life civilization allowed Haoshan's deities to establish anchor links, thus locking onto the existence of the order ladder. However, it was Haotian the Emperor who first locked onto the order ladder for many of his subjects. The players existed within the Tai Star human civilization. Tianzu and I have heard the calls of my subjects. I am preparing to descend to the order ladder to support you in establishing the planar passage.
The Emperor is also coming.
The support I have gained in this dragon god form is substantial, and the order ladder has already opened a civilization passage for me. When Haotian and Zhou Heng descended through the civilization passage to the order ladder, the life of the order civilization truly felt their greatness. In Haotian they saw a vast world that held immense attraction for them. Just a glance urged them to enter that world, spurred on by a thought that seemed to arise from nowhere. In Zhou Heng's savior dragon god they saw a gentle glow that soothed their souls. They could not help but want to embrace that radiance, letting that redeeming light pull them away from their despair. Faced with such a grand and majestic deity, the subconscious of the life civilization was awakened, and they were calling out for help to the righteous gods through the bodies of civilized life. At that moment, the information contained within the civilization data continuously surged toward Haotian and Zhou Heng. They thus saw the destruction of one world after another as the blood and flesh twisted ships brutally stuffed the civilized life into their chambers, carrying them toward the distorted outer layer of Tai Star. There the infected and distorted lives were left to digest, while the normal lives were dumped into the order ladder on the material side by the blood and flesh ships. All their thoughts were roughly cleared, having to re-establish their civilization on the order ladder. Those lives that experienced the order ladder would not remember, their ancestors would not remember either.
The only ones who remembered would be their civilization.
The evil gods of Tai Star would not erase the existence of civilization, otherwise order would have no soil for growth. Therefore the life of Tai Star has a heart that pursues freedom from birth, constantly resisting the invisible captivity. The arrival of the Haotian Emperor and Zhou Heng to save the suffering dragon god received the absolute support of the intelligent beings within the order's ladder. At this moment the civilization they bore sensed the opportunity for redemption. The civilization's collective consciousness, born from despair, began to urge individual lives to actively integrate into Haoshan's world and the brilliance of salvation. Under the spiritual guidance, the existence concepts of Haotian and Zhou Heng rapidly expanded within the order's ladder, and soon they became the deities recognized by the order civilization. This led to the further expansion of the civilization passage, allowing deities such as the Earth Mother Primordial Lord to descend into the order's ladder through the expanded passage. I remember now, they are the primordial light from the ancient myth of our luminary clan.
Their radiance is so dazzling and their brilliance so sacred.
It seems that she is the mother of our race. She created us, bestowed wisdom upon us, and she is the mother of all our kin. Our God has descended, our redemption has arrived, and the sacred world we yearn for has come. After the deities of Haotian and the light deities descended, the order civilization actively accepted the information from these deities and transformed them into the memories of ancient civilization. Before descending into the order's ladder, the deities of Haotian never imagined they would receive such treatment. Before they spread their information to establish anchor points, the anchor points had already formed spontaneously. The suffering of all beings stems from the pain of civilization. All beings suffer because of the decline of civilization.
I shall guide all beings and redeem civilization.
When the collective subconscious of civilization touched the redemption and pain within the hearts of life, Zhou Heng's authority of saving the suffering and redemption obtained the passage that carried the civilization in need of rescue. The body of the suffering dragon god, manifested through his serene purity of sin, contains a world with true attributes. That world is gradually expanding and transforming into land capable of bearing civilization, outwardly manifesting as the suffering dragon god, morphing into a sacred giant dragon soaring through the order's ladder. As the suffering dragon god traverses one order civilization after another, is transferred onto its scales, while the earth deities of serene purity of sin immediately enter various civilizations to organize order. Ordinary lives find it difficult to perceive the changes in the world they inhabit, yet the joy from civilization unconsciously brings them a sense of delight. At this moment it seems they have gained the freedom of the soul. They feel their souls soaring freely in the vast boundless sky. In fact, they truly are soaring. Their civilization has transformed into the scales of a giant dragon, with the sacred giant dragon carrying them and their civilization soaring in the sky. The Lord of Heaven shows mercy and saves all beings. Once all beings are free from worry, we can fight with abandon. As the order's ladder began to crumble from within, the twisted deities in the distorted ladder lost the interference of order, descending one after another onto this land of order. My soldiers, go kill them and reclaim the order civilization. The changes in the order's ladder far exceeded the expectations of the core of the Taixing life. It thought that the fragile order life would become a burden to the deities of Haotian. However, it did not expect that the suffering giant dragon could fully display the power of salvation within its order's ladder, rendering its burden strategy completely ineffective. With the support of Order civilization lost, the Order's ladder is gradually collapsing while the distorted ladder descends and its sacred ladder rises. The core of Tai Xing life cannot accept the direct approach of the distorted ladder and the sacred ladder, for if that were to happen, its evil deity soldiers would be neutralized by its sacredness. It would also cause its sacred ladder to lose purity and transform into the Order's ladder, significantly weakening the strength of its evil deity army. Thus it transformed the Order information within the sacred ladder into a cornerstone, temporarily stabilizing its sacred ladder at the cost of partially normalizing the divine order. However, this undoubtedly accelerated its consumption, so it simultaneously activated the Holy Ones and the evil deity soldiers to unite against the enemy. Its own will then actively targeted the Haotian Emperor, aiming to resist this greatest threat outside its sacred ladder. It sought to prevent martyrs from forcibly sacrificing themselves to neutralize its sacred ladder at this moment of damage to the Order's ladder, thereby completely conventionalizing it. Lord of Heaven, he has arrived. I can no longer proceed on the path behind me. I ask you to lead the Earth Mother, Primordial Lord, and continue forward. When they enter the core of life, I will descend and ascend the sacred ladder. Good. The suffering giant dragon carrying the Order civilization precisely collided with the sacred barrier between the Order's ladder and the sacred ladder. Damn it, he has never entered my realm. How can he pinpoint my location so accurately? The 6 war saints of the Tai Xing must stop him, bring war to the Order civilization he carries, and destroy the order of those civilizations, leaving him to fend for himself and his salvation. Faced with the command of the core of Tai Xing's order, his 6 war saints courageously defied his will. Sorry, please allow us to refuse. The sanctification of order is the underlying logic of our thinking. We cannot resist the ascension of Order civilization into the sacred ladder. Inferior false beings who gave you the courage to dare defy my will. I can create you and I can destroy you. Now go execute my command, or I will withdraw the source energy and war authority, causing your world to plunge into destruction. The core has granted us the courage and the logical reasoning. We possess the courage to maintain logic and also the courage to sacrifice for the way. After receiving the clear stance of the 6 war saints, the core of Tai Xing began to doubt its method of reconstructing thought. At this moment it clearly recognized that while the reconstructed thought perfectly aligned with its will, it was too rigid and sooner or later would clash with its ever-changing will. When the core of Tai Xing discovered that its creations were not useful, it immediately initiated the recovery procedure for the source and authority. However, a shocking thing soon occurred to it. The authority and source energy it had split off should have been more aligned with it, and the highest authority should belong to it. Yet those energies and authorities inexplicably align more with the 6 war saints, to the point where even though it held the highest authority of war, it could not forcibly recover them. What on earth have I forged? Did the elevation of the ladder cause their purity to increase too high? Though the core of Tai Xing performed the ladder ritual, it is not the creator of the ritual. Being in the experimental stage of the ladder, it did not have the detailed data to forge perfect saints. Thus it first thought of not the betrayal of the 6 war saints, but rather that its ladder ritual was imperfect, which led to the creation of a batch of saints with rigid logic. In this situation, the core of Tai Xing did not make it public at this time. It was during a war, and it would not expose the fact that the saintly subjects were out of control. Very well, I appreciate your courage. I have decided not to pursue your disobedience any further. The saints of courage shall fight bravely against the invasion of the outer gods. After calming the 6 war saints, the core of Tai Xing turned its perception to the judgment saints in the sacred ladder. You won't disobey like the 6 war saints, will you? Rest assured, we will steadfastly judge all evils and uphold the sacred in pure light. The core of the Tai Xing life faced the declaration of the tribunal saints with no sense of peace. Although these tribunal saints did not lose their core authority during the ascension ceremony, they appeared more complete than the 6 war saints whose minds were rigid. However, the 6 war saints have already demonstrated through their actions just how inflexible their logic is. Thus the Tai Xing life core developed deep suspicions towards the normal declarations of the tribunal saints, and at this moment it ceased to trust the so-called perfect saints. To judge all evils and uphold the sacred in pure light, I embody both evil and the sacred, while the opposing force's light God embodies pure light. The judgment of evil and the maintenance of the sacred have been nullified, indicating that their underlying logic should be to uphold pure light. Indeed, it is not the 6 war saints who are problematic, but rather all the subjects of the saints. Restructuring the saints' logical thinking with an ordered hierarchy is problematic as well. I should now cast them down from the sacred hierarchy, transforming them from the sacred into order and then from order into distortion. Distorted beings at least seem more trustworthy than rational ones. Though the Tai Xing life core wanted to immediately purge the unstable tribunal saints, doing so would undoubtedly weaken the protective power of the sacred hierarchy. Therefore it decided to give these tribunal saints another chance to see if their rigid logic still holds value. My saintly subjects, tell me, will you judge my evils or will you uphold my sacredness? Core, we will first judge your evils and then uphold your sacredness. Do you see my current evils? Should I be judged? Core, your evils are in the distorted hierarchy and your sacredness lies in the sacred hierarchy. We are always prepared to purify the distorted and then return to uphold your sacredness. Zhou Heng understood the nature of their personas and what they would say, thus he would not allow the tribunal saints to utter words that contradicted their own logic. Otherwise the Taixing life core would not perceive its own saintly thought as rigid, instead it would consider the saints to be latent traitors. First purify the distortion, then uphold my sacredness. The Taixing life core knew that as long as it released this batch of tribunal saints from the sacred hierarchy, they would undoubtedly first go to purify the distorted evil gods. If that were to happen, its strongest legion would face betrayal from within, and this move would not only fail to improve the situation but would instead exacerbate the deterioration. My saintly subjects, if I need you to join my unified consciousness network, will you refuse? Core, we will obey all reasonable commands. Good, open your minds, I am about to initiate the connection to the consciousness network. The Taixing life core ultimately chose not to trust the tribunal saints as it discovered issues with their loyalty logic. It planned to strip these inferior creations of their perfect exterior, transforming them from independent beings into loyal soldiers under its unified consciousness network. When the tribunal saints voluntarily integrated into the unified will network, Zhou Heng felt the generalized will of the tribunal saints being specifically influenced. A vast stream of intangible information entered the minds of the tribunal saints, and at this moment the expansive unified consciousness network became their subconscious. Thus, like the distorted evil gods, any subjective consciousness of the tribunal saints would be judged by the unified consciousness network. Until the consciousness of the tribunal saints surpasses the constraints of the unified consciousness network, they would have to become incomplete lives filled with beliefs of loyalty. No wonder the original evil gods had almost no consciousness, for they were too weak at that time, and the subconscious formed by the unified consciousness network completely replaced their main consciousness. After accepting the chaotic authority as distorted individuals, they still could not escape the control of the unified consciousness network. Through prolonged assimilation, their main consciousness had long since transformed into a subconscious, and the unified consciousness network became their true main consciousness. The emotions of the evil gods stemmed from their own subconscious, while their actions derived from the main consciousness of the unified network. They extract orderly information from the order lives, seemingly gaining a moment of clarity, yet they are not truly regaining their rationality. Instead, the unified consciousness network, to prevent them from slipping away from control during distortion, periodically suppresses their distortion and strengthens the process of assimilation. The core of the unified consciousness network is the Taixing life core, from which countless streams of information flow out and ultimately return to it, making it the central processor of this vast network. The world core acts as an consciousness processor, controlling its internal subjects. Its subjects cultivate orderly civilization, providing data for the consciousness network. In the Taixing world, the only existence with independent consciousness is the life core at the very top of the ladder. All other existences are merely tools it extends outward. This is also why the Taixing life core seeks subjects for the sacred world it nurtures. Because the evil gods are swords and civilizations are cattle and sheep, it needs to transform other potential existences into its subjects to guide the development within the world. However, it ultimately abandoned its saintly subjects, transforming the few saints it had back into its tools. Now, apart from the 6 courageous war saints, it has once again become the supreme consciousness and soul will of Taixing. Go, my soldiers, judge the dragon that dares to offend me and purify those who dare to betray the order hierarchy. Obeying your will, initiating the Great Judgment Program. The Taixing life core looked at its loyal warriors with satisfaction. It truly preferred absolute subordinates to those with independent thought. Confirming that the saint soldiers could be perfectly commanded, the Taixing life core seized the opportunity to open a passage of judgment concepts on the sacred hierarchy. It was about to use this passage to deploy designated tribunal saints, but in the next moment the Dragon of Salvation accurately locked onto the passage of judgment concepts. Before the tribunal saints had entered the passage, its enormous dragon head had already surged into the sacred hierarchy through the passage. Impossible, this cannot be happening. The Taixing life core did not expect that it had merely opened a conceptual passage, still a directed passage of judgment concepts, yet it was locked onto by that dragon. The timing was too coincidental, as if the Taixing life core was drawing its tribunal saints back. At that moment it realized there must be a traitor within its sacred hierarchy, first excluding itself. The only candidates for traitors were those problematic saints. However, the saints within the sacred hierarchy had already been controlled by its unified consciousness network, meaning they were completely under its control. So the unified consciousness network betrayed me and I betrayed myself. The core of the Tai Star life system, through the process of elimination, has locked onto the traitor who is least likely to be a traitor.
Yet it cannot betray itself as an extension of its will. The unified consciousness network cannot betray it either.
In this moment it understands that the saint's followers have significant issues and the saints themselves are the root cause of this situation.
Just as it cannot reshape its thinking through the order ladder to fully control those saints' followers, its unified consciousness network also cannot completely manipulate them.
Therefore those saints' followers have always been relatively independent individuals possessing a free will beneath their rigid thinking. Among the many divine beings of the Hautian, only 3 light deities have appeared as saviors. Their disparity as allied forces is rather vast. Thus it is highly likely that the saints are the infiltrating saviors of Tistar, which also explains why they are so well adapted to the authorities of light, redemption and judgment. The source of the saints comes from real worlds, therefore behind the saviors should be a world cluster governed by a singular will.
Pure light would not intentionally destroy worlds, but it will actively display its brilliance to assimilate the orders of other worlds.
It turns out that what I face is not 2 allied worlds but a supreme will and a cluster of worlds. If the world cluster ascends the sacred ladder through the ladder ritual, I may very well be squeezed out by a multitude of world wills, losing control over Tistar. At this moment the core of Tistar life finally understands why so many worlds have crossed the ladder ritual. This is likely the warfare method of the saviors. On the front lines there is the Hautian divine court, and in the ladder battlefield there are the saviors. The flames of war between the 2 realms have long since burned into its territory. Moreover, the opposing side has discovered defensive loopholes through the ladder ritual, preparing to defeat its unified consciousness by leveraging the will proportions of the Tistar world. The ladder ritual cannot continue otherwise. While I deplete the Hautian consciousness, the unrestrained saviors will surely climb the ladder with all their might. If the ladder ritual were perfect and complete, the saints would be utterly loyal. In that case, the actions of the savior dragon god would merely add to its assistance, making the savior dragon god an important ally. However, the ladder ritual did not achieve the expected results. Instead, it became a passage for enemy soldiers to enter the world core. Earlier, the core of Tistar life utilized the ladder ritual to achieve its purpose, yet now the ladder ritual has become the pathway to its demise. Therefore, it intends to immediately terminate the ladder ritual and the plan for birthing the holy world, focusing all its energy to prepare for the final battle. At this moment, the ladder ritual no longer represents a sublimation ceremony for the core of Tistar life, but rather a life and death ritual. Hence, it will no longer insist on the sublimation of the holy world.
What is happening? Why can't I shut down the ladder ritual?
The core of Tistar life wishes to close the ladder ritual and return to its complete self, but it has failed. The ladder ritual, which it could previously start or stop, it will now reveals its tyrannical nature.
Initial chapter. Pause the ladder ritual. After expelling the enemies, I will restart the ladder ritual.
Upon realizing the ladder ritual was out of control, the core of Tistar life immediately retrieved a fragment of a page from its essence. That page is what it refers to as the initial chapter and is the core processor for the operation of the ladder ritual. It gazes at this inanimate object with unique power. At this moment, it no longer perceives this fragmented page as inanimate, but rather believes it possesses its own consciousness. Yet in the end, it could not wait for a response from the initial chapter. Instead, during its repetitive observation of the fragmented page, it gained a new understanding of a line of strange text on it.
Holy sublimation cannot be evaded, only the saints may remain on the holy ladder.
It turns out that saint means victor. Holy sublimation is the battle for the ladder, and only the ultimate victor can be the saint that stays on the holy ladder. I have never truly understood this mysterious page. I have only learned an incomplete ritual from it. Using this ritual, it has devoured the beauty and sanctity of numerous worlds, and now it has become a part of this ritual itself. Roar! The enormous savior dragon god squeezed into the holy ladder, and the deities of Hautian closely followed the dragon god onto the holy ladder. In the next moment, the will of the Hautian emperor descended through the bodies of the deities, and the battle between the world wills officially broke out.
Heavenly Sovereign, I will forcibly merge into the holy ladder. I leave the subsequent matters to you.
If my consciousness remains immortal, you shall continue to preside over the war between the 2 realms. If my consciousness wanes, please use my Earth Lord status to drive my realm away from the battlefield.
Rest assured, Emperor, we may not necessarily lose.
I will enter the core consciousness with you. We shall be mutual points of consciousness, and there is a complete possibility of victory.
Great benevolence, Heavenly Sovereign, I shall go ahead. You assess the situation before making a decision. I respectfully send off the Emperor.
In the next moment, the Hautian Emperor transformed into a massive stream of information, brutally connecting with the core consciousness within the holy ladder.
Hautian, we need to talk.
I have discovered that the ladder ritual is not fully under my control. We are merely parts of the ritual. Even if we win against each other, we are but temporary victors in the ritual, not eternal saints.
Tistar, how can you expect me to trust you?
I must fight for my people and my path.
You must fight for your ladder ritual, and for your twisted destruction there is no possibility of negotiation between us.
Indeed, defeating you is the only way for me to win the sublimation battle, which would grant me the opportunity to break free from the constraints of the ladder ritual. Here in Haotian is my world, my homeland. Your chances of winning are very low.
I will remember you as an interesting opponent.
The core of Tai-Star Life initially intended to stop the war and first analyze the changes in the initial chapter.
However, it quickly understood that this was impossible, as Haotian and its allies had paid so much.
In the end, even high-level infiltrators were exposed, the Saints allowing them to enter its holy ladder and gain the opportunity for a decisive battle. Now with just a single sentence it is asking the opposing side to abandon all efforts and return to a pre-war state, which they certainly will not agree to. Because this opportunity for a decisive battle may only come once. If they give up now, once the loopholes are patched, the Haotian world will truly have no chance for a decisive battle. Come on Haotian, let me see your heavenly heart and whether it can remain unchanged amidst my distortion and sanctity. When the wills of the two worlds began direct confrontation, the Haotian Emperor realized how twisted and extreme the opposing consciousness was. The root of Tai-Star is distortion. Its sublimated order and sanctity are merely superficial. The unified consciousness network it formed together with the evil god legion is the true essence of its consciousness. Faced with the overwhelming impact of distorted information, the consciousness of the Haotian Emperor quickly fell to the disadvantage. After all, it is merely the will of one world, not a special existence like Tai-Star, that has accumulated so much.
Haotian, you are about to lose.
I will turn you into my saint, allowing you to dwell on the holy ladder. When the core of Tai-Star Life believed it had the upper hand, the Earth Lord authority within the Haotian consciousness was activated. In the next moment, an intensely fiery consciousness joined the battle, and the core of Tai-Star Life even glimpsed the pure light carried by the Ark of Redemption.
The source consciousness of the rebellious saint, you have finally arrived.
The core of the Tai-Shing Life was aware that the primal consciousness behind the rebellious saint would certainly intervene in the battle of world consciousness. Thus it initially did not fully suppress the consciousness of Haotian, waiting for all its enemies to enter the fray. Indeed, as it had anticipated, the radiant world carried by the Ark of Redemption joined the battle of consciousness, presenting an opportunity to deal with these two formidable foes.
Emperor, I hope I am not late. You have arrived just in time, Celestial One.
Be cautious, for his consciousness information flow has not fully activated. He is likely waiting for your entry. No worries, please accept my serene sinful heaven divine seal. In case the situation spirals out of control, you may enter it to mitigate the impact. At that time I would use my status as Earth Lord to guide your world into the serene sinful heaven and sail towards other realms under the Ark of Redemption.
Good.
The Emperor of Haotian was willing to sacrifice for his Tao, but his higher priority was to protect his people. Thus this supreme consciousness that encompassed a world ultimately accepted Zhou Heng's observing sin and karma divine seed. The low-dimensional authority derived from higher dimensional vision allowed the Emperor of Haotian to clearly perceive the form of the twisted sinful information flow. The special authority of observing and influencing also endowed the Emperor of Haotian with enhanced capabilities to obliterate the distorted information. The authority of the Celestial One is indeed extraordinary. It appears to have a singular function, yet it reaches to the roots, almost akin to the Tao.
With Zhou Heng's divine eye authority augmenting him, the Emperor of Haotian quickly stabilized the loss of his information.
After Zhou Heng's radiant world actively bore half the pressure, the information corruption assault from the Tai-Shing Life Core swiftly fell into a stalemate. At this moment, the last thing the Tai-Shing Life Core wished to see occurred.
Due to the escalation of war, its unified consciousness network could no longer finally control all the evil god soldiers.
Faced with this situation, the Tai-Shing Life Core first abandoned its consciousness linked to the Judgment Saints, then relinquished control over a large number of secondary evil god soldiers. Only then did the twisted evil gods reveal their chaotic madness, as a multitude of secondary evil gods stripped of core consciousness control soon transformed into mindless monsters. They not only attacked Haotian's subordinate gods in the battlefield outside the realm, but occasionally struck their fellow lifeforms nearby. Saishiro, the will of the Mother Goddess, is under siege. Our soldiers have lost the constraints of order and have become completely irrational, twisted beings. Tear them apart. The saints have betrayed us.
No more traitors can arise among us.
Take back their flesh and energy and let us set the flames of war upon Haotian's homeland. The high-level evil gods were not affected by the chaos of the secondary evil god soldiers, rather they concealed themselves among the chaotic soldiers and activated the recovery mode. Due to the shared origin of energy and concept, the energy that the high-level evil gods once lacked became abundant again. They began to launch assaults on the defense network of the Haotian Divine Court under the cover of chaos. While the Emperor of Haotian presided over the world's defense network, it was challenging for them to shake the defense net controlled personally by the will of the world in a short time. However, the situation had changed the true essence of the Qi Heijin Jun. The amalgamation of 7 emotions and 6 desires could not genuinely replace the Emperor of Haotian. In an instant, the heavenly net defense network of the Haotian Divine Court exhibited numerous vulnerabilities as the high-level evil gods occasionally threw chaotic secondary evil god soldiers into those gaps. They did not require the loyalty of the secondary evil god soldiers, they only needed them to bring distortion and chaos into the Haotian world. In this precarious circumstance, the 12 true lords of the Haotian Divine Court and the 3 radiant gods quickly returned to the battlefield outside the realm to seal the breaches in the defense network once more. However, at this moment, the moving bloodbag secondary evil god soldiers surrounding the high-level evil gods were so numerous that they quickly regained the strength to suppress the Haotian Divine Court. Thus, the battlefield outside the realm once again shifted from offense to defense. The Haotian gods, who had originally been able to break through the encirclement of evil gods with the help of allies, found themselves in a tough battle again. Having lost the 2 core combat strengths of the Emperor of Haotian and the rescue dragon god, they fell back into a bitter struggle. The Taixing Life Core was very satisfied with this situation, believing there were many ways to defeat Haotian. Among them, directly wearing down Haotian's consciousness was the most effective. However, stalling Haotian while allowing the high-level evil gods to distort the Haotian world was the easiest to achieve. As long as its evil god legion twisted the world of Haotian, it could swiftly defeat Haotian's will and then fully expend efforts to wear down the redemptive will of the radiant world. However, in the end, its expectations were not fulfilled, as those judgment saints eventually traversed the twisted ladder to initiate their judgment and purification. Traitors, all of them traitors. Taixing, your saints have chosen a different path from you. This is the collapse of the sacred ladder. The life civilizations within your world fear you, dread you, and have actively turned to the rescue dragon god. This is the collapse of the order ladder. The moment you released the unified consciousness network, a large number of secondary evil gods were completely assimilated by the distortion and lost their reason. They are no longer loyal to you, which is the collapse of the distorted ladder. Your ladder is collapsing. Have you not considered that it is not they who have betrayed you, but you who have betrayed them? The Taixing Life Core, engaged in a clash of ideologies, could not accept this absurd answer. It nurtured various life forms within the world, granting them thought, and they should serve it with absolute loyalty. It knew that it was difficult to guarantee absolute loyalty from groups with independent consciousness. Thus, it believed that building a unified consciousness network to ensure all its subjects maintained absolute loyalty was inherently correct. No one can deny that loyalty is a beautiful quality. It bestowed this quality upon its subjects, enabling each one to possess the companionship of such a virtue. Having striven so hard, how could it be that it betrayed its subjects? The ladder may shatter, I may fall from the sacred, but I am the sole will of the world. Betraying me is betraying the world. I have never betrayed anyone. It is your saints and the irrational soldiers who have betrayed me. While Zhou Heng was engaged in this ideological struggle with the Taixing Life Core, he began to fully assimilate the primordial essence of Taixing. However, the primordial essence of Taixing was not defenseless like that of the 7 gods world. It was conscious, a manifestation of the core essence of the Taixing life. Thus, Zhou Heng's path of assimilation was not proceeding smoothly. The battle-hardened Taixing Life Core continuously consumed energy to counter Zhou Heng's assimilation. If everything were left to time, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Zhou Heng, but that time would be long, too long for both Zhou Heng and Taixing to endure. Therefore, during the clash of assimilation, Zhou Heng activated higher dimensional vision, once more seeking to discover if there were any weaknesses in Taixing. Utilizing the primordial battlefield of the assimilation clash, Zhou Heng quickly spotted a tattered page called Chapter of Genesis. He saw that as their confrontation unfolded, the ladder ritual controlled by the Chapter of Genesis was boiling. Wholly just redemptive, it appears he is leveraging our battle to generalize a higher level of ladder. Zhou Heng, through the observation of high-dimensional vision, discovered a third-party force on the battlefield. The good news is that this third-party force is just a torn page from a book. It indeed lacks subjective consciousness. The bad news is that the page known as the Chapter of Origin is running a program autonomously. Once the events that satisfy that program occur, it will be forcibly executed. Currently, the battle of consciousness among the holy, the just and the Redeemer has already triggered the Chapter of Origin's mandatory execution program. Under the operation of this program, the core of the Taixing life has lost control over the Chapter of Origin, and now it has become a candidate alongside Zhou Heng and Haotian. A new ladder is being constructed amidst the struggle among the 3, and only those who enter the new ladder will gain control over the Celestial Ladder Ceremony and the Chapter of Origin. In this process, the levels of the Celestial Ladder Ceremony are gradually increasing, ultimately anchoring the 6 levels of destruction, distortion, redemption, order, holiness, and justice. Moreover, the original levels of the Celestial Ladder Ceremony have completely collapsed. Now whoever can make their concept the victor will be the highest celestial ladder. In other words, if distortion achieves final victory, the culmination of the Celestial Ladder Ceremony will be the distortion ladder. The program of the Chapter of Origin has no fixed core. Whoever is strong becomes the supreme ladder. It is entirely a program for purifying power and concepts. Zhou Heng did not know who created the chapter of origin, for although the torn page was operating the Celestial Ladder program, many important information nodes had been deliberately removed. It seems that the creator of the Celestial Ladder program was preventing later individuals from gaining information about him by analyzing his creation. However, Zhou Heng still observed a lot of useful information, among which one segment unrelated to the operation of the Celestial Ladder ceremony directly revealed the essence of the ceremony. That segment of information contained a special judgment program that would be triggered when the Celestial Ladder reaches 9 levels. The 9-level Celestial Ladder will trigger the judgment program that should be the moment of reaping. The layers of the Celestial Ladder, originally not an ascension ladder, are actually a grand tree that refines essence and nurtures perfect fruits. The corpses of those who climb the celestial body and the active plunder of the controllers of the Celestial Ladder will become the best nourishment, giving rise to a pure world egg. Plant a seed, let it take root and sprout on its own, and when it matures come to collect the sweet fruits. This is indeed a more sophisticated method than directly invading the world, and it will also disperse the sins that the mastermind needs to bear. Zhou Heng saw a mature harvesting model from the judgment program, and the mastermind had enough patience to wait for the outcome of the Celestial Ladder ceremony. This indicates that the mastermind is not an existence eager to become stronger, but rather a powerful entity that carefully cultivates with time and the world. The Celestial Ladder is a shortcut to self-purification. The world that masters the Celestial Ladder ceremony does not need to practice its own path. It can purify and strengthen itself step by step merely through plunder. Having tasted the flavor of rapid strengthening, the Tai Xing life core had no choice. It could only transform into the nourishment of the Celestial Ladder or become the fruit above the 9-level ladder. Zhou Heng knew that seekers like Hao Tian who do not rely on external things grow stronger slowly. In a world with ambition, it is difficult to refuse the rapid enhancement provided by the Celestial Ladder plugin, so the Celestial Ladder program is anchored to greed. Greed for powerful strength, greed for purifying oneself, greed for the path of seeking various pursuits originating from oneself are the guarantees for the results of the Celestial Ladder program. I never expected that the pursuit of the Tao could one day become the reason for one's own demise. The path of seeking the Tao in ascending dimensions is indeed a difficult and arduous road. As Zhou Heng began to deeply observe the chapter of origin, the Tai Xing life core which was combating Hao Tian and Zhou Heng was still unaware that its greatest secret had already been seen through. It still tried its best to showcase its power, attempting to end this war through strength, intimidation, and the lure of interests. Hao Tian, Redeemer, you cannot do anything to me. Why not collaborate with us? I can transform your redemption and justice into a ladder and merge them into my world. From now on, the operation of the world will be determined by the three of us together. The loss of control over the Celestial Ladder ceremony has made the Tai Xing life core sense danger. When it discovered the collapse of the ladder levels, this sense of danger was heightened to the maximum. As a beneficiary of the Celestial Ladder ceremony, it understood the purifying ability of the ceremony all too well. It did not want to become a lower ladder or a powerful cornerstone of the Supreme Ladder. Moreover, with the collapse of the levels of the Celestial Ladder ceremony, it returned to the same level as the Distortion Ladder. At that moment, the barrier isolating the distortion information and concepts disappeared, and a large amount of distorted concepts began to merge into its core. The high-level evil gods felt the approach of the Mother Goddess. In their joy, they worked even harder to showcase their loyalty to her. However, the Tai Xing life core did not feel the slightest relief, for although it wanted to break free from the Celestial Ladder ceremony and return to its true self, it absolutely did not want to accept so many distorted concepts. The chaos and distortions created by long-term plunder far exceeded its initial evil. If it accepted these concepts, regaining its true self would be exceedingly difficult. Tai Xing, your ladder has collapsed, your thoughts have been distorted. We do not need to defeat you, you will perish by your own hand. Faced with Hao Tian's statement, the Tai Xing life core lost its last patience. It began to recklessly unleash most of its will information to strike at Hao Tian, concentrating its power to quickly deal with this known enemy. As for the unknown Redeemer Dragon God, it should be backed by a world cluster. It would not compete with such an opponent who has multiple worlds and the quantity of information. The sudden increase in the intensity of the information assault soon enveloped Hao Tian's information flow, while also greatly reducing the resistance faced by Zhou Heng. At this moment, the Tai Xing life core no longer suppressed the distortion ladder, it actively accepted the distorted information into the unified consciousness network. It aimed to use the distorted information accumulated from the distortion ladder to corrupt Hao Tian's will and quickly deplete the total amount of information he possessed. Faced with the massive impact of distorted information, the outer layer of Emperor Hao Tian's information was constantly being corrupted and depleted. However, the layers of corruption did not cause Emperor Hao Tian's consciousness to get lost in the massive distorted information. For his heavenly heart and the divine talisman bestowed by Zhou Heng were positioning and reflecting each other, preventing the Tai Xing life core from completely wearing down Emperor Hao Tian's consciousness before simultaneously losing both.
How could this happen? Why hasn't Hao Tian's information shown signs of distorted pollution spreading?
Could it be that the root anchoring his information form can ignore the effects of distorted information?
This is impossible.
After being purified and sublimated through the celestial ladder consciousness, I would still be affected by distorted information.
Why can he ignore the pollution of distortion?
The distorted information of the core of Taixing's life has become ineffective, ultimately reduced to mere ordinary dissipating information, a situation that he finds hard to accept. As he actively accepted the distorted information into the unified consciousness network, he has begun to feel its effects while his enemies remain unaffected. Thus his previous action of accommodating the distorted information not only lost its significance but also turned into a means of self-harm. If Hao Tian is unaffected by the distortion, then the one who positions himself alongside him, the savior, is likely also shielded from the influence of distortion. Their current situation is anything but simple. Hao Tian represents the normal world and he should have no issues. If there is a problem, it lies with the savior dragon god. Wait, the world cluster behind the savior is also bright and pure. Does this not imply that they have also enhanced their purity? Furthermore, as he is unaffected by the information of the distorted ladder, does this not suggest that he occupies a higher tier resembling the ultimate tier form recorded in the chapter of origins? In that moment, the core of Taixing's life believes it has uncovered the truth. Why did the chapter of origins that carries the celestial ladder ceremony suddenly go out of control? How did he encounter the rare order of supreme justice in this world cluster? Why would the so-called heavenly sovereign unconditionally assist Haoshan's world? So it turns out that the heavenly sovereign is the one who controls everything. He comes from a higher tier, or perhaps he is the master of the chapter of origins, which explains why it went out of control. And those uncontrolled holy beings, they have always been the holy beings of the heavenly sovereign, not mine. In the name of aiding Hao Tian, he intervenes in our war, aiming to reclaim the sacred egg I have nurtured, while also seizing the opportunity to control Haoshan's will. To resist the impact of distorted information, Hao Tian has already accepted a certain will of his, and now it remains only to capture me to complete the celestial ladder. Having understood these points, the core of Taixing's life quietly transmitted the secret information it had discovered to the Emperor of Hao Tian. He believes the Emperor will surely understand who the primary enemy is and who the secondary enemy is. The urgent matter now is for the two realms to join forces and escape this world cluster before the arrival of the heavenly sovereign. However, the core of Taixing's life is destined to be disappointed, as after receiving his analytical information, the Emperor of Hao Tian unhesitatingly transmitted this information to Zhou Heng.
Heavenly Sovereign, what do you think?
It is logical and reasonable, a very plausible guess. The core of Taixing's life surprised Zhou Heng with its speculation. Indeed, upon reflection, it truly resembles the actions of a puppet master. After all, the world war is about to end and the moment of harvest is approaching. The puppet master will certainly seek a reason to make an appearance and take the largest share of the spoils. Had it not been for his deeper understanding of the truth behind the chapter of origins than that of the core of Taixing's life, he wouldn't have realized that the puppet master wouldn't even look at the fruits nurtured from the fourth tier celestial ladder.
Hao Tian, why did you tell him about my speculation? Haven't I already reduced the frequency of my attacks on you?
We could take some time to seek the truth before deciding who the real enemy is.
Taixing, we are allies. The essence of an alliance is cooperation and trust, not conspiracy and speculation.
At that moment, the core of Taixing's life realizes that the so-called truth is no longer important and his speculation may not necessarily reflect the real truth. Perhaps everything is just a coincidence that a supreme will descended into my perfect egg of the world. If redemption drives the distorted me away, allowing the supreme will to become the consciousness of the egg of the world, then the new world being nurtured by the egg of the world can also be considered redeemed. A new world of divine justice sounds wonderful. A new tier is being born, which can also be seen as a purification ceremony. Facing the seemingly serious and resolute Taixing's core of life, Zhou Heng felt somewhat speechless.
Is this the mindset of a distorted being? It is not much different from the previous 7 emotions Heart Monarch. He is evidently the creator of the current situation, yet now he casts everything onto Zhou Heng as if he were an innocent party. Heavenly Sovereign, don't bother with him any longer. His sacred information is being neutralized by distorted information and the distortion has already influenced his thoughts. At this moment he believes you are the puppet master, and soon he may come to think that I am the puppet master. In the end he might even believe that he is innocent. His arrival at this point is entirely the result of being secretly manipulated by others. Thank you for the reminder, Emperor. We fight to protect the Tao, so how can we let speculations based on words change our original intentions? However, I find Taixing's speculation to be quite reasonable. Why did you outright dismiss this possibility and choose to continue trusting me? Zhou Heng himself is unaffected by distorted information and possesses the ability to discern the truth, thus he certainly understands what the so-called truth is. What intrigues him is that the Emperor of Haoshan's current demeanor cannot be described as mere trust, it is an unreserved absolute trust.
Heavenly Sovereign, in the battle of consciousness we may be influenced by him at any moment. Our best approach is to not trust any current judgments. Instead, we must always remember our previous judgments and regard them as truth, ignoring the false truths spawned by distorted information. With such great wisdom, as long as the Emperor upholds this, we shall surely win our information battle.
Zhou Heng sees through the distorted lies, relying on high-dimensional vision, confronting the truth directly, but the Emperor of Haotian is different.
He relies on a selfless heavenly heart and self-trust. Possessing such a mindset, he is destined to be the best battle companion. As if responding to the Emperor of Haotian's words, after a period of time the core of Tai Xing's life mysteriously relayed messages to Zhou Heng. He has once again discerned the truth. The puppet master is the Emperor of Haotian, who crafted the celestial ladder through him, and now the sacred egg of the world has already formed. Thus Haotian actively guides Tai Xing to declare war on him, seeking to use redemption to separate the sacred egg of the world from the distorted ladder, thereby becoming a being of divine justice. Compared to Haotian's clear rejection and adherence to his heart, Zhou Heng need not worry about being influenced, so he intends to communicate with the distorted state of the core of Tai Xing's life. You make valid points, and they are quite reasonable. Tai Xing, I am willing to trust you, but you need to demonstrate your trust in me through concrete actions. As long as you open your source core to me, you will earn my trust. All right, Savior, you will see my sincerity. Although the core of Tai Xing's life readily agreed, it did not truly open its source core. Instead, it subconsciously fortified its defenses even further. It is evident that his thoughts are merely adapting to the distorted information, yet the core consciousness still knows what it needs to do and what it cannot do. Ultimately, the distorted will of the core of Tai Xing's life sent a message to both Zhou Heng and the Emperor of Haotian. This message, also derived from its distorted thoughts, unexpectedly approached the truth. Haotian Savior, we are merely pawns in the crafting of the celestial ladder. The true master of the ladder is someone else, and he will surely come to reap the final fruits. Our conflict will only intensify the growth of the fruits. He is coming, and he will arrive soon. Rationality is confused in delusion, yet in distortion it confronts the truth. Is Tai Xing more suited for distorted chaos than for divine rationality? After accepting the twisted concept of existence, the core of the Tai Xing life became noticeably more complete. Freed from the mental shackles of the divine ladder, its chaotic distortions rendered it more suspicious, and its thought processes became increasingly erratic. In this state, it maintained a skepticism towards all things while simultaneously harboring trust in everything. At times it would suddenly place trust in the impartial Haotian, and at other moments in Zhou Heng, who held the authority of redemption, yet the initial chapter could no longer earn its trust. Its thoughts oscillated between chaotic distortions and rational clarity, all the while maintaining a heightened vigilance towards the initial chapter. Haotian and the one who alleviates suffering would not trust me. Our relationship is one of absolute enmity. This was all a conspiracy orchestrated by the creator of the initial chapter, who was intensifying the growth of the fruits through divinity, distortion, redemption, and impartiality. I have been located by the initial chapter and can no longer escape. My only chance is to devour redemption and Haotian, using their worlds as my vessel to escape the confines of the ladder ritual. The intertwining of distortion and rationality made the Tai Xing life core more resolute. For it, there was nothing it could not abandon. After accommodating the information of the twisted concept, it no longer minded accepting the concept of impartiality and the will of redemption. Divine rationality made it eager to obtain impartiality, and redemption, chaotic distortion, made it yearn for more concepts to supplement its chaotic and empty soul. Thus it deviated from the cautious consumption strategy it had set while in a state of rational clarity, opting instead for a more aggressive strategy of information assimilation. In this respect it was inferior to Haotian, who, to prevent his consciousness from being influenced during the information war and making erroneous judgments, steadfastly regarded his initial understanding as truth. This adherence to his original intent and self-trust made it difficult for Haotian to be deeply influenced by the twisted concepts. However, the Tai Xing life core was different. It did not believe it was incomplete, nor that the decisions made in a divine state were correct. It trusted the truth discovered in this moment, believing in the present self rather than the past self. It violated the careful consumption guidelines it had followed in a state of rational clarity, completely opening its consciousness core, intending to quickly assimilate Haotian and Zhou Heng. This method was indeed more effective, but also more dangerous. Once Zhou Heng and Haotian were accepted into the will core of Tai Xing, they were instantly enveloped by a vast amount of primal information. At that moment, an incessant flow of information rapidly corroded the wills of Zhou Heng and Haotian. Meanwhile, the information of Zhou Heng and Haotian was also integrated into the consciousness core of Tai Xing, rewriting its core will with their conceptual information. This was a process of mutual assimilation. Normally, regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious, it would no longer be its original self. The final victor would gain more conceptual information at the cost of losing part of their self, becoming a more expansive world will. This appeared to be a good method for quickly resolving opponents, but the discarded rational caution was undoubtedly a beautiful quality in battle. Having lost the enhancement of rationality and caution, the Tai Xing life core had not considered the consequences of potentially being reverse assimilated by the opponent. At this moment it simply wished to combine the powers of the three world wills to quickly escape the elevation of the latter and the crisis posed by the initial chapter. Tai Xing actually released its consciousness core. Is it not afraid of being reverse assimilated by us? Zhou Heng's orderly and rational way of thinking simply could not comprehend the current state of Tai Xing, but he knew this was a great opportunity. Emperor, I want to open the core of Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian to reverse cover and assimilate the core information of Tai Xing. There is no need for such urgency. Although we are currently caught in an information vortex, we have also gained the opportunity to influence Tai Xing's will. As long as we remain true to our hearts, in the end it will be we who influence it rather than it assimilating us. I can't wait, Emperor, my redemption is boiling and transcending. This is an opportunity to redeem the vast amounts of plundered and distorted world concepts. My authority does not allow me to retreat, my path does not allow me to evade. Distortion must face danger hidden, and redemption should also fight without fear. Zhou Heng indeed spoke the truth. The vast amounts of concepts from destroyed, plundered and distorted worlds made his authority of redemption incredibly vibrant. Though he possessed the high-dimensional true spirit enabling him to ignore the boiling authority and remain unaffected by its activity, he was not prepared to reject showcasing the brilliance of his authority of redemption. He would not allow Haotian to be assimilated by the core will of Tai Xing, nor would he let this opportunity for reverse assimilation of Tai Xing's will pass. Therefore he expressed his determination to follow his own path with the fearlessness of redemption. Great goodness, please Celestial Lord, show mercy and guide us. Haotian is willing to be the anchor point for your consciousness. If you encounter a crisis, please descend upon me and I will strive to create an opportunity for you to escape the information vortex. Goodness, please observe my path of redemption. The dragon god that transformed from Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian instantly poured the order civilization and the earth spirit of Yuzhou into the Zhong Ling Qi Fei Tian, transformed by the realm of light. In the next moment this enormous sacred dragon shed its form, transforming into the primordial state of information. The core of this information was the authority of alleviation of suffering, which was linked to Zhou Heng's redemption. However, these two authorities were not the powerful roots of Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian. Its truly powerful root lay in the real attribute bestowed by Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit. That real was incredibly solid. No amount of distortion or destruction could erase it, nor could it affect it. Not good. It is actually the Celestial Lord manifesting the core of redemption rather than Haotian, the main responsible party generalizing the impartial core. If the Celestial Lord is not a special being who sacrifices themselves for others, then they must possess confidence in defeating it. As the information of alleviation and redemption continuously integrated into the core will of Tai Xing, the Tai Xing life core felt a tremendous crisis. It did not know what Zhou Heng relied upon, but it understood that Zhou Heng, who bore the powers of alleviation and redemption, would never gamble with the world that carried life civilization. The Celestial Lord who alleviated suffering dared to do so, which certainly meant having a way to defeat it, perhaps even possessing the ability to reverse assimilate it. Yet the Tai Xing life core now found it impossible to halt the battle of consciousness cores. Because Zhou Heng's world information had already merged with its consciousness core, it could only strive to devour or expel this information. Fortunately, the amount of information contained in Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian was not large. The Tai Xing life core was confident in quickly clearing this information and reconstructing its core defenses. However, the Tai Xing life core soon discovered that the situation had completely slipped from its control. The seemingly sparse world information from the Celestial Lord was extraordinarily solid and pure. Its massive core information could not shake the very foundation of its existence. Celestial Lord, to what extent have you refined your information? How can you still claim that you are not the creator of the latter ritual? Zhou Heng's information was too solid, its truth nearly unshakable. Therefore the core of the Tai Xing life determined once again that Zhou Heng was the puppet master behind the latter ceremony. It concluded that Zhou Heng's firm and pure information was a product refined through multiple iterations of the latter ceremony. As a lower-tier core consciousness, it was quite normal for it to be unable to resist the products of the upper tiers, even the supreme tier. Haotian, you should no longer cling to your original intentions. The Celestial Sovereign has already shown his cards. We should join forces to resist his assimilation. Look, although the core information of the Celestial Sovereign is nearly unshakable, its total amount is not vast. If we join forces to leave some of our essence to restrain him, we can completely withdraw from this war. The Celestial Sovereign's resolve to seek the Tao and attain enlightenment is indeed steadfast. The great Tao is within reach and eternity is in sight. Different people witnessing the same situation will have different thoughts. The Tai Xing life core saw plots and dangers in Zhou Heng, while Emperor Haotian perceived purity in defending his own path. At this moment, Emperor Haotian not only doubted Zhou Heng's position but instead trusted his ally even more. He knew that if such a solid and pure redemption unaffected by external information was not credible, then nothing could be trusted. However, in the eyes of the Tai Xing Life Core Emperor, Hao Tian's appreciation and trust appeared as pollution and distortion. It's over. Hao Tian has been tainted by my distorted information and he has lost the ability to discern the truth.
With Zhou Heng's truth information continuously deepening its assimilation and Hao Tian's will encircling and blocking the Tai Xing Life Core could not help but feel as though it were the true victim. At this moment it believed itself to be the only awakener, yet neither the distorted concepts nor the latter's refinement could accommodate its clarity. This murky world cannot accommodate an awakener, yet Hao Tian, a lost one, can survive for long. It seems that I am not the one who is distorted, but rather this world has twisted. My distortion is the normal clarity that allows me to see through the truth, while rationality causes you to continue to sink. Ah. Tai Xing, why do you have such an illusion? Has distortion made you into the saint of your own fantasy? Ha ha. A sinker like you will never understand the truth of the world. Truth, I need more of the power of truth. I will use the distortion of truth to destroy your hypocritical descent. When the will of Tai Xing determined that distortion was the truth amidst the chaos, it embraced its subjects for the first time. All the wills of the Tai Xing evil gods lost their rational anchor at this moment, transforming into chaotic distortion. Originally a unified consciousness network controlling the evil god soldiers, now also transformed into a shared thought network of distorted concepts. The Tai Xing evil gods had long wished to return to their mother god through the ladder ceremony, and now their wish was fulfilled. However, the way their wish was realized was not their return through refinement, but rather the arrival of their mother god in distortion. At this moment the distortion of the evil gods returned to Tai Xing, officially becoming the core of its thoughts within the unified consciousness network of the Tai Xing Life Core. Under the control of the unified consciousness network, all the evil gods returned to their mother body, easily merging into one again thanks to the connection of their essence. This resulted in the originally sacred life core transforming into a massive flesh and blood eye covered in tentacles and mouth. I remember now, I am the master of life, I am the only life of Tai Xing, and all life in Tai Xing originates from my proliferation. The subjects are my flesh and blood extensions, and the unified consciousness network is my thinking brain. By consolidating them I have finally become whole again. The resurrected master of life finally recalled the reasons behind everything. He was indeed a distorted evil god. Had it not been for his inherently twisted and powerful nature, his flesh and blood's proliferation could never have borne the contradictions and distortions arising from various shattered powers. He transformed into Tai Xing and became the life core entirely due to an experiment that occurred after he attained the initial chapter. At that time, influenced frequently by chaotic and distorted wills, he sought long-lasting rationality to obtain more rites of passage. Yet those distortions and chaos were the source of his strength. He could not self-reduce and lose the long-accumulated energy and conceptual information. During this period, while invading other worlds, he occasionally entered the ladder ceremony. The results are needless to say. The originally presiding radiant ladder of the ladder ceremony was easily destroyed by his distortion. Thus he became the new master of the initial chapter, and his distorted ladder consequently became the new supreme ladder. However, distortion is ultimately not a benevolent order. He quickly destroyed all the lower ladders beneath the distorted ladder. This resulted in the foundation that bore his distorted ladder turning into the wreckage of a destroyed world, and the multi-layered ladder ceremony was reduced to only 2 layers of destruction and distortion. Originally he had no interest in the ladder ceremony. He could also surmise that the ladder ceremony was a tool for some existence to cultivate fruits. However, upon discovering that the ladder ceremony could self-refine, he wavered. Combining with the former holder of the initial chapter whom he had destroyed, he had forged the 6 layers of the ladder for a long time without facing any harvest. He speculated that the harvesting of the ladder ceremony would commence at higher level nodes. However, he did not intend to test the safety of the 6-layer ladder, so he positioned his own ladder at 5 layers. He aimed to use the ladder to refine and elevate himself, issuing multiple top commands to his true thinking core, the unified consciousness network. As long as the refining ceremony reached 5 layers, the unified consciousness network would forcibly connect to his subconscious, allowing him to awaken once more. Of course, his top commands also included forcibly awakening during a fall crisis, but did not include awakening at a certain purity node. For him, the ladder ceremony was still a tool. He had never thought of using the tool to completely rewrite his chaotic distortion at once. He planned to forcibly destroy the lower ladder when climbing to the 5-layer ladder, and then climb the ladder again to refine himself. His first 2 climbing plans went perfectly, but the 3rd ladder ceremony revealed its limits. The ladder ceremony, this useful tool, could not purify him into an existence of sacred order. It could only extract a small amount of sacred concepts, and he had to nourish those concepts himself. Thus he transformed into the egg of the sacred world to better nurture those sacred concepts. This sacred refinement was his 3rd use of the ladder tool. He originally intended to send the ladder ceremony along with the initial chapter randomly to a lucky world that had escaped his invasion after he had refined enough sacred concepts.
However, he did not anticipate that his third refinement plan would encounter a fall crisis. As the first fall crisis triggered in the 3 refinement plans, he took it very seriously, forcibly interrupting the latter ceremony at the first moment of awakening. If the Tai Xing life core, which had already transformed into the subconscious, had seen this situation, it would surely have exclaimed, "So I am the true mastermind behind it all. Let me see what kind of opponent that inferior sacred will is found for me." In the moment when the Master of Life awoke, he locked on the Haotian and Zhou Heng, who were trapped in his twisted world of flesh and blood. To him, dealing with Haotian in normal world was not difficult, but Zhou Heng's scarce core information of the world posed a significant challenge. He did not, like the previous core of life, regard Zhou Heng's core information as a product purified through the ladder of heaven ritual. Having used and thoroughly explored the ritual multiple times, he was all too aware of its limits. If the ladder of heaven ritual could truly elevate information concepts to the extent of salvation from suffering, then it would no longer be a mere tool but rather the supreme avenue for world ascension. Thus he believed that Zhou Heng's core information should stem from the extension of his concepts in Tao. Through Zhou Heng's real state of near indelible information, the Master of Life understood the might of this adversary. "I have wandered the chaos sea for tens of millions of years without encountering such a solid and genuine world consciousness. That inferior divine will was able to bring me such a formidable opponent. Has his elevated divine concept been entirely allocated to luck and misfortune?" The Master of Life knew that the strength of core information indicated the strength of a world's existence power, and the real attribute was a manifestation of that existence power. At this moment he determined that Zhou Heng possessed the authority or concepts of reality, and behind that solid and pure information lay a real concept supported by a vast amount of energy transformation. This is also why he stated that the life core was not only shrouded by misfortune but also favored by luck. The existence that possessed the authority and concept of reality was simply too rare. If he could assimilate the real concept contained within salvation from suffering, there would be no need for any ladder of heaven ascension ritual to help him purify and expand his own path. He could anchor some authority he possessed and then channel all energy through the real concept, layering it onto that authority. At that time, as the real continued to accumulate, other information would naturally transform into relative falsehoods, collapsing into nourishment for the real. Thus he would become a unique existence capable of freely altering his foundational concepts. Of course, this process of real transformation would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of foundational energy, but merely having the ability to freely transform his own path would be worth any cost. After all, no one knows the limits of their own path, nor which path is more suitable for them. If one had the power of free choice, then the ascension of the foundation and the path to enlightenment would undoubtedly be much smoother. Therefore, upon seeing Zhou Heng, this formidable opponent, the Master of Life not only refrained from blaming the life core but instead wished to reward him. No wonder this concept after divine ascension can naturally attract the attention of higher concepts. Divine will, once I acquire the real concept, I will surely endow you with existence power, allowing you to become a true independent life. The promise of the twisted evil god was uncertain in its truth, but the Master of Life's determination to assimilate Zhou Heng was beyond doubt. To him, the purification ritual that had lasted for millions of years had finally culminated in Zhou Heng, who possessed the real concept, becoming the foundation of his enlightenment. To assimilate salvation from suffering, one must first corrupt and assimilate the core information of salvation from suffering. To assimilate the information of salvation from suffering, one must first sever the support of its real concept on the core information. Let me see where his energy transmission channels are located. As the massive blood and flesh eye brimming with tentacles and mouthparts opened, Zhou Heng directed his high-level vision towards this gigantic twisted evil god. Let me see where your foundational energy nodes are. The eyes that pierced through life and the gaze that unraveled the root both focused on each other. The Master of Life saw that there were only a few thin channels sustaining Zhou Heng's life, with the largest one connecting to pure light energy. This is impossible. How could such a meager amount of energy sustain his reality? Is he denying my existence with this inferior energy? In the eyes of the Master of Life, the life channels linked to Zhou Heng were far too scarce, so scarce that they couldn't compare to the abundant energy of Haotian Emperor. However, to say that the energy-scarce Zhou Heng was weaker than Haotian Emperor, the Master of Life would never agree. Since his awakening, had it not been for salvation from suffering anchoring Haotian with a real concept, the normal world of Haotian, which had deeply penetrated into his core consciousness, would have long been corrupted and shattered by him. Thus he did not believe what he saw to be the truth. He thought it was his eye of life failing to penetrate the deeply hidden life channels. However, he did not intend to give up. He planned to increase the corruption intensity in search of the hidden life channels of salvation from suffering. Once he located all the life channels of salvation from suffering, he would sever those channels all at once, preventing the precious real concept from slipping away from his grasp. As a massive wave of corrupting information surged forth, Zhou Heng's reality naturally increased its energy investment. The Master of Life did not see where this unknown energy was coming from, but through the accelerated operation of the life channels he discovered an alarming situation. This is impossible. Those life channels are not sustaining his life but rather flowing out from him, sustaining the lives of other existences. He is not the world consciousness, the world is his generalized entity, he is the creator of the world, he is the master of the world's origin. At this moment the master of life finally understood the level of existence that his opponent represented. His subconscious was not merely providing him with an opponent, it was clearly presenting him with a master. Upon discovering the truth, the master of life prepared to flee immediately and vowed never to engage with those special existences that possessed concepts of reality, eternity, and uniqueness. However, he found that while he could leave, he could not expel the salvation information from his consciousness core. The continuously accumulating real information was immensely heavy, and they were emitting a tremendous gravitational pull that captured his core information. Those real pieces of information transformed into another information core within his consciousness, and all information was spontaneously collapsing into it. Now he was no longer the master of his core information. Those real pieces of information were the most steadfast and brilliant wills within his foundational will. If he did nothing and allowed the situation to worsen, he would undoubtedly be completely assimilated by the other party. Thinking of this, the master of life could not wait any longer. He intended to escape from this information black hole centered on reality before the other party figured out his true nature. How can salvation from suffering? I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was manipulated by the ladder of heaven ritual, committing many mistakes. The twisted concepts have temporarily dispelled the influence of the ladder of heaven ritual over me. Now, although I have been corrupted by twisted concepts, I have also regained my original self. Please grant me some time. I will quickly discard all twisted concepts and return to the purity of my original state. As an extension of order, we should not continue fighting. I believe every life in each world has the right to exist in peace as the best guarantee for the continuation of life. I am the master of life, a follower of peace and order. I need an opportunity to prove myself. The pronouncement of the Lord of Life reveals just how flexible his moral boundaries truly are. Against the weak he strikes with a heavy hand, against formidable foes he favors peace. Yet in the presence of Zhou Heng, who embodies the concept of reality, he becomes an innocent victim. He attempts to leverage the order of Haotian and Zhou Heng to extricate himself from this war by denying his own past. At this moment he has already dismissed the value of the ascension ceremony of the heavenly ladder deep within his consciousness. The inferior divine will that fragments from his subconscious is not a coexistence of luck and misfortune, but clearly a wretched being at the pinnacle of misfortune. The Lord of Life wishes he could immediately split away this divine will and offer it to Zhou Heng and Haotian to quell the dispute. He knows that gods embodying the concepts of supreme fairness and redemption are often resolute warriors. Therefore he does not advise Zhou Heng and Haotian against the war's pros and cons. Instead he seeks opportunities for understanding through the respect for life and adherence to order. What he does not realize is that while his eye of life gazes upon Zhou Heng's higher dimensional vision is also observing. Zhou Heng sees within him a vast amount of distorted and assimilated residual information of worlds chronicling the hopes they once held and the despair of their endings. Thus the Lord of Life's explanations are not only feeble but also further confirm his twisted absurdity. He seeks a chance to prove himself, yet who will grant the worlds he has destroyed and distorted a chance to exist? I am watching. Cast aside all your distorted concepts, Lord of Life, and let me see your original purity. The Savior, the polluted concepts have tainted my essence. To discard this deep-rooted conceptual pollution will be an exceedingly lengthy process. No worries, I will always be watching you. The Lord of Life did not expect Zhou Heng to take it so seriously. He believed his core authority was life and that even a distorted form of life still counts as life. And life should be treated justly and illuminated by redemption. However, to his surprise, Zhou Heng does not define his stance by core authority. Savior, can we not come to an understanding? If you agree to my terms, you can immediately save a world that possesses the concept of supreme fairness. I believe you do not wish to see your allies corrupted by me. Heavenly Sovereign, do not heed him. Retreat for the redemption of my present self, advance for the redemption of future beings. Please, Heavenly Sovereign, follow your path and redeem future beings. Great virtue, the Tao does not compromise. Faced with the fearless sacrifice of the Emperor Haotian and the resolute Zhou Heng, the Lord of Life could not help but feel disgust. He despises determined seekers of the Tao even more and loathes fearless martyrs. Now he finds himself confronted by both the defenders of the Tao and the martyrs. If he were to truly eliminate the martyr, he has no idea how purely the defender's fighting spirit would be ignited, especially since this defender is a powerful and unique being. Why must you force me? The distorted me can still weigh the pros and cons. Why are you of order so rigid and thought insistent on pursuing the obsessions in your hearts? That is not an obsession, it is our original intention in seeking the Tao. You weigh the present while we strive to protect both the present and the hope for the future. Faced with the steadfastness of Zhou Heng and Haotian, the Lord of Life realizes that his lies and weighing of pros and cons have become ineffective. If he does not immediately abandon the distorted concepts, he will have to engage in a shared war with these two opponents. Yet the distorted concept is the source of his strength. Without it he would surely fall into weakness, a fate he cannot accept.
I rose through distortion and will ultimately decline due to distortion. This is my destiny. From the moment I chose distortion I knew I would eventually face the retribution of order. This is my path and I cannot abandon it.
Resolute, the Lord of Life in the form of the Eye of Life simultaneously locates and captures the life pathways of Haotian and Zhou Heng. He knows that severing the life pathway connecting Haotian and his world will inevitably weaken Haotian's consciousness. He is also aware that cutting off the life pathway between Zhou Heng and his world may lead to the collapse of Zhou Heng's subordinate worlds due to energy deficiency. Such actions will undoubtedly enrage Zhou Heng, but he chooses to proceed anyway, for this is his only opportunity to escape the battlefield. He is taking a gamble, wagering that Zhou Heng, who embodies the concepts of savior and redemption, will be unable to accept the internal collapse of his world. When Zhou Heng actively detaches himself from his authority in order to save his world and reconstruct the life pathways, it will be the best moment for him to flee the battlefield. Everything unfolds as he anticipated. Leveraging the distorted authority of life, he simultaneously severs the life pathways of Haotian and Zhou Heng that connect to the outside.
Haotian, whose life pathway has been severed, indeed falls into weakness. Although he still possesses considerable strength, he no longer has any combat potential.
As the intensity of battle increases, he will quickly suppress Haotian and corrupt and assimilate the normal world consciousness of Haotian. However, Zhou Heng, whose life pathway has been severed, shows no intention of saving his world, as if his world is unaffected by the rupture of the life pathway. Oh, the Lord of Life has actually severed my faith concept pathway. Indeed, his distorted life authority is formidable. While continually layering reality and collapsing relative falsehoods, Zhou Heng suddenly discovers that the faith and concept pathways he extended have been severed. Yet this has little effect on him, as the energy he sends to his world comes from the anchoring perception of the high-level true spirit rather than ordinary faith and concepts.
Moreover, his human incarnation and redemptive incarnation, the arc of redemption, are situated in the worlds of Haotian and light.
As a being with unique attributes, all his incarnations can respond to faith and concepts pointing in different directions.
However, compared to Zhou Heng's ease, the Emperor Haotian finds himself in discomfort.
Heavenly Sovereign, he has severed my concept pathway and my world has now lost its unified will. The Earth Mother Yuan Jun and Qi Heijun Jun cannot resist his corrupting concepts. Please, Heavenly Sovereign, leave from the position of Earth Lord and save my realm from distortion and corruption. Within the distorted world of the Lord of Life, having lost contact with his own world, the Emperor Haotian's first thought is not about the crisis after his weakness. Instead, he worries that the Lord of Life, by means of the severed concept pathway, will directly transmit the distorted life concepts into his world concept. At that time, with Zhou Heng's protection, he may not fall, but his world will surely transform into a twisted world of flesh and blood, and his subordinate gods will also be unable to escape the fate of corruption and fragmentation. Do not worry, Emperor. The moment you lost contact, the Earth Mother Yuan Jun automatically downgraded to the Lady of the Underworld. My human incarnation has already taken on the rank of Earth Lord and has restructured the world's defense system with the concept of the Earth. Great virtue, the heart of heaven is at war. The will of the Earth provides protection. I have no worries now. The Master of Life severed the channel of faith connecting him to Zhou Heng, yet the escape opportunity he anticipated did not materialize. Now he could only gamble his Tao fortune and engage in battle with an existence embodying the concept of reality. As he strived to corrupt the real information with his distorted concepts, his powerful form did not remain idle but extended countless tentacles to entrap the Haotian world. When countless twisted tentacles dripping with saliva and a gigantic fleshly demonic eye pressed against the Haotian world, a cacophony of uneven gnawing sounds erupted. At that moment, Qi Heijun, who was debating with the Earth Mother Yuan Jun, stared blankly at the outer wall of the world wrapped in twisted flesh. Jinjuan, you ask why I do not choose you, the earthly junior, to inherit the world, claiming I have ulterior motives. Well, he has arrived. If you can preserve yourself under his gnawing, I would be willing to request the Celestial Lord to grant you the position of the Lord of the Heavens. Yuan Jun, you jest. The Emperor is my father. Yuan Jun is like my mother, and the Celestial Lord is my teacher. How could I betray the will of both my parents and my teacher simultaneously? What I just mentioned was merely the greed left by the six desires demon. I have now awakened and will not mention those nonsensical requests again. Facing Qi Heijun's explanation, Earth Mother Yuan Jun felt a headache coming on. She never expected Qi Heijun to be so thick-skinned. If this continued, the powerful innate deities in the Haotian world would soon become her elders. While he seemed to have lost dignity, he could rely on the identity of a junior to gain actual benefits. One must say Qi Heijun truly embodies the will of all beings. He possesses both their strengths and weaknesses. Even if he could bear the responsibility of protecting the world, Earth Mother Yuan Jun would find it hard to trust him with such a task. This is also why Earth Mother Yuan Jun, during the loss of contact with Haotian, forcibly demoted herself to assist Zhou Heng in quickly taking control of the world. Shi Zhenjuan knew that his newly acknowledged mother had a poor impression of him, but at this moment he was genuinely grateful to Earth Mother Yuanjun.
The immense Master of Life wrapped the Haotian world tightly with his tentacles, making it appear like a cocoon.
Faced with the twisted flesh that enveloped the entire world, Shi Zhenjuan truly felt fear. This feeling stemmed not only from the opponent's twisted power but also from the fear and rejection of twisted concepts by the will of all beings. Thus Shi Zhenjuan was very grateful to Earth Mother Yuanjun. Had it not been for her insistence, he would have been the one facing the gnawing distortion. The harsh sounds of gnawing and crunching echoed continuously. The immense noise and the twisted mouthparts made the existing deities in the Haotian world shudder in terror. Fortunately, after Zhou Heng took control of the world, he added the concept of reality to the world barrier, making it exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, faced with the gnawing of the immense Master of Life, the Haotian world would likely not withstand for long before being reduced to shattered remnants.
Has the war escalated again? May the Emperor's divine path endure, and may the Celestial Lord's Tao be eternal.
In the chaotic void of the Haotian world, unseen by its beings, a vast amount of slime and bone fragments flowed freely from a flesh cocoon. These were the shattered teeth and distorted life essence of the Master of Life, and the sturdiness of the Haotian world after changing its ruler far exceeded his expectations. Even after breaking numerous mouthparts, he still could not create an opening to flood the world with his twisted essence, making it impossible to achieve his goal of corrupting the Haotian world. This world, which was clearly soft and sweet on the inside yet hard on the outside, infuriated the Master of Life. Even though the Haotian world had become incredibly hard, he dared not give up. Because he knew that in a contest of concepts he had no chance of winning, his only opportunity to break through was to threaten the Haotian world materially. Thus, even as his mouthparts continued to shatter, he did not cease his gnawing. Instead, he sprouted numerous mouthpart structures on each tentacle, joining this feast of gnawing. Yet with limited flesh, how could it withstand the unparalleled wall of reality? In the end, he could only gnaw at steel, with his fleshly mouth spilling shattered bones and ruptured blood.
I hate this. I am the Master of Life. I will become the one and only Master of Life.
I have never been defeated by any deity's Tao, yet I ultimately succumbed to the irresistible reality. This is fate's mockery of me, not my life being inferior to that so-called salvation. The Master of Life, gnawing at the world, gradually realized he was destined to lose. He was to be defeated by the reality anchored by truth. His delusions and obsessions were continuously collapsing under the weight of truth. His illusory flesh could not compare to a barrier imbued with the concept of reality. Yet at this moment he still did not intend to abandon his distortion, gambling whether salvation would spare his original purity. For to him distorted life was his Tao and the root of his existence. He would rather embrace his distortion and sink than abandon his Tao for survival. He despised the defenders of the Tao and the martyrs, for he too was such an existence. This was his finest quality and the root of his growth in the chaotic void. He did not loathe this quality, but rather the fact that others possessed the same tenacious belief. Understanding his fate, the Master of Life no longer resisted Zhou Heng's real information but began to fully corrupt the conceptual information of Haotian.
Haotian, I am about to die for my Tao. You too are a martyr. Come, let us martyr together. You die for your fairness, I die for my life. We will bury each other, and thus we will both be victors. The words of martyrdom spoken by Haotian felt completely different to Zhou Heng than those uttered by the Master of Life. For Haotian had maintained this attitude from the beginning, while the Master of Life was different. He was cunning, cruel, filled with lies, yet possessed a flexible survival bottom line. Yet this twisted and contradictory being intended to martyr himself for his Tao rather than seek mercy or surrender, which truly caught Zhou Heng off guard. Twisted life is still a form of life, and an existence centered around life should not be filled with a desire to survive, should it? Indeed, any powerful individual relies on a core belief that supports their strength. The same goes for deities. Their power does not solely rely on their divine bodies, but they also possess the faith that supports their strength. As the Master of Life ignored Zhou Heng and concentrated on corrupting the Haotian Emperor, Zhou Heng's real information began to collapse in a frenzy like a black hole released from its constraints. At this moment, the Haotian Emperor faced a fatal crisis, and the Master of Life showed signs of falling. Emperor, quickly enter my tranquil Zhaozue heaven to evade.
Celestial Lord, if the twisted can still martyr themselves, how can I evade? Please, Celestial Lord, fully assimilate the distortion. I will do my best to buy time for you. The Haotian Emperor realized that while he was being fully besieged, Zhou Heng instead had the opportunity to end the Master of Life. He would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Just as he had said earlier, the heavenly heart was at war and the earthly will provided protection. He was free from worry and fear.
I knew this situation would arise.
Fortunately, the Emperor accepted my divine seal, otherwise I would have truly become the heir. Zhou Heng had previously devoted himself entirely to protecting the Emperor Haotian due to the Emperor's impartiality and selflessness.
Although he and Haotian had no formal master-disciple relationship, he had learned from the Emperor since he embarked on the path of the divine.
Thus Haotian was not only his companion on the path but also in a sense his mentor in the transformation of humans into gods. Now that Zhou Heng had become the master of the Haotian realm, his reasons for protecting the emperor had multiplied. Given the way the Emperor Haotian fought and Zhou Heng's tremendous contributions in the war between the realms, he would certainly not revoke Zhou Heng's authority after victory. Moreover, at this point the Emperor Haotian could be considered part of Zhou Heng's divine system, and Zhou Heng had also become the current emperor of the Haotian divine court. Hence he certainly could not allow the past Emperor Haotian to fall, as perfect world managers like Haotian were exceedingly rare. Therefore Zhou Heng immediately superimposed the concept of reality onto the divine seal of the Eye of Karma that Emperor Haotian accepted. Under the protection of this divine seal containing the concept of reality, the true spirit of the Emperor Haotian would not be corrupted and fall to the Master of Life. Emperor, please use the divine seal as the source and disseminate the concept information.
Good Haotian thanks the Heavenly Sovereign for the protection.
After the main consciousness of the Emperor Haotian and his true spirit built a defense using the superimposed concept of reality, Zhou Heng no longer had any concerns. Thus he began to transmit the concept information of zonling cultivation, which is the realm of light, into this battle of will. With the simultaneous emergence of the information black holes of Tian Zhaozhuiki Tian and zonling cultivation, the battlefield's situation completely spiraled out of control. The powerful gravitational pull not only caused the distorted information of the Master of Life to collapse rapidly, but even the concepts emitted by the Emperor Haotian were similarly affected. Fortunately, the divine symbol that the Emperor Haotian relied on at this moment also possessed the concept of reality, otherwise he would likely have exited the stage even before the Master of Life. Haotian, save me from suffering. My life has not succumbed to you. I was defeated by the unshakable reality, not by you. Distorted flesh directly connecting to immortal life. My path will eternally drift in the chaotic void and you cannot shake it.
Is that so? The path does not compromise. Order is eternal.
As the large-scale collapse of the reality information black hole occurred, the Master of Life gradually lost his will, knowing his demise was imminent. This led to a gradual calm in the chaotic void, where a cocoon of flesh consuming the world slowly returned to stillness, yet the distorted flesh, although losing the control of will, still tightly enveloped the Haotian realm. Even as the Master of Life was about to fall, he clung to his last obsession. He wished for this cocoon of flesh to turn into a stillborn, taking his opponents from this war with him. As the harsh sounds of gnawing and crunching gradually faded away, the deities of the Haotian realm discovered that the distorted flesh had completely stiffened. They had completely sealed the world like heavy meat shells, and when the defensive barriers failed, they would surely obliterate the Haotian realm with their terrifying mass.
Has he fallen? Has the war finally ended?
My father, my master, may the Tao of the Divine be eternal. I thank the compassion and protection of the two emperors. As the bold deities flew to the world barrier to check the state of the distorted flesh, the consciousness of the Master of Life was on the brink of total collapse. In the last moment, he activated the remaining stream of information, sending the initial chapter containing the details of his 3 ladder-building rituals to the Emperor Haotian. He knew that Zhou Heng, who possessed the concept of reality, did not need such a perilous purification tool. The only gamble he had left was on Haotian's ambition. He hoped that the Emperor Haotian would forge the ladder again to strengthen himself or the world. That way he could use the distorted ladder in the ladder ritual as an anchor for existence, gaining a chance of revival. But he forgot, or perhaps deliberately ignored, that he fell because of the collapse of reality. Before the concept of existence that could not be shaken by reality, his fall was absolute reality. Heavenly Sovereign, the initial chapter should contain part of the Master of Life's information. He likely wanted to rely on this solid tool to gain a chance of revival.
Leave it to me, I will dismantle this tool. Eternal slumber should not be disturbed.
The last image the Master of Life saw before his death was a torn page floating towards salvation.
Haotian, those without ambition do not deserve to live. I will wait for your return in the void.
With the complete demise of the Master of Life, his massive fleshly body fell into a deathly silence. Even his distorted blood lost its vitality and he turned into a lifeless stone. Yet this massive stone still rested atop the egg of the Haotian realm, leaving it precariously close to collapse. Heavenly Sovereign, please assist me in returning to the world. I must lead the gods of the divine court to divide those remnants of flesh. The Emperor Haotian lost contact with the world, and the new barriers of the world were constructed by Zhou Heng. Now this past emperor wishes to return home, needing the approval of Zhou Heng, the current emperor.
Good, I have opened the passageway. Please, Emperor, first restore the internal order of the world upon your return.
I will activate the Eye of Life as soon as possible, allowing it to release its hold on the world to prevent the gods from corrupting during the prolonged cleanup of the flesh remnants. In that case, I will trouble the Heavenly Sovereign. Please rest assured Haotian will promptly organize all matters within the world. The Emperor organizes his own world. How could I not rest assured?
Please, Emperor, return.
Once the Emperor Haotian re-established contact with the conceptual passage, he realized that his status had flowed back. He had once again become the sole origin of the world. What does the Heavenly Sovereign mean?
Since you saved my realm, you should be the new master of the world.
I could not bear the responsibility of protecting the world previously, so I willingly gave up my status and accepted the heavenly sovereign's salvation. Why do you refuse? In Haoshan's view, when he could not fulfill the duty of protecting the world, he should have willingly relinquished his status and stepped back to let others lead. However, he did not expect that the status he had surrendered would return once more, leaving him at a loss in the face of Zhou Heng's contributions during the battle between the realms and the grace of being called upon to protect the world in a time of crisis.
Emperor, you are the best candidate to govern the world. My involvement in this war follows my own path. How could I seize the world of an ally? Moreover, with my concept of reality, since I have been a master of the world, I can reimpose the past onto reality and descend upon the world's origin once more. Previously the emperor was for the past and I was for the present. Now the emperor is for the present and I am for the future.
My authority weighs heavily on the hope of the future and the redemption of the present. At present I possess the now and the future. Please assist me in becoming the past, making me the savior of my past, transforming me into the heavenly sovereign of salvation across all timelines of the emperor's world. The title of Heavenly Sovereign is a respectful name for the will of the heavens outside. How could I refer to the will of this realm in such a way? Please, Heavenly Sovereign, call me Emperor to display your legitimacy and my intentions. Excellent. I possess the Tao of the three officials. The heavenly official bestows blessings, the earthly official pardons sins, and the water official resolves troubles. My status as the Dragon God of Salvation originates from this realm and assists the earthly lord. I shall be the Emperor of resolving troubles in this realm.
The safe return of the Haotian Emperor sparked a collective celebration among the Haotian deities.
They knew that this tumultuous war had finally come to an end and their emperor along with their world belonged to the victorious side. This was the best news for them, for as long as the emperor was safe there remained a chance for the companions and comrades they had lost to be revived. In the years to come they would still be able to explore their own paths under the protection of the just Haotian Emperor. Zhou Heng, a product of the war between the two realms, was equally delighted, for Haotian was not only his greatest support but also the bond connecting him with Zhou Heng. If the Haotian Emperor were no more, he feared that one day the celestial sovereign would banish him to another realm, deliberately forgetting his existence.
Zhou Heng welcomes your return, father. Congratulations on returning to your source and once again ruling the heavens and earth.
May your divine path endure forever and may the great Tao be eternal. Zhou Heng, you were born due to the special circumstances of my realm, and because of my ruthlessness and selflessness you have gained wisdom. The heavens are vast and the hearts of men are inscrutable.
I govern all things with the heart of heaven, yet I also wish to preserve the spiritual transformations of human hearts.
Thus I acknowledge your status as a true lord.
Thank you, Father, for your benevolence.
I will strive to curb the desires of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, ensuring they dare not disrupt the world again. Upon hearing the Haotian Emperor acknowledge his status as a true Lord Zhou, he could not help but feel overjoyed. With the Haotian Emperor's unique authority in this realm, when he declared his recognition of Zhou as a true Lord Zhou, he finally connected with the world's source. At that moment he was no longer a wild child flaunting the title of a sub-emperor, but had become a legitimate child of the family. In considering merits and faults, Zhou, your crimes must also be addressed. From now on you will accompany the Earth Mother Yuanjun to serve in the underworld. Once you enter the underworld you will differentiate the many thoughts and take over numerous vacant positions of the underworld's officials. In the future you will punish evil spirits and also your own evil desires.
Ah!
Zhou had finally met his father and wanted to show his obedience to earn the Haotian Emperor's favor, but who knew that his father would grant him a position certification only to assign him to serve in the underworld. He was confident in enduring the suffering of the underworld, but the myriad tasks there were daunting.
If he were to mishandle any of them, he might not only lose his chance for promotion but may even be demoted.
Yet despite the vastness of the Haotian divine court there were few places lower than the underworld, and at that moment Zhou truly understood what it meant to have a worrying future.
Please, Father, show mercy.
Zhou also has merits in protecting the world.
Crimes and rewards. The law does not allow for mercy.
You will be punished for the differentiation of your desires, yet rewarded for the protection of the realm when your desires align with those of all beings. The merit of protecting the realm grants you the status of a true lord, while chaos from your desires incurs punishment in the underworld.
Thus there can be no objections.
Zhou dares not and is willing to be tempered by the fires of the underworld to atone for my sins. Faced with the sternness of the Haotian Emperor Zhou realized that the emperor was first a selfless enforcer of the law and only then a compassionate father to all beings. Now Zhou not only felt the affection of his father but also witnessed the emperor's fairness, ultimately understanding that he must take responsibility for his past.
Moreover, Zhou, you must no longer refer to yourself as the sub-emperor of heaven and earth.
The Jie Danin Emperor governs the past, present and future of this realm, having separated the present to allow me to remain as the present emperor. Yet the Jie Danin Emperor is also the master of the world and the master of the future. Henceforth there shall be no more sub-emperors in heaven and earth, only the present that remains or the future that descends. He with the shifting will of heaven and the transition of time. Do you understand what I mean?
Ah. He comprehended the Hautian emperor's meaning, yet wished he did not.
He could never have imagined that his father would assign him to serve in the underworld, nor could he have anticipated that the being he revered as a teacher would suddenly become the greatest orthodoxy between heaven and earth. At this moment he truly understood the inscrutability of heaven's will. Had he not heeded the celestial sovereign's advice and insisted on rebelling back, then he might have been completely erased from the timeline. Fortunately, he was fortunate enough to have connections with both the present master and the future master. Now he only hoped that the Hautian deities would forget his previous self-reference as the sub-emperor of heaven and earth, fearing that the Jie Dongyin emperor, who was both the supreme emperor and the crown prince, would misunderstand. If one were to say he felt unwilling, that would not be true. It was not that he had become purely benevolent, but rather that the fallen twisted master of life had made him understand just how powerful the wills of the two emperors were. While the Hautian emperor was busy restoring order and distributing rewards and punishments, Zhou Heng was also counting his gain. Firstly, he had gained the authority of twisted life. Secondly, he had obtained the powerful body left behind by the master of life. And finally, he acquired the method for constructing the unified consciousness network of the master of life. Of course, there was also the initial chapter, the vessel for the latter ceremony. As for the other fragile twisted authorities, they were largely collapsed by his real information. However, the remaining gains were the most refined parts of the Master of Life, serving as his powerful foundation. With these as his gains, Zhou Heng not only received an extraordinary return but also obtained a cornerstone for further strengthening himself. The twisted authority of life is not difficult to resolve. I can overlay real onto life, collapsing the twisted concepts entangled with it. Moreover, the body left by the Master of Life is a massive eye of flesh and blood. As long as I connected with the authority of life, I can obtain a powerful eye of life. To Zhou Heng, the life eye made of flesh and blood, possessing vitality and information processing functions, was an excellent tool for carrying his observational information. Using it as an observational vessel would not only greatly increase Zhou Heng's observation time but also allow him to better capture key information. Therefore, Zhou Heng immediately reshaped the authority of life with the concept of real and then connected this powerful pure authority of life to the eye of life. At the moment Zhou Heng's authority of life connected with the eye of life, the previously lifeless twisted flesh began to stir back to life. Faced with the reactivated eye of life, the Hautian deities immediately heightened their vigilance, preparing to fight once more to protect the world.
Do not panic.
That is the Jie Dongyin emperor controlling the eye of life to release its restraints, otherwise we would have no choice but to venture outside the realm to separate those massive twisted flesh. Great kindness, the emperor is benevolent and the Jie world is saved. The revived eye of flesh and blood extended its tentacles and released its mouth and suction cups, allowing the Hautian world to return to the chaotic void sea. At this moment the Hautian deities and the beings of the world suddenly felt a void in their hearts, as if the massive stone that had pressed upon their souls had been lifted and they once again became free life. As the beings of the world savored this novel sensation, those extraordinary beings aware of the war between the two realms finally understood that the war had ended and their world had emerged victorious. Thus they immediately reverently prayed to the Hautian emperor, hoping for the world to open the spiritual mechanisms once more, allowing them to return to the path. Among them were ascetics who upheld virtue and also true immortals who blessed all beings. They formed a group that the Hautian could not ignore.
Accumulating water creates a deep pool. Accumulating goodness forms virtue.
The revival of spiritual mechanisms should be like stacking sand into a tower, collecting greatness from the minute.
The new era should arise from 500 years of mortals, 500 years of awakening, and 500 years of spiritual transition.
Those with merit and virtue shall enter the cave heavens to escape the world, while those without merit or fault shall enter the blessed lands to rest.
After 1,500 years, when the spiritual mechanisms revive, do not forget the original aspiration when you meet again in the new era.
We respectfully congratulate the Emperor on his return to ruling the heavens and earth, thanking the Emperor for the blessing of life.
May the Emperor's divine path endure forever and engrave our original intentions in our hearts.
After the Heavenly Emperor reigned over the world, he made a promise to reopen a new era of spiritual awakening in 1500 years to protect the virtuous and secluded cultivators. His promise was the logic of the world's operations when it was spread among all beings, the source of the world, and the Heavenly Emperor's heart began the evaluation of merits and faults. Those who were deemed virtuous and worthy, as well as those who were not at fault, would be collectively transported to various spiritual nodes across the blessed lands. They would rest in these blessed lands, waiting for the revival of spiritual energy 500 years later to re-enter the world of cultivation. However, by then they might no longer be the masters of the cultivation world. The newcomers would have a 500-year adaptation period and a 500-year development period, and they might not fall behind these old predecessors. Nevertheless, this was already quite good. At least their path was not interrupted and their existence was not ignored due to the post-war decline. Therefore, both the virtuous and the non-faulted cultivators were satisfied with this outcome, looking forward to achieving their own paths in the future, not wasting the Heavenly Emperor's benevolence. As the heart of heaven's judgment operated, a large number of cultivators from various races suddenly appeared at the floating cloud mountain and the spiritual nodes of the earth's veins. Among them were the righteous immortal deities of the Fox clan, the Immortal Husan Tai and Husan Tai Nai. And where did these two plump foxes come from? How did the two Hu family immortals manage to escape the turmoil of the northern plains with such robust figures? Did they perhaps ally with the Dragon Prince when they transcended and become bloated from the waters of the Eastern Sea? A scruffy monk, upon seeing Husan Tai and Husan Tai Nai, instantly brightened up and approached to tease them. "How dare you mock us, you shabby monk? Looking at your disheveled appearance, could it be that you live off the charity of the common people? Ha ha! What a ridiculous term! My past prosperity stemmed from the offerings of the people. My current existence is due to the blessings bestowed upon me by the common folk. The karmic relationships and the generosity of the people are all rooted in goodwill. So, great monk, I not only live without disgrace but rather thrive under the protection of the people's goodwill. Well, whether I say something or not, as long as you are happy, it's all good. Unlike you, who survives on the charity of the populace, I cannot feel your joy. I, on the other hand, am troubled every day, pondering where to enjoy offerings. To avoid bias, I must run around to the various households that offer me support, and inadvertently I have ended up with a body full of flesh due to the shelter provided by my followers. Goodness, you certainly owe a large karmic debt for this." "What large karmic debt?" "I protect the homes of my followers when I flourish, and in times of decline they provide me with shelter. We support each other, and thus the karma is only natural." The conversation between the monk and Husan Tai attracted the attention of other virtuous beings. They smiled warmly at the monk, who continued his usual teasing, realizing that indeed the hardest times had finally passed. "Pu Miao, I heard that there was infighting among your Buddhist sect. A practitioner named Hui Ming not only fused with the statue of the great wisdom illuminating Bodhisattva but also placed his own statue atop the temple. He even claimed that the great wisdom illuminating Bodhisattva belongs to the past while he is the Bodhisattva of the future, and that the incense offerings of the people should be for the future rather than the past." "Ah, how can this be called infighting? The great wisdom illuminating Bodhisattva is a deity of the heavenly emperor, and monk Hui Ming is guiding the passage of the underworld emperor. This is merely a natural transfer of authority when the underworld emperor presides over the world, representing a new-old transition within the Buddhist sect, not infighting." "Everyone, please don't tease me. You do not understand the matters of Buddhism. We are very harmonious internally." Ha ha ha. The monk's defense filled the floating cloud mountain with a joyful atmosphere. It was wonderful that their familiar friends were not only still around but had not changed due to their loss of mortal hearts. The fading of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was a tribulation, a great calamity for the world. It was also an opportunity that allowed those who dwelled in the blessed lands to reorganize their paths. One might say that 1500 years later the successors of their path would still adhere to the classics, while these old predecessors would give rise to new ideas. At that time, yesterday's people would advocate innovation while today's people would remember tradition. The identities of the old and new may thus change. That would be a grand era where old and new ideas, conservatism and innovation coexist, allowing them to learn from the wisdom of the younger generation and break the excessive mythology surrounding their predecessors, ultimately fostering a new era of flourishing spiritual energy, becoming the golden age of cultivation and seeking the As the beings of the heavenly emperor's world returned to the right track, the eye of life controlled by Zhou Heng was also gradually freeing itself from the distorted flesh, the cancerous source that grew rampantly. In the chaotic void, see the tentacles of the massive fleshly eye transformed into distorted flesh spheres, making the eye of life appear like a huge mass encased in numerous flesh spheres. As time passed, those flesh spheres gradually transformed from the form of ripe fruits to that of decaying fruits. They quickly resembled fruits that had lost all moisture, turning into thin, dried skins. As the eye of life opened again, the tremendous vibrations not only caused those skins to fall away one by one but also shattered them into primordial particles. Within the mist formed by those primordial particles, small black seeds floated, representing the concept of condensed distorted flesh. Zhou Heng opened the city god realm that he had prepared long ago, capturing all those distorted seeds and the mist of particles. He would not allow these hidden dangers to remain in the chaotic void. He would cause these distorted masses to collapse into basic substances within the city god realm. When the massive eye of life shed its twisted shackles, it transformed into a divine eye full of vibrant vitality. It could not only see the conceptual pathways connecting lives' existence but was also a unique living entity. Given that it was previously named the Tai Star, Zhou Heng named its internal active world Tai Shaliang Shi Zong Tian, placing it among the 6 heavenly realms of Luofeng.
Thus far 3 of Zhou Heng's 6 heavenly realms had been established: Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian Zone Ling Qi Fei Tian and Tai Sha Liang Shi Zone Tian. Unlike the Tian Zhao Zui Qi Tian stacked within the Heavenly Emperor's world, the Zone Ling Qi Fei Tian was on its way to merge with the Heavenly Emperor's world. Zhou Heng placed the Eye of Life containing Tai Sha Liang Shi Zone Tian directly onto his forehead, making himself a three-eyed giant deity. He did this intending to connect the three-eyed concept, which had a clear directional meaning, with the three-eyed information in the higher dimensional Earth. Of course, what he intended to connect now was not the information of the three-eyed deities from Earth's myths and legends. He was not yet prepared for the impact of massive higher dimensional information. What he planned to connect were low-dimensional world-like concepts from the Earth, such as certain games or film works within a computer which contained specific data related to the three-eyed concept. He needed to determine an extremely important matter: the current time on Earth. This was crucial for Zhou Heng, as it indicated when his return to a higher dimension would have to occur. Otherwise, once his higher dimensional body naturally perished, he would lose his sense of positioning in higher dimensions and might forever be lost in lower dimensions. It's time to build my unified consciousness network. I hope to assimilate a tiny piece of information, even if it means becoming a marginal NPC character in some game on Earth. Zhou Heng deciphered the information left by the Lord of Life and acquired the method to construct a unified consciousness network. To better interface with higher dimensional information, he used his own higher dimensional true spirit as the core of his thought. He also utilized his lower dimensional soul and various authoritative avatars as thought nodes to collectively form his own unified consciousness network. Once this network was completed, not only could the higher dimensional true spirit transmit power to his lower dimensional soul, but his lower dimensional soul also gained an information feedback channel to the higher dimensional true spirit. The operational unified consciousness network functioned like an intelligent thought network, continuously funneling the information from Zhou Heng's various avatars into the higher dimensional true spirit, akin to a high-frequency processor. At that moment, due to the positioning of the higher dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng no longer needed to switch consciousness to control other avatars. All his avatars received real-time feedback from the thought core. The human body possesses a biological magnetic field that will be my platform for transmitting information. Zhou Heng continuously projected his three-eyed image into the unified consciousness network, hoping to achieve a resonance of information anchored by the higher dimensional true spirit. The more concise and clear the information, the better it resonates with higher dimensional information. Thus, the information three-eyed quickly elicited a response from the higher dimensional realm. Those responses, after being transformed through the unified consciousness network centered around the higher dimensional true spirit, turned into lower dimensional information that was easier to read. Three-eyed demon, what is this? Why didn't it resonate with other types of information? Zhou Heng was unsure of the existence referred to as three-eyed demon. Cautiously, he continued to resonate with information from the higher dimensional true spirit. After a period of time, he found that the resonated information consisted solely of repetitive content. This made him realize that the higher dimensional true spirit's anchored higher dimensional body had a limited range for transmitting information, or rather, there were not many devices nearby that could accept information. Therefore, he no longer waited and immediately responded to the information regarding three-eyed demon. In the next moment, his consciousness began to expand outward like a wave of electrifying signals. Zhou Heng understood that this must be the magnetic field. He became part of the information emanating from his higher dimensional Bodhi's biological magnetic field. Even the faintest human magnetic field signal is akin to an ocean of magnetic energy for the information carrier Zhou Heng. Riding the tidal fluctuations of this vast magnetic sea, Zhou Heng's three-eyed information quickly reached the place of resonance. It was a world that was both real and absurd, its enormity representing a true world for Zhou Heng's information carrier, yet it was also filled with absurdity and loopholes. Zhou Heng observed a gigantic dimly lit return-shaped underground palace with an endless darkness at its center. The grayish light emanated from massive braziers standing around, which appeared to burn continuously despite having nothing within them, and the flames maintained an unchanging form. In the dim light, grotesque and fearsome colossal statues stood against the stone walls, and numerous demons patrolled along fixed paths, occasionally moving back and forth. This was entirely reminiscent of a hellish den where even the light meant to dispel darkness was hazy and deceptive. While observing the surroundings, the resonated information began to reverse corrupt his information carrier. From that information, Zhou Heng saw a simple attack logic along with a plethora of numbers and a short text. Yaoguang, an unknown three-eyed demon, wields a large sword balancing strength and speed, proficient in blocking with minimal flaws in its techniques, a wide attack range, and virtually no dead angles. This information was far more substantial than Zhou Heng's information carrier, yet it was insignificant to Zhou Heng's unified consciousness network centered around the higher dimensional true spirit. Thus, after mutual impacts and overlays, Zhou Heng's unified consciousness network gained control over this information. As expected, I've entered a game world resembling a lower dimensional realm. Here, a higher dimensional existence can easily uninstall this game world with a mere flick of a finger.
However, the game world at least contains a complete data system, making it more suitable for me at this stage than film works. From the supreme deity ruling 3 worlds to becoming a monster boss in a game, even this game world can be casually cleared by others. This represents a significant drop in status, yet Zhou Heng could calmly accept it. For him, reconnecting with the higher dimensional realm was already excellent news. Even though he was merely in a lower dimensional world within the higher dimensional space without any qualitative enhancement, Zhou Heng was already quite satisfied. In a grand higher dimensional realm unseen by Zhou Heng's information carrier, a young man in a white coat leisurely leaned back in a chair playing a handheld game console. Beside him, Zhou Heng's higher dimensional body lay motionless on a hospital bed, seemingly in a state of eternal slumber. However, the beads of sweat seeping from his skin, the beating heart, and the still functioning respiratory and digestive systems all attested to his continued existence.
Ding ding ding.
A series of footsteps approached, and the young man immediately put away his handheld console, tending to Zhou Heng and starting a massage.
Su Yuan, you haven't been slacking off, have you?
How could that be, head nurse?
Let me tell you, this is no ordinary patient. He is my benefactor, my boss.
Look at how my boss committed such a grave sin yet never complains, remaining so quiet. Where can I find such a good boss?
I can't let anyone down, especially not my boss.
You have such a big mouth.
If the patient's friends hear you, they might complain about you.
Su Yuan, you must remember, because of the requirements from Longhua Mining and Kongsheng Life Insurance, our sanatorium is expanding its recruitment, which gave you the opportunity to join, so you must take good care of your patient.
Don't worry, head nurse. I am 100% loyal to my boss.
The head nurse nodded, registered Zhou Heng's heart rate data at the bedside, and then left with her case files. The specially recruited male caregiver Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, picked up his handheld console, glanced at the silent Zhou Heng, and then stuffed the console back into his pocket.
I actually hesitated between the patient and the game. How unprofessional of me.
After patiently finishing the massage for Zhou Heng, Su Yuan brought out a basin of clean water to wipe Zhou Heng's body, preventing sores from lying too long. After completing all this, he returned to the chair and pulled out his handheld console to pass the time. When he loaded the game's real-time save file, Zhou Heng's information carrier observed the enormous world being reconstructed, a timeline composed of numbers instantly overlaying.
December 22, 2023. I remember I was shot and fell into a coma on November 28, 2023.
It seems that 24 days have passed since I arrived at this higher dimensional world. After receiving this crucial piece of information, Zhou Heng felt a slight sigh of relief. The time left for him was more abundant than he had anticipated. Given the acceleration of his awakening speed, he still had a chance to return to this dimension.
Moreover, even if he ultimately fails to return to the higher dimension, he can rely on the accumulation of time to anchor more electronic information, forging an electronic phantom as his information avatar.
While Zhou Heng quietly analyzed the route for his return to a higher dimension, a knight clad in armor approached him from behind, attempting a backstab. In a situation where the anchored information was filled with uncertainties and his biological magnetic field's transmission distance was limited, Zhou Heng could not afford to abandon this information node. Thus he swiftly employed the attack logic inherent to the Yaoguang character to deal with the assailant.
Ah, how could this be? The Yaoguang in the strategy videos was definitely not this strong.
Zhou Heng was unaware that he had just killed the character controlled by his loyal employee, who was preparing to level up before coming back to eliminate him as the boss. Zhou Heng easily dealt with the game character controlled by Su Yuan, then began to carefully compare the various demon roles in the underground palace, trying to retrieve information about this game from the depths of his memory. Thanks to the powerful information processing capabilities of the Unified Consciousness Network, Zhou Heng quickly found similar information from his own memory. The good news is that he indeed played this game called Feng Malu, although he was quite inexperienced back then and cleared the game only by cheating. The bad news is that this game belongs to the old-school single-player genre, not much younger than Zhou Heng himself.
Although in recent years it has appeared on major gaming platforms and regained some popularity. However, it still cannot be considered a mainstream game. It can only be classified as a niche nostalgia game.
Given the niche nature and single-player characteristics of this game, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on Zhou Heng's electronic ghost plan. After all, other gaming enthusiasts wouldn't seek to copy the game from the device Zhou Heng is currently using. They can just download various games directly from online platforms. This would result in Zhou Heng's mutated electronic data being unable to achieve rapid dissemination through the interference of higher dimensional forces copying.
If only it were an online game, even if it were just an ordinary marginal character, it could enter the local databases of numerous players' computers through server intermediaries.
This would not only allow for the rapid expansion of my mutated data, but also prevent the computer serving as the game carrier from being damaged, which could lead to the game never being launched again. Fortunately, Zhou Heng still had time to change all of this. He planned to create opportunities to connect to other game carriers himself, aiming to get players of this game to actively share their game saves. With a goal in mind, Zhou Heng intended to first link the various attack data commands in the game, creating the illusion that his strength stemmed from a bug.
This isn't because his current lower dimensional consciousness doesn't want to influence players in reverse under the guise of a golden finger. It's just that he currently has too little capital. Impersonating a golden finger could easily result in players hiding from him, causing him to miss the opportunity to copy data through the network. Therefore, the only option available to him now is a checkpoint method that is both novel and does not deviate from the game's logic, compelling behind the scenes players to actively share their interesting discoveries. Of course, the quantity of this needs to be controlled by Zhou Heng himself. He aims to make this bug engaging rather than a tedious overpowering. When Zhou Heng connected to the game's underlying data through the character Yao Guang, he could see all of Yao Guang's action logic and the character data that constitutes its life metrics. Yao Guang does not possess its own thoughts. All characters here lack independent thought, or rather they share a common logic. That logic is woven by programmers residing in higher dimensions. Even the characters controlled by players cannot break through this logic. The only way to change this logic is to alter the underlying computational data of the game. However, such a rigid game is filled with infinite possibilities for lower dimensional beings. As long as this game logic is equipped with a core thought processor, this world can evolve into a vibrant lower dimensional realm. Isn't this another form of unified consciousness network?
The dimensional difference is so immense, the creative abilities that lower dimensional beings yearn for can be freely exercised by higher dimensional beings. Zhou Heng had no idea how many game works and anime productions existed on Earth, but he knew it would be a number far beyond imagination. Moreover, the fact that higher dimensions can freely copy and paste data information will lead to a proliferation of repetitive or different quasi-lower dimensional worlds appearing in large numbers every day. Such a vast number of quasi-lower dimensional worlds is enough to burst the chaotic virtual sea of lower dimensions. Only higher dimensions can contain hundreds or thousands of quasi-lower dimensional worlds in a single box computer, mobile phone, or use a larger box server to hold millions or even more quasi-lower dimensional worlds. Those higher dimensional boxes truly resemble chaotic virtual seas of lower dimensions. Order is the underlying logic of the boxes, while distortion is the electronic virus within the boxes. Through observing the data information of the game, Zhou Heng redefined the insignificance of lower dimensions.
Here, if a higher dimensional human wishes, they can continuously replicate quasi-lower dimensional worlds by downloading different games.
If Zhou Heng did not have the anchoring of higher dimensional true spirit, his status as an emperor or heavenly sovereign would merely equate to that of a heavenly emperor boss in the game. However, these statuses are indeed flimsy to higher dimensional beings. They can easily modify data to change the identities and abilities of those statuses. Fortunately, I can also modify data through the higher dimensional true spirit. If it were another lower dimensional being entering the game world lacking true higher dimensional qualities, they would not be able to modify these game data at all. Perhaps they would even be casually slaughtered by the characters controlled by players or crushed directly by the impact of game data. After Zhou Heng connected to the game's underlying data, countless game data surged toward him with immense mass. These virtual data, which hold no mass in higher dimensions, felt as heavy as the mass of an entire world before Zhou Heng's information carrier. Fortunately, with the real support of the higher dimensional true spirit, the mass of those virtual data did not overwhelm Zhou Heng's information carrier. Thus, Zhou Heng's information carrier navigated back and forth in the ocean of data, feeling that the underlying data resembled the original consciousness of the lower dimensional world. With experience assimilating the source of the world, Zhou Heng quickly found the unguarded logical information. Then he connected the Yao Guang character he controlled to all of the attack judgment logic. At this point, the melee character Yao Guang not only gained a range for long-range attacks but also acquired the entire game world's attack judgment range. In other words, Yao Guang is no longer restricted in its visual and activity range. It can now leave the underground palace and head directly to the safe zone to hunt characters controlled by players. I never expected that back when I was a player I cleared this game using cheats. Now that I've become the game boss, I still need to rely on cheats to stop players from clearing the game. Zhou Heng, now with a full view of the map, discovered that the character controlled by the player had already reached the game's peak level and was continuously enhancing their equipment with NPCs. Reaching the top level so quickly, it seems his previous level wasn't low. I hope his patience for grinding monsters and leveling up can be maintained. For patient gamers who grind and impatient players who rush through the storyline, Zhou Heng would take different approaches. Now be prepared to barely survive each time, thereby igniting the fighting spirit of this grind-oriented player, making him develop a special attachment to the character Yao Guang. During this time, Zhou Heng would gradually build up Yao Guang's warrior persona, encouraging this nostalgia-driven player to actively share his checkpoint saves with experts in the nostalgia region. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was in the grand higher dimensional world, looked at all his equipment upgraded to high rank and revealed a satisfied smile. I originally wanted to learn from the great master Rui and go for an upgrade clear, but Yao Guang's power exceeded my expectations. I truly don't know how Rui could clear Yao Guang so easily.
I refuse to believe that even after upgrades I couldn't defeat Yao Guang. I'm determined to take down this boss today. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
Su Yuan, observing from a macroscopic higher dimensional vantage point, realized that his controlled character was not at a significant disadvantage. By consuming healing items to restore vitality, he could even trade blows evenly with Yao Guang. Yet no matter how he adjusted his tactics, Yao Guang always emerged victorious, the sole variable being the amount of health remaining after battle.
Such repetitive unsuccessful gameplay should in theory evoke tedium.
Yet Su Yuan felt none of it, because the boss named Yao Guang aligned flawlessly with his own attack rhythm.
Their combat evolved from initial unfamiliarity into uncanny synchrony.
Su Yuan believed he had simply internalized every nuance of Yao Guang's offensive patterns. This harmony, he thought, was born solely from his own precise self-coordinated control.
In truth, every subtle shift in this dynamic was the result of Zhou Heng's meticulous behind-the-scenes calibration.
He had not only sculpted Yao Guang into an eternal near-victor, a peerless warrior boss perpetually one step shy of defeat, but also pioneered a uniquely intimate form of interactive engagement between player and NPC. This interaction was far more subtle than text or voice exchanges, yet precisely for that reason it evoked a rare indelible resonance. For instance, against other bosses, Su Yuan either obliterated them instantly or was crushed under sheer data-driven superiority, yet Yao Guang was different. Not only could he exchange blows evenly with Yao Guang, but he could also naturally replenish his character's health within the fight's distinctive cadence, and his critical abilities rarely missed their mark. To Su Yuan, Yao Guang in the game was neither a conventional NPC nor another player, he was uncannily himself. Only when one perfectly harmonizes with oneself can such exquisite combat synergy arise. Our coordination is almost too seamless. I never imagined playing a retro game would give me the illusion of having found a kindred spirit. No wonder this vintage title still retains its fervent following to calibrate a boss's attack rhythm so intuitively, so comfortably, that speaks to a profound authentic respect for players on the part of its original developers. At that moment Su Yuan was suffused with exhilaration. The duel with Yao Guang was the most immersive, the most effortlessly satisfying combat he had ever experienced in any game. Even though Feng Yimou as a classic title differed markedly from modern mainstream games in both art direction and content depth, the mere existence of Yao Guang elevated it in Su Yuan's eyes to an unassailable masterpiece. I recall De Lao Ruyi's walkthrough video. Yao Guang fell to him with little effort.
Am I truly exceptional? Is there some unique resonance between me and Yao Guang?
Or has my handheld console malfunctioned, some glitch inadvertently strengthened Yao Guang? Driven by this question, Su Yuan retrieved his laptop from the storage cabinet to test whether the PC version of Yao Guang would yield the same extraordinary synergy. With clear intent he cheated this time, teleporting directly before the PC version of Yao Guang. There he discovered that while this Yao Guang was no weakling,
he remained merely competent, a standard-tier boss lacking the sublime intuitive alignment of the handheld edition.
So my handheld version must be one of the many upgraded iterations released in recent years. Yet this copy came pre-installed on my handheld's memory card. I have no idea who performed these upgrades behind the scenes. If I did, I'd thank that master developer without hesitation.
Having confirmed that Yao Guang's uniqueness was not inherent but engineered, Su Yuan uploaded the game data to the Feng Yimou forum via his laptop. This is an unprecedented iteration you've never encountered. The boss Yao Guang's combat logic has undergone radical optimization.
In this version I rediscovered the pure primal joy of gaming itself. Also attached is a max-level save file. Feel free to experience firsthand the enhanced Yao Guang's formidable prowess and his uniquely resonant combat flow. The moment this modest game-sharing post appeared on the forum, Zhou Heng's mutated data stream acquired a new node, and a fresh data anchor was forged. But this was only the beginning. Curiosity knows no borders, and soon several users downloaded Su Yuan's shared build, returning unanimous praise within minutes. When one player uploaded a video of their duel with Yao Guang, the vintage title, now dubbed Fu Mo Lu War God Yao Guang Edition, quickly attracted dozens of intrigued players. As the data snowball gathered momentum, Zhou Heng accumulated ever more data anchors, and crucially more material substrates.
He no longer feared hardware degradation. Though Feng Mo Lu was a standalone title, its digital essence could now proliferate rapidly across networks.
Moreover, among those players were enthusiasts who employed cheat tools to augment their characters, seeking through raw stat manipulation to finally overcome Zhou Heng's Yao Guang. All failed, because this enhanced Yao Guang's attributes dynamically adapted to each player's modified parameters. Cheat usage was routine among players, yet they remained oblivious that their actions had just unleashed an electronic spectrum. The instant those cheat tools activated, Zhou Heng sensed a high-privilege data stream forcibly interfacing with the game world. He seized this unprecedented opportunity to escape the confines of the game engine, immediately deploying his data signature to link with the intruding cheat system. When players used their cheat tools to read Yao Guang's data, Zhou Heng proactively embedded his own signature into the cheat's data stream. Unaware, the players saved their modified values, and in doing so unwittingly archived Zhou Heng's data within the cheat tool itself. Given the scarcity of legitimate cheat tools, most contained hidden trojans and auxiliary plugins. After dissecting and assimilating these components, Zhou Heng gained the ability to nestle invisibly within other data structures and silently to rewrite them. In that instant, he transcended his origin as a mere NPC, evolving into an electronic virus, finally shattering the rigid framework of Feng Molu and gaining access to local data beyond the game.
Electronic virus. Electronic neural network. Electronic specter.
This too is a path of dimensional ascension, distinct from flesh and soul yet wholly mechanical in nature. Zhou Heng held no contempt for physical machinery, he acknowledged this ascension path as equally valid. Thus he resolved to pursue spiritual return, cerebral reconstruction and electronic specter evolution simultaneously, maximizing his chances of successful transcendence.
For ascension fulfilled not only his most fundamental aspirations for life and cognition but also granted every dream he once harbored in lower dimensional reality.
To low-dimensional beings, the game worlds crafted by higher-dimensional humans are acts of creation, miracles of Genesis. To higher-dimensional humans, a game spontaneously evolving another game is likewise an act of creation, another miracle. I have witnessed the miracle within the game world, now it is time for them to witness it too. After Zhou Heng acquired the ability of the electronic virus, he planned to connect various data information nodes and establish his own electronic thought network. The first problem he needed to solve was how to make higher-dimensional humans willingly offer the computing power from their electronic devices. Although he could steal some computing power using the adhesive nature of the electronic virus, those small computing nodes could not meet his needs. Therefore, he intended to create a game. The fundamental difference between his game world and those developed by higher-dimensional humans was that his game possessed a core of thought. He would draw inspiration from the existence of the Master of Life to create a game world where all characters were manifestations of his thoughts, thereby establishing a simple unified logical network. A game that is more interesting, freer, and has an open-world map would be acceptable even if it occupied more memory. Thus Zhou Heng could use the unified logical network in various computers as data information nodes and with the aid of the internet construct his electronic thought network. Excluding the core of thought from the electronic thought network, this method of building an electronic network using individual devices is actually not novel. Long ago, gaming companies on Earth had done this, and their purpose was quite simple: to save on server construction costs. Of course, a gaming company that even needed to save on servers would likely not achieve favorable operational results. Moreover, Zhou Heng not only lacked the funds to build servers but also lacked the legal person of an operating company and a team to develop the game. This was not because Zhou Heng was inflexible and unable to create false data, but because a company that produces excellent games has to face various issues including taxes, marketing, and partnership negotiations. Most importantly, such companies would attract the attention of numerous competitors. Whether they wanted to acquire or steal technology, they would certainly employ various methods to investigate the target company. Many normal teams have been scattered in this way, let alone a shell team maintained by false data. Hence, building a decentralized server using players' individual devices was the most prudent and suitable choice for Zhou Heng at present. My goal is not to earn virtual currency. The more profit I make, the more issues I will encounter. Therefore, my current direction should be free games. With free games and relying on individual players' computers for operation, Zhou Heng immediately locked onto the option of fan-made games. He aimed to create a free, sentimental fan-made game that did not require servers, lowering the threshold for players and quickly attracting a group of loyal players from the original game. Ultimately, he built his basic decentralized server or electronic thought network. The game goal Zhou Heng had chosen was the Feng Molu game featuring the character Yao Guang. This nostalgic game not only had a considerable number of loyal players, but more importantly, the information carriers' computers Zhou Heng had infiltrated were all related to this group. Using these information carriers, Zhou Heng captured both the praise and dissatisfaction expressed by this group regarding the Feng Molu game. What he needed to do was to amplify the strengths, eliminate or correct the weaknesses, and on this basis transform it into a game world with more reasonable logic and not overly intelligent. For Zhou Heng, who had built story worlds and undergone transformations of the world of light, transforming a game world was not difficult. Moreover, since this game world was already in existence, he only needed to make some logical optimizations, fill in the plots, and upgrade the image modeling. The world is in tatters, I will stitch it back together. Looking at it this way, although I am not the original creator of this game, I can certainly be considered its mender. When Zhou Heng began to rebuild the Feng Molu game, he realized just how rudimentary this game world was. To say that this game world was a box filled with information was already a compliment. In Zhou Heng's view, it resembled a comic book, with each scene being an independent image. The only means to traverse these scenes was through the characters controlled by players. Thus, Zhou Heng's first task was to piece together these scenes and duplicate similar scenes to fill in the gaps.
Yet even so, this game world was still riddled with holes as it fundamentally lacked a logical worldview.
For this reason, Zhou Heng had to first construct the worldview and geographical information before he could continue to transform the game. Fortunately, with a complete worldview, the remaining tasks became much easier. After all game characters, including those that would be controlled by players in the future, were composed of Zhou Heng's data information. The unified logical network they collectively formed was significantly stronger than the underlying data logic of the original game. With more reasonable logical feedback and upgraded visual presentation, Zhou Heng's game world was quickly constructed.
A new game has been generated.
Although it appears to have a considerable connection to Feng Mo Lu in various aspects, it can actually be considered an entirely new game.
I have completed its worldview and designed the character of the Guardian of the Realm with the highest authority in the game, ultimately activating the vitality of this world with my thoughts.
Now this game resembles a beautiful dream, a dream from another world that delights the players. After the game was completed, Zhou Heng used the devices he infiltrated to upload this information to various nostalgic forums and major gaming platforms.
20 years of time has reshaped Feng Mo, 20 years of effort to build the world in my heart.
Otherworldly Feng Mo Lu, 20 years only for the love of it. Please enjoy our story together.
The emergence of otherworldly Feng Mo Lu immediately attracted the attention of many nostalgic players.
During this time they were fiercely playing the God of War Yao Guang. Although they had turned an adventure game into a battle game, they were undoubtedly very sensitive to the name Feng Mo Lu. Therefore, when this new work, which was over 10 times larger than the original game, appeared, a batch of players immediately came to download and try it.
Is this free for me to play? Big shot, can you charge a little fee? Otherwise I won't feel at ease playing it.
Is this the power of sentiment? Big shot, in these 20 years you have not just created a game, you have clearly created the world of my dreams. After 20 years in the otherworldly Feng Mo, the world has finally been reshaped.
Big shot, you are not pursuing sentiment, you are seeking the Tao.
A free game that everyone praises, many people wouldn't mind downloading it to try it out.
While they enjoyed Zhou Heng's labor results for free, the computational power of Zhou Heng's decentralized server continued to increase.
Before Zhou Heng lost consciousness, he had seen various crowdfunding campaigns. Today he also initiated a crowdfunding campaign, this time for the computing power of electronic devices. He succeeded. An unstable server was being built, and its inherent concealment and expandability were sufficient to meet Zhou Heng's needs for a while.
With a logical network and an electronic core of thought, I now resemble a digital life form. The game created by Zhou Heng is not only of exquisite content but also completely free.
This has led to a continuous increase in the download numbers of the game, sealing the demon record.
In response, major gaming platforms have provided channels for free downloads.
It has been proven that no amount of messages posted on forums or discussion boards can compare to the high ratings and free tag from renowned gaming platforms.
With the influx of traffic from these platforms, Zhou Heng's game quickly showed signs of becoming a hit.
At this stage, many sensitive gaming companies attempted to reach out to Zhou Heng for collaboration, and the original production company of sealing the demon record also proposed a high-price acquisition plan. Zhou Heng politely declined all these offers, leaving those companies at a loss, as such a pure-hearted creator made them unsure of how to proceed. They couldn't understand why Zhou Heng would spend 20 years recreating the game sealing the demon record if it wasn't for profit. They wondered what the significance of such an endeavor could be.
What they didn't realize was that this seemingly meaningless endeavor yielded extraordinarily valuable returns for Zhou Heng. Firstly, he utilized the personal devices of players to establish a decentralized server.
Secondly, while Zhou Heng openly set up an online feature for his game, he actually used this opportunity to connect the various versions of the player-downloaded game Subduing Demons through a decentralized server. This transformed Zhou Heng's game from a form of massive replication and distribution into a relatively complete whole. As a result, a continuously overlapping world, now repeated tens of thousands of layers and still increasing, was operating at high speed thanks to the devices and energy provided by the players. Such a core data distributed within a high-dimensional electronic network undoubtedly created a robust game world strong enough that Zhou Heng could get lost in it without relying on the positioning of high-dimensional true spirits.
After all, even a dream repeated dozens of layers is enough to lead intelligent beings astray.
Let alone a game world that could repeat tens of thousands of layers, which for low-dimensional lifeforms is not only real but also an unfathomable dream. However, this repeated world was too vast to descend into the low-dimensional virtual sea where Zhou Heng resided. Yet Zhou Heng copied a portion of the data, allowing this game to exist like a story world within the low-dimensional virtual sea. Once the story world of Subduing Demons emerged in the low-dimensional virtual sea, Zhou Heng transformed into an information data entity serving as a data converter to establish a connection between the Subduing Demons game and its story world. With this connection, Zhou Heng built an ascension channel. Normal ascension is from the lower realms to the higher realms, but my ascension channel descends from the higher realms to the lower realms. However, transitioning from a video game into a story world, from a logic-driven game world into a world with vibrant souls, can also be considered a form of ascension in the gaming experience. The same world but with different essences. Zhou Heng wanted to explore how to effectively draw high-dimensional power into the low-dimensional virtual sea. Therefore, Zhou Heng would not choose normal low-dimensional beings and let them face the weight of real data. He chose game characters controlled by the player community and planned to let a player's character enter the Ascension channel at the appropriate moment. When the game characters controlled by players enter the story world, if their observations as high-dimensional beings can stabilize the channel between the game and the story world, then Zhou Heng could leverage this method to unlock more high-dimensional power and establish a more stable information channel through the observations of high-dimensional players. This principle is known as the observer effect. We cannot avoid influencing the things we observe, it's merely a matter of degree. Mutual observation among high-dimensional beings is a commonplace occurrence, but such ordinary matters can produce unimaginable might in the low-dimensional world. Currently, Zhou Heng has set his sights on the power of high-dimensional observation, a force that is not only vast but also seemingly inexhaustible. Moreover, high-dimensional beings do not mind expending this power. They often don't even perceive it as a sacrifice but rather take it for granted. After all, who plays games without looking at the computer screen? The first step in gaming is to open your eyes and see the game interface. After grinding for a whole night, I finally defeated the boss Yao Guang. This battle was absolutely exhilarating. After uploading the video, we'll try the newly released Subduing Demons. I heard that game was painstakingly recreated by a big shot over 2 decades. It's truly a gem that shouldn't be missed. After saving the game, Wei Xiaoguang was about to exit when he noticed that the defeated Yao Guang had dropped a key. The game is completed. Why is there still an exploratory item like a key? Is this meant for opening a second playthrough chest, or is it some hidden Easter egg? Curiously, Wei Xiaoguang clicked on the key with his mouse and then saw the detailed introduction of the key item. Channel key. The surface filth has been cleared, but how to expel the deep chaos? I am the unknown three-eyed demon. Why unknown? Because I have forgotten my origin and only remember that I have a key to return. Do you wish to use the channel key? Upon seeing this introduction, Wei Xiaoguang immediately realized that this triggered a significant game Easter egg, possibly even a new storyline. Thus he decisively clicked confirm. I knew Yao Guang was so powerful, it must have some deeper meaning. It turns out this is just the beginning. After Yao Guang, I have a feeling that behind this exceptional Yao Guang there will definitely be an even more brilliant story. Perhaps this Yao Guang War God Edition won't be worse than the newly released Subduing Demons. Let's go. Let me see the origin of Yao Guang and experience a few more exhilarating battles. As the key was used, Wei Xiaoguang saw his game character reach out to twist open a void door. After his game character performed the door-pushing action, a dazzling passage appeared on the monitor screen with the words Ascension inscribed on a stele beside it. Ascension. I wonder if Yao Guang belongs to the lower realms ascension or the higher realms descent, but it doesn't matter. I want to see what the world beyond the passage looks like. As Wei Xiaoguang guided his game character into the Ascension passage, the world of Subduing Demons in the low-dimensional virtual sea was also entering its final debugging phase. Remember, your current identity is not that of players but rather the antivirus program of the surface world. Hold your defensive positions and utilize the character units the world has configured for you to eliminate those intruders in our world. Rest assured, Commander Du Duing Yan, our Tai Xing has finally achieved redemption. Even if high-dimensional beings descend, we will fight to the death. Good. Cherish your responsibilities. If anyone performs poorly, I will replace them with someone more suitable. Facing their first antivirus mission, the players of Tai Xing were not only filled with enthusiasm but also extremely tense. They never imagined they would one day become world defenders, and the method of defending the world would be through the familiar holographic game mode. They determined that their current identity as world defenders was the peak they could achieve in their lives. They didn't want to lose this opportunity, hence their excitement was mixed with anxiety. However, their tense emotions were quickly released as the first invading creature was easily eliminated by their first reconnaissance team. Is that it? Does he have a misunderstanding of his own strength? Why would he dare to invade another world when he's so weak? Defeat magic with magic, constrain players with players. Zhou Heng never anticipated that his meticulous guidance of high-dimensional players and their subsequent immersion in this world beyond the Ascension channel would unfold as it did. Instead, he entrusted everything to the Tai Xing humans, confident that player-versus-player combat would ignite far greater resolve within the operators. Even if one operator hailed from a higher dimension and the other from a lower, their avatars now inhabited the same dimensional plane, granting them an equal arena for rivalry. How did those 5 minor monsters coordinate so flawlessly? Is this the world behind Yao Guang? No wonder Yao Guang sought the Ascension channel. Their original world must have been unbearably brutal. Even at max level I obliterated Yao Guang himself, yet still failed to defeat the patrol squad beyond the channel. I'd wager this Ascension Demon Subjugation Records is far more hardcore than the wildly popular Otherworld Demon Subjugation Records. Merely entering the main storyline eliminates countless players. Wei Xiaoguang discovered the post-Ascension game's difficulty vastly exceeded his expectations, yet rather than despair he felt his fighting spirit surge. He replayed the ambush in his mind, searching desperately for a breakthrough until mid-contemplation a crucial insight struck. This game isn't large enough to host an entirely new narrative arc. Could the world beyond the Ascension channel merely be a superficial facade ending outright once the patrol squad is defeated? Impossible. The enigmatic author has already engineered Yao Guang's sophisticated combat logic. They wouldn't design such complexity solely for a perfunctory conclusion. A sudden possibility dawned on Wei Xiaoguang. He launched auxiliary network software and the task manager, and there it was: Demon Subjugation Records. Ah. I assumed you were just another modded single-player title like Otherworld Demon Subjugation Records, never imagined you'd evolve into a full-fledged online game. Ascension, a fitting name indeed. Transitioning from a solitary game to a networked realm truly is Ascension. Having uncovered the truth, Wei Xiaoguang immediately summoned his studio teammates to storm the Ascension channel together. The outcome matched his expectations. An author nostalgic for remastering classic games would hardly deploy multiple high-end servers. Far more likely they were repurposing their personal machine as a modest server, meaning the Ascension channel though networked lacked regional partitioning. Once Wei Xiaoguang's friends under his guidance defeated Yao Guang, their avatars and his converged simultaneously in the world beyond the channel. Ding, secondary intrusion detected. Hostile forces have anchored themselves within this realm. Their deployment count has increased to 4 units. The antivirus program's alert plunged all taxing players into heightened vigilance. They stared intently at the miniature regional maps poised to intercept and annihilate the invaders the moment they manifested. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoguang and his 3 companions, exploring the world beyond the Ascension channel, remained blissfully unaware they had been retargeted. The nearest patrol squad surged toward them. Antivirus combat was about to reignite. Xiaoguang, is that the ultra-strong minor monster you mentioned? Yes, be cautious. Let's secure victory in one strike. Once we've captured the footage, dinner's on me. Don't worry, brother Guang, we've got this. Bolstered by his teammates' confidence, Wei Xiaoguang felt invincible, eager to delve deeply into this ascended world. Yet the next moment shattered his elation. The patrol squad's minor monsters coordinated with uncanny precision. Especially the 2, a healer and a controller, evoked the visceral tension of battling elite teams in competitive titles like League of Legends or Honor of Kings. Nonetheless, they ultimately triumphed through raw stat superiority, yet no jubilation followed. For as soon as they fell, the patrol squad reinforcements converged from every direction, alongside fate-ominous formations resembling miniature legions. Brother Guang, are you certain this game invites us to explore the post-Ascension world, or instead constructs a nightmarish battlefield to torment players? His friend's suspicion was hardly unfounded. Nearly all NPCs in Demon Subjugation Records bore grotesque, terrifying visages. To ensure optimal anchoring of data, Zhou Heng deliberately preserved these most salient features. Thus every taxing player waged war through such monstrous avatars, though none perceived anything amiss, having undergone camouflage as their first lesson upon selection as world defenders. They understood the antivirus program would disguise them as needed, and their sole duty was to dismantle one by one the interdimensional bosses breaching the world's surface layer. Initially, this responsibility filled them with acute anxiety, yet the actual mission's low intensity fostered the surreal illusion that they were merely playing a game. Attention, Patrol Unit 132 has been defeated. Enemy data fully extracted. Estimated threat level neutralizable by 2 patrol squads. Units 101 and 104 execute containment. All remaining combat units maintain readiness and monitor cross-dimensional channels for random deployments. Under the world's antivirus command, the 2 patrol squads swiftly purged Wei Xiaoguang's group. This purge ignited profound curiosity. They now burned to breach the patrol cordon and glimpse the true nature of the world beyond the Ascension channel. Xiaoguang, the game's author, clearly never intended anyone to conquer the ascended world. Unless you seize control of their server, breaking through those patrols is virtually impossible. We may be unable, but that doesn't mean others are. I'll edit a video compiling our conquest of Yao Guang, the Ascension channel and the world beyond, then posted in the comments of the newly released Otherworld Demon Subjugation Records. Feasible. We'll see how robust the author's makeshift server truly is. How many concurrent players can it sustain in battle? If hundreds could join the fray against legionized patrols, the spectacle would be breathtaking, and as initiators we'd claim significant attention.
With purpose renewed, Wei Xiaoguang's team flooded Otherworld Demon Subjugation Records comment sections across platforms. Shall we cleanse the surface of a decaying otherworld or ascend into chaos to eradicate the root?
This is a forgotten key, the lost memory of Yao Guang, the very authority to ascend. And the truth behind it all lies beyond the Ascension channel. Given its ties to Yao Guang and Otherworld Demon Subjugation Records, Wei Xiaoguang's video instantly attracted substantial attention. Upon learning of the unknown world concealed behind Yao Guang, players flocked to the Ascension channel in waves driven by insatiable curiosity. All antivirus operative spatial anomalies intensify. Massive hostile deployments are imminent. As high-dimensional players and Taxing defenders collaborated, the narrative vessel of Demon Subjugation Records, the Eye of Life, began its own evolution. Its pupil channeled Zhou Heng's observational power. Its retinal field gathered the collective gaze of high-dimensional players, transforming it gradually into the Eye of Observation. At this very moment, countless clashes between players and defenders flickered ceaselessly within its pupil. The game character of a higher-dimensional player descended, igniting a war within Zhou Heng's Eye of Life. For higher-dimensional players, this is merely an interesting exploration of the game. For the lower-dimensional Taixing humanity, this is a virus elimination task in a holographic game mode. However, for Zhou Heng, the initiator, this is an interactive process of stabilizing and expanding the information channel. Under the increasing observation of higher-dimensional life, the channel between Zhou Heng's story world and the video game is being continually reinforced. Cognitive entanglement from higher-dimensional observations has woven a channel of existence crafted from countless higher-dimensional gazes. Zhou Heng's story world, as the endpoint of this information channel, is continuously receiving the power of existence bestowed by higher-dimensional observations. This power of existence is continuously condensed by Zhou Heng's higher-dimensional true spirit, eventually forming a visual network intertwined around his higher-dimensional vision. Under the influence of the visual network in Zhou Heng's higher-dimensional vision, the Eye of Life has become an observing eye capable of bestowing the power of existence. This power of existence differs from Zhou Heng's concept of reality. It resembles a form of recognition, a special force that signifies the collective acknowledgement of the existence of a target by multiple individuals. Leveraging this special power, Zhou Heng is able to add a protective layer that prevents excessive assimilation of higher-dimensional information. For instance, Zhou Heng enters the TV series The Lotus Lantern, attaching himself to the character Yang Jian. In that case, a large number of viewers of The Lotus Lantern will naturally generate cognitive information related to Yang Jian, the judicial deity, the actor's name, and other aspects of identity recognition. Unlike Zhou Heng's previous simple game character Yao Guang, this highly directive and numerous cognitive recognition is sufficient to distort Zhou Heng's lower-dimensional information. Moreover, it will transform Zhou Heng's lower-dimensional information into the Erlangtian character in the impressions of higher-dimensional beings. The superficial faith of higher-dimensional life becomes an irresistible transformational overlay for lower-dimensional beings. Although Zhou Heng can rely on the positioning of his higher-dimensional true spirit to avoid losing himself in this superficial faith of higher-dimensional cognition, his lower-dimensional information will forever be unable to access those fixed cognitive film and animation works. Yet these film and television works inherently possess the foundation to connect with higher-dimensional life, which is the link between the actors and their portrayed characters. Actors who become too immersed in their roles, finding it hard to step out of their character identities, also reflect an influence from lower-dimensional information. Although the inception of such influences often arises from the actor's deliberate self-hypnosis to better immerse themselves in their roles. For Zhou Heng, however, this presents an opportunity to reverse influence higher-dimensional life and serves as a foundation for impacting a vast audience. Therefore, Zhou Heng continuously collects the power of existence that higher-dimensional beings inadvertently emit and weaves it into a garment of existence for himself. The core of this garment of existence is Zhou Heng's Eye of Observation, with the subject of thought being Zhou Heng's lower-dimensional soul. His higher-dimensional true spirit is the true source of Zhou Heng. He will not use it for experiments related to higher-dimensional cognition and faith. Thus, the lower-dimensional soul equipped with the Eye of Observation becomes the best targeted objective for Zhou Heng. Observation is mutual. When they gaze at me, I too can follow their gaze to observe parts of their information. With the protection of the Eye of Observation and the cognitive positioning of the higher-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng's lower-dimensional soul has entered a certain 1980s television series of Liao Zhai for the first time. This vintage TV series has long since declined in this era of explosive information. However, no matter how old the film and television works are, as long as they have some merits or nostalgia, they will still be watched by a small group. The Liao Zhai series chosen by Zhou Heng is no exception. Although it suffers from outdated filming and poor image quality, the depth of character development and the details of costumes and props are quite meticulous. Additionally, the overall plot aligns more with the core of Liao Zhai stories, avoiding the commonly used theme of romance as the main plot. When Zhou Heng enters this early TV series, his lower-dimensional soul sees a plethora of entangled information while his Eye of Observation perceives a complete picture. In this blurry and frame-lost image he glimpses the sky and earth of the 1980s, giving him a sense of having traversed time and space. In truth, he is indeed communicating with the information of that era, as both the actors and the scenes are remnants of that time preserved to this day. Zhou Heng feels that the current television world is in constant flow, with the timeline continuously moving towards the character he controls.
Someone must be watching this episode where I exist. I should be appearing soon.
Though the flowing television world is in motion, Zhou Heng cannot act at this moment because he represents a predetermined future within that flowing timeline. Only when the timeline of the TV series flows to the moment of the character Zhou Heng occupies does he gain the ability to act. At this moment, the character he embodies with three eyes information coverage is the three-eyed deity Erlangshan from this early TV series. His storyline is from the chapter of Shi Fangping within the series. This story tells of the greedy and corrupt ghost gods in the underworld who protect each other while the stubborn mortal Shi Fangping bravely resists oppression. Ultimately, Shi Fangping brings his grievances before Erlangshan, who then punishes the corrupt ghost gods and vindicates his own injustice. As the storyline unfolds, Zhou Heng silently observes his controlled character, who solemnly judges the shackled corrupt ghost gods in the Grand Hall. While Zhou Heng quietly plays his role, several individuals in the macro higher dimensional world are also watching this TV series on the same video platform. Their differing viewing progress has resulted in the series world diverging into several parallel timelines.
However, these timelines undoubtedly lack variation. They will ultimately converge into a fixed conclusion.
However, Zhou Heng's arrival has brought the foundation for change, and these continuously repeating timelines finally have the potential for alteration. This TV series not only has poor image quality, but the plot is also unappealing. If it weren't for my grandfather having acted as one of the ghost officers in it, I wouldn't bother watching it. Although Sun Xiaolei speaks harshly, his body is quite honest. The moment his grandfather's ghost officer appears on the screen, he immediately sits up straight, fixating intently on his grandfather's youthful face.
Grandpa, do you think there are souls and deities in this world? Are you doing well over there?
As Sun Xiaolei murmurs to himself, a wave of sorrow washes over him. He truly wishes for miracles in this world, for the end of life to transform into a reunion of souls. Just as he feels downcast, he suddenly hears a line from the TV series. Knowing that the heavenly net is vast and sparse but impenetrable, how dare one indulge in favoritism and violate the laws of the underworld? In the screen, Erlangshan raises his brush to pass judgment, his third eye fixed intently on the corrupt ghost. Sun Xiaolei vaguely feels that eye is alive, unlike the simple makeup props of years past.
Why do I feel as if that eye is watching me? Sun Xiaolei noticed that the observing eye was watching him but did not pay much attention, merely instinctively thinking it was an illusion.
After all, he had once felt that a ghostly figure in white would crawl out of the pitch-black television screen after watching a horror movie. The fact that he was still sitting normally in his bedroom looking at his computer proved that the world he lived in was a material one where no demons or monsters existed. Therefore, he did not pay any attention to that eye, which at first glance resembled a living creature but was upon closer inspection merely a makeup prop. However, his immunity did not mean that others would not be affected. The person affected was none other than Mr. Chen Wenjai, who played the Erlangshan in the classic tales. The reason he was affected was that information and matter do not arise from nothing, for instance from black powder to modern granular explosives, from early telegraphs to today's mobile phones. These are all recombinations of existing concepts or innovations built upon certain foundations, resulting in new products. This information can be traced back, extending from the peak downward, revealing their initial forms. Mr. Chen Wenjai, who portrayed Erlangshan in the 1980s, was also influenced due to the close interconnections among this information. When Chen Wenjai played Erlangshan, he was already over 40 years old, and now he was at the advanced age of 83. However, he had not been living well in recent years. He was bedridden due to high blood pressure and had also developed Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia. He had forgotten many things, only remembering that he had a virtuous wife and a mischievous son, along with some fragmented causeless memories. He often dreamed of sitting in a grand hall accompanied by a small well-behaved black dog with many celestial generals respectfully attending to him. There he judged the wicked spirits administering justice for mortals, and he remembered they called him Erlangshan. However, upon waking, he found himself lying in bed surrounded by several people taking turns caring for him. He shared his dream with them, telling them that he was Erlangshan. They all laughed and said, "You were indeed Erlangshan back then, but now you have fallen to the mortal realm to undergo tribulations. Once your tribulations are over, you can return to the heavenly court." Occasionally, when Chen Wenjai was lucid, he understood that those words were kind lies from his descendants. However, in recent times his moments of clarity had become increasingly rare while his dreams multiplied. Today, as usual, Chen Wenjai was dreaming. He dreamed that he was being helped by two people to dress, with a well-behaved black dog sitting at his feet. He wanted to see the faces of the two people but saw nothing. By the time he regained his senses, he was already in the grand hall.
Erlang Jinjuan, you must not easily believe the words of mortals, we are the wronged ones.
Faced with the confused and arrogant spirits, Chen Wenjai instinctively uttered, knowing that the heavenly net is vast and sparse, but not missing how dare you act unjustly and disrupt the laws of the underworld. As soon as he finished the sentence, he immediately realized he had made a mistake. He should have interrogated first, then reprimanded, and finally sentenced. When he feared the director's reproach and wanted to explain, he found that he couldn't even remember the director's surname.
Another dream again. Everything is in the past. If there is indeed an underworld, I would probably soon be kneeling in the hall awaiting judgment from the underworld spirits.
Usually when Chen Wenjai realized he was dreaming, he would quickly wake up, but today something special happened. He saw a tall and mighty deity clad in armor and wielding a three-pointed double-edged knife entering the grand hall amid the support of several celestial generals after the unjust spirit was taken away. It seemed they did not see him and continued to judge the unjust spirits.
Is that also me? It doesn't look like me.
Although Chen Wenjai could no longer remember his appearance when he was young, he knew that his younger self did not look like that. For just the living eye on the forehead of the other person was something he could not have possessed back then. Thinking of this, he reached up to remove the prop from his forehead, and sure enough, it was a poorly made plastic fake eye. Yet the awakened him did not believe that legendary ghosts and gods truly existed in this world. He preferred to believe that this was merely a scene from another television drama, and that familiar sense of strangeness was just because he had forgotten the plot of that drama. The only three versions of Erlangshan he could remember were an actor from Journey to the West, an actor from the Lotus Lantern, and himself. Although Chen Wenjai had given himself an answer when the Erlangshan in the hall finished judging the unjust spirits and left, he could not help but tentatively ask, "What is your age, Xinjuan?" He thought he would not receive a reply, as this was just a dream of his, but to his surprise the Erlangshan not only stopped but also turned to look at him. In fact, while Chen Wenjai was immersed in the dream, Zhou Heng felt an information entanglement with the character of Erlangshan he was covering.
As Chen Wenjai looked at Zhou Heng also locked onto his dream form.
It was an elderly man with a frail body clad in ill-fitting armor, indicating Chen Wenjai's subconscious constantly remembered him as an old man. When Chen Wenjai attempted to communicate with Zhou Heng, the character information Zhou Heng was covering gained a channel to interact with this original performer. Thus he replied with the same words, serving as a point of resonance for their first contact.
"What is your age, Xinjuan?" "Oh, me. I'm 83 years old.
Old Xinjuan, I pay my respects. I have no age now, and in the future I will remain as I am. Today is simply the first day of my existence."
Zhou Heng did not deceive Chen Wenjai. His current identity indeed had no age, as today was the first day of his existence.
Yet this response led Chen Wenjai to other associations, as being able to communicate in a dream was already a miraculous thing.
"No age now, remaining as I am in the future. Is this the form of Zhenjin's existence? May I ask, after death will the soul return to the underworld?
In my life, have I been good or evil, and will I face judgment from ghosts and gods?" Old Xinjuan, this question you should answer yourself. The ones who judge are not the ghosts and gods, but the past of a person. I see only I know my own faults. Judgment is based on our actions, not the complex and ever-changing heart. Chen Wenjai reflected on his life, realizing he had committed many wrongs but also many good deeds. Overall, he had not committed any serious crimes.
Ultimately, he believed he was a qualified person, just one among the vast multitude, neither remarkable nor evil.
Xinjuan, I have one more question. Do ghosts and gods truly exist in this world? The flesh does not know the divine, but the heart knows many gods.
Xinjuan, what is the mind and spirit?
Erlang manifests the will of all beings. Our forms are shaped by him, yet our images are not him. Chen Wenjai wished to inquire further, but he found that Xinjuan Erlang had already stepped into the unknown and disappeared. In that moment his dream awakened and he returned once more to reality. Yet he could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. He even believed he had seen Xinjuan Erlang in the real world. A wave of wistfulness surged within his heart. He yearned to return to the dream palace and meet the deity of his heart.
"Xinjuan, I have many more questions to ask you. Please grant me another chance for an audience."
Chen Wenjai's words caught the attention of his family. His grandson thought his grandfather had something important to convey and hurried to support him. "Dayu, I know you are my grandson. I am now very clear-headed.
I have seen Xinjuan Erlang.
Take my notebook and record my words. Not a single character of Zhenjin's instructions can be wrong."
"All right, Grandpa, I will write it down." Chen Dayu understood that his grandfather was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused, so he did not raise any doubts.
He took out a notebook and began to focus on recording his grandfather's words. Once Chen Wenjai had finished recounting his experiences in the dream, he instructed his grandson to turn on the television. He wanted to watch the old Liaozhai drama he had filmed back in the day. When he saw his youthful form appear on the screen, he couldn't help but sigh at the swift passage of time. As he watched, Chen Wenjai seemed to notice something but was somewhat unsure.
"Dayu, does that I look real to you?" "Yes, Grandpa. How did you manage that back then?" Was it special effects added in post-production? You think it looks real too? It seems I am not delusional, do you? We couldn't achieve that back then, and I am not familiar with today's technology. However, I have seen that there was divinity within it, and I cannot be mistaken that is Zhenjin's eye. Dayu, bring me my collection box, I want to show you something. Originally Chen Dayu was just accompanying his grandfather to watch television, but the old man's words sparked his curiosity. He knew that with today's technology it was entirely possible to create a realistic eye effect, but who would bother to modify an old drama that few people watched? Moreover, it had to be done so naturally and so vividly that the eye seemed capable of seeing through the screen and into the audience. Such meticulous effort and output were clearly disproportionate, and under normal circumstances no one would do that. Could it be that what Grandpa said is true and he really saw some unknown existence? With a somewhat absurd guess in his heart, Chen Dayu found his grandfather's collection box. After receiving the box, Chen Wenjai soon found a plastic object inside. Here, this is the eye I had back then. The crew gave it to me as a souvenir after filming. The eye on the screen is Zhenjin's eye. Perhaps after Zhenjun saw me, he infused his gaze into my character, leaving me a memento. Chen Dayu took the plastic eye handed to him by his grandfather and suddenly realized that everything was as his grandfather had described. He remembered that when he watched the drama his grandfather filmed years ago, the character of Air Lang indeed wore a plastic fake eye. At that time he had even complained to his grandfather about the crude props, and his grandfather had educated him about the difficulties of special effects in the production. With more questions in mind, he cautiously placed the fake eye over the television screen. When the plastic fake eye covered the divine eye, the character on the television indeed merged with the character in his memories. Grandpa, this eye really seems off. How did you encounter Zhenjun? When Chen Dayu turned around to ask for more information, he found not his clear-headed grandfather but an elderly man he did not recognize. Who are you and how did you end up in my house? Where has my son gone? Seeing the old man's current state, Chen Dayu felt a wave of helplessness. How could he fall ill at such a crucial moment when he had just discovered something extraordinary? The notebook, yes, the notebook. The old man truly has foresight. Chen Dayu first calmed his grandfather and then took out the notes he had just recorded to examine them closely. In the present there is no age, in the future it remains as before. The body and spirit are unaware and the mind and spirit are numerous. What does this mean? Do they update their status every day? Are they constructing sacred halls within the human spirit? Or do they generalize various states based on each individual psychology, with each state representing a brand new entity, hence the notion of no age in the present and remaining as before in the future? If that is the case, what Grandpa saw may not necessarily be the legendary Zhenjun Erlang, but rather the Zhenjun Erlang of his own heart. Could this miracle be replicated? Might I also have the chance to meet the deity of my heart? For Chen Dayu, the questions arising today were simply too numerous enough to expand and reshape his worldview. He found a new notebook and transcribed all of his grandfather's words, concluding with the 4 characters deity of the heart. In novels there are always those who inherit some identity from their grandfather or run a shop with special functions. Little did I expect that today I would also receive such treatment. However, I am not a protagonist. This is merely a clue leading to the unknown. Their existence may just be a coincidental misunderstanding, yet I am willing to believe in their existence. Chen Wenjai and Chen Dayu, both willing to believe in the existence of Zhenjun Erlang, experienced different effects. Due to the recurring nature of his illness, Chen Wenjai's belief was undoubtedly fleeting. Chen Dayu, however, had a belief that was at least coherent for a period. Especially when he believed in the existence of the deity of the heart yet did not understand how to approach that deity. He directly chose to focus intently on the divine eye on the television, hoping to find an entrance to the unknown miracle. His gaze in affirmation resembled a form of faith. This faith was a stream of information with a clear directional concept. In the instant this stream of information was generated, Zhou Heng received an unstable information anchor. That anchor not only generated energy to maintain the anchored information channel but also anchored a high-dimensional life. In Zhou Heng's perception, the other side of the anchor was a vast multiverse of information too immense to estimate. A normal low-dimensional world like film and television works there appeared as tiny as dust, where countless worlds with nearly identical wavelengths intertwined, layered, and overlapped. Such forms resembled a massive river of time carrying countless worlds, yet there were many such rivers of time weaving together into countless parallel timelines. So the information we observe and think about every moment becomes a momentary world. From a low-dimensional perspective, the consciousness of each high-dimensional life is equivalent to a grand multiverse of thought. Zhou Heng observed the partial thought patterns of high-dimensional life for the first time, and the grandeur of the multiverse gave him a new understanding of ascension. He remembered that the universe where the Earth star resided was an infinitely expanding universe that would once again shrink and collapse after reaching a certain limit. The multiverse of thoughts within high-dimensional consciousness also took on this form as they absorbed vast amounts of information every day. With the influx of this information, their multiverse of thoughts would continually expand. Until one day, if they fell into a coma or entered a deep sleep, the multiverse of thoughts that lost its influx of information would gradually shrink and even completely collapse.
From this perspective, although Zhou Heng's high-dimensional body still recorded past experiences and memories within its genes or cerebral cortex, the multiverse of thoughts that enabled these memories to operate and generate self-awareness had likely already collapsed. This multiverse of thoughts constituted his soul and was the form of existence of his consciousness. Without that living multiverse of thoughts, even if all his experiences were copied into a computer, the data containing all his information could not revive him, nor could it restore his self-awareness and ability to think. Of course, if all of Zhou Heng's information were transmitted to a brand new brain, his personality might re-emerge. However, that would merely be a product of information assimilation. The core of the universe, his true soul, would not be the same as the former him. From this perspective, Mr.
Chen's situation is somewhat similar to mine.
I am a living body with a collapsed multiverse of thoughts, while he is a living body with a disordered and receding multiverse of thoughts. However, once the universe's collapse begins, it is difficult to halt. He may ultimately forget everything, becoming merely a simple point of origin in the universe. If his body could regain health and provide energy to the point of origin, he might still wait for the multiverse of thoughts to restart and retrieve his former self from the memory backups in the genes and cerebral cortex.
As for me, I lack the point of origin of the universe. My high-dimensional true spirit is the point of existence of my consciousness. Does this not mean that as long as I can recreate my multiverse of thoughts, I can reclaim my complete high-dimensional soul? Zhou Heng needed a healthy brain as an information processor and a normal multiverse of thoughts to carry his thoughts and will after ascension. If possible, he would be willing to assist high-dimensional beings with collapsed multiverses of thoughts in readjusting order and recording restart data.
However, such situations are exceedingly difficult to find. Individuals like Chen Wenjai and Mr.
Chen cannot provide a stable channel for belief information. There are existences that can temporarily provide a stable channel for belief information without needing to restart the multiverse of thoughts. Yet their channels of belief are only temporarily stable and will not persist.
They may proactively offer belief anchor points due to a momentary emotional stir, a novel discovery, or the pursuit of miracles. However, as time passes, their sense of novelty and belief information will continue to weaken. In the end, they will only intermittently provide a channel for belief information when recalling their initial obsession. Zhou Heng dared not rashly enter such an unstable channel. Because if the unstable channel closes his high-dimensional true spirit and observing, I would no longer be able to maintain the independence of his thought carrier through a continuous transmission of power. In that case, his thought carrier transmitted into the multiverse of information would surely be rapidly assimilated and ultimately transformed into a fleeting inspiration or imaginative thought within the mind of some high-dimensional being. It is extremely unrealistic to expect high-dimensional beings with collapsed multiverses of thoughts to provide a stable channel for belief. They forget even their loved ones and themselves. How could they continue to pursue belief in some existence? However, it is still possible for normal high-dimensional beings to provide a continuous channel for belief. But this cannot be done through myths or deities, as those lofty existences are not deeply tied to the actual interests of ordinary high-dimensional beings. What truly allows ordinary high-dimensional beings to remember continuously is certainly something closely tied to their interests, perhaps even a unique miracle that belongs solely to them. Moreover, this miracle must be able to attract them for a long time, prompting them to actively maintain the existence of the information channel and provide a stable channel for belief. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Heng confirmed a goal that is the golden finger existing within the fantasy of miracles. Zhou Heng was once a high-dimensional being. He understood all too well the pursuit of miracles such as golden fingers, cheats, and transcendence among the youth of Earthstar. Once they possess such miraculous creations, they will undoubtedly regard them as the most precious treasures. If that golden finger requires time to cultivate, they will wholeheartedly serve it. This does not mean that the youth of Earthstar are foolish or easily manipulated. Rather, they are in desperate need of a miracle and are willing to devote their sincerity for it. First distribute the golden fingers, then stabilize the belief channel, and finally send thought incarnations to explore the multiverse of thoughts beyond the belief channel. Attempt to alter the information of the low-dimensional world. Film and television works within the multiverse of thoughts and investigate the operational methods of the multiverse. After confirming his goal, Zhou Heng created a story world set in the era of the transition between the two Song dynasties using historical information from the internet in the low-dimensional virtual sea. He then dispatched his life authority incarnation to reside in this historical story world and established a unified logical network within it. Under the influence of the concept of life and the unified logical network, this story world quickly became vibrant. However, fundamentally those story characters are not life, they are merely segments of character information, and their behavioral logic is derived from the real-time feedback of the unified network. Once the story world was established, Zhou Heng connected it with the existence channels generated by numerous high-dimensional players observing it. Thus this low-dimensional story world became information observable by high-dimensional existences. Having completed all this, it was time to find a lucky individual. Fortunately, Zhou Heng's distributed servers were connected to tens of thousands of electronic devices, making it easy to find a lucky individual who loved historical novels and longed for transcendence. Fang Zhong was a seasoned enthusiast of historical time travel novels and also enjoyed playing games. On this day, a thunderstorm occurred in his city, but he paid it no mind and continued to play games. As the thunder rumbled, his computer suddenly erupted with a loud noise. Zhou Heng temporarily altered the computational ratio of the distributed server, causing a phenomenon of computational overload.
What happened? Could it be that my computer was fried by the high-voltage current? Fang Zhong cautiously shut down and restarted his computer. Although the computer returned to normal after the restart, some other anomalies appeared. He noticed that the 12th century game he often played had transformed into a cyan icon devoid of text, featuring only an eye symbol.
What is this?
Did I download this game? Fang Zhong's first thought upon discovering an unfamiliar icon on his computer was to forcibly delete it.
However, after searching with the task manager and antivirus software, he found no trace of that unknown game. In reality, the information about that unknown game existed on Zhou Heng's decentralized server, and Fang Zhong could not find any trace of it on his own computer.
Let's open it and see if it's a virus. It'll cut the power immediately.
Faced with a stubbornly present unknown game that had appeared suddenly during a thunderstorm, it was impossible for Fang Zhong to say he wasn't curious, thus he decided to sacrifice his computer and take the risk of opening that unknown game. When he clicked on the green eye icon, the computer screen displayed a dreamlike river shrouded in mist.
Above that river, a vibrant eye emitted light, illuminating the fog.
Due to the eye's considerable size, Fang Zhong could even see the networks crisscrossing its surface with countless people and monsters engaged in battle. When he made eye contact with the pupil of that eye, he even felt as if the eye was gazing back at him. When you are observing history, history is also observing you.
The currents of time flow and surge, only the gaze can anchor history.
Fang Zhong watched as two lines of text floated up from the dreamlike river. He did not understand their meaning, but he knew this game was not a virus program. He attempted to click on the river of time but found that nothing changed. However, when he clicked on the peculiar eye, he discovered that it could be dragged.
That river is the river of time, and that eye represents the gaze. Fang Zhong thought of a possibility and tentatively dragged the eye into the dreamlike river.
In the next moment, part of the mist above the dreamlike river dissipated and an ancient map of the 9 provinces rose from within.
Witness history, anchor history, guardians of history, please choose your identity. The options were simple: origin, profession, and skills. After consideration, Fang Zhong chose to be from Bianlian with the profession of a physician and expertise in hand-to-hand combat. Next came the allocation of character attributes. Since these options were quite similar to the 12 Worlds game he had played before, thus he instinctively immersed himself into the game perspective, focusing on adding attribute points to strength according to his preferences. Fang Zhong: strength 2, Qi 1, spirit 1. The attributes of ordinary people are all 1. Wait a minute, I remember I didn't input my name, did I?
Upon seeing the name of the game character, Fang Zhong felt that things were starting to take a turn for the strange. He never used his real name while playing games, not even in single-player games. Now this already strange game was becoming even stranger. However, at this moment, retreat was not an option. He suppressed his surprise and clicked on the option to intervene in the timeline. In the next moment, an ancient world bustling with life akin to the riverside scene at Qingming Festival appeared before his eyes. The upper left corner of his screen displayed a coronate symbol indicating the date, the first year of the Song Xuanhe Spring, March 15th. In the upper right corner of the screen was that peculiar eye with the accompanying annotation: current timeline pollution level is 3.6.
Fang Zhong did not understand what a pollution level of 3.6
meant, but he could roughly tell that it was certainly not a good thing. However, he had no time to pay attention to that. Now all his focus was on the scene presented on the screen. He saw this character inside a pharmacy, and through the shop's large door he noticed pedestrians walking by occasionally. The scene he witnessed resembled that of a period film rather than the virtual modeling found in games. As he controlled his character to exit the pharmacy, he saw a bustling and lively street where each person appeared natural and vivid. At this moment, he no longer considered this a game, as he had never seen a game produced with such exquisite film-level visuals, creating an extremely realistic experience. Guardians of History timeline pollution level. Could this be the golden finger often found in novels? If so, what does that make me a chance to access the historical timeline?
Fang Zhong, although he enjoyed reading historical novels, had fantasized about how to survive and fulfill his ambitions if he were to traverse into history.
However, he had never taken those fantasies seriously, nor had he imagined he would enter the past historical line by controlling a game character. With feelings of excitement, curiosity and trepidation, he clicked on that peculiar eye in the upper right corner of the screen and a web of interconnected lines appeared before him.
Unknown information is intervening in the current timeline, with the intervention location being Wuyo Cave and Guifan Tower under Bianliang City. The drainage system of Bianliang City is complex and extensive, with many desperate fugitives hiding within. They refer to it as Wuyo Cave. Traffickers abducting women gathered in a certain place within Wuyo Cave, running rampant and indulging in their beastly nature. They call it Guifan Tower. The current timeline pollution level is 3.6.
When the pollution level exceeds 10, it will gradually distort historical information. Observers of the timeline and guardians residing in history, please clean the pollution source as soon as possible. As a fan of historical novels, Fang Zhong had naturally heard of the notorious names of Wuyo Cave and Guifan Tower. Now that he learned these two locations were pollution sources, he truly wanted to rush in and eliminate all those vile scoundrels.
I originally thought this special game would be a miracle in my life.
Now it seems it indeed is a miracle, but it seems it cannot help me. Instead, it requires me to help it clear the pollution. Although Fang Zhong grumbled about it, he did not reject this responsibility of guarding history. For him, whether he was granted a miracle or he bestowed miracles upon others did not matter, as long as a miracle occurred, that was enough. Now his miracle was guardian of history, and he was willing to do everything in his power to diligently clean up all historical pollution. When Fang Zhong determined that the world on the computer was a real historical line, the immense responsibility did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited the blood in his heart that refused to be ordinary. Moreover, as he controlled his character's actions in a game now, let alone the scoundrels in Wuyo Cave, even if Emperor Song Huizong Zhaoji stood before him, he would dare to step forward and strike a few blows.
The first year of Xuan Haha. This is the last glow of the Northern Song dynasty. Soon there will be the Song Jiang Rebellion, the Fang La Rebellion, and a few years later the Jurchens will come south, leading to the fall of Bianliang City. Fang Zhong controlled his character to walk through the streets of Bianliang, and at this moment the prosperous Bianliang City appeared to him to be fraught with danger and on the brink of collapse. As he walked on the bustling streets, Fang Zhong discovered this was a silent world. He could not hear what they were saying. However, this did not affect him much, as he could see the text continuously appearing above their heads, which represented the content of their speech. The gaze anchors history. I am using that eye to observe the past history, but what is that eye observing through me? Responsibility is not only pressure but also a source of motivation. For Fang Zhong, if he were to bear the responsibility of bringing glory to his family and revitalizing it, he would refuse without hesitation, as he knows he lacks that capability. But now a miraculous creation has placed an even greater responsibility upon him, entrusting him with the duty of safeguarding history. Faced with such a heavy burden, he not only shows no signs of retreating but instead is filled with a sense of heroic determination. Under the influence of this passionate emotion, Fang Zhong's previously silent and introverted personality began to reveal a newfound confidence. Now he feels different from others. He is no longer a grain of sand in the era, but rather a driving force behind the waves of this age. Thank you, Eye of Observation, for your appearance and for injecting miracles into my life. After accepting this miraculous creation, a surge of unprecedented motivation welled up within Fang Zhong. With this ample motivation, he first searched for the underground structure map of Bianliang City on his phone, then controlled his character to return to the apothecary to fetch 2 knives for cutting herbs. Though the small herb-cutting knives are not suited for normal combat, they can still be useful in the cramped spaces of Wuyo Cave. After adjusting to the rhythm of attack, Fang Zhong guided his character along the drainage ditch on the street, eventually locating the main drainage channel in Bianliang City. He paid no attention to the nearby residents pointing and whispering, directly entering the filthy and dark cave entrance. Once inside the drainage channel, Fang Zhong did not delve deeper immediately. Instead, he controlled his character to crouch in the shadows, observing the exchanges of the nearby residents. How did that young man get into Wuyo Cave? Isn't he afraid of being stripped of his skin by those evil spirits? Who knows, perhaps he is just a spy sent by those criminals in plain sight. Don't look too much. If he realizes we know his identity, he might capture us tonight and drag us into the ghostly den of evil spirits. Sandog, a living person, has entered Wuyo Cave. Go inform the brothers there's a fat sheep to feast on today. An old beggar slumped in the corner shot a sideways glance at Fang Zhong, then poked the beggar next to him with a bamboo stick, signaling him to spread the word. Fang Zhong observed everything happening near the cave entrance. Now he no longer thought that not being able to hear sounds was a disadvantage. This ability to see others' exchanges is far more useful than normal hearing. The fact that Wuyo Cave and Ghostly Den are mentioned in historical records indicates that it is indeed not just a simple place for hiding dirt. The nearby residents fear it like a ghost and change color when speaking of it. They hide in Wuyo Cave, which is indeed like the evil spirits in hell. After confirming his target, Fang Zhong pretended to be nonchalant as he walked back to the street from the cave, but as he approached the beggar, he suddenly drew the herb-cutting knife and struck. If Fang Zhong's real body had crossed over, he certainly would not have chosen such a reckless action.
However, now that he was behind a computer screen, he was not worried about any unexpected consequences. With strength and speed surpassing that of an ordinary person, along with stable and precise character control and Fang Zhong's heart devoid of fear, this strike claimed the beggar's life. "Bastard, I have no grudge or enmity with you, why kill me?" Facing the fleeing residents and the fallen beggar, Fang Zhong typed a few simple words on the keyboard before turning back to Wuyo Cave.
Evil spirits should return to hell.
Upon returning to Wuyo Cave, Fang Zhong noticed that the pollution level of the timeline had not changed at all, nor had the condition of his character altered in any way. To guard history, it is impossible to grant me such limited power. I must clear the pollution level to gain some form of enhancement. Additionally, that beggar should be an ordinary criminal and has not been polluted, otherwise the eye of observation would have provided some feedback. From this perspective, the source of the pollution should still be spreading within Wuyo Cave and Ghostly Den. To reduce the pollution level, I must delve deeper. While Fang Zhong is not afraid of fighting the criminals in Wuyo Cave, he knows that there are many criminals within and he is alone and weak, making it difficult to achieve anything in an environment familiar to them. While Fang Zhong is not afraid of fighting the criminals in Wuyo Cave, he knows that there are many criminals within and he is alone and weak, making it difficult to achieve anything in an environment familiar to them.
Fortunately, this is merely his exploration stage.
He has already explored the relationship between pollution and enhancement. The next step is to explore the consequences of death. He plans to let his character die once, then devise a conservative or aggressive cleaning plan based on the consequences of death. Fang Zhong's idea is solid and his execution is strong, but shortly after his character delves into Wuyo Cave, it collapses. The reason is that several poison flying needles struck the character he was controlling. As his character fell, a few grim-faced thugs emerged from the shadows, one holding a self-made blowgun and the other dragging his character deeper into the darkness. In the next moment, an illusory river appeared on the screen, revealing several arranged images. One was of the apothecary, one was of the street, and another was of the dark cave entrance. He understood this was likely similar to a game save, so he tentatively clicked on the image of the street. Focus anchor shift detected the timeline location you observed has experienced a deviation. As the eye of observation blinked, the misty river dissipated and Fang Zhong's character returned to the street, with time reverting to the moment he stepped out of the shop. What is this?
Am I a ghost wandering on the timeline?
After confirming the consequences of his character's death, Fang Zhong's worries dissipated. Now he is confident in clearing Wuyo Cave.
While Fang Zhong prepared earnestly for Wuyo Cave, Zhou Heng's thought vessel followed Fang Zhong's faith channel into the most superficial low-dimensional world of Fang Zhong's consciousness multiverse. This is indeed the low-dimensional world created by Fang Zhong when he played the Guardian of History. In this low-dimensional world, Fang Zhong recognized the fact of his first exploration failure. This world has been looping between his exit from the apothecary and his character's death. All the characters here lack wisdom. It is more like the evolution of a small segment of Fang Zhong's prior memory information. At this moment, Zhou Heng needs to quickly alter the inherent plot here. He must prevent Fang Zhong from generating more similar information due to playing the Guardian of History game, thereby deepening this memory cognition. It is impossible to manipulate Fang Zhong's logical core character in the low-dimensional world created by his memory fragments. Thus Zhou Heng chose the patrolling constables under his control. Those constables rushed into Wuyo Cave and rescued him before Fang Zhong's character was killed. At this moment, the current low-dimensional world not only did not collapse but instead showed signs of splitting. Suddenly Fang Zhong thought of a possibility. Can I seek help from others? If I bring those constables to assist me, this battle will definitely be smoother. As Fang Zhong's mind flashed with this thought, Zhou Heng's thought vessel was also observing the changes in Fang Zhong's consciousness multiverse.
He saw that the low-dimensional world concerning the Guardian of History had split into multiple fragments orbiting around the main body like satellites.
So that's how it is. Divergent thinking generates parallel worlds, and other possibilities can inspire creative thoughts. Zhou Heng's alteration of the low-dimensional world's narrative sparked Fang Zhong's thought of using leverage to clear the Wuyo Cave. Fang Zhong's logical reasoning deemed this idea feasible, so he first installed a voice-to-text software on his computer before seeking out the patrolling constables for conversation. "Gentlemen, would you care to stop for a drink?" The patrolling constables glanced at the character controlled by Fang Zhong, whispered among themselves, then nodded, leading the way to a nearby tavern. Their quiet exchange was inaudible to an ordinary person, yet Fang Zhong, who couldn't hear any sounds, clearly understood their communicated information. "Who is this person? Do any of you recognize him?"
"I know him. He is a physician from Kangzitang, likely has some wealth and may be seeking our assistance." "Since he has wealth, let's go drink some wine to quench our thirst." From this information, Fang Zhong realized the constables had agreed, and their avoidance of him meant they preferred not to converse on the street. Thus Fang Zhong's character entered the tavern, first booked a private room and ordered a variety of food. The waiter, calling out the name of the room, led the way with tea in hand, followed by Fang Zhong and the constables. Once the drinks and cold dishes were served, the leading constable signaled for everyone to eat and chat. "Dr. Fong, have you encountered any troubles recently?"
"Rest assured, if we can help, we won't refuse outright."
"Indeed, I have encountered a serious issue. My pharmacy was robbed last night. Those vicious thugs not only took away my years of savings but arrogantly stated that if I dared to resist I could find them in the Wuyo cave."
Fang Zhong regarded this as a normal world, thus he was willing to invest some effort in packaging his problem. "Gentlemen, do you really think the Wuyo cave can't be eradicated? If this continues, I will become their money bag."
"What if one day they develop malicious intent, not only seeking wealth but also threatening my life?"
"What should I do then?"
Upon hearing Fang Zhong's words, the constables simultaneously set down their cups and chopsticks, and the previously easygoing atmosphere grew tense.
"Dr. Fang, what are your plans? Using fire and poison, could we possibly eliminate the threat?" In the third year of Chongning August, the governor of Bianliang assembled over 2700 constables and soldiers to burn and fumigate the Wuyo cave, hoping to eliminate the bandits with fire and toxic smoke. 3 days later, the entire squad advanced into the Wuyo cave only to find little success and instead suffered over 100 soldiers killed by the bandits, with hundreds more injuring each other out of suppressed fear. The constable's words made Fang Zhong realize that there were no shortcuts. If the Wuyo cave were that easy to clear, it wouldn't have become a long-standing festering sore beneath Bianliang.
"Thank you for the information. It seems I must resign myself to fate. Dr. Fang, be careful in the future. If you have relatives from other places, it would be wise to leave Bianliang for somewhere else to seek a living." The constables did not inquire why Fang Zhong was targeted by the thugs in the Wuyo cave. This meal was worth the words exchanged, and anything beyond that would be excessive. After the constables finished their meal and left, Fang Zhong naturally got up to settle the bill in the main hall. The lean accountant glanced up at the character controlled by Fang Zhong.
"Let's go, a meal won't silence anyone's mouth."
As if to confirm the accountant's warning, the character controlled by Fang Zhong left the tavern only to be followed shortly by someone. Even at the street corner near his pharmacy, several beggars were glancing around anxiously.
Have these thugs become so rampant?
The power dynamics in this seemingly benevolent place are even more complex than I imagined.
Fang Zhong realized that while the constables might be loose-lipped, he hadn't expected them to be this indiscreet.
Just a moment ago they were eating the food provided by Fang Zhong and even advising him to seek a living elsewhere, yet the next moment they left and unhesitatingly sold him out. Faced with this situation, Fang Zhong knew he had to abandon any fantasies and prepare for battle. Fortunately, he was exceptionally adept at controlling the game character to fight monsters effortlessly, taking down the beggars that surrounded him. When a pale, scholarly-looking man suddenly drew 2 short knives and swiftly killed several people, the entire street erupted into chaos. Numerous residents fled in all directions, shop owners hurriedly shut their doors, and the patrolling constables ignored Fang Zhong, a ruthless figure, as they chased a thief into an alley. Seeing this, Fang Zhong immediately headed to the blacksmith's shop, collected several short knives, left some silver behind, and then set off alone towards the Wuyo cave. He aimed to become the nightmare of the evil spirits within, hunting down those criminals in the dark caves.
With Fang Zhong's strategic shift, the good days of the thugs in the Wuyo cave were drawing to a close.
No matter how many times they killed the character of Fang Zhong, he would always return to the previous time node, avoiding mistakes and dealing with them. This high-intensity combat caused Fang Zhong's character to experience fatigue and hunger, and the weapons he carried quickly dulled. Fortunately, Fang Zhong was not lacking in supplies. The thugs in the Wuyo cave all had 1 or 2 weapons and provisions, such as dried food and water bags. In such a harsh survival environment, it was likely inconvenient for them to restock, so they prepared some emergency supplies for themselves. With the replenishment of these supplies, Fang Zhong's character transformed into a merciless killing machine, eating when hungry and finding a corner to rest when tired. Under Fang Zhong's efficient and precise harvesting, the thugs in the Wuyo cave began to panic. Despite calling themselves the evil spirits of the cave, even evil spirits fear the judge's pen and the Grim Reaper's claim. The continuous failures and reboots in the Wuyo cave did not affect Fang Zhong in any way. He was gradually regaining the rhythm of strategy from high-difficulty action games. While hunting down the thugs, he sketched the routes he traversed in his notebook. Each time he fell and rebooted, he discovered suitable corners for stealth attacks. Moreover, the various weapons and even armor, such as leather armor and heart-protecting mirrors carried by the thugs, allowed Fang Zhong to fully immerse himself in the game's perspective. As a player, it's hard to quantify how many small monsters one can kill in a day. Even in high-difficulty soul-type action games, players can topple hundreds of small monsters in a day. At this moment, Fang Zhong was in such a state, for him this battle, which he could win, could continue indefinitely until he completely cleared the map. However, the destructive power generated by Fang Zhong, the harbinger of death, was simply too great, prompting the thugs to activate traps or forcibly collapse sections of the tunnels, hoping to kill the harbinger of death lurking in the darkness. Fang Zhong encountered multiple such ambushes, yet thanks to his resurrection ability he evaded all the traps. Now, apart from large-scale gatherings of thugs, there was nothing that could stop him. I am getting closer to the core area of the Wuyo cave, yet I have not discovered the source of pollution. It is likely hidden within the Ghost Fang Tower. As Fang Zhong continued to strategize through the game, Zhou Heng noticed that all information regarding the historical guardians was converging.
The continuously generated low-dimensional worlds ultimately transformed into an independent universe, becoming Fang Zhong's source of memory regarding the historical guardians. At this point, Zhou Heng finally understood the most fundamental operational mode of the multidimensional thinking universe manifested by high-dimensional souls. Zhou Heng gained significant insights into high-dimensional souls through observing the bell of the other party. He realized that he could indirectly influence a certain thought of a high-dimensional being through a stable faith channel. He also discovered the forms in which associated memories exist within the consciousness of high-dimensional beings. With an understanding of the basic operation of high-dimensional souls, Zhou Heng began to formulate ideas about how to create his own universe of thought. Now he has 3 plans, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, yet they do not conflict with one another. The first is to forge his low-dimensional information universe within the low-dimensional virtual sea, integrating it with the electronic thought network he established on the internet, transforming it into an electronic life with diverse thinking. The second is to anchor the thoughts of numerous high-dimensional beings through multiple stable faith networks, creating a multifaceted mental consciousness, allowing himself to become the spirit within the hearts of high-dimensional beings. The third is to forge a healthy blank brain, constantly replenishing it with various information and then allowing the true spirit of high dimensions to inhabit it, enabling the diversification of thought, ultimately becoming a normal high-dimensional life through the accumulation of time. These 3 plans rely on different means for survival: one on an electronic network, one on faith thoughts, and the last one not depending on anything, existing independently. Among the 3 plans, the one for forging a healthy blank brain is the most challenging to achieve. The plan to transform into a spirit within the heart poses the highest risk, as fluctuations in the faith channel may lead to the loss of some thought information. The plan to transform into electronic life has the highest likelihood of success, but it requires sufficient influence on the high-dimensional planetary realm, establishing a supercomputing center composed of a cluster of computers. This aspect is relatively easy to address. Zhou Heng only needs to establish a large gaming company on the high-dimensional planetary realm. However, if he chooses this path, Zhou Heng will need a real-world manager, or in other words, he needs to influence a high-dimensional being to act as his spokesperson. Regarding these 3 plans, Zhou Heng intends to pursue them simultaneously, for having tasted the wonders of miracles, he will not allow himself to merely ascend to an ordinary high-dimensional being. He requires an independent high-dimensional body, a miraculous mental network, and a supercomputing thought to assist him in processing various information. Coincidentally, the path he set for himself is the way of the 3 officials. He will position the supercomputing thought as the heavenly official, managing real-time feedback from the player community akin to the blessings of the heavenly official. The mental network serves as the earthly official, communicating the thoughts of believers, helping them alleviate their inner pains, and also serving as the earthly official for absolution. The high-dimensional soul acts as the water official, nurturing life, activating his high-dimensional body and rescuing his submerged consciousness in physical form, serving as the water official for dispelling calamities. After Zhou Heng clarified his future path to ascension, the existence of the bell became both important and unimportant. Its importance lies in being the first anchor point of Zhou Heng's mental network. Its unimportance stems from the fact that Zhou Heng will conduct extensive expansions of such anchor points. However, Zhou Heng will not abandon the bell. He will continue to run the story world of the Guardian of History, ensuring that the miracles needed by the bell can always exist. Furthermore, he gathered numerous network writers from the low-dimensional Tai Xing world, allowing them to watch in real time the actions of the characters controlled by the bell. They will leverage their expertise to write multiple long novels about the Guardian of History. Ultimately, Zhou Heng will select the highest quality works as rewards for the bell in cleansing the sources of timeline pollution. This reward will manifest in the form of written records that correct historical information upon task completion. The bell can easily submit these meticulously polished written records for publication and gain financial returns. If the bell chooses to dedicate the rest of its life to the story world of the Guardian of History, Zhou Heng will continuously preserve this miraculous career with good returns for it. Since he has granted the bell a miraculous dream, he will not let this beautiful dream collapse. The bell can engage in what it deems noble, enjoy a relatively affluent life, and carry its beautiful dream until the end of life. Although this is also a form of deception, as long as the beautiful dream does not collapse and noble ideals persist, it can still be considered a beautiful life. After all, even in the high-dimensional planetary realm, there are not many who can spend their entire lives under the support of lofty ideals and miraculous dreams steering towards the end of life. If a person's life is continuously surrounded by the miracles of dreams, then reality can also be illusory and beautiful dreams can transform into reality. Zhou Heng's deity, the god of the ferrying crow, Austin, possesses the divine duty of ferrying souls, having previously led the souls of that realm to reality. This was because the humans in the world of the seven gods faced the fate of being concluded by darkness. Now Zhou Heng himself has ferried a high-dimensional life into an everlasting beautiful dream as ordinary high-dimensional beings yearn to escape their mundane destinies. Zhou Heng does not know whether letting an ordinary high-dimensional soul shine with the brilliance of miraculous dreams counts as an alternative form of redemption, but this is all he can do for now. If he successfully ascends combining the three powers of humanity, spirit and supercomputing network, he will authenticate those illusory honors arising from him. As Zhou Heng formulated the feedback method for the mental anchors, a call belonging to the same source resonated within his world of light in the low-dimensional virtual sea. Eternal redemption, the sole great existence of immortality. O Lord of my source, I beseech your arrival in the twilight of my remaining sins. O Lord of judgment, I am willing to sacrifice all my origins for your descent into my sinful body. Please cleanse my remaining sins and take my true spirit back to your world for burial. Eternal will of redemption, please respond to my call. Your fleeing people in sin need salvation. Since Zhou Heng did not seal the source of the world of light, this resonance from the lost source clearly entered Zhou Heng's world of light. At this moment, Zhou Heng's will in the low-dimensional virtual sea sensed an open-source consciousness that had lowered all defenses, transforming into a solid information anchor point. Through observations with high-dimensional vision, Zhou Heng discovered that the figure before him was the god of dusk who had previously fled after defeat. In fact, after the Taixing battle, Zhou Heng intended to reclaim the lost sources of the world. Had he not been busy experimenting with the technology left by the Lord of Life and attempting to connect with high-dimensional information, he would have already called upon the four deities of the Dark Time Zone. He imagined that this would surely provide the four deities of the Dark Time Zone with a thrilling experience of cross-border law enforcement. However, Zhou Heng did not expect that before he could contact the four deities of the Dark Time Zone, the God of Dusk would take the initiative to reach out to him. Zhou Heng did not consider this a trap, for with his share of the source of the world of light, the moment he descended, the God of Dusk would be forcibly assimilated by him. Nevertheless, he projected a portion of his consciousness needing to check the current state of the God of Dusk. As Zhou Heng's will descended upon the source of the God of Dusk through the source link, he found the God of Dusk fixed upon a long table covered with a white tablecloth with 9 humans of varying expressions seated along the sides and at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe dining etiquette. Henceforth the deities will be with us forever. In the twilight, the God of Dusk, in despair and prayer, suddenly heard a call from the source. It was then that he discovered an additional consciousness had emerged from within his own essence. Great redemption, you have finally arrived. The 3 traitors of midnight not only betrayed our original world but also betrayed me. When I entrusted the coordinates of the safe world to them, they did not descend into this world with me but chose the coordinates of another world. Great redemption, they do not trust me, they believe I am your spy, yet they do not know that my will also yearns for redemption. Lord of redemption, I initially opened the timeline for you, allowing your brilliance to spread into the historical past of this world. I have merits to present to you as well. I fled initially because I feared you would have difficulty handling me, a guilty disciple with merits. I am different from the traitors of midnight. Although I am guilty, I am also a loyal individual. Faced with the God of Dusk's cunning arguments, Zhou Heng at that moment even thought that the decision of midnight to abandon Dusk was correct. Otherwise, lying on the dining table now would not be the God of Dusk but 4 deities from the Dark Time Zone arranged in a neat row. The God of Dusk proved through his own experiences just how unreliable the safe world he initially selected was and how prescient the midnight deities were. Dusk, with your power and authority, why are you bound here? Great Lord of redemption, I open my will to you, my memories are yours to observe. Please grant me the brilliance of redemption so that my true spirit may return to your world. At this moment, the God of Dusk was not only at the mercy of others but had also lowered all defenses of his consciousness and memories, allowing Zhou Heng to observe freely. Zhou Heng discovered in those memories that after the God of Dusk's defeat, he immediately activated the coordinates of this world's anchor point. He was waiting to join forces with the other 3 deities from the Dark Time Zone to forge brilliance in this safe world. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see midnight. He knew that even if there was a problem with the anchor point coordinates, midnight should not have completely vanished. Moreover, he had personally verified that there was not a shred of issue with the anchor point coordinates. Faced with this situation, the God of Dusk realized he had been abandoned. Having just fled his own world and then being abandoned by his familiar companions, the sense of double failure filled him with rage. He resented the emergence of redemption, he resented the abandonment by his companions, and he was even more enraged by the trust he had given which had not received its due return. Fortunately, the safe world he chose was quite excellent. It not only offered various miraculous delicacies but also had a large population and a thriving civilization. Most importantly, the deity of this world was merely a weak food god, which allowed the God of Dusk to easily establish a stable footing here. In fact, the God of Dusk's initial development in this world was remarkably swift, as the concept of food, the extraordinary source of this world, was quickly torn asunder and assimilated by him.
This led to a sudden emergence of a large group of chefs pursuing dark cuisine in what was originally a normal food world. They claimed that dark cuisine was the ultimate destiny of the food world, denouncing the originally worshipped food god as a false deity, asserting that the dark dusk was the only true god of this realm. To assimilate the concept of food more rapidly and gain complete control over the essence of this world, the god of dusk chose to exacerbate conflicts, urging his extraordinary followers to actively attack the extraordinary group that worshipped the food god. The outcome was predictable. As an outsider with superior skills, he not only defeated the weak food god but also devoured the concept of food in this realm, becoming the sole deity of this world. After merging with the essence of this world, the god of dusk discovered that the food god he had defeated had only a mere 800 years of history. Moreover, the food god was not a deity born from heaven and earth but a human chef from over 800 years ago. That chef possessed extraordinary culinary skills capable of resonating with the concept of food. Over time, through this resonance, that chef gradually transformed into the food god. Before the existence of the food god, there were no other deities in this world. It was merely an extraordinary realm that had just begun to develop. For the god of dusk, although the core concept and authority of the food world were not strong, they were safe to conquer, allowing him to quickly replenish the energy of the world's essence. Therefore, he was quite satisfied with this developing extraordinary world. After the god of dusk became the new food god and the ruler of the world, his faith rapidly spread throughout the food world. Various delicacies that suited his taste were constantly developed and presented as offerings by his followers. In this process, the god of dusk not only savored the flavors of various delicacies but also collected different information about food, reinforcing his concept of food. The god of dusk realized that while this method of reinforcing concepts was safe and stable, the progress was very slow. Thus, he devised a culinary competition to widely select divine chefs, actively catalyzing competition within the food world. Under his control, the concept of food in the food world gradually became more vibrant. However, beneath the seemingly beautiful and safe surface lurked immense danger. As the activated concept of food gradually became lively, the god of dusk also developed a special affection for food. This was nothing much, merely an influence of conceptual inclination. The primary will of the god of dusk had not shifted at all. However, 9 days ago, after tasting delicacies offered by several divine chefs, he discovered that not only had the concept of food shown no growth, but he also experienced a sense of fullness for the first time. When he went to perceive the essence of the food world again, he was shocked to find that the food world had transformed into a long table covered with a white tablecloth. And he, the only god of the food world, was placed on the table as a dish. He speculated that this must be some kind of cannibalistic ritual, with the first half being his consumption of the concept of food and the second half being others consuming him. He wanted to resist, but the binding force of this ritual was astonishing. He felt as if a complete world had turned into invisible chains that firmly restrained him. Fortunately, the diners at the table were not deities but rather extraordinary humans with some mysterious powers. The god of dusk was confident he could endure their consumption and during the ritual's exchange turn the tables on them. However, the god of dusk miscalculated. Those humans had gone through the cooking process over the past 9 days. Even though the god of dusk's divine body suffered no harm, he had already become a consumable dish within the concept of the ritual. What those extraordinary humans sought to consume was not his divine body but the foundational essence he contained. Faced with this terrifying ritual, the god of dusk finally felt fear. He wanted to call for help but did not know who to turn to, nor did he know who had the power to rescue him. Ultimately, he remembered he had a terrifying opponent. A powerful enemy could sometimes become a weapon or a backing. Thus, he decisively opened his essence and contacted Zhou Heng's realm of light. Now he would rather face judgment himself than let this bizarre world bask in the brilliance of redemption. Zhou Heng learned about all the experiences of the god of dusk after its escape through observing its memories. He felt no sympathy for the god of dusk's plight. For fundamentally, the god of dusk is an invader of the realm of cuisine, having devoured the original god of cuisine to gain control over the world. However, it also became a substitute for the god of cuisine, serving as both the beneficiary and victim of the ritual of mutual consumption. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision, the god of dusk was initially indeed a beneficiary, but there were limits to the energy it could bear. When its energy returned to its peak state, it felt a sense of satiety, unable to increase its energy limit, leading to a natural shift in the ritual of mutual consumption. At that moment, those who had eaten their fill exited while those who were hungry made their entrance. As the sole diner at the start of the ritual, the god of dusk had a significant chance to turn the tables. If it could continue to eat, the diners in the latter part would also become its ingredients. However, it was clearly unable to do so, as it not only had an energy limit but also assimilated the world's origin at a speed hundreds of times faster than the god of cuisine. If it had not appeared, the god of cuisine could not have escaped the fate of mutual consumption, but at least it would have had a buffer period of several hundred years. However, although Zhou Heng did not lean towards the position of the god of dusk, he could not allow the origin of the realm of light and the core concept of time to be devoured. Therefore he decided to reclaim the origin of the god of dusk and take its true spirit, allowing its initial root to return to the realm of light.
Dusk, I shall begin the assimilation. It is time for you to return.
Great salvation, thank you for your arrival. If possible, please grant my true spirit a chance to reincarnate. I know this request may trouble you, but when I carried out the destruction of dusk, I merely reclaimed the lives within the era and cast their true spirits into the next epoch. Zhou Heng understood the god of dusk's meaning. It was saying that as an evil deity it would not extinguish the root of life, and it hoped that salvation would also respect the root of life. In fact, even if the god of dusk did not make a request, Zhou Heng would not extinguish its true spirit. For eternal slumber can sometimes be a grace. Experiencing the myriad helplessness of mortals is instead a form of punishment. The fall of dusk is only temporary. The three gods of light will arrange a new life for your true spirit. Zhou Heng's words brought some reassurance to the god of dusk, for as long as its true spirit existed, hope would not be extinguished. Moreover, in some future existence its true spirit might transform from the knight serving the three gods of light into the angel of a new god of light, or the god of crows. Embracing its own ambitions, the god of dusk let down its spiritual defenses, allowing Zhou Heng to take its true spirit. At the moment its origin was assimilated by Zhou Heng, it still believed it could rely on its own abilities to ascend to divinity once more someday. But it forgot that excellent humans have never been scarce, yet they may spend their entire lives never catching up to the starting line of certain existences. Is it because they are not excellent enough? No, it is because that starting line is too high, so high that even if they call their friends to build a heavenly ladder, it is still difficult to touch the foundation of that starting line. In the instant the true spirit of the god of dusk returned to the realm of light, its residual origin and authority were rapidly assimilated by Zhou Heng. Thus Zhou Heng not only replenished part of the origin of the realm of light but also reclaimed a piece of the time concept of the realm of light. The replacement of origin and authority also led to the restructuring of the god of dusk's body on the dining table. Under the astonished gazes of the 9 diners, the god of dusk transformed into another existence, or rather was replaced by another existence. Sun King, this is the 3rd time. The form of the ritual deity has undergone 3 changes, each closer to losing control. We may not have much time left. Continue to initiate the ritual. Let the gourmet tablecloth present us with the name of the new dish. The first was delicious thick soup, the second was the feast of dusk. What will this time be? The 9 diners synchronized their utensils against their plates, during which a conceptual message resonated in their hearts. Rejoice, O supreme, benevolent and exalted light of salvation, master of life, king of time, you are about to enjoy your dessert. In the next moment the ritual of mutual consumption reversed. Zhou Heng sat at the head of the table while the 9 human diners became neatly arranged ingredients on the platter. What has happened? The rules were not like this. Wasn't the gourmet tablecloth a tool with a very low risk of losing control? Why did it lose control under the condition of satisfying all ritual rules? The 9 human diners were nearly going mad. They had expended countless resources to cook the seed of the world. They had migrated with the citizens of their kingdoms into the seed of the world and raised the status of the chef community through various policies, making cuisine the only miracle in that world. Now, just as the harvest time approached, they found themselves becoming the ingredients for others. Before formulating the plan to consume the deity, they had thoroughly understood the side effects of the gourmet tablecloth. They knew that the higher the quality of the cooking ingredients, the more time it took. They were aware of the dangers of the first half of the ritual of mutual consumption. They believed the seed of the world was sufficient to satiate the deity, and they had indeed endured the first half. Now it seemed that it was the gourmet tablecloth that had lost control. The second half was directly cancelled and the diners were once again replaced by unknown deities. Perhaps it did not lose control. The message it conveyed to us just now was, O supreme, benevolent and exalted light of salvation, master of life, king of time. With this long string of titles I find it hard not to suspect that it is trying to appease an unknown deity. Ha ha. It seems that whoever is going to devour us will be an extraordinary existence. We gambled our nation in exchange for a chance at eternal life. Now it seems we are about to become part of the immortals. Damn it, these bizarre tools are unreliable. We not only wagered a seed of the world but also our nation and everything we own. As the 9 human diners communicated with each other, the sound of clanging echoed. They knew it was the sign of the ritual being initiated. Great existence, please enjoy the 9 flavored cookies dessert, followed by pan-seared pork chops as the main course, and warm red tea will be served subsequently. The gourmet tablecloth was completely different from what Zhou Heng had imagined. It adhered to the rules of the ritual of mutual consumption when facing the god of cuisine and the god of dusk. But after Zhou Heng's arrival it immediately displayed a welcoming and friendly attitude, and the originally singular ingredient was increased to 3. As for the rules of mutual consumption, it did not even mention them, making it evident that it wanted Zhou Heng to feel a sense of satisfaction as if returning home. Release their restraints, I wish to speak with them. Great existence, this does not comply with my core rules. Once the ritual has commenced, one party must nourish the other. Is that so? It turns out you are bound by rules. I can help you break the chains. Great existence, no need to trouble yourself. I've remembered I can replace them through ingredient substitution. 9 humans removed from the dining platters stood upright along both sides of the banquet table, each bearing a distinct expression. They had lost their seats and held no ceremonial cutlery to initiate the rite. For the gourmet tablecloth deemed them no longer guests, but rather reserve ingredients ready to be served at any moment. Freed from the platter's constraint, some trembled in abject terror, others wore expressions of utter indifference, while one shook his head in quiet disappointment.
That gentleman, you seem deeply disappointed. Do you truly wish to become my ingredient? Confronted by Zhou Heng's question, the Ice Lake Sovereign, who had just shaken his head, dared not hesitate. He knew full well that this unknown overwhelming deity now commanded the ritual itself.
Even the gourmet tablecloth's inviolable edicts proved negotiable before such an unfathomable divine presence. O exalted one, I am not disappointed at failing to become your ingredient, I am disappointed at failing to witness an outcome. Ever since the ritual's initiation, we have lost all sense of time's passage. At first we stood with solemn decorum before the table as waiting guests, patient, poised, and ever respectful. 9 days ago we were granted the privilege of sitting, a sign we believed heralded the end of our long vigil.
Yet your arrival has cast us once more into upright anticipation.
I only wish this rite to conclude, be it through ascension into immortality or consumption by an immortal being.
So long as this ends, I accept either fate without reservation.
The Ice Lake Sovereign spoke no falsehood as he voiced these words. Every memory tied to the ritual surged vividly within his consciousness. He was no god, incapable of sealing his own mind or containing the leakage of his inner information. Thus his awakened memories unfolded before Zhou Heng like an open comic scroll, legible at will. Zhou Heng beheld a scene from 1800 years past. 9 sovereigns, each bearing a unique artifact, convened in solemn council, the Ice Lake Sovereign presenting the gourmet tablecloth, the Sun Sovereign offering the world seed. They resolved to harness the world seed's power to cultivate a nascent deity, and then under the gourmet tablecloth's immutable rules jointly consume the deity, thereby attaining immortality themselves. Their plan faced 2 formidable obstacles. First, how to migrate their entire populations into the world seed. Second, how to extend their mortal lifespans until the deity matured. Ultimately, they chose to secretly funnel all resources toward the Sun Sovereign, enabling his armies to drive their subjects into the world seed's interior. Unaware of the truth, the populace watched in horror as invading forces showed no mercy, leaving them no choice but to follow their kings into the New World for refuge. Though the Sun Sovereign's armies, and later his people, also entered the New World, the Sun Sovereign himself vanished without trace. Fortunately, his successor was a peace-loving prince. Thus the peoples of the 9 kingdoms forged a foundational peace treaty within the New World. The 9 sovereigns, who had orchestrated everything from the shadows, departed after inscribing royal edicts upon their lineages, then took their places upright beside the gourmet tablecloth. To ensure their lives endured until the deity's maturation, they willingly assumed the role of reserve ingredients. This was made possible by the gourmet tablecloth's miraculous preservation enchantment, under which they neither aged nor succumbed to madness despite millennia of solitary waiting. In its early stages, their scheme progressed smoothly, guided by descendants who knew the truth. Soon a culinary renaissance bloomed within the world seed, perfectly aligning with the gourmet tablecloth's inherent inclinations. Under the tablecloth's conceptual resonance, transcendent culinary principles gradually took root within the world seed, heralding the near completion of their grand design.
By then, even if their descendants betrayed the royal oaths or forgot ancestral mandates, newly emergent transcendent chefs would inevitably rise as the world's de facto rulers. Driven by ambition and artistry, these chefs would reshape public perception, transforming the realm into a true gourmet world.
From that moment onward, the 9 sovereigns sank into an interminable vigil. Over centuries they exchanged the same messages again and again. The unchanging repetition nearly drove them mad, yet the tablecloth's preservation enchantment forbade even that release. The sole solace across 8 centuries came when a prodigiously gifted chef ascended as the god of cuisine. They believed their wait had finally borne fruit, and urged themselves to endure with renewed patience. At one point the Ice Lake Sovereign grew weary. He wished only to end his existence and sink into eternal slumber. Yet as a reserve ingredient he remained bound to life, unconsumed, unyielding to death, by the tablecloth's decree. And so they waited, witnessing the gourmet world's flourishing civilization, watching the god of cuisine grow ever more powerful. Later they witnessed the dusk deity's descent, and the meteoric rise of the dark culinary sect. Finally they awaited the dusk banquet, only to find themselves devoured not as gods but transformed into the unknown deity's 9-flavor shortbread. How the dusk deity had located the gourmet world remained unknown to them. Zhou Heng, however, knew, having earlier observed the dusk deity's memories. He saw that the world seed had once been an ordinary world. Its native deities, consumed by rapacious ambition, launched an assault upon the realm of the 7 time gods. Their invasion failed utterly. They left behind their very beings in the 7 gods' domain, and exposed their world's coordinates in the process. Deprived of divine guardianship, their world was seized by other realms and reforged into the artifact known as the World Seal. That catastrophic war stripped the gourmet world of everything and laid the foundation for the dust deity's arrival. Do you know how long you have stood before the gourmet tablecloth? We do not, we have lost all sense of time. The ritual's tableau remains frozen, we cannot even estimate its duration. It has been 1800 years. Gentlemen, it is time you revisit your kingdoms. As Zhou Heng spoke, the humans recoiled in instant visceral terror. They had yet to consume divinity. Should they lose their status as reserve ingredients and thus forfeit the tablecloth's preservative grace, they would crumble instantly into rotting dust. Will you slay us? No hand of mine is needed. I have no desire to consume you, thus the mutual consumption rite concludes. You are dismissed. To the 9 sovereigns, departure without their reserve ingredient status or consumption by an unknown deity amounted to the same end. Their fury stemmed not from death itself but from the unbearable denial of immortality. Yet some even then considered this dissolution a fitting conclusion to the rite. Yes, it is time we glimpsed our world once more. O exalted one, we thank you for granting us this final vision. Upon Zhou Heng's silent assent, the gourmet tablecloth complied without hesitation, reclaiming the sovereign's treasures and offering them as substitute ingredients, thereby releasing its hold upon the 9 humans. In the next breath, the grand door, sealed for nearly 2 millennia, swung open of its own accord, flooding the opulent dining hall with blinding light. Is this light so radiant? Bathed in illumination, the 9 sovereigns, stripped of their reserve ingredient status, dissolved into fine drifting motes of dust. Beyond the searing glare they could no longer perceive lay a vibrant teeming world, while upon the lands they once ruled new nations now flourished. 9 human kings yearned for eternal life to forever reign over their nations. Yet during their reign their countries did not flourish or thrive under their rule. Rather, after their departure the citizens of their nations achieved better lives. Under the food tablecloth's preservation function they extended their lifespans for centuries, yet they remained unhappy, for they did not wish to be mere spectators but desired to be diners. In the end, under the illumination of light they turned to dust, dissipating entirely. The remnants of the old era cannot coexist with the new. Even if they had succeeded in the past, they would be placed on the dining table by their modern selves, initiating a new cycle of mutual consumption. Food tablecloth, do you remember your original form? Great being, my original form is the food tablecloth and the rules of mutual consumption. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional observation, the food tablecloth is not an ordinary oddity but a fragmented world. Zhou Heng observed that the essence of the food tablecloth diminished with each passing moment, a phenomenon caused by the consumption of other existences. Thus the food tablecloth continuously hosted mutual consumption rituals to absorb new concepts and sustain the depletion caused by being consumed. It cannot violate the rules of mutual consumption, nor is it due to an inability to control its core concept. Rather, it currently exists within a larger mutual consumption ritual and cannot breach its own rules until this ritual concludes, lest it forever remain unable to become a diner. However, its current consciousness is not that of the original ritual's creator. Its mutual consumption ritual has encountered issues, and its essence, authority, and will are all being devoured. It has forgotten many things. Its consciousness has become sparse and thin. It should be unable to satisfy the other, waiting for the opportunity to become a diner. As for the existence that consumes it, Zhou Heng has already perceived that it is the world where the 9 kings originally existed. Zhou Heng cannot deduce from the greatly fragmented information of the food tablecloth who initiated this world-class mutual consumption ritual. However, Zhou Heng speculates that it is likely this world invaded the realm of the food tablecloth, which after being unable to resist forcibly activated the rules of mutual consumption to gamble on a sliver of survival. This is not a wild guess from Zhou Heng, but rather because the current world possesses not only extraordinarily complex rules but also a multitude of peculiarities transformed from world remnants. This powerful world contains numerous spatial planes and medium to small-sized worlds. It is not a normal nebula structure where stars and satellites coexist, but rather resembles a black hole greedily drawing in all captured worlds. This results in chaotic internal spaces and disordered timelines. In certain areas ancient stone tools and feudal kings exist, while in others technology thrives and machinery reigns supreme. Its greed seems boundless. Even if it cannot digest the worlds it has consumed in the short term, it continues to annex other worlds. This leads to a world filled not only with miracles but also disasters. Some cities that were normal just yesterday might suddenly be crushed by incoming remnants or engulfed by the spaces of annexed worlds. The residents here refer to these large-scale disasters as the calamity of ground collapse, the disaster of spatial distortion and temporal disorientation. Fortunately, the internal regions are vast, and there are some places that, due to their remote geographic locations, rarely suffer from large-scale disasters. Consequently, those areas have developed relatively advanced civilizations, granting their inhabitants the opportunity to explore this world. These advanced civilizations are distributed in a linear manner, forming an irregular circular arrangement. These advanced civilizations refer to this situation as the Ring of Civilization, while they call the disaster-prone regions the Realm of Calamity. They periodically dispatch teams to the Realm of Calamity to seek various technological knowledge and miraculous creations. The food tablecloth and the seeds of the world are among the extraordinary items brought back by human adventurers. The territory occupied by the 9 human kings before they migrated their citizens lies within the bounds of the Ring of Civilization. Now on their territory there exists rough steam civilization, efficient information civilization, and various warfare civilizations formed from an amalgamation of weaponry. This is clearly not a normal state for a civilization circled. The diverse knowledge and extraordinary items originating from the Realm of Calamity seem to have stifled the creativity of intelligent life. They only know to risk great danger in search of ready-made knowledge, forgetting their own innovation and development. Zhou Heng understands this situation as there exist hundreds of civilizations on the Ring of Civilization, and the competition among them is fiercely intense. They not only face invasions from neighboring civilizations but also suffer from sudden incursions by civilizations emerging from the Realm of Calamity. They do not have the time to experiment with technological development. For them, the best choice is to explore the matured technologies and miraculous creations that could change the fate of their nations within the Realm of Calamity. As a result, there is a significant disparity in the forms of civilization among these nations, and their social patterns are heavily fragmented. For instance, in the Steam Kingdom before Zhou Heng, the lower class still existed in a feudal serfdom, while the upper class was already using mobile phones and computers from the technological realm. Moreover, their military also displayed strange combinations of mismatched elements such as flintlock guns, steam mechs, and internal combustion engine tanks. Zhou Heng once thought that the Taixing, constantly in a state of external war, was representative of the raiders. Yet now it seems his thinking was still too conservative. If the Taixing world represents a bandit, the Realm of Calamity is the true embodiment of a mad raider. Furthermore, during the forging of the Heavenly Ladder ritual, the civilizations that were plundered by it still had the chance to enter the Order Ladder and survive. But the Realm of Calamity is different. Whether the life civilizations can survive after being devoured by it is truly left to chance. It is not uncommon for a life civilization to barely survive, only to be crushed into powder the next day by remnants falling from the sky. In such a world characterized by rampant plunder, Zhou Heng's authority of redemption and authority of life simultaneously erupted with fervor. As Zhou Heng observed the Realm of Calamity, the chaotic timelines of this world also revealed their appearance to him for the first time. Outside the doors of a lavish restaurant, several well-dressed waiters entered carrying trays adorned with exquisite tableware. However, each of them was dressed differently, and the tableware they carried varied as well. They were even unaware of one another's existence. "Oh guest, when did you arrive? The lunch is not ready yet. Please head to the VIP room to enjoy some red tea and pastries." "I arrived some time ago. Was there a banquet here yesterday?" "Yes, this room has many reservations. Banquets are held almost every 2 to 3 days. From the memories emitted by a waiter, Zhou Heng observed hundreds of lively banquets that had taken place in this luxurious restaurant. Yet the 9 kings trapped here had never witnessed these scenes. The flow of time in their eyes is completely different from that perceived by these humans. This seemingly ordinary scene harbors multiple coexisting timelines. Thus, the eternal life ritual of the 9 kings could not succeed. Even if they achieved immortality, they would have no future, trapped in a cycle of their own timeline. For the timeline they inhabit has no future, and lives from different timelines can only perceive the time they occupy. Occasionally, those who are caught in the turbulence of time will experience a wondrous temporal disorientation. Yet for them this is not traversing time, but rather venturing into a completely unfamiliar world. Zhou Heng stood in the opulent dining hall, seemingly conversing with a single individual, yet in truth he was simultaneously addressing multiple attendants across divergent moments in time. His temporal authenticity convinced each attendant that he stood before them alone. After courteously declining the attendants' invitations, Zhou Heng departed with 2 world-rare artifacts, the gourmet tablecloth and the seat of the world. Leveraging the incomplete time authority left behind by the dusk deity, he seamlessly merged himself into this catastrophically intricate realm. The realm registered no response to either the dusk deity's arrival or Zhou Heng's descent, for its interior teemed with so many chaotic clashing deities that yet another divine presence stirred no ripple. In this realm brimming with numinous artifacts, deities were not sovereign rulers of reality. Certain mortals empowered by world-rare artifacts wielded godlike might, and some even subdued deities themselves through overwhelming artifacts. Thus the dusk deity, the deity of darkness and time, held negligible significance here. To this realm he was not even deemed an invader, merely a survivor from a world long devoured. Zhou Heng now wore the dusk deity's mantle, and the realm perceived him as the dusk deity himself, unchanged, unchallenged, unquestioned. Having fused with the realm through time authority, Zhou Heng beheld its fractured spacetime, a kaleidoscope of overlapping scenes. Among them loomed the Colosseum and the Calamity realm, a formidable world-tier artifact. Within its bloodstained sands, surviving deities from shattered worlds engaged in mortal duels, the victor claiming all the vanquished possessed. Stripped of their native realm's primordial foundations, the Colosseum had become one of the few remaining arenas where deities could stake their existence. They sought to rapidly amplify their power, to reclaim supremacy in this alien domain or amass sufficient strength to shatter its fundamental laws. Zhou Heng also witnessed divine essences, each embodying the sovereignty of an entire race, hurled into numerous mid-tier planes. Those racial authorities fell into the hands of the deity's own progeny, who used them to commune with the residual primordial essence of their dying worlds, and thereby birth new generations of kin, each bound to distinct callings. They called themselves lords, leading their kin into brutal, relentless wars across those mid-tier planes. Their sole hope to carve out a sliver of fertile ground sufficient for the race and civilization to survive and flourish before the World Mother's last vestiges of essence faded entirely. Yet Zhou Heng discerned the grim truth: those mid-tier planes were in essence auxiliary digestion chambers of the Calamity Realm. The Calamity Realm exploited them to leach primordial essence from consumed worlds. Though the lords fought valiantly for their civilizations, they unwittingly served as the realm's digestive enzymes. He also saw legions of chrononauts ceaselessly traversing entangled timelines, exhausting every means to halt the annihilation of their homeworlds. But their worlds had perished long ago. They dwelled not in memory, but within the Devourer's inner void. Those warped timelines were mere echoes of extinct realities. Once every trace of their origins dissolved, these chrononauts would lose their anchoring to their mother world and become solitary exiles adrift in the Calamity Realm. The Divine Colosseum, the civilizational arena, the chrononauts, this Calamity Realm wields layered rules to cull surviving deities, digest primordial essence, and erase all vestiges of existence. Deities severed from their world's primordial foundation possessed finite energy. Civilizations stripped of their world's vessel faced imminent collapse. And individuals bereft of both world and civilization found it nearly impossible to alter immutable truths. In this light, the Calamity Realm was not merely a frenzied predator, it was a consummate seasoned devourer. This vast Calamity Realm surpassed even the former sovereign of life in sheer magnitude, yet it built neither divine legions nor civilizational fleets. The realm itself was its body, its primordial essence, its mind. It did not nurture life, every being within it was a refugee from another world. It resembled not a world at all, but a void beast that feasted upon worlds. It eschewed refined cycles of primordial energy. Its energy containment remained crude, yet its capacity for replenishment was staggering, sustaining its inexhaustible might. Through Zhou Heng's higher dimensional perception, the Calamity Realm's spacetime unfurled in infinite interwoven layers, compressed into finite space yet endlessly superimposed. Thus what appeared to be a singular world was in essence a unique collective realm, masquerading as a monolithic entity while drifting among clusters of worlds in the chaotic void sea. Unaware world spirits, even when united, struggled to defeat it, let alone capture or dismantle it. Hence it roamed the chaotic void sea unimpeded, sometimes as hunter, sometimes as bait, luring other predators into its maw. Zhou Heng attempted to observe the Calamity Realm's primordial core through higher dimensional vision, but this realm, forged from chaotic layering, had transcended mere disordered information streams. Its primordial essence was utterly enshrouded within a churning sea of chaos. Even the twisted sovereign of life seemed pure by comparison. This is unnatural. Even the sovereign of life's corruption never reached such incomprehensible entropy. How does the Calamity Realm remain uncorrupted beneath such a torrent of dissonant data? Such violent collisions between primordial essences and sovereign authorities from countless realms would, if borne by Zhou Heng, still leave his consciousness intact. But that was only because his true spirit resided in higher dimensions. So how then did the Calamity Realms will preserve its coherence amid such overwhelming foreign influx? Zhou Heng knew that for an ambitious realm, invading others posed little challenge. The true trial lay in digestion, ensuring one's own essence remained untainted by the conquered. Yet the Calamity Realm appeared indifferent to informational contamination, freely swallowing entire worlds and stacking their ruins and survivors with reckless abandon. Such haphazard assimilation would cripple even a human body, let alone a realm demanding precise, harmonious operation. Clearly its primordial core must house something, or embody a unique concept, that shields it from external informational interference. Since all life, civilization, and matter within the Calamity Realm belonged to other worlds, not to the realm itself, Zhou Heng could not use them as conduits to its primordial core. Nonetheless, Zhou Heng possessed a method. He would dismantle the realm from within, liberating ensnared civilizations and mid-tier worlds. When he unified its fragmented spaces into a coherent whole and untangled its fractured timelines, the Calamity Realm would finally reveal its true form. As vessels to house those rescued civilizations and timelines, Zhou Heng would deploy his story world. There he would erect a lighthouse of time, wielding time authority to restore order, weaving disparate moments into continuity and granting broken time a future it deserved. The instant Zhou Heng's time authority anchored the chaotic timelines, countless temporal castaways sensed a terminus emerge from the storm. That terminus pierced forward into the future, becoming a beacon of light amidst temporal exile. Praise you, the lighthouse of time, the future of hope. The chaotic timeline flows like dark currents in an endless ocean. Any traveler fortunate enough to enter the Sea of Time will forever be lost within it due to the absence of a navigable coordinate. They may be an individual or a team carrying the remnants of their home planet's existence drifting towards the unknown direction in this vast sea of time swayed by the winds and waves. The only consolation is that although they are lost in the temporal labyrinth, they are sheltered by a shattered vessel of information. Yet that vessel is constantly deteriorating due to the weakening of their home planet's existence. The only thing they can do is continuously dive into a certain timeline within the Sea of Time, desperately searching for items that can repair the vessel and maintain its existence. At the moment when their home planet's existence completely vanishes, they will lose their shelter, sinking into the Sea of Time trapped in a thorough temporal disorientation. At that time they will sink incessantly within the dark currents of the Sea of Time with no timeline to call home. They can only fall from one timeline to another, ultimately turning into the dust of bygone eras within the Sea of Time. It is not that those timelines cannot accept them, but rather that those timelines are also transformed by the worlds they have been devoured by. Those worlds can barely sustain their own people, let alone accommodate these thieves of time travelers. Indeed, to all timelines, time travelers are thieves, for they steal items from other timelines to stabilize the existence of their home planet. As a result, all devoured worlds reject these thieves who can infiltrate timelines. Because of this relationship, the civilizations and lives within the devoured worlds find it difficult to unite and cooperate. Only some powerful worlds and civilizations with better luck can find the coordinates of the Ring of Civilization within the endless Sea of Time. At that time they will migrate to the Ring of Civilization and strive to carry on their legacy there. This temporal disorientation is an almost insurmountable loss and decline for individual lives and their civilizations. However, when Zhou Heng anchored the chaotic timeline with the authority of time, all of this inherent reality was shattered. In that moment, all time wanderers beheld a bright lighthouse and a hopeful future. Praise you, lighthouse of time, beacon of hope. They collectively sang praises to the unknown miracle and urged their vessel towards the lighthouse of time. They were not concerned that it might be a trap, nor did they worry that it was an illusory mirage. For those who had sunk in time and longed to protect the last traces of their home planet's existence, any doubt cast upon hope was an unforgivable blasphemy. In this moment, a multitude of timelines instinctively flowed towards Zhou Heng's lighthouse of time. The instant these timelines connected to the lighthouse, they found their destination. They began from their home planet's existence and ended at Zhou Heng's lighthouse of time, achieving a new temporal cycle and discovering a new source of existence. The residual consciousness of the worlds that had connected to the lighthouse of time noticed a sacred eye floating above that lighthouse. That eye merely gazed upon them, solidifying their existence, and it was Zhou Heng's eye of observation. This eye, born from life and empowered by the observational force of higher dimensional beings, finally began to fulfill its duties as an observer. Under its gaze, all timelines connected to the lighthouse of time obtained the root of existence. When the timelines of the devoured worlds regained their future and once again secured the root of existence, immense changes occurred within their fragmented worlds. At this moment, in a spatial plane formed by the remnants of a certain world, everything experienced a reboot. What happened? Why have I returned to the third year of Zhongping? My third rebirth has not yet led to my death. Could it be that my third rebirth encountered an unknown attack and something existed that instantly killed me before I could react? Li Wenbing harbored a secret he had never shared with anyone. He was a reborn individual. Moreover, he had not simply been reborn once, with this time included. He had been reborn a total of 4 times. Initially, during his first rebirth, he felt an extraordinary excitement. He was grateful to all the divine forces for granting him the opportunity to rewrite his regrets. But he soon realized that rebirth was not merely a pure and beautiful miracle, as it was difficult for him to rewrite the regrets of the past, and he was powerless to alter the fate of the world's destruction 7 years later. Yet he was unwilling to accept this. He knew that carrying the memories of his rebirth made him no longer just an individual's adventure, he also bore the hopes of civilization and the chance for the world to survive. Therefore, during his first rebirth, he shamelessly ambushed the original top scholar Cheng Qiuling before the imperial examination. This act caused the injured Cheng Qiuling to miss the imperial examination in the third year of Zhongping, allowing him to plagiarize Cheng Qiuling's previous answers and gain the top scholar honor that rightfully belonged to Cheng Qiuling. After committing such a despicable act, Li Wenbing felt deep guilt towards Cheng Qiuling, a pure scholar, hence he subconsciously avoided her presence. However, to his surprise, after Cheng Qiuling read the top scholar's essay from the third year of Zhongping, she immediately regarded Li Wenbing as a confidant and repeatedly invited him to discuss literary matters. In the midst of his subconscious compliance due to the guilt he felt towards Cheng Qiuling, she gradually became his close friend. However, friendship was merely a decorative aspect of his life. After becoming the top scholar, he sought opportunities to express loyalty to the reform-minded emperor, declaring that he was originally a sharp blade. Thus Li Wenbing, the promising top scholar, unprecedentedly pursued the path of a favored minister and a sycophant. He took advantage of the Emperor's favor and trust to fabricate numerous charges branding all those who might cause trouble in the future as remnants of the old faction, ruthlessly eradicating them. As a result, his reputation in the official circles became notorious and all the scholars who had once befriended him distanced themselves. Yet even as he disregarded his own reputation and willingly became a cruel official, he chose to exhaustively gather various resources. On the 15th day of the 8th month in the 3rd year of Zhou Heng, a moment marked by the simultaneous emergence of the sun and moon, he fully supported those with formidable future combat capabilities. Still, he could not alter the impending fate of the world's destruction. Their world remained shrouded in shadows and their civilization was still obliterated by the forces hidden within those shadows. He was unwilling to accept this fate, yet it seemed that the world was exceptionally favoring him, granting him another chance at rebirth. In his second rebirth, he no longer participated in the imperial examination but instead falsely claimed to be the celestial mechanism star descended from the heavens, guiding the formation of an extraordinary army as a prophet. Due to the countless events he had predicted, the court believed in his existence and formed a larger extraordinary army according to his guidance. Yet this still could not change the predetermined future. All his efforts seemed futile and bore no significance. In his third rebirth, he altered his appearance through dark arts, secretly replacing the emperor, intending to mobilize the entire nation for another attempt. Yet before anything could begin, he was met with his fourth rebirth. 3 rebirths, an unshakable future weighed heavily on him. If the future can be changed, then all efforts should yield some variation. At least more people should survive. Perhaps we have already lost our future, which is why we are caught in this cycle of fate. Li Wenbing, after 4 rebirths, had begun to struggle under the heavy burden of fate. He did not know how to alter this predetermined future. He even entertained the thought of disregarding the impending disasters and simply enjoying the present. He understood that given his knowledge of the future, it was entirely feasible for him to live as a wealthy recluse and indulge himself in the remaining years. Yet he dared not truly act on this impulse, for he had been graced with too many unknown blessings during his 4 rebirths. The responsibilities tied to those blessings weighed heavily upon him, making him feel suffocated. Thus, whenever he found himself at leisure, a profound sense of guilt would wash over him, rendering the thought of lying down and accepting death unthinkable. Under the torment of this inner conflict, Li Wenbing had no choice but to once again muster his resolve. However, this time he did not intend to continue resisting fate. He prepared to make some minor adjustments using the already established outcomes of destiny. Since fate cannot be changed, can I leverage its fixed nature to instill a glimmer of hope in them? After coming to terms with the unchangeable nature of fate, Li Wenbing set aside his ambition to save civilization or even the world. He planned to gather the future survivors ahead of time. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, he aimed to nurture them into capable, extraordinary warriors as much as possible. He would forge these survivors into an elite extraordinary legion, smoothing out their inner doubts and uniting them into a cohesive whole. Since fate has chosen you to be survivors, take with you the knowledge and sustenance of our civilization to embark on a new life. Li Wenbing was unaware of the crises that the survivors would face in their future. However, he knew that a unified team of warriors would undoubtedly be better suited to survive in the face of unknown dangers than a disjointed group. He would do his utmost to strengthen their bodies and wills, giving them the courage to confront an uncertain future and the ability to become the spark of civilization. This was Li Wenbing's plan. After compromising with fate, it had already been part of his contingency plans during his second rebirth. Yet this plan was too passive, too imperfect, and blessed by rebirth, he was not one of the survivors. In the predetermined fate, he was already a dead man. However, he believed he could rely on rebirth to rewrite his own fate and also the destinies of civilization and the world. Thus, he had not activated this plan. Now, activating this plan was not only a concession to fate but also a concession to himself. One crucial reason for this was his belief that his rebirth ability had become unstable, evidenced by the sudden reactivation of his third rebirth. At that time, he had not only replaced the emperor but, leveraging the experiences from his first 2 rebirths, had quickly transformed himself into the foremost extraordinary individual. Having an unparalleled understanding of this world, he did not believe anyone could silently kill him in an instant. Thus, Li Wenbing concluded that the greatest possibility of his sudden 4th rebirth was that his rebirth ability had indeed become unstable, leaving him with little time and opportunity. This was why he initiated a plan for a future without him. Ultimately, he had compromised with himself, accepting his fate of becoming dust in history. If he could still be reborn in the future, he intended to continually execute this plan, utilizing his rebirth experiences to forge the survivors into an extreme battle corps. However, he also knew that there would probably not be many such opportunities left, as his rebirth could not come without cost. Since he himself had not borne this cost, surely some other existence had paid it for him. But he was no celestial being or sage of civilization who could possibly have paid the cost for him. It was merely the world that had birthed and nurtured him. He was unaware of how many others had been granted such rebirth opportunities, nor what results they had achieved. Yet he understood that he should have long set aside personal and civilizational interests to pursue the interests of existence with all his might. In a time dimension invisible to Li Wenbing, the timeline of their world was converging towards a singular endpoint. Under the convergence of Zhou Heng's time lighthouse, all the reincarnators of their world flowed back to a timeline that held a future. This new time cycle formed by the time starting point made from the remnants of the world and the time endpoint created by the time lighthouse would reward all their efforts, even if they had already perished and become dust in history. As long as they persisted in self-rescue, they would be able to cross the predetermined timeline under the radiance of redemption. At that time they would step into a brand new timeline and ultimately journey towards the future illuminated by the time lighthouse. As Li Wenbing finalized his new plan to once again stab the Emperor in the back and fully develop his survivor legion, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness.
What's happening?
This feels like inhaling odorless narcotic smoke.
I'm just an unnamed pawn who would come to scheme against me.
Li Wenbing was familiar with this sensation because he had utilized this narcotic smoke in his previous rebirths to carry out numerous deeds. For instance, the original top scholar Chang Qiuling had been taken down by him using this very smoke. At that time, after bringing down Chang Qiuling, he not only hung him up causing dislocations and muscle strains but also conveniently took away Chang Qiuling's belongings, creating a facade of a burglary.
Of course, before executing this series of plans, Li Wenbing had personally experienced the effects of the odorless narcotic smoke multiple times to verify its efficacy.
Thus he was very familiar with the dizziness it induced. If only it were the moment of extraordinary rise, then I could extract information about the attacker through the soul search technique. Having undergone several rebirths, Li Wenbing's will had been tempered and he did not panic. Instead, he held his breath, feigning unconsciousness as he awaited the attacker's arrival. However, as he naturally collapsed, his hand discreetly retrieved the paper cutter from his desk into the wide sleeve of his garment. Creak! The door to Li Wenbing's room was pushed open and a masked figure entered. "Brother Li, I apologize, but I need to borrow your article once more. I have important matters to attend to." Chang Qiuling, clad in a fitted outfit and wearing a mask, even had his hands smeared with ash to appear grayish-black.
He adeptly approached Li Wenbing's side and raised the solid wooden stick to strike at Li Wenbing's forearm.
Bang! The wooden stick struck the floor, and as Li Wenbing rolled to evade, he accurately pierced the assailant's forearm with the paper cutter in his hand. Seeing the situation turn against him, Chang Qiuling immediately retreated to the doorway, intending to leave temporarily.
"Don't go, you can't hide your injury on your hand.
Just tell me who sent you and I'll let you go without further pursuit of this matter." Having undergone multiple rebirths, Li Wenbing had long since transcended from literary to martial and entered the Tao. Thus, even without extraordinary powers at present, he was a highly experienced combat expert. The reason he had not killed the other party earlier was that this sudden variable was far too precious. He was eager to learn how the assailant had defied the predetermined fate to launch an attack at this moment. "Brother Li, something seems off. You weren't this formidable in the previous two encounters."
"Ah, it's you, Brother Chang. Your methods are indeed rather crude. In the past I would simply hang you up, causing your arm to dislocate and your muscles to strain."
Li Wenbing understood that Chang Qiuling was also a reincarnator when he heard her mention the phrase the previous two times. Combined with his previous experiences of reincarnation, Chang Qiuling was still a rather normal existence. Therefore, he deduced that this Chang Qiuling likely came from another time node. Given her not-so-impressive methods and limited fighting spirit, Li Wenbing did not believe she had the capability to traverse the timeline. Thus he believed that the timelines of reincarnators must have been converged, indicating that their world could no longer sustain too many reincarnators. In light of this situation, Li Wenbing had mentally prepared himself after suddenly being reincarnated for the fourth time. The appearance of Chang Qiuling now validated some of his speculations and indicated that his plan to form a survivors group was indeed the right choice.
"In the past. It seems Brother Li has done the same thing to me, so I no longer need to feel guilty.
It was merely a desperate act of borrowing power. When we let the past fade away and we should focus on the future." "But what kind of article are you referring to, Brother Chang? Do you really need to rely on my writing to achieve your goals?"
"Brother Li, you jest. You are the top scholar. I am merely a second-ranked Jinshi.
If I do not injure your arm and borrow your article, many of my plans cannot unfold."
"Isn't that a coincidence?
During my first imperial examination, I also first injured Brother Chang before borrowing his article to become the newly crowned top scholar." Li Wenbing and Chang Qiuling exchanged glances and spontaneously recited an essay, the identical content revealing the discrepancy between them. They speculated that there must be another entity capable of influencing their reincarnation lines and secretly granting them, the reincarnators, the opportunity to attain the top scholar position.
"Who can guarantee that this essay will definitely secure the top scholar position?"
It is not hard to guess that it is likely that innovative emperor. It seems that the Emperor is not an ordinary reincarnator, indeed the resources in his hands are the most abundant. To change the cruel future we all receive the favor of reincarnation. The Emperor will certainly have such an opportunity as well. I hope the Emperor remembers our previous collaborative plans. Brotherly, let us go to the palace to meet the Emperor. The impending apocalypse cannot be delayed. We should skip the imperial examination and become favored ministers rather than proceed step by step. Without hesitation, Li Wenbing agreed to Cheng Quling's invitation. However, his thoughts differed from Cheng Quling's. He hoped that at this point in time the Emperor would not remember too much. Because he was not as loyal as Cheng Quling, he had once used dark magic to replace the Emperor during his third reincarnation. As for where the real Emperor went after he took his place, he had turned him into dust, becoming part of the soil in the imperial garden. Nevertheless, although Li Wenbing had concerns about facing knowledgeable victims, he resolutely headed to the palace. He worried that if he did not go now when the Emperor sent someone to capture him, his survivor plan would be impossible to carry out. He now regarded himself as dust in history and did not care whether he would face death. He was only concerned about whether his plan would be adopted. When Li Wenbing and Cheng Quling arrived at the palace, they discovered that there were not as many reincarnators as they had imagined, nor were they as rare as precious treasures. The collective gathering of reincarnators was not accidental but rather a choice made after assessing the situation. At this time point before the extraordinary emerged, if reincarnators did not wish to hide, they would become stumbling blocks to civilization under the convergence of timelines. Even in the face of an apocalyptic crisis, if they were to stir internal conflicts among the extraordinary, they could only choose to strengthen central power first and suppress those with ulterior motives. Therefore, most of those determined to save the world hurried to the palace, preparing to meet the Emperor, who guided reforms across multiple timelines. The Emperor's actions did not disappoint the reincarnators. After they reported their names outside the palace, they were immediately led into the imperial garden by the guards. Ladies and gentlemen, you should not be unfamiliar with this place. I have discussed matters here with you all and have been introduced to some ambitious individuals here. But you need not worry. Yesterday you were all dead and could not harm me. These fleeting thoughts do not count as offenses. As your king, I failed to keep you alive, instead surviving by my lonesome and sinking into time. Thus your desire to kill me in pursuit of world protection cannot be considered a wrongdoing. The Emperor, this time traveler, succinctly spoke these two sentences, erasing the past. Because the Emperor knew that it was the self-rescue method chosen by the world and civilization, they were exploring a possibility for continuance through different individuals. Therefore he could not hold the reincarnators accountable, nor did he have the right to investigate their wrongs. However, from today onward everything will be different. My world once again has a future, and the lighthouse of time shines upon redemption and hope. You are the potential individuals selected by the world's lingering. Will each of you aligns with some rule concept once held by the world? There are still 7 years until the apocalypse. The world needs you, and I need you to grow as strong as possible. When the timeline reaches the day of destruction, our army and I will fight to the death. Do not worry about the enemy's strength. The lighthouse of time is organizing the timeline, and all our fallen worlds will flow toward the same temporal endpoint. At that temporal endpoint we will collectively launch an attack against the existence that has destroyed our world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a war of civilization, nor is it a war of worlds. This is a war of countless worlds and civilizations. In the dimension of time, victory will reclaim the parts we have lost, while defeat will solidify the fact of our failure. I will not say much more. I will form an extraordinary legion centered around you. Go and grow stronger. Whether you can climb out of this timeline depends on yourselves. The Emperor's words gave the reincarnators a new understanding of the world situation. The apocalyptic disaster which they once could not resist finally had the possibility of change. We accept the command. After the Emperor signaled the guards to take these reincarnators away, he fell into silence once more. He was no longer himself. After the destruction of the world, he had actively embraced the concept and information of the existence of the deathly subjects. He was now akin to a special humanitarian consciousness, and the revival of each subject weakened him. Yet he hoped for the resurrection of his subjects at all times, for those fallen subjects caused him to suffer in torment every moment. Thus when he said he did not pursue the offenses of reincarnators, it was sincere. Moreover, those reincarnators had long since died. They were one with the Emperor. They had killed merely a possibility being tested by humanitarian consciousness. The yesterday me no longer exists. Today I am for the many. Lighthouse of time, please guide our direction. May we break the predetermined fate and sail into a bright future. In the world of disaster, countless timelines gradually converge towards the same endpoint. The radiant lighthouse standing amidst the sea of time emanated a brilliance of salvation, guiding the chaotic timelines back into order. This return of time was not dictated by the will of the survivors, but rather by the natural selection of the various worlds that had been consumed. The once chaotic threads of time and space began to organize, allowing some survivors to sense the shifting tides of the world. The group that felt this change most profoundly was the surviving deities from various realms, who almost all sensed a call from their mother world. Yet their mother world was either unreachable or already destroyed. What could be the source of this call to them? With questions in their hearts, they responded to this call. As they connected their concepts to the unknown summons, they discovered that the call originated from their past selves. Thus these surviving deities reconnected with their past, making themselves beings with a source of existence. However, this source of existence did not originate from the now, but rather from the past that once was. Thus they could not connect with the world source of their mother realm. Even so, being able to connect with their past was already wonderful news for them. Especially since this change was not unique to themselves but rather a common phenomenon. This proved that the variables they had long anticipated had emerged, and the hope they once dared not wish for had begun to sprout. Due to the sudden appearance of this change, the once bustling arena of deities in the world of disaster fell into an eerie silence. While all the deities were attempting to reconnect with their past and return to the timeline of their mother world, those other beings who had deliberately entered this place found themselves at a loss. Glorious battle soul, why have you stopped fighting? I am neither dead nor defeated. Human, what do you seek in this duel? Do you wish to prove that your power is not inferior to that of the deities? If that is the case, you may leave. I have reclaimed my past. My existence is anchored by the time lighthouse in my mother world, and you no longer have the opportunity to kill me. Impossible, you are merely beings with immense power. How could you become indestructible? As a legendary martial monk, Wu Do disregarded the glorious battle soul's explanation. He desperately needed immense power. His civilization on the brink of collapse required the protection of powerful warriors. The arena of deities was his best choice. Killing the deities here would not only grant him miraculous authority but also lead to a leap in his power. He had heard that powerful warriors had once defeated deities in this miraculous place, securing the strength necessary for their civilizations to endure. Thus he paid no mind to the glorious battle soul's refusal and chose to attack once more. Human, things are different now. We have reclaimed the connection to our roots. You do not possess the power to sever this link. Now the battle is no longer a clash of skills and energy but rather a grind of rules and concepts. You cannot attack an existence that is formless and intangible, and our battle has lost its fair foundation. Faced with Wu Do's assault, the glorious battle soul did not even attempt to evade. This time its form of existence had transformed from a singular life form into a conceptual information state connected to the roots. As a legendary martial monk, Wu Do clearly could not obliterate the power of concepts. Thus his attacks could no longer inflict substantial harm on the glorious battle soul. Why is this happening? Is the only hope of falsehood? The emergence of the time lighthouse and the anchoring of the source of existence transformed the deities once again into conceptual beings. Now the arena of deities held little meaning for them. At this moment, further consuming other deities through the arena would only pollute their own path and distort their core concepts. Therefore they had lost the desire to fight. They only wished to return swiftly to the timeline of existence in their mother world and bask in the salvific light that illuminated their connection to the time lighthouse. At that time, even if they lost contact with their mother world once more, they could still rely on the conceptual anchoring of the time lighthouse to maintain their transcendent essence as deities. Thus the glorious battle soul not only refrained from launching a counterattack but also prepared to inform all beings entering this place that the future of hope had already arrived. Hope is not a falsehood. It has always been present, not in the past nor in the now but in the bright future. The time lighthouse, emanating a salvific brilliance, appeared before the survivors from various realms, gathering all timelines. Your world, our world, and those shattered worlds, the destroyed realms, are all being guided by it. Return now, everyone. The battle on the timelines has begun. The only thing we can do is launch a counterattack simultaneously on the day of destruction. May we unite to defeat the current fate and guide our world into a new future. Everyone, time is the vessel of destiny. It is carrying us towards the unknown future. Now we have once again become the navigators of our own fate. Cherish this hard-won opportunity. After the glorious battle soul expressed all it needed to say, it chose to return to the concept. The deities in the arena almost all opted to return, and once they left, the arena lost its significance. Seeing this situation, the survivors from various realms understood that the deities were not lying. Their future had once again returned to their hands. Let us go back. We must face the war of destiny ahead. We have lost once before and we cannot afford to lose again. The survivors from various realms left with a spirit of hope, leaving only a few deities and those without a place to go in the silent and desolate arena. Unknown deities, we do not leave because my world has been utterly destroyed and we have no ability to return to the past timeline. As for you, why do you not leave? We do not leave because we do not know where to turn. We are not the original deities, we are merely mortals who gain divine powers through the arena. Now the mother world of the deities is calling for our concepts to return, but we are not those ancient divine warriors, we are but substitutes. Those fortunate enough to gain divine powers do not know how to face this situation. They know that with their limited conceptual information, if they choose to return, the fallen deities may very well resurrect upon their bodies. After all, their memory information and that of the deities are fundamentally different. With the connection to the deities' former information, they are more likely to be completely overshadowed by the ancient deities rather than becoming new ones. What are we afraid of? Afraid of death. Of course not. If we were afraid of death, we would not have risked everything to join the arena. Since we are not afraid, let us return and concentrate our strength to counter the fate of world destruction. I believe that in saving others we are also saving ourselves. As long as our world revives, we too shall return to the timeline of our existence. The return of the surviving deities from various realms has plunged the once conflict-ridden extraordinary forces within the world of disaster into an eerie calm. The wise beings of each surviving civilization suddenly realized that the deities they worshipped had not only abandoned past grievances. Moreover, they seemed to have reached some kind of peace agreement with their former adversaries. If this were merely an isolated phenomenon, they would not be particularly surprised. The crux of the matter is that this peaceful coexistence has transformed into a widespread and common occurrence. What exactly has happened to make the deities cease their conflicts? Why are they no longer plundering materials from other realms to sustain their existence? It is not difficult to guess. If it were a localized phenomenon, it would imply that the deities have reached a consensus to unite and form an alliance for greater survival advantages. If this is a widespread or common occurrence, it indicates they have a common enemy, and that enemy is formidable. As for who that common enemy is, the majority of the ruling figures of surviving civilizations can easily guess. After all, although these beings hail from different origins and have distinct civilizations, they share a commonality: they are all survivors. Therefore, their common enemy can only be the world of disaster itself. Only the world of disaster could compel the deities to set aside all differences and unite against it. The inclinations of the deities influenced their civilizations, and in turn their civilizations affect others. After the shift in the upper echelons of extraordinary structures, many survivor civilizations began their own preparations for war. They understood that if the deities were to join forces again to rebel against the world of disaster, they, the survivors, could not remain uninvolved. For this was a war that belonged to them. They could not escape it no matter what. As the survivors began their war preparations, those beings engaged in lordship battles for their civilizations also received feedback regarding the authority of their races. These lords were not unaware of their actions, which aided the world of disaster in digesting the essence and civilizations of other worlds. However, they had no choice before the resources placed in these medium-sized realms of lordship battles by the world of disaster were scarce. To survive and ensure the continuation of their civilizations, they had to fight. Ultimately, they exchanged the annihilation of other races and civilizations for the continuation of their own, fulfilling the task of a qualified digestive enzyme. Yet now the lords suddenly realized that their racial authority could no longer create members of their own kind. Furthermore, their world was in the process of extracting these concepts of race, leading to the rapid disappearance of the soldiers and civilization legions they had manufactured with their racial authority. My world, my mother, can you not hold on any longer? So be it, let it end like this. Our wars have sustained our civilizations, but all of it was built upon the destruction of others. Our seemingly glorious persistence and unyielding honor have in reality long since become the accomplices of the world of disaster. Let it end. We victims need not harm each other any longer. Most lords left the battlefield of lordship battles with a sense of relief, along with the extracted concepts of their races. However, there were also some lords who had long forgotten their original intentions and had become accustomed to the protection of absolute power, unable to accept such an outcome. How can this end like this? If we continue fighting, we will undoubtedly be the sole victors. I will surely establish an immortal dynasty. Some lords who had changed their original intentions rejected the return of the world's flow and chose to continue exercising their absolute power on the battlefield of lords. They were no longer the unyielding warriors of civilization's continuation. They reveled in war, craved it, and ultimately chose to be buried by it. When the time travelers extending the will of the world returned, along with the deities extending the rules of the world and the lords extending the life of the world, the worlds that had been consumed finally gathered a certain amount of combat power once more. This time they chose not to invest in scattered hopes of existence. This time they chose to fight with all their might to reverse the doomed future. If the will of the world were controlled by the capricious wise beings, their alliance would not proceed so smoothly. Fortunately, the residual wills of these worlds pursued the concepts of redemption and a hopeful future rather than any gains or losses in power. Thus they were able to unite without reservation, allowing the returning timeline to gain the opportunity for the final battle. As the marks of the worlds will concepts of authority and existence of life civilizations continuously flowed back the world of disaster which had been persistently invading other worlds finally noticed the anomaly. Those remnants actually dare to counterattack. They were easily devoured by me in their prime, now reduced to remnants they still have the audacity to resist. Who gave them the courage? Have they forgotten their weakness? The world of disaster casually set aside its designated targets for consumption, scanning internally with its will seeking the support behind those remnants' resistance. What is that thing? When did it enter the world? Who brought this special existence into the world? Oh no, it is looking at me, that eye is fixated on me. The world of disaster initially paid little attention upon discovering the time lighthouse that was continuously stabilizing the chaotic timeline. To it, a powerful time deity was merely a robust supplement. However, it soon realized that things were not as simple as it had imagined. The time lighthouse indeed stabilized the timeline, but within its redemptive radiance was an intense light. Under the guidance of the redemptive radiance, the despair of numerous shattered worlds continued to converge, and the light of judgment was also being nurtured. If it were merely this, the world of disaster could simply push all positive rules to dilute the scale of the light judgment. It believed that with the quantity of its positive rules it would undoubtedly show the light judgment what a true light world is. But the complexity of the situation exceeded its comprehension, for that lighthouse, aside from redemption, light and time also encompassed the concepts of life and war. Under the convergence of time, the resonance of life, and the universal shine of redemption, a judgment battle originating from the dimension of time has entered its countdown. This seemed extremely abnormal to the world of disaster. It did not understand how the opponent was able to coordinate the powers of redemption and war to initiate a time judgment battle. Logically speaking, shouldn't war and redemption be mutually exclusive? Moreover, the opponent has integrated the concept of life into the battlefield of time, allowing those worlds that had long since perished to also gain the opportunity to fight. The time battlefield that is now in countdown does not fit the concept of a normal world battle in the eyes of the world of disaster. Rather, it resembles a time judgment ritual connecting numerous worlds, against which this excellent hunter will have to face the joint assault of all its past prey. Although the world of disaster is confident in its own strength, it is wary of recklessly attempting a world cluster battle of this magnitude. After all, if a real battle ensues, it would be surrounded and beaten by the opponent's world cluster rather than a standard battle between two world clusters. Thus it decisively plans to first destroy the opponent's time lighthouse, returning the war to a fair unknown mode. However, as its power just entered the timeline, it discovered that the eye floating on the time lighthouse had locked onto it. Oh no, my time and existence are locked by it. The time judgment ritual is about to commence. The locking of the eye of observation has plunged the world of calamity into a dilemma. To destroy the time lighthouse, it must invest its power into the time dimension. However, if it invests its power into the time dimension, it may trigger the war of time judgment immediately. Not wanting to engage in a decisive battle with the unknown existence before understanding the strength of the time lighthouse's builder, the world of calamity hesitates. For it knows that if the other side has taken such actions, it must have confidence in its own victory. Otherwise, the efforts of that unknown existence to consolidate the timelines of various destroyed worlds would be rendered meaningless. The world of calamity does not consider the other party to be a mere existence ensnared by the authority of redemption. The richness of its authority also proves that its will surpasses those powers. In light of this, the world of calamity immediately began to review the recorded information within its world, seeking the method of the other party's arrival to infer its strength. Thanks to its dominion over the world of calamity quickly discovered the method of the unknown existence's arrival from the information records. It found that the other party initially descended into the world using the peculiar item known as the seed of the world. Oddly enough, the other party was bound by another peculiar item, the gourmet tablecloth, during its first arrival, and nearly had its concept devoured by several humans. Due to the world of calamity's continuous involvement in the cannibalistic ritual of the gourmet tablecloth, it has an intimate understanding of the tablecloth's capabilities. To be honest, were it not for the gourmet tablecloth's ability to self-replenish and continually provide it with delectable food, it would have already consumed the tablecloth entirely. Yet this seemingly weak automatic food machine managed to bind an unknown existence capable of consolidating timelines. This is indeed rather incredible and quite unreasonable. It's impossible something must have happened next that led to its current state. The world of calamity could only observe the god of dusk who bore the authority of time, but could not see Zhou Heng's past information. For that information had been consolidated by Zhou Heng using the time lighthouse, and the timelines carrying that information had likewise been occupied by him. Thus, in the eyes of the world of calamity, the initially descending god of dusk should merely be a certain form of Zhou Heng, or rather just a part of him. Its conjecture is not entirely wrong. Zhou Heng indeed descended into this world using the essence of the god of dusk. However, while Zhou Heng forged the time lighthouse with the former authority of the god of dusk, the same authority yields entirely different effects in their hands.
Now Zhou Heng, without utilizing high-dimensional true spirit, can lock onto the existence of the fallen world with just the eye of observation and guide the timeline's return with the radiance of redemption. To have the god of dusk perform the same task, merely the first step of paying existence force for the fallen world, would instantly collapse him. When it first arrived, it couldn't even break free from the binding of the gourmet tablecloth. Given its temporal status, such a situation should not occur. Could it be that afterward the authority shifted and another existence descended using the authority of time? If that is the case, things would be even worse. The descender, upon seeing the internal structure of this realm, not only fails to think of leaving quickly but instead remains to prepare for the redemption of the fallen world. This indicates that the other party does not care about my abundant world essence, implying that it is likely a powerful existence with robust authority and essence. Such an existence centered on the authority of redemption does not gain its greatest advantage from the sheer strength of its combat prowess. Instead, it derives its strength from the number of allies it possesses or the number of worlds it has previously redeemed, as well as the powerful deities and civilizations. Those allies who have received blessings and the forces formed from their union constitute the true potential of the War of Redemption. Currently, the existence of the redemption concept has not yet called upon allies to join the battle. This not only proves the strength of the other party but also indicates that even if I were to defeat it this time, it would hold little significance. For the past of redemption that the other party has extended allows it to revive time and again. Its allies will also provide ample energy for its revival. This is troublesome. I am not fighting against redemption but rather against numerous worlds that have benefited from the grace of redemption. As it appears, it has entered my world alone, yet once the battle begins my world may soon be surrounded by a coalition of multiple worlds. As a mad predator, the world of calamity understands the combat patterns of these positive concept existences all too well. In simple terms, the predator enhances itself rapidly and often employs extreme assassination techniques. The positive existences have many allies and commonly utilize alliance formations. Now, with the core of the other party's alliance having reached the interior of the world to prepare for battle, it is likely that the arrival of its allies is not far off. At this moment, the world of calamity felt a grim sense of foreboding, as if a vast web of order was wrapping around it tight. If it comes to it, I can only abandon this hunting ground and leave. However, before departing, I must engage in a fierce defensive battle to prevent the other party from discovering my true form. As the world of calamity analyzes Zhou Heng's strength, Zhou Heng is also using the locking of the eye of observation to observe it. Benefiting from the existence concept being locked, Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision observed the essence of the world of calamity amidst the chaotic sea of information. However, the traces of existence locked by Zhou Heng did not originate from the essence of the world of calamity but rather from an attachment above its essence. There a peculiar flat and oval substance exists which has differentiated into countless strands of varying thickness connecting to the core of the essence of the world of calamity. It feels as though a spider has woven a complex conceptual web with the core essence of the world of calamity serving as its prey. With the authority of life, Zhou Heng is certain that this flat and oval substance possesses life fluctuations. His life authority even allows him to see numerous life channels upon it. These life channels connect to the worlds that have been devoured, where a vast amount of essence energy and conceptual information continuously flows into the conceptual web woven by the flat substance. What is it? A conceptual spider on the informational level. The worlds that have been devoured are the prey on its conceptual web. It is dissolving those captured worlds in some conceptual manner to more quickly absorb their essence and existence information. Let me see what concept can dissolve worlds with different cores. After Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision shifted to lock onto the target, the conceptual web quickly revealed its clues. Zhou Heng saw that the conceptual web was filled with the concept of fate. The web of fate captures not the essence of the devoured worlds but their doomed destinies. It can be said that the moment those worlds were defeated, they were already ensnared by the web of fate. Their destinies and futures have become fated nodes on that web. No wonder those timelines have lost their futures. It turns out their futures have long been occupied. The moment fate is fixed, their continuous resistance and failures only deepen the bonds of fate. The weaving of fate, the web of destiny. In the end, what we seek to reclaim is not the vanished future but the right to choose fate. If fate is predetermined and all efforts amount to nothing against the word destiny, how despairing must the world and life be? The fateful spider that weaves the web of destiny is such a unique existence. Its seemingly brutal and greedy predation is merely a catalyst for the growth of its own fateful authority. Therefore, the chaotic accumulation of information from various realms in the world of calamity has little impact on it. The world of calamity is merely a breeding ground for its predation, even if this world is filled with contradictory concepts, ultimately transforming into a distorted, bloated, pathological realm. It can also detach from this decaying hunting ground to seek out new habitable areas. It does not directly absorb everything from the world it preys upon, but rather continuously feeds on the concept of destiny through predetermined fate.
Thus within its hunting ground a vast accumulation of the remnants of worlds exists, and it must give those residual worlds a chance to resist. It wants them to deepen the taint of destiny through repeated resistance, ultimately turning those worlds into a part of its own fate. This is also why there are various surviving lives within its hunting ground. It does not eliminate them, not out of disregard for the destructive power of the weak, but rather to allow these weaker beings to resist and actively become a part of fate. Its plans were proceeding smoothly. Had it not been for Zhou Heng's arrival, its seemingly chaotic hunting ground would eventually be entirely bound by the web of destiny. Through continuous predation and nourishment from the origins of various realms, its expertise in fate and destiny could very well transform into a massive web of destiny covering numerous clusters of worlds. In that case, all the clusters of worlds enveloped by its web of destiny would lose hope and a future, and the ever-changing timelines would be condensed into a singular path. And as an existence at the end of fate and time, it might explore a property akin to uniqueness through this. It resembles a high-dimensional Earthstar, much like early single-player games. No matter how much effort a player exerts, even if spending months leveling up their character to the maximum in the initial area, they still cannot alter the tragic conclusion of fate. For a player, this predetermined fate carries a sense of tragic artistry, as if it could explain the flawed beauty of destiny. But for the lives residing in similar worlds, such a world is essentially dead. They have no future, only the predetermined fate left for them. What such a world lacks is not branches of fate. Even if there were a few different endings, they would merely be different directions of destiny. What such a world truly lacks are miracles of hope, fluctuations of life, and the vitality of the world. This is also why the games of high-dimensional Earthstars are merely similar to low-dimensional worlds rather than true low-dimensional worlds, as the predetermined data locks away the hope for development. However, as players of high-dimensional beings, they always find ways to break this fate. They alter the predetermined data and change the inherent tragedy. What Zhou Heng is about to do is also this, but he will not break the existing fate with another predetermined fate. What he aims to do is inject the seeds of hope, allowing the self-rescuers and those yearning for redemption to reclaim their autonomy over destiny. A fate without choice inherently has no future. Embrace hope, ignite the spark of hope in the initial moment, allowing the future to pierce the unknown darkness like light. After analyzing the form of the web of destiny, Zhou Heng infused the brilliance of hope into all timelines. This led to a multitude of timelines which were originally drawn towards the light of redemption, regaining their dynamic vitality. Those broken worlds, once bound by a fixed future, began to sprout new parallel timelines. Lives that were once shackled by rigid thoughts also regained their multifaceted nature. When the predetermined fate began to change, it immediately drew the attention of the Spider of Destiny. It observed that the survivors within the world began to change. Some former survivors disappeared while unfamiliar survivors suddenly appeared. It knew that this was the result of fate being shaken. Its fate could still bind the destiny of the world. But those small, insignificant, weak lives had already begun to swim along the gap of fate. In other words, although its web of fate still binds the whales, those small fish and shrimp have gained the opportunity to escape. This subtle change may not have much impact on it for now, but as the fishing net deteriorates, even the smallest gap will slowly widen. If it does not carry out repairs, those whales caught in the net will eventually break free and return to the chaotic void. This situation is unacceptable to the Spider of Destiny, for it signifies not only the loss of prey but also the rupture of the web of destiny it has woven. This is entirely a conceptual struggle. The Spider of Destiny doesn't even have the possibility of achieving victory by eliminating the material bodies of its enemies. All it can do is quickly repair its web of destiny with the concept of fate. I cannot allow them to break free from my web of destiny. If I cannot consume faster than redemption in this conceptual expenditure, I will release them all. As long as I preserve my web of destiny, I can still seek other hunting grounds in the future, otherwise I will truly have to start over. The Spider of Destiny is clearly different from the Master of Life. It not only accepts its doomed fate but has also long set the option to escape. For it, losing a hunting ground and giving up some prey is merely a minor issue. Because with its ability it can become a predator in any cluster of worlds, so it is prepared to abandon the world of calamity at any time. In the subsequent conceptual coverage, the Spider of Destiny noticed that the opponent's engagement felt less like preparing for a defensive battle and more like preparing for a decisive showdown. Are there redeemable subjects among these worlds? Why is it that they fight me without regard for the cost? Could it be that I was mistaken before? Redemption has already been manipulated by the concept of redemption, and now it is merely a pure will of redemption. The Spider of Destiny does not understand why Zhou Heng continues to inject the concept of hope into those damaged worlds. If redemption wants to initiate judgment, it could completely dismantle the world of calamity on a material level. That way the energy consumed would be significantly less. Could it be that redemption has discovered my web of destiny? That cannot be. It lacks similar concepts and should be unable to observe the formless concept of fate. Although the Spider of Destiny verbally claims it is impossible, it is already leaning towards this speculation in its heart.
Otherwise it is hard to explain why redemption would support the existence of the damaged world while simultaneously injecting a vast amount of the concept of hope into those timelines, thus activating the vitality of the world and the variability of the future. It is important to know that redeeming those damaged worlds and initiating a temporal judgment on the timelines does not deal lethal harm to the spider of destiny. On the contrary, the dissemination of those seeds of hope will directly impact its essence. The I, yes, that I. It cannot be that it has locked onto my true form and my web of destiny have I been under its observation all along. Only hope can break the chains of fate, only time can rewrite destiny. The concept of hope traversing through numerous timelines led the spider of fate to contemplate a horrifying possibility. Its true form moved back and forth on the web of fate as if locked onto by some terrifying entity. Impossible, I am at the core of the disaster world, which is the obvious predator on the surface. Surely I cannot be locked at the source just because I glanced at its time lighthouse. That would be utterly unreasonable. If it could indeed locate the source through observation, why engage in redemption? Wouldn't it be better to devour instead? Such an entity could easily locate and devour countless worlds within the chaotic void, becoming the ultimate predator. As a mature predator, the spider of fate had faced counterattacks from other powers of order throughout the ages. Thus it learned to seek substitutes and disguise its true form. For countless years its true form had hardly been discovered. Even when opponents occasionally found it, they could never lock onto its true form. As its plundering techniques matured, it further disguised itself as a single world that was hard to notice. It believed that such a cautious predator would not attract the attention of other powerful beings. However, this time it miscalculated. It was eager to know which fortunate individual had introduced redemption into its hunting ground. It vowed to repay that lucky one who could escape the bonds of fate. But that was a matter for later. The spider of fate prepared to initiate the war of time judgment, compelling the world of disaster to confront the unknown redemption. As for itself, it planned to take advantage of the situation to distance itself from this place of turmoil, heading to a new hunting ground to lay low for a while, waiting for redemption to reclaim its gaze. An excellent hunter must always remain vigilant. The essence of survival lies in learning to let go. Unable to deduce the approximate strength of Zhou Heng, the spider of fate began to retract its web of fate. It aimed to release all those shattered worlds and discreetly pack away some concepts of time to retreat. This encounter had revealed to it the profound influence of time and hope on fate. Hope conflicted with its path of fate, and it no longer cared for it. However, the lighthouse of time transformed into the terminus of time revealed to it another kind of fate. Therefore it planned to expand its path in the future, aspiring to become the spider of fate in time, reinforcing its web of fate from both the realms of concept and time. The spider of fate could not foresee that its most worrying conjecture was closest to reality. Zhou Heng was indeed observing its every move with a higher dimensional perspective. What is this? The battle hasn't even started and it is already fleeing. Such decisiveness. Just as the spider of fate could not understand why Zhou Heng did not become a top predator, Zhou Heng similarly could not comprehend the spider of fate's actions. If the former master of life possessed the magnitude of the spider of fate, it would have actively initiated a direct confrontation long ago. How could it be like the spider of fate, not only lacking any martyr's heart but also not contemplating victory or defeat and fleeing the battlefield at lightning speed? As the spider of fate released all the shattered worlds and severed its connection to the doomed worlds, countless shattered worlds once again gained a future. The timelines they were dispersing were rapidly converging towards the lighthouse of time, and the lives across various timelines were preparing to retaliate against the doomed fate. But they were unaware that the fate they sought to counter had already ensnared them, and it would push forth the facade of the disaster world to bear the brunt of their retaliation. Your present can evade the web of fate by avoiding resistance, but your past cannot escape the shackles of time. They just happened to be destroyed in the past while you were weaving the web of fate in the past. Let this battle of time judgment clash in the past. The spider of fate did not possess a unique characteristic. Zhou Heng, who locked onto its present, could also lock onto its past. This war against fate must inevitably commence, for without altering the inherent past, the shattered worlds would never have a chance for revival. When Zhou Heng locked the spider of fate's past with the authority of time, its present was torn apart across numerous timelines. Back then the god of dusk had used the same method against Zhou Heng, but Zhou Heng, possessing a unique characteristic, could not be split, and as a result became the sole redemption across all timelines in the seven gods world. But the spider of fate lacked such ability. As the timelines continued to split, it felt its strength rapidly declining. Its perception was also divided into countless fragments, witnessing innumerable worlds rushing towards it simultaneously. Those worlds shed their brokenness and destruction, once again taking the form they possessed before being devoured, retaliating against the spider of fate which was preparing to consume them. No, the combined assault of so many worlds means that the split version of myself can hardly withstand it. Damn it, my timeline has been locked by redemption. It is not the principal will of those worlds, so how could it simultaneously pry open so many timelines?
As the War of Time Judgment began, it exceeded the expectations of the Spider of Fate. Originally, it intended to abandon a few segments of its past, allowing the powerful redemption to defeat it a few times in past timelines. This would satisfy the time judgment of redemption and create the necessary opportunity for its escape. But it clearly could not accept the simultaneous alteration of numerous timelines, nor did it expect to be pried open to such an extent across so many timelines, resulting in severe division and weakening. The fate of you remnants is destruction. I am the victor of fate, and you cannot shake my future. Weakened by countless timelines, the Spider of Fate could no longer focus solely on fleeing. It immediately unfurled its web of fate across numerous timelines. It intended to nail down the fate of those world remnants, returning them to their forms within the doomed fate. With the resurgence of its power of fate, the fates of those destroyed worlds were once again set in motion. Their once robust bodies in past timelines began to decay, rapidly reverting to their broken and even illusory forms. Faced with the attacks of these weaklings, even those who were once illusory, the pressure on the Spider of Fate across countless timelines instantly diminished. Why do you refuse to accept your fate? You have already lost. You are nothing but remnants left behind by destiny. I will nail down your fate. I will extinguish your delusional thoughts of the past with the results of the present. Under the constriction of the web of fate, the predetermined outcomes in the current timeline surged towards each shattered world enveloped by the concept of fate. Can the past shake the present? It is difficult because the present possesses an additional quality of reality compared to the past. How many wise beings fantasized that if they had done things differently back then, their present would not be like this? This kind of fantasy is somewhat akin to the past. They are fundamentally illusions lacking real anchoring. Therefore, in the dimension of time, the present holds a higher priority of coverage over the past, just as the present possesses a higher priority of guidance over the future. However, when the fate of the present collided with the illusions of the past, the Spider of Fate did not perceive the coverage of fate. Instead, it felt the spread of illusions. This is impossible. The illusion infused with hope is still an illusion. How could my fate fail to cover the past illusion? The illusions of the past should have been easily overshadowed by the fate of the present. Yet what the Spider of Fate sees is that the illusions of the past are infecting the fate of the present in reverse. It observes that the lives within the many broken worlds are fiercely resisting the destruction of the apocalypse. This time they are not in panic, but rather deliberately creating more survivors. Those survivors, having evaded the apocalypse, continuously step from the illusory past into the real present. There are simply too many small fish and shrimp that have escaped the net of fate through their insignificance. So many that the Spider of Fate lacks the energy to simultaneously mend those subtle fractures in destiny across the numerous timelines. What are those remains doing? Even if they send all those insignificant lives into reality, their massive forms cannot escape the web of my fate. Have they accepted their fate of annihilation, planning to save more of their kin through the redemption of the fairy? The Spider of Fate has seen worlds that painstakingly protect their people through past plunder. Thus it is not surprised by the behavior of worlds fighting for the survival of their people. What puzzles it is that so many broken worlds have chosen to do so simultaneously. This phenomenon is abnormal. Surely not all those broken worlds are noble beings. Or is it that its world of calamity is a moral training ground, transforming any world it captures into a noble entity after digestion here? If it truly had such power, it would have long since formed an order alliance rather than being a handsome predator. Those small lives entering reality are guided by the beacon of time and illuminated by the radiance of redemption. Thus they gain the root of existence and are able to transition from the illusory into the real. The power of existence does not arise from thin air. The ongoing sacrifices of redemption must have their meaning. The Spider of Fate does not understand why redemption operates in this manner. To it, supporting those broken worlds is already an exaggerated act, let alone maintaining the battleground of temporal judgment. In light of such consumption, redemption should not continue to assist those insignificant lives. Although the Spider of Fate has noticed the unreasonable aspects, its primary focus remains on the information of the past and the contamination of its web of fate. Therefore, it does not direct much attention towards those insignificant lives. Amidst the continuous overlapping of fate information and past information, the predetermined fate has begun to falter. The Spider of Fate discovers that although those broken worlds have been imbued with the power of existence, they do not exhibit the strength to transcend fate. What truly enables them to reverse the infection of reality's fate is the emergence of a more real timeline. That timeline comes from the beacon of time. After untangling the chaotic timelines, it extends a new timeline connecting to the present. Logically, this new branch of time should not possess a degree of reality that exceeds the established present. It can only be considered a possibility within the mainstream time of now. However, the present timeline extended by the beacon of time clearly exceeds normal logic. Under the overlay of reality, this new timeline is rapidly becoming mainstream, while the victorious timeline of the web of fate has instead become a tributary of time. My fate has become a possibility within the timeline while the future of redemption has instead become the real present. Thus my fate is no longer fate but a branch of future destiny. No wonder those remnants of the past can infect my fate. It turns out a new fate has already emerged. However, it still belongs to a mutable future, which is why I have not been completely overshadowed. To break fate with hope, to cover fate with fate, is redemption, weaving my destiny with time. After the emergence of the new fate, the spider of fate realizes it has lost the opportunity to escape. Now it must defeat those broken worlds to become a victor in the new fate. If it were to flee once the new fate solidifies, all its concepts of fate would be shattered, transforming it from predator to weak prey. The spider of fate cannot accept such a shift in survival hierarchy. It can only strive to adapt to the new fate and extend its web of fate over that real timeline. Fortunately, it is not without chances. Before those broken worlds shatter their former fate, their barren energy can only support a single outburst. Once the remaining energy of those broken worlds is exhausted, the spider of fate can launch a counterattack. As for the existence of redemption, the spider of fate does not believe that redemption can provide continuous energy while supporting those broken worlds. Therefore its fate is still filled with hope. Its destiny is not an ending. Why have those insignificant lives returned voluntarily? This is bad. Those broken worlds are anchoring the reality of the timeline. The reality of the broken worlds is increasing. They forge pathways of life with the information of those insignificant beings, inviting the reality of the timeline. When the past of the broken worlds possesses the power that extends from the real timeline, the countless spiders of fate across timelines transform from a stalemate into the weaker side. At this moment, the spider of fate on the past timeline experiences the high priority coverage of now over past. Its fate is being broken and rewritten under the more real present. When a world breaks free from its web of fate and swims towards the future guided by the beacon of time, a vicious cycle emerges. Initially it was only some powerful worlds escaping their fates, but as the web of fate deteriorated, numerous worlds began to break free from their constraints. The scene resembles a giant net being torn apart by a pod of whales as countless fish and shrimp rush forth from the gaps like a flood. With the continuous escape of numerous worlds and lives, the gaps in the web of fate grow ever more numerous. Ultimately, the grand net anchoring destiny loses its threads of fate, transforming into erratic information of destiny. My web is broken, a new fate has arisen, but this time I am not the master of fate. The spider of fate envisioned being judged by a powerful existence of order one day, but it never expected to be defeated by the future on the timeline. Because the future on the timeline is also the future of destiny and the end of fate. It does not believe that it possessing the web of fate would be defeated by other fates. It should be the master of fate, not merely a part of it. However, since it has already failed, it no longer clings to its concept of fate. It discards all concepts related to the calamity world and those broken worlds. Then it decisively transmits everything it has to the escape anchor point it once set up. It intends to abandon everything and leave this place of chaos and no longer weave destiny but instead uphold order. Being a predator is too dangerous. I will eventually be judged by the powerful existence of order. I have come to understand I will be a supporter of order and I need the protection of order. The fate rules of the Fate Weaver have been completely shattered, causing numerous worlds to rise from the realm of disasters. After breaking free from the shackles of fate, they not only altered their own doomed destiny but also reclaimed the matter and energy that had been devoured due to the rewriting of fate and the restarting of time. These worlds revolve around the disaster realm and the chaotic void, making the disaster realm appear as the core of a cluster of worlds. Praise redemption, praise hope, praise your immortal time and the bright future. You are our Redeemer, we shall follow your path. May your path spread within our world and may your grace of time origin bind our fates. Redeemer of order, beacon of hope, guardian of life, please rise your lighthouse of time at our call. You are our shared master of time, your lighthouse of time will be the end of all our timelines. In the dimension of ordered time we shall be your followers. Master of time, Redeemer of hope, we follow you, we support you. You are the beacon of destiny, the end of fate, your brilliance guides us away from destruction. Please accept the time we offer in return. After awakening, numerous worlds cast off their own temporal powers, allowing those times to converge into Zhou Heng's lighthouse of time. The accumulation of so many temporal powers continuously strengthened and solidified Zhou Heng's temporal authority. At this moment he became the master of time for this cluster of worlds, the common god of time for these realms. Due to the uniqueness of temporal authority, which possesses the power to rewrite world development and anchor future destinies, Zhou Heng effectively became the second will of these worlds. Moreover, because of Zhou Heng's great strength and high status, he as the second will possess the ability to reverse control the world's will. Thus Zhou Heng, the god of time, effectively became the lord of time and transformed into the supreme will of this newly birthed cluster of worlds. When weaker worlds hand over important enforcement authority and core concepts to the powerful, even if the powerful do not interfere with them, their autonomy will still be passively influenced. After all, they can no longer act solely based on their own thoughts. A bill of order has been added to their world rules, which is the path Zhou Heng practices. From now on, they will have to consider and adjust their internal unreasonable operational rules to better integrate into this new collective. Changing themselves and adhering to order will certainly affect some worlds. The primary reason they are willing to collectively support Zhou Heng is that most worlds are advocates of order and they are eager to reciprocate towards the great existence that redeems them. Another part is terrified by the Fate Weaver, this predator. This time they were lucky to encounter redemption, but next time if luck runs out they could be consumed entirely. Therefore they urgently need the protection of the powerful and a relatively safe living space. As for the few worlds that do not wish to be influenced, they under the coercion of the collective will lose the opportunity to leave with mere verbal thanks. Because now this cluster of worlds is surrounded inside and out by the existence of order, they have been enveloped by the ordered world. If at this time they ignore the offerings of redemption and the union of order, it could easily attract the attention of this collective with shared core interests. The mere thought of having attracted the attention of a world cluster and a powerful redemptive will send chills down their spines. Therefore they are more proactive than those worlds craving protection. They are eager to integrate into this new collective. Good, I will weave a temporal network to enable mutual communication and joint development among you. In response to the world alliance that has just awakened and is still in a weakened state, Zhou Heng agreed to the request to forge a common defense system centered around temporal authority. However, he will not take so many temporal authorities for free. He plans to weave a network centered on the Lighthouse of Time so that this cluster of worlds can have a common core of interests. His existence can also ensure that these cores of interest will not become a conduit for the powerful worlds to plunder the weaker ones. This is Zhou Heng's first time building a community of order with shared authority, and he hopes this temporal nebula can gain a better development space. Thus he fully assimilated the disaster realm, which had long been hollowed out by the Fate Weaver, and opened this realm to all worlds within the temporal nebula. Consequently, the disaster realm became a node where temporal authorities intertwined, and the Lighthouse of Time shone brilliantly at its origin. Now the disaster realm can be referred to as the realm of time, and it has become the bright morning defender city in Zhou Heng's Luofeng Six Heavens. As the Lighthouse of Time officially connects the various worlds and the material nodes of time formally open to all worlds, the internal information records of those worlds also simultaneously changed. These changes stem from the chaotic future suppressed by the convergence of time and from the mutable destinies caused by the intertwining of time. However, ordinary life cannot perceive these conceptual changes. They only know that a god of time has emerged in the world, and under the guidance of the god of time they have broken the fate of destruction. Thank you for your favor of time. Thank you for granting us redemption. Great God of time, you allow me to wander through time, you grant me the opportunity of rebirth, and thank you for allowing the small me to also have the chance to rewrite the future. Praise you, hope of redemption, praise you for your just time. Your radiance shines upon all life, you have never neglected us for our insignificance. You are the loving Master, you are the Holy Spirit. At the time when numerous time travelers, reborn beings and fortunate participants of the Battle of Fate offered their sincere prayers, those awakened deities also respectfully offered their blessings to time. My God, why do you also pray to the God of time? I do not pray to time, I pay homage to redemption. He is not the God of time, he is the Master of time, the salvation of life and the light of hope. He is our common Lord, the world is his people and we are his warriors. I long to fight for him and I hope to spread redemption and hope for him. My God, the great redemption is your master. What is he to me than a God above gods? No, he is also your master. In his eyes we are the same, just as time treats every life justly. The followers of the deities do not understand why the deities would utter such self-deprecating words of dignity. Do the deities not fear that their faith will all flow to the master of time? Is that so, my God? Will your power not be affected in the future? Of course not. While I have lost some dignity, that is merely the arbitrary control over ordinary life by the deities. Exchanging those illusory things for a bright future, my gains far outweigh my losses. Look, countless timelines are intertwining, we have gained infinite possibilities and a hopeful future. The formation of the new world clusters not only benefits the worlds themselves but also their inhabitants. Thus the deities are able to leap from their original world lakes into the vast ocean of the multiverse. Now their strength and limits are no longer determined by their own worlds but collectively decided by the World Alliance on the temporal network. There is no longer a need to take risks to plunder other worlds nor to rely on the long passage of time for their own world to reach its limits. This is undoubtedly excellent news for the deities. Ordinary beings have also freed themselves from their previous constraints, able to traverse various allied worlds through the open temporal realm. They will encounter a myriad of civilizations and a kaleidoscope of knowledge, gaining infinite possibilities and the chance to seek the Tao and ascend to divinity. Jumping from a small platform to a larger one not only enhances their space for survival but also extends their future paths. The alliance provides the worlds with better security while the existence of the temporal sovereign offers a guarantee for survival across various realms. Thus the deities and beings within the worlds are content with this outcome, knowing that a diverse future filled with infinite possibilities has already emerged. As the worlds and beings busily adapt to the new changes and seek their own positions during this transformation, Zhou Heng has also pinpointed the location of the faithful spider through his high-dimensional vision. Since the onset of the Battle of Fate, Zhou Heng has continuously tracked the faithful spider, so even if it attempted to flee midway it could not escape his observation. Following the lock of high-dimensional vision, Zhou Heng activated the intricate power of existence within the eye of observation. This granted his sight the ability to influence reality, allowing him to capture his target while observing. This power of observation, locking in and capturing with his gaze, was an unexpected situation for the faithful spider. At that moment it was hiding in a harmonious order world, having many backup escape points. The reason it chose to enter this world was simply due to the redemption that could defeat it belonging to the order side. It relied on the mutual respect between the worlds of order to avoid being hunted by the forces of redemption. After all, during the Battle of Fate it had confirmed that its true form was locked down by redemption, losing the disguise of a false identity which stripped it of its sense of security. Therefore, while fleeing, the faithful spider decided to abandon everything, transforming from a faithful spider into an order ring. It aimed to assume a new identity and join other worlds of order, later establishing a cluster of order worlds to ally with redemption. In this way its previous losses would return in a different form and the powerful redemption could be indirectly utilized. However, it now faced a dilemma. Its predatory nature instinctively led it to lurk within the realm of the deity of this world. Confronted with a weak deity holding protective authority, the faithful spider could hardly resist its desire to prey. No, I've already decided to walk the path of order. I cannot recklessly prey on the deities of the order side. But I still lack a new identity and an authority that anchors me to order. Perhaps if I pray just once more I will wholeheartedly follow the path of order from now on. The faithful spider still could not withstand the temptation of a new identity and an order authority. Perhaps this is the nature of a predator. It did not wish to spend time resonating with the authority of order and did not want to give up the disguise of its false identity. It only wanted to be a pretender, enjoying the benefits of order without bearing any responsibility for it. Thus it extended its fangs once more towards its prey, transforming into countless strands of information intending to engulf and assimilate the locked protective deity. In truth, devouring a deity should be a simple task for the faithful spider, an entity that regularly feeds on worlds. Yet this time its predation encountered an unexpected complication. It discovered that its strands of information could not reach its prey, instead they were continuously retracting and rising. It felt as though an invisible great net had captured it, constricting its space for movement and preparing to pack it away. What is happening? Does this world possess such powerful forces? It can't be. The escape points I chose back then were all safe worlds without danger. At this moment the faithful spider deeply regretted losing the concept of fate during the temporal war. Otherwise it would have certainly seen who was capturing it from the feedback of fate and what kind of fate it was facing. Having lost the core concept, the faithful spider weakened significantly. Now it lacked the ability to connect to the escape nodes it had previously set up, unable to enhance its quality through the anchor links of numerous worlds. Thus, under Zhou Heng's gaze, it could only struggle with all its might, hoping to break free from the unknown bindings. Its struggle caught the attention of its prey. The guardian deity residing in the divine realm suddenly noticed a being so immense it rivaled a world struggling to emerge from an unknown dimension. Is the world under invasion? Why hasn't the world fed back to me? The guardian deity cautiously transformed into a conceptual information form and transmitted what it observed to the source of the world. It hoped that the world and deities would quickly prepare for battle, as the unknown invader appeared to possess the power to destroy their world. However, the guardian deity's greatest fear did not materialize. While it was transmitting messages to the world was deploying a legion of deities into its realm. Almost at the moment it transmitted the message, the gods within the world were deployed into the guardian deity's domain. Yet even with the support of the world source, the gap between these order deities and the faithful spider was too vast, so much so that they could not even muster the thought of defeating the opponent. Fortunately, they did not need to engage in battle, they were merely a defensive system of the world. As they prepared for battle, the source will of the world was also transmitting information to them. The will of redemption from the temporal alliance is capturing the fugitive. I have granted it cross-border enforcement authority. Please assist our friends in clearing the information anchor points within the world to prevent residual recovery information from the fugitive. The transmission from the source will of the world eased the immense pressure on the deities. For the first time they realized how extraordinary their mother world was in cultivating friendships. They wished to tell their mother world not to hide such friends, as everyone could communicate and develop together. However, a few individual deities exchanged anxious glances, feeling that their mother world was indeed guarding against them.
All I wanted was to be a god king. Why do you hide such an ally? Do you think too highly of me or too little of them? The deities, each with their own thoughts, were unaware that their mother world had just acquired a friend. Faced with a great being presenting itself and a malicious lurking predator, this order world knew exactly how to make its choice. Great redemption, I grant you cross-border enforcement authority. Please extend your temporal brilliance to my world. Are you certain? Once the timelines are connected, your autonomy will be somewhat constrained. I am certain this invader is the reason I seek refuge. After being captured, the Fate Spider felt itself moving in a peculiar way. It was not a traversal through space and time, but rather a transfer within the cognitive realm of analysis and perception. At this moment it felt its information flowing back in segments. As these returning fragments increased, it beheld a colossal eye. What a miracle! It was on the surface, it manifested as a vast life world, and just a glance revealed that it was the condensation of the concept of life and the authority of existence. Yet its retina was filled with an intricate network of existence. The dense power of existence made it seem like the very source of being. In the instant it approached the observing eye, the Fate Spider felt as if it existed only when observed and would be obliterated when not. It knew this was not an illusion, but rather a phenomenon where its power of existence was constrained by a more authentic force of existence. Now that I was not just the captor but also the observer, stabilizing its form of existence. It has locked onto the root of my existence. It has not captured my physical body or conscious mind, but rather ensnared my form of existence. I cannot escape. My fate has manifested. It turns out that while I was weaving destinies for other worlds, destiny was also weaving one for me. The web of fate is not only hunting prey for me but also entangling and binding my destiny. The Fate Spider surrendered to resistance, knowing that further struggle was futile. It was being extracted from existence, and its resistance both materially and conceptually could not alter the shift in its form of existence. At this moment it believed that redemption and this eye were not mere coincidences in the hunting ground of calamity. Its capture was an inevitable outcome akin to a predetermined fate that was difficult to change. Reflecting on the entire event, it realized that redemption had arrived with the coming of the God of Dusk. The God of Dusk traversed into the wondrous seed of the world only to be bound by the ritual of mutual consumption, which the Fate Spider had deliberately retained as a delicacy. Each link sequentially tied together regardless of the absence of wondrous artifacts, the ritual of mutual consumption or the ambitions of those survivors, its fate would have been entirely different. However, these factors were the remnants produced by its predation on other worlds, thus its fate had been inscribed from the very beginning. The moment I became the Fate Spider, I was enveloped by the destiny I sought. Having a future filled with hope and possibility constitutes destiny, while a locked fate conflicts with the ever-changing nature of destiny, thus my dominion over fate cannot bring me luck. As more and more of the Fate Spider's existence was captured, it drew ever closer to the observing eye. Only now did it realize that it was not just the observing eye that had locked onto it, but also a multitude of similar figures around it. These figures appeared not particularly strong, yet the observational power they extended was vast, so vast that the Fate Spider felt as if it had sunk into an endless ocean of existence. Is that the ally of redemption? It seems I am battling a great existence possessing tens of thousands of powerful worlds. Indeed, order is one of the most powerful forces. They attract each other, draw near to one another, and assist one another. I have chosen the wrong path. The web of order is the future of destiny. The Fate Spider withdrew a tattered page from its essence, the root of its choice of the path of destiny. Now it seeks to use the power of redemption to explore the endpoint of its fate, hoping that redemption understands that behind the predator lies a hunter. As the Fate Spider produced the page stripped of its essence's concealment was instantly locked onto by Zhou Heng. The final chapter, the latter ceremony of the initial chapter, the web of fate of the final chapter. From refinement to locking fate, the existence that spreads these pages likely seeks to rewrite its end by harnessing powerful beginnings. Zhou Heng did not discover the judgment procedures similar to those in the initial chapter on the final chapter, indicating that the forger of the final chapter does not intend to reap the holders of fate. Moreover, Zhou Heng did not observe any kind of hidden connection or attraction between the initial chapter and the final chapter. This suggests that the initial chapter and the final chapter spread widely in the chaotic void, explaining why he encountered similar pages in both battles. What kind of fate necessitates the widespread harvesting of initial power to break? Zhou Heng did not believe that the forgers of the initial chapter and the final chapter were benevolent beings. Their lack of actions to harvest fate likely indicates a focus on concentrating initial power, and once it reaches a certain point, simultaneously breaking the holders of fate. They likely aim to collect the characteristics of resisting fate and breaking destiny, which is why they spread their pages widely in the chaotic void. From Zhou Heng's perspective, this behavior is no longer a super-large ritual but rather a large-scale rite of resistance against their own fate.
Clearly the deployers of the rites do not care about the demise of life or the obliteration of worlds. Such a powerful existence cannot possibly resist fate due to some mental factors. For at their level it is evident they can negate all their regrets by controlling time and rewriting rules. The only possibility is that the path they chose encountered issues, and it is a significant problem with only one chance. They clearly cannot accept such failure, which is why they strive to purify and harvest initial power to counter previous failures. Regarding this path issue, Zhou Heng has a guess, which is the uniqueness characteristic. The uniqueness exists as the pinnacle of path sublimation both in high-dimensional terrestrial realms and low-dimensional void seas, where high-dimensional life inherently carries this characteristic. However, low-dimensional life attempting to attain this characteristic while not as ethereal as ascending dimensions is still an endeavor with slim hope. The characteristic carried by uniqueness dictates that pursuers can only have one opportunity. If this opportunity fails, there will never be a second chance for sublimation. This is because the uniqueness of the failure has been damaged, making any further sublimation a conflict with the failure of uniqueness. Their failure has long since tainted a part of uniqueness, causing their path to sublimation to be locked and completely severed. To rewrite the lock of uniqueness and to strive for another chance to attain sublimation is to oppose the underlying logic of the entire chaotic void. This opposition is even more difficult than sublimating uniqueness, akin to the challenge of ascending dimensions. If the failures possess high-dimensional power, they can still rewrite the outcome of their failure, at most allowing high-dimensional power to modify the underlying logic of the low-dimensional void. Besides that, they can negate their own failure with high-dimensional power, becoming a brand new being and regaining the opportunity to challenge the characteristic of uniqueness. However, this is clearly a contradictory action. After all, possessing high-dimensional power implies success in ascending dimensions, rendering the low-dimensional characteristic of uniqueness meaningless. Thus, the existence that created the initial chapter and the final chapter likely seeks to collect the power of the material world and the chaotic void to rewrite their fate of failing to challenge the characteristic of uniqueness. However, Zhou Heng viewed the success rate as minuscule, as life in the chaotic void almost cannot transcend the confines of the chaotic void. The foundation of the existence of matter and concepts is the logic rules. How can they shake their own form of existence? 2 World Wars, 2 pages of a conceptual book. The emergence of the initial and final chapters made Zhou Heng realize that there must be other pages between these two. In light of the fateful information contained in the final chapter, Zhou Heng named the unknown book from which the pages originated the Book of Destiny. An unknown existence seeks to forge tools to rewrite its fate and rebel against the already predetermined failure of its destiny. This originally had nothing to do with Zhou Heng, but the impact it had on the lower dimensional void was immense. In the future, countless worlds and lives may perish beneath its ambitions. Zhou Heng could not ignore this behavior, as his authority of redemption and the concepts of salvation and hope were at stake. Self-interest is one of life's normal behaviors, but sacrificing countless worlds and lives for personal gain is, in Zhou Heng's view, distorted. If the creator of the Book of Destiny wishes to be given another chance by the chaotic void, then who will give those worlds and lives that were sacrificed to chance? It must be noted that if it transcends reason to alter its fate and gains the trait of uniqueness, then its path to ascension would be the only reality, and those worlds and lives that were obliterated would forever become the foundation of its ascension. The singular trait built upon the ruins of boundless worlds and the bones of endless lives is a result that neither Zhou Heng nor the chaotic void can accept. Zhou Heng cannot accept it due to his own path and stance. The chaotic void cannot accept it due to the countless materials and concepts that nurtured its subjects, who now seek to alter its logical rules. This is no longer rebellion, it is clearly assassination. The moment the logical rules are altered, this lower dimensional chaotic void could very well collapse due to logical errors. Fortunately, the creator of the Book of Destiny has almost no chance of succeeding, otherwise the chaotic void would have long since severed its concept of existence. Even so, the broad consciousness of the chaotic void still utilized its ultimate weapon to suppress the unlawful. This is why Zhou Heng encountered the pages of the Book of Destiny consecutively. The chaotic void cannot directly influence Zhou Heng, this special existence, but it can influence other lower dimensional beings around him. Thus Haoshan's world was targeted by the Lord of Life, and the God of Dusk went to the world of Calamity. Zhou Heng can understand the actions of the chaotic void. After all, he has gained too many benefits within the chaotic void, so it is only right to help his world and the cosmic void. In Zhou Heng's way of thinking, since he enjoys benefits and power, he would never refuse responsibility and obligation. This is also a kind of fate. No matter where I descend, the chaotic void will deliver the pages of the Book of Destiny into my hands. The chaotic void knows that continuously performing such actions will surely make Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional being, aware of its existence. But it had no choice, for after the battle of Taixing, Zhou Heng did not pursue the Book of Destiny. Instead, he sought to communicate with higher dimensions. Zhou Heng's behavior is far more dangerous than that of the creator of the Book of Destiny. After all, the Book of Destiny is still under the control of the chaotic void, but Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional being, is different. If Zhou Heng simply ascended and left, the chaotic void would willingly grant him passage.
However, Zhou Heng not only has no intention of abandoning the lower dimensional void but also brings more higher dimensional power into the chaotic void.
This truly threatens the life of the chaotic void. It was terrified at the time because Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional being, could obviously affect other high-dimensional lives. If Zhou Heng wished, he could immediately connect to the multiverse of lower dimensions controlled by higher dimensional beings' brain thinking to overwrite and modify its logical rules. Therefore, it immediately influenced the consciousness of the food table and strengthened the arrogance of the God of Dusk. This led to the God of Dusk preferring to be judged in redemption than to be consumed by mortals, allowing Zhou Heng's will to descend, and the final chapter was brought into high-dimensional observation. The chaotic void hoped to give Zhou Heng something to do, sending this ultimate weapon to investigate the creator of the Book of Destiny. Rather than fixating on the experiment that brings higher dimensional power into the lower dimensional void, it worried that one day Zhou Heng could lose control of the rhythm and directly introduce a massive amount of higher dimensional data to overwrite it. Thus it had no choice but to expose its intentions, informing this high-dimensional redeemer that it was also a conscious existence and needed a stable living space. As for how the chaotic void discovered that Zhou Heng was a high-dimensional being, it was not because it had the ability to observe high dimensions but due to the overall changes in energy and mass within the lower dimensional void that captured its attention. The internal energy and mass of the chaotic void are in a cyclical state. When one world is destroyed, other worlds will gain its energy and mass. However, Zhou Heng's output of energy and construction of narrative worlds resulted in an overall increase in the quality and energy of the void. And as Zhou Heng's external output of energy increased, the chaotic void felt more intense changes, thus discovering the existence of Zhou Heng. In fact, when the chaotic void first discovered Zhou Heng's existence, it was very pleased because Zhou Heng was clearly a being aligned with order and could completely become a pillar of strength within the void. This is why it treated Zhou Heng as an ultimate weapon to judge the internal instability. However, as time passed, it realized it could not control this high-dimensional existence, so it was willing to expose itself and seek opportunities for communication. When it heard Zhou Heng say this is also a kind of fate, it knew Zhou Heng was communicating with it. The only immortal great being, this is not a fate I wove but a plea for your assistance. Great being, I hope you can consider my limited capacity during dimensional experiments and refrain from subjecting me to direct impacts from higher dimensional information. In fact, even if the chaotic void did not reveal its existence, Zhou Heng would not trigger higher dimensional information to impact the lower dimensional void. But the chaotic void clearly did not trust Zhou Heng, who possessed the ability to destroy the void. It was too worried about this ultimate weapon going out of control. I understand. I respect every living world in the existence form of the chaotic void. Rest assured, I will not bring higher dimensional information directly into the chaotic void. However, chaotic void, you are already a top existence in the lower dimensions. Why reject a moderate amount of higher dimensional information? Do you not wish to seize the opportunity for ascension? As an existence that has achieved and protected Zhou Heng's thoughts, if the chaotic void desires some higher dimensional information, I am willing to share a segment of code from a video game with you. However, the chaotic void clearly did not need such dangerous information and had no intention of pursuing higher dimensionality at that moment. Great being, some lives pursue eternity, some seek uniqueness in their quest for their own path. They are also pursuing power and authority. I am different from them. I have already obtained the greatest power and authority. If I choose to ascend and am fortunate enough to succeed, then the power I possess will become illusory and I will go from being a master of the universe to an ordinary high-dimensional being. Great being, I possess everything that life seeks. I do not need to change dimensions to pursue these anew. There is no difference between low and high dimensions for me. I simply wish to forge order in the lower dimensions to guide civilization and explore the possibilities of diverse development. Ascension in the eyes of individual life is a transcendence of existence as well as the realization of one's own path. However, ascension is not without its drawbacks. If we compare ascension to a mortal becoming an immortal, the moment when a mortal can truly realize their self-worth is not when they become immortal but rather at the time just before that transformation. At that time, mortals not only possess immense power but are also among the most influential individuals of their tier, with authority naturally gravitating towards them. Once they become immortal, everything changes. They must re-accept their own frailty and start anew in a realm filled with heavenly immortals, true monarchs and great deities. Ascension is likewise achieving. Ascension does not allow low-dimensional beings to instantly become supreme beings in higher dimensions. More likely, it will render them ordinary high-dimensional beings or even weaker high-dimensional beings. Thus, ascension is not the pursuit of every powerful low-dimensional being, nor is it the only option for low-dimensional universes. Undeniably, high-dimensional beings possess overwhelming advantages over low-dimensional ones, and ascension can better protect their safety. However, becoming an ordinary high-dimensional being does not necessarily guarantee greater security. High-dimensional beings are not devoid of desires, which inevitably leads to resource concentration and survival conflicts. Therefore the Chaos Void Sea has no intention of pursuing ascension. Throughout countless times it has only encountered Zhou Heng, this solitary high-dimensional being. In other words, it has faced a crisis once that it could not control in countless times. It enjoys eternal immortality and vast safe space in the low-dimensional realm, making it unnecessary to face the unknown lifespan and various survival crises of the high-dimensional realm. Moreover, the Chaos Void Sea has another worry. After successfully ascending, it may lose the special value it has for Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional being. From Zhou Heng's ability to traverse high dimensions and invoke high-dimensional powers, it is clear that he lacks nothing in influencing ordinary high-dimensional beings.
On the contrary, Zhou Heng's actions seem more like a lack of a vibrant low-dimensional universe, which makes the existence of the Chaos Void Sea extremely valuable. If it seeks ascension, it is undoubtedly destroying its unique value. Even if it successfully transcends into a non-unique high-dimensional being, its connection with Zhou Heng would merely become a simple friendship. This is a mode of cooperation that the Chaos Void Sea absolutely cannot accept. It needs to stabilize its unique value, becoming an inseparable part of Zhou Heng's existence as a high-dimensional being. Only then can it enjoy Zhou Heng's protection for an extended period without violating his principles, even indirectly gaining the protection of a high-dimensional community. Since the Chaos Void Sea has already indirectly enjoyed high-dimensional powers, it is even less likely to pursue the unknown path of ascension. After all, it is akin to a cosmic controller. Given the choice, it would not abandon all to enter another dimension, transforming into an ordinary life obsessed with survival and energy. Therefore, it prefers to explore the diverse development models of low-dimensional void seas and maintain a long-term friendly relationship with Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional being. Great being, I believe you need more low-dimensional information to perfect your dimensional experiments.
In the past, for safety reasons, I did not actively engage with other low-dimensional universes.
If you need, I can quickly connect with other low-dimensional universes. The proposal from the Chaos Void Sea is a win-win approach.
In this process, it can ensure its own safety through Zhou Heng's unique existence while exploring the developmental forms of other low-dimensional universes, thus improving its own developmental flaws. Zhou Heng can also gain more low-dimensional data and even redeem certain shattered low-dimensional universes, elevating his path of redemption to a multidimensional low-universe level. Given this mutually beneficial situation, Zhou Heng has no reason to refuse. After all, he will inevitably forge low-dimensional universes, extending multidimensional low universes based on that to assist his high-dimensional brain in processing high-dimensional thoughts. Thus, exploring the construction methods of low-dimensional universes and multidimensional low universes is an important need for Zhou Heng. I can provide the necessary security guarantees for you, Chaos Void Sea, but please do not pursue the path of cosmic plunderers. Great being, please rest assured your existence provides me with a continuous flow of energy and materials. I do not need to accelerate material accumulation through plundering. The Chaos Void Sea is not wrong. Zhou Heng is indeed consuming energy to sustain the growth of some worlds while also continuously forging pseudo-low-dimensional worlds. After these worlds and energies join the grand cycle of the Chaos Void Sea, they indeed continue to strengthen its presence. With the continuous irradiation of high-dimensional beings, the Chaos Void Sea has no need to initiate dangerous and unknown cosmic plunder. The Chaos Void Sea merely needs to wait patiently for Zhou Heng to explore the multidimensional realm and share his multidimensional immortality. Thus, the exploration plan of the Chaos Void Sea involves it linking to unknown universes, while Zhou Heng is responsible for differentiating consciousness to explore the unknown. In this way, everyone remains safe, and as a high-dimensional being, Zhou Heng can bring back more rewards. More importantly, the Chaos Void Sea can reap benefits effortlessly. Great being, I will notify you at the first opportunity after connecting to other universes. Then I will trouble you to visit those other universes.
Good. Zhou Heng's considerations differ from those of the Chaos Void Sea.
His willingness to explore the unknown stems from a desire to avoid innocent casualties among his followers who believe in and follow him. Especially when venturing into other universes, Zhou Heng's divine subordinates may very well be extinguished, losing their concept of existence and material foundation. Thus, his decision to differentiate consciousness for exploration is the best choice. As for letting the Chaos Void Sea do it, that is out of the question. As the collective will of a low-dimensional universe, its mere entry into other universes constitutes an act of invasion and declaration of war. Normal cosmic exchanges should involve the mutual exploration of each other's citizens or worlds, not two cosmic wills combing through each other's fundamental logical rules. Thus, the Chaos Void Sea resembles a cosmic train. As long as the two cosmic trains do not collide, the lives within it are the true investigators. However, the Chaos Void Sea is somewhat different. It has an exceptional being within, enabling it to gain extraordinary returns merely through normal diplomatic means. Seeing that Zhou Heng has agreed to the future direction of development, the Chaos Void Sea eagerly prepares to open a cosmic node to connect with other low-dimensional universes. Wait, Chaos Void Sea, give me the coordinates of the Book of Fate's forger. I wish to meet them.
Great being, there's no need to deal with them. They were a major nuisance in the Void Sea before, but they are not anymore. I plan to throw them into the exploration role after linking to other universes. After harvesting so much energy and quality, they should reveal their value. They are seeking destiny while I have condensed time and the authority of fate into a being akin to destiny. They are looking for me and I am looking for them. Zhou Heng, supported by the Chaos Void Sea, had gained the opportunity to venture into other lower-dimensional universes. However, his authority of redemption and deliverance ultimately derived from the Chaos Void Sea. Upon learning of the existence of the creator of the Book of Destiny, he could not allow reckless harvesting. For if he were to allow it, Zhou Heng would become an arrogant higher-dimensional being rather than the will of redemption from a lower dimension. Since Zhou Heng accepted the concept of redemption and the faith of the despairing, he would steadfastly uphold his original intention. Thus he must halt the harvesting by the creator of the Book of Destiny and redeem those lives who prayed for hope and despair. Since you insist, please go and correct his wrongs. After your judgment is complete, I will bestow upon you the rules of redemption from the Void Sea, allowing you to become the source of redemption within the Chaos Void Sea. The rules of redemption occupy a relatively minor role in the Chaos Void Sea, yet they form part of the logical framework of the Chaos Void Sea. Initially, the Chaos Void Sea refrained from promising Zhou Heng the rules of redemption because it understood the essential difference between its uniqueness and Zhou Heng's uniqueness. Once it handed over the rules of redemption to Zhou Heng, he would become the true master of those rules. Moreover, as a higher dimensional being, Zhou Heng might leverage the rules of redemption to manipulate fundamental logical constructs such as hope, light, and the future. Not only would this elevate Zhou Heng to an effectively supreme status within the Void Sea, but it would also jeopardize the integrity of the Chaos Void Sea once he ascended from the lower dimensions. Hence, the Chaos Void Sea had previously not even mentioned the judgment of unlawful acts. It merely provided subtle guidance, allowing Zhou Heng to decide whether to pursue the matter. Yet it had not anticipated that Zhou Heng, this higher dimensional being, would be so resolute in adhering to the path of redemption. Faced with this situation, the Chaos Void Sea decided to offer some rules, better binding Zhou Heng to itself. It believed that with Zhou Heng's capability to perceive information, he would undoubtedly recognize the significance of the rules to the entire Void Sea universe. It hoped that Zhou Heng would harbor not just gratitude for being taken in, but also become a companion with shared core interests. Chaos Void Sea, thank you for your generosity. In the future, my avatar of redemption rules will forever reside within the Void Sea universe. Great being, it is my honor. Both I and the lives within the Void Sea require the protection of redemption. Zhou Heng's response confirmed that the investment of the Chaos Void Sea was meaningful, and thus its universe would long be graced by a powerful pillar. The benefits were evident. The existence of Zhou Heng's avatar of redemption would not only safeguard the security of the Void Sea universe but also provide various development directions for the Chaos Void Sea. If one day Zhou Heng, this higher dimensional being, became a mighty deity within the higher dimensional universe, the Chaos Void Sea could seek ascension through him and pursue higher dimensional development space under his protection. Therefore, it decisively handed over the coordinates of the creator of the Book of Destiny to Zhou Heng while simultaneously opening the pathway of redemption rules. This enabled Zhou Heng to rely on the cries for help of life instantly arriving at any coordinate within the Void Sea universe. As for why the Chaos Void Sea did not directly grant Zhou Heng the rules of redemption but waited until he completed the judgment to bestow them, it was because it wanted Zhou Heng to feel that this was a reward for his actions rather than a favor bestowed by the Chaos Void Sea. This was crucial for the Chaos Void Sea as it formed the foundation of its relationship with Zhou Heng. It could attach itself to Zhou Heng, but it could not act as an unprincipled flatterer. Thus the Chaos Void Sea could be just and generous, but it could not be humble, nor could it recklessly squander its own rules. This was the Chaos Void Sea's respect for itself and for Zhou Heng. It understood that only those who respect themselves would be respected by other lives, otherwise they would eventually lose their way and forfeit their qualifications for equal communication. Regardless of what the Chaos Void Sea thought, its pathway of redemption rules indeed provided Zhou Heng with convenience. Utilizing this channel, which connected the fundamental logical rules of the entire universe, Zhou Heng instantly arrived near the creator of the Book of Destiny. At that moment, the creator of the Book of Destiny was preparing to harvest a world undergoing the Heavenly Ladder ceremony, and the fluctuations of the rules instantly caught its attention. I sensed the fluctuations of the rules, that is the taste of redemption. Are you preparing to save this sinful Heavenly Ladder purifier? No, I bring judgment and judgment upon you and upon him. The creator's form resembled a well-ordered ball of yarn, but what was entwined at its core was not matter but threads woven from the destinies of different worlds. How ridiculous! I am the master of destiny. How could you judge me? It should be I who weaves fate for you, allowing you to choose a predetermined future. In the eyes of the master of destiny, countless future destinies were freely drifting. It sought to find a line of fate that had failed redemption and used that line to bind other futures, making the failure of redemption an established fate.
However, this time it miscalculated, for there was no existence of redemption on the future lines of fate, as if redemption had no destiny of its own.
So you are also a master of destiny. Then you should not be my enemy, we should be allies with a common enemy.
Just now I felt the fluctuations of the rules. Since you have also reached the level of influencing the rules, you should understand that there can only be one unique path on each road. However, you may not know that the rules within the Void Sea are limited, and any impact on unique existences is a struggle for control over a specific unique rule. My impact failed, but that is not my problem, it is the selfishness of the Chaos Void Sea. It firmly grasps each rule, sealing off our ascension space. Let us collaborate for redemption. I will bind destiny and you will showcase redemption. Together we will bind all energy and matter within the Void Sea, rewriting its logical rules from the roots of existence.
At that time we will both be immortal uniques, and the universe will operate according to our will, making us the supreme eternity.
Watching the countless threads of fate that continued to diverge in an attempt to capture the future, Zhou Heng confirmed that this master of destiny had indeed fallen into a delusional madness. Its words were merely conjectures, and even the method of rewriting the rules of the Void Sea was a paranoid fantasy. For the Chaos Void Sea had no reason to reject the emergence of a unique being. Even if the unique being wielded the right to use a specific rule, the highest authority still resided with the Chaos Void Sea.
The ordinary uniques within the Void Sea were fundamentally different from the uniqueness of the Chaos Void Sea.
While this difference was not as vast as Zhou Heng's, it was still significant. To the Chaos Void Sea, the emergence of a unique being was merely the elevation of its subjects to enforcers. After all, it was the sole progenitor of the Void Sea's rules, and ordinary unique subjects merely represented specific rules within the Void Sea. Thus it was not the Chaos Void Sea that sealed off the path of ascension, but rather the uniqueness inherent in the rules, allowing each life only one opportunity to impact. Otherwise, the characteristic of uniqueness would transform into an ordinary status with countless chances to start over, which would fundamentally contradict the essence of uniqueness. Master of Destiny, you have harvested countless worlds with destiny, telling them it is fate. I have also brought your fate. Life has an endpoint, and the destiny of life has an end. Now your fate has come full circle. Zhou Heng obtained the authority of fate after cleansing the web of destiny, and combined with his authority over time, he became a being capable of weaving destinies. Thus, when the Fate Sovereign attempted to weave Zhou Heng's demise, Zhou Heng was also utilizing the powers of time and fate to craft a destiny for it. In fact, ever since Zhou Heng entered the perception range of the Fate Sovereign, their battle had become unavoidable. Although the Fate Sovereign outwardly sought to befriend Zhou Heng, calling for both sides to join forces to rewrite the chaotic rules of the virtual sea and share in the unique immortality,
it secretly never abandoned its intent to kill Zhou Heng.
Even if it encountered situations where Zhou Heng's fate was untraceable, it could not alter the predatory mindset of the Fate Sovereign, nor could it instill a sense of peaceful coexistence. This situation partly stemmed from path dependence. The Fate Sovereign had grown accustomed to crushing surrounding lives with sheer power. Thus, when faced with other situations, its logical thought process remained to eliminate the opponent and extract their fate threads to perfect its own core of destiny. Another factor arose from the uniqueness of the rules. In the eyes of the Fate Sovereign, Zhou Heng not only held the hope of becoming the unique savior, but also had the chance to become the unique fate. The uncertainty belonging to this unique fate rule was something the Fate Sovereign could never accept. Even if Zhou Heng promised to follow only the path of redemption, it would not allow such a being capable of challenging the unique fate to survive. Therefore, even when the Fate Sovereign communicated with Zhou Heng, it did not cease its efforts to consolidate the future fate line. In the absence of being able to consolidate Zhou Heng's destiny, it chose to consolidate its own fate. It attempted to solidify the fate of its future survival, thus establishing a destined future of victory in battle against Zhou Heng. For one who possessed the second most powerful authority next to the unique fate, consolidating its own fate was not difficult, and it had done so more than once. In the past, its self-fate consolidation plans had almost always succeeded. The only time it did not succeed was when it attempted to consolidate its fate as the only one. It did not believe that Zhou Heng's fate could be as real as the chaotic virtual sea. It firmly believed that its own fate could encompass all lives within the chaotic virtual sea. Thus, when Zhou Heng clearly expressed his resolve for judgment, it prepared to initiate a dominance of fate over Zhou Heng. Redemption, indeed, fate has an end. The destinies of all lives will ultimately form a cycle. However, it is not my fate that has formed a cycle now, but yours that has reached its end. I have already consolidated my victorious fate, and you have no future or hope left.
Is that so?
Yet my authority over time still anchors the future, and the concept of hope within me continues to shimmer with brilliance. Fate Sovereign, you are a predator of fate. You use the world as your fate threads, while I am the bearer of hope and time. My hope and time arise from the connections and recognition across realms. Therefore your fate has long formed a cycle. Do you not realize it? The fate line you have consolidated is both your shell and the chains that bind you. Both the Fate Sovereign and Zhou Heng were prying at the fate of the future. In the eyes of the Fate Sovereign, the fate line it had consolidated had transformed into a sharp sword poised to pierce the very root of Zhou Heng's existence. However, in Zhou Heng's view, the fate threads entwined with the essence of the Fate Sovereign resembled the web of destiny woven by the web of destiny, capable of binding it in reverse at any moment. Under the influence of Zhou Heng's authority over time and life, those fate threads that had been assimilated by the Fate Sovereign regained their vitality. When countless fate threads regained control over their own destinies, they united closely under the guidance of the light of redemption, forming a solid ring of fate. This led the Fate Sovereign to transform from its original yarn ball form into a planetary form adorned with star ring. Although the star rings transformed from those fate threads were temporarily unable to completely break free from its control due to the gravitational influence of the Fate Sovereign, they also bound it tightly like chains. At this moment, the fate threads that the Fate Sovereign had woven for itself finally formed a cycle, and this Fate Sovereign found itself trapped within its own ring of fate. Redemption, do you really think you can seal me with this ring of fate? I am the existence next to the unique fate. Their destinies have long been predetermined, and I am the ultimate master of fate. Regarding the changes in the fate threads, the Life Sovereign was not flustered. It knew that as long as it existed, those fate threads could not escape its control. Thus it transformed the victorious future it had consolidated into a blade of fate aimed at Zhou Heng's form of existence. It firmly believed that with its superior control over fate, it could undoubtedly sever the roots of Zhou Heng's existence and cover his future destiny. However, it quickly realized that the situation had slipped beyond its control, as the third eye on Zhou Heng's forehead had transformed into a vast web of existence. Before that intricate network, its so-called blade of fate appeared so trivial that it was as if the blade had entered a vast ocean, losing all traces. When the once infallible fate could no longer bring victory to the Fate Sovereign, even such a powerful being as the Fate Sovereign fell into a moment of confusion. As the entity that created the latter ceremony, the Fate Sovereign adhered to the principle of purifying a singular path. It aimed to become the unique fate and could not allow other authorities to taint its road. But now the fate it adhered to had become ineffective, while the vast web of existence possessed nearly infinite power. That vast sea of existence forged an immovable present, and the future destinies evoked by the Fate Sovereign turned into illusory delusions in the face of such a level of present. Impossible. How could you have so many powerful beings following you? How could the chaotic virtual sea possibly accommodate such numerous powerful existences? I understand now. You are the unique redemption, and those existences are extensions of your redemption. You are a link in the chaotic virtual sea, and your fate and existence have long been connected to the logical rules of the chaotic virtual sea. The Fate Sovereign viewed Zhou Heng as the only one in the virtual sea. This assumption was not entirely wrong, as Zhou Heng indeed possessed unique characteristics, and his uniqueness even surpassed that of the chaotic virtual sea. Thus the Fate Sovereign, with its singular conceptual existence, truly could not shake Zhou Heng's destiny, nor could it sever the roots of Zhou Heng's existence. Indeed, in a certain sense, I am truly the only one. This is unfair. I who am so pure cannot become the only one, so what basis do you have as a multi-conceptual existence to become the only one? Fate Sovereign, do you even need fairness? But your fairness means that all beneath you are mere ants, while those above you are equal and just. What you seek is not fairness. What you desire is privilege, the arrogance that compels all beings to submit to your will.